Chapter 76. It seems that Boss Sue's unexpected turn of events is solely intended to ensnare me. The individual in charge of this official operation was rendered utterly dumbfounded. It is not as if I'm clad in armor from head to toe, yet you managed to shoot an arrow directly into my eye. The entire city is currently swarming with officials, while the common folk remain engaged in their daily toil. On the streets, only a handful of individuals are genuinely unperturbed. The remainder consists entirely of military personnel. Despite this, the adversary managed to seize an opportunity and escape into the store. Prince Cat was equally taken aback. Having randomly chosen a location to teleport, it found itself in an utterly bewildering place. The most profound artistic portrayal from its clan pales in comparison to this level of grandeur. Consequently, in what should be a mundane human supermarket, such a terrifying artistic manifestation has emerged. Moreover, there seems to linger a hint of a familiar scent nearby. Before it could ponder further, a sudden, soft bark broke the silence. Woof! Startled by the various bushes, it reacted instinctively. Leaping 3 feet into the air, every single hair on its body bristled with alarm. Wonkai Dog stood frozen. My dear brother, your sudden appearance in the store did not frighten me. Yet, I call out and you jump in surprise. Furthermore, why does this cat seem so familiar? Oh, judging by its presence, is it not the one from the wild that exudes such oppressive power? It had once been paralyzed with fear at its master's imposing aura, and yet here it was, back in the store. A true warrior, utterly unafraid of death. Upon this thought, it could not help but chuckle. Originally tense, Prince Cat sensed the absence of officials in this locale. Suddenly, it perked up. Astonishingly, it had managed to escape. At that moment, the cheerful laughter of its guard echoed in its mind, inexplicably prompting it to smile. However, it quickly suppressed this urge, feeling that if it truly laughed, something dreadful might occur. A glance at the recently chuckling Wonkai filled it with indignation. How dare this mutt laugh at a noble divine beast? The resentment that had accumulated over the past few days erupted all at once. You insolent dog, daring to laugh. Today shall mark the end of your existence. Golden light flickered in its eyes, manipulating the shadow dimension, preparing to strike Wonkai down with a single claw. Farewell, Prince Cat said with nonchalance as it turned away. Woof, what are you doing? Hearing the dog's voice, it incredulously turned back, only to discover that not a single hair had been disturbed on the creature. How can this be? It had already initiated an assault within the shadow dimension. Under normal circumstances, this fellow should have perished instantly. Moreover, there were no visible wounds. Only those with specialized knowledge could detect any clues. Yet why was this dog completely unscathed? Since Wonkai had been feasting on the beast feed prepared by Chen for an extended period, its aptitude had been steadily ascending. Although its racial talent value may have waned, its level had significantly increased during this time. What was this cat, at over level 50, really worth? It had not given this matter a second thought. Furthermore, it possessed skills related to the shadow dimension, rendering it unperturbed. However, this cat was unlike Yifan. Yifan's level was pathetically low, and even if left to his own devices, he would be unable to make a dent. But this cat was different. A moment's inattention could lead to serious injury. Nevertheless, such injuries would only be minor and capable of breaching defenses. This cat was certainly not to be trifled with. Just then, Chen approached and noticed the dark-furred cat. Oh dear, from whence does this cat hail? Fortunately, this time it did not leap up, but its pupils contracted as if it had encountered a great terror. Observing the feline, still bristling with fur, Chen hastily called for Wonkai. Keep your distance from the cat, lest you provoke its claws. As he spoke, he retrieved a tube of beast-nurturing paste from the shelf and approached the feline. Fear not, little kitty. He extended his hand towards the cat's nose, intending to allow it to take a whiff. This gesture startled the prince cat significantly. The mere recollection of that shadowy figure caused a throbbing pain in its head, akin to a physical fracture. Moreover, what was the intent behind that outstretched hand? Did it truly regard it as merely a cat? No, it seemed that it was indeed a cat. Faced with such a formidable presence, it felt compelled to submit to the oppressive aura. After taking a tentative sniff, it cautiously nudged its head against Chen's hand. Oh, quite affectionate, he remarked, tearing open a packet of cat treats to feed the black cat. For reasons unknown, at that moment, the black cat experienced a sense of enduring patience, as if it were reluctantly assuming the role of a pet. Nonetheless, it must be said that the paste was rather delectable. Observing the cat's affectionate demeanor, He simply cradled it in his arms to showcase it to Yi Fan, simultaneously revealing the extraordinary delicacy from beyond the heavens. Yi Fan, cease your labors. I have something splendid to show you. At this juncture, Yi Fan was still arranging the merchandise, peering out with curiosity about what delightful spectacle had prompted Su Chen's eagerness. Upon catching sight of the black fur, he remained relatively unfazed, for many beast companions were indeed black cats. However, when he beheld the golden irises, he was rendered utterly speechless. The Eye of Erebus, Dark Star? Where did the boss acquire such a creature? Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be of royal lineage. Speaking of which, are we not adversaries to the lineage of the Eye of Erebus, Dark Star? How could they possibly appear within human territory, and in the possession of Su Chen no less? Noticing Yi Fan's stupor, Su Chen chose to disregard the lad. This fellow was usually quite normal, yet at times he exhibited exaggerated reactions, as if he had encountered something truly extraordinary. His shop was quite ordinary. What could possibly be so astonishing? Ah, by the way, I brought you a gift during my outing. Just as he was about to play with the cat, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to present the painting to Yi Fan. I placed it beneath the cash register. Feel free to take a look. Look at what? The lineage of the Eye of Erebus, Dark Star, has arrived at our doorstep. And how can the boss remain so composed? Given their prowess, there seems to be no cause for alarm. Nevertheless, he needed to notify the authorities. He sent a message to the designated contact arranged by the officials. Meanwhile, he approached the cash register to inspect the so-called gift. A few ancient sheets of paper, which appeared somewhat familiar. Celestial Delicacy Thunder, Half Moon /. Upon seeing the names of these two familiar skills, he was momentarily struck dumb. His astonishment had not ceased since he entered the shop. Furthermore, coupled with these familiar papers, had the boss ventured to the ruins he had previously explored? When he visited, the first floor had already been ravaged, bearing numerous claw marks. The inscriptions were all incomplete. He had pieced together the first two lines through guesswork, while the latter two remained utterly beyond his grasp. In the lower level, he discovered the relic left behind by a 12th-tier alchemist, which served as his initial capital. This time, however, the route for re-exploring the ruins had been eliminated. In that fleeting moment, he began to question whether Su Chen's unpredictable variables were merely toying with him. He had nurtured the void-transcending canine and had fed it an abundance of skill books. Now, he had uncovered his initial capital, yet he had only been granted 2 skill books for himself. I do not desire any more variables. Chapter 77. The Power of Rules and the Articulation of Law. What shall we do? The leader posed a piercing question to the think tank responsible for this operation. Several members of the think tank gazed intently at the deployment map while reflecting on the master's actions. Surely, the master must be aware that they were dealing with the Airbois Shadowstar clan. Of course, how could he not know? One of the advisors, who had just posed a question, was swiftly reprimanded by the leader. Who is Master Su? Would he be so oblivious to such trivial knowledge? The faces of the advisors flushed a deep shade of crimson. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Master Su was currently at the establishment. Deploying troops might seem disrespectful. Yet, it was unreasonable to maintain constant surveillance over the shop without any military presence. Mobilizing nearby forces would be manageable for the time being, as it bore little cost. However, making such a practice routine could lead to complications. The Airbois Shadowstar clan was an adversarial race, and should they seize an opportunity, it could precipitate significant turmoil. Furthermore, with the recent ascension of Radiant City, its value had transformed from negligible to paramount. Various factions had made substantial investments in this territory. If any mishap were to occur, it could potentially ignite a minor conflict. As if the situation weren't already convoluted enough, Yi Fan, the reincarnated individual, further complicated matters by suggesting Master Su might be inclined to nurture the Airbois Shadowstar clan. This remark nearly overturned the decision-making table. Nurturing such a being would effectively confine it within the shop's vicinity. The individuals at Radiance University were no ordinary folk. They wielded power and influence, representing critical interests of various factions. Given that this was within human territory and that the master was situated in the school, there was no arrangement for protective detail. If this feline were utterly oblivious, the advisors might as well resign. At that moment, having distanced itself from Su Chen's control, the Prince Cat recognized a pressing issue. It identified the cashier as Luo Qingyu. Initially, it believed that Radiance, being a small locale, held only that one relic of value, but unexpectedly, it had encountered something of even greater significance. The individual who had just been taken hostage was of unknown identity, thus their worth was ambiguous. However, this person's value was clear. The daughter of the wealthiest individual in the Federation, seated at the epicenter of power. Upon reflection, it seemed this was related to the stand-in agent. No, it should be referred to as Chen. Master Su. Even among adversarial factions, it was willing to pay homage to the title of master. The artworks adorning the walls were all his creations. Such prowess deserved respect, and considering that formidable and enigmatic strength, one could not help but show deference. During its time in the shop, it had encountered numerous other prodigies, yet none matched Luo Qingyu's value. This time, it was certain there would be gains to be had. Loyalty for the annihilation of humanity. After 3 minutes of brooding and plotting, the Prince Cat finally seized an opportunity. At this moment, Luo Qingyu was still unaware of the feline situation. The news had not yet reached her. The information was halfway disseminated. In approximately 1 minute, she would be informed. Just as the cat was poised to strike, Luo Qingyu's phone chimed. Be cautious. Intelligence received. There is an Airbois Shadow Star clan member around level 50 in the shop. If anything seems amiss, call for Master Su. Meanwhile, in the shadow dimension, the Prince Cat was almost ready to claw at the adversary's throat. Just as it prepared to pounce, a figure darted past, pinning the cat firmly to the ground. Wang Kai was also unyielding, playfully tussling with it, but when it came to causing harm, that was a serious matter. As for taking action against Su Chen, Wang Kai did not believe this little Karami could breach the master's defenses. It was merely playing around. Of course, if the master grew annoyed, it would not mind taking action to eliminate the nuisance. This commotion startled Luo Qingyu, who had been idly browsing her phone. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby, followed by the sound of a cat's yowl. Initially, the message she had read had startled her, but now, the cat's cry was alarming. Wait, a cat! She quickly turned toward the source of the noise and saw Wang Kai pressing down on a black cat's head, its eyes gleaming a striking gold. Recalling the earlier message and reflecting on Wang Kai's temperament, she wondered, could the Airbois Shadow Star clan have turned hostile? In the shadow dimension, she was utterly defenseless, and given the direct threat it posed to her, she could not compete with a Beastmaster's physical prowess. Sweat poured down her brow, chilling her to the bone. Master Su. This was too frightening. It would be best to summon Master Su to resolve this predicament. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was resting in the lounge while scrolling through his phone, heard a loud crash from outside, accompanied by a call for him. He dashed to the door, concerned about what might have transpired. Upon stepping outside, he found Wang Kai holding the cat down, its expression fierce, while Luo Qingyu stood nearby, visibly shaken. He sensed something amiss but still inquired, what happened? This cat is trying to attack me. He recalled that this cat had been quite friendly. Could it possibly possess a dual nature? Knowing Wang Kai's nature, typically calm and composed, he recognized that its current aggression indicated a serious issue. It seemed this cat was disobedient. Though Luo Qingyu was a university student and a beastmaster, how could she fear a mere feline? Moreover, judging by its size, it seemed more ornamental than threatening, a far cry from its demeanor during the competition. However, being a young girl, she might have been genuinely frightened. Su Chen approached Wang Kai, signaling for it to release its grip. He then grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck and, applying equal force, delivered a firm slap to its head. No harming others, and no wandering outside the school. Otherwise, you might be mistaken for a stray and captured. The two prohibitions seemed to resonate deeply within the cat. At that moment, the Prince Cat felt a throbbing pain in its head. Though its consciousness was somewhat muddled, the two rules were strikingly clear. No harming others, no leaving the school. Yi Fan, hearing the commotion, peeked in to assess the situation. However, as he sensed the fluctuations in the atmosphere, he found himself at a loss. Boss Su, are you even human? Amidst the myriad disturbances, he detected a sliver of the power of rules. The ability to alter the very fabric of the world's laws was reminiscent of a rule-based skill, one that was not typically so fluid or customizable. Skills such as guaranteed hits or unavoidable dodges fell within the realm of rule-based abilities, surpassing the strength and rarity of awakening skills. Yet, they were frightfully scarce. Presently, only a handful of divine beast clans possessed such legacies, and even among a generation of beastmasters, only 1 or 2 might learn them. In fact, it was rare for an entire generation of beastmasters to not possess a single rule-based skill. Boss Su, he mused, is directly using his mouth to define the rules. Moreover, he had sensed a mental attributes fluctuation, suggesting that this cat might have been imprinted with a mental seal. Regardless of whether it could leave, its subjective awareness would no longer entertain such thoughts. The rules served merely as a safeguard. Could it be that the official issues were resolved directly? Turning around, he prepared to contact the authorities to inform them that the problem had been addressed. Chapter 78, Rule Domestication. At this juncture, within the official base addressing the matter, a fervent cacophony had erupted. One proposal after another was dismissed, revealing that no solution was without its flaws. Either the esteemed master's tranquil existence would be disrupted, or countless lives would be lost. Alternatively, the military's routine could become a costly endeavor. The commander, the reborn Yi Fan, sent word that the issue had been resolved. Upon hearing this, the entire think tank, including its leader, ceased their incessant scratching of their heads and turned their gaze pensively toward him. Was the master no longer to be nurtured? What was the meaning of this? The master wielded the power of rules to render the prince of the Erebus Obsidian incapable of harming others or even leaving the school premises. What was this power of rules? Witnessing the bewilderment etched on the faces of those in the room, the messenger hastily recounted the events that transpired. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed. 3 were devoted to narrating the incident, while the remaining 2 were spent reconstructing their understanding of the situation. For those with a somewhat limited perspective, the concept of the power of rules might remain elusive, merely perceived as exceedingly formidable. However, for those with a broader understanding, the implications were profoundly different. If one's own strength began to brush against the very edges of the rules, it commanded a deep respect. Even the most exalted divine beasts, when grappling with the realm of rules, would find themselves astonished. The higher one's power, the more cautious one becomes regarding these rules. This phenomenon is akin to a double-edged sword. If not wielded with precision, the backlash from the celestial rules could spell instant demise. As for custom-made rules, one could only describe such audacity as the realm of the bold and the powerful. If one could dictate the rules, then what was beyond their reach? At this moment, the officials caught a fleeting glimpse of the dark shadows lurking beneath the surface, a chilling revelation given that they could not discern the edges of these shadows. Was it merely an iceberg, or did it extend into the depths below, suggesting a planet's corner masquerading as an iceberg? Such thoughts were too daunting to contemplate. If Master Su possessed such terrifying power, he must have already uncovered their machinations. Perhaps this was a maneuver to secure his retirement. A mere display of prowess that could define their lifetimes. A single exhibition could render them powerless for eternity. The terror was palpable, a profound dread. Henceforth, matters concerning Master Su would be treated with the utmost gravity. Following this, they proceeded to disguise and encrypt the current documents available to the public. Should outsiders catch a glimpse, it would be catastrophic. Yet, was the strength and technology before the Great War of the myriad races truly so formidable? While Lin Jingqing's capabilities seemed within the realm of imagination, Master Su appeared to be beyond comprehension. Could it be that the prowess of that era varied so drastically? This was indeed plausible. Otherwise, humanity could never have dominated the myriad races. Such formidable beings must have existed to achieve such dominance. Historical records from various perspectives indicate that humanity once reigned over all. However, following the Great War among the races, humanity faced near extinction. Had it not been for the emergence of the mechanical faction, the human race would have vanished entirely. Once this matter was resolved, various documents accessible to the higher echelons were disseminated to the hands of numerous factions, allowing them to assess the situation. At this time, Huiguang University had already received a multitude of these revelations, as these individuals were the seedlings of the human race's various organizations. In the shop, a certain feline prince had been affectionately dubbed Little Black, aptly filling the void of the absent Lucky Cat, its golden irises contrasting against its ebony fur. After being struck by Su Chan's dual palms of rule, it now felt as though the world was spinning around it. What had it intended to do? To kill, but wait, why could it no longer fathom such thoughts? As a creature of intellect, it comprehended the concept of harm. Now, it must merge these notions. At this moment, the cat was utterly bewildered, experiencing an indescribable sensation. Thoughts were no longer tangible. It could sense something profound, yet nothing was there. Words had lost their intrinsic meaning, and it now found itself questioning their significance. All right, it was the prince of the Erebus Obsidian clan. For the moment, it would refrain from pondering the meaning of harm. It simply wished to return home. As for how to return, it must first leave the school and then find its way back outside. Had its thought process momentarily malfunctioned? What, then, did leave truly signify? Regardless, it seemed destined to remain here, within this school. Various organizations had already received the news, and a few audacious individuals were drawn by the scent. However, the divine beast of the Erebus Obsidian had not made its presence known. The official announcement indicated that the matter had been resolved. They were eager to witness how it had been addressed. What they observed was the others strolling nonchalantly within the shop, surveying the surroundings as if pondering something of great import. Surely it was safe? They needed to inquire, locating Luo Qingyu, who was engrossed in her phone at the cash register. Upon questioning, she assured them there was no cause for concern and no hostile actions would ensue. Upon hearing this, the group approached Little Black. Upon the arrival of several humans, it felt no inclination to cause harm. Everything was a jumble. As the humans drew nearer, their courage steadily grew. They reached out to touch the cat. Initially, all was well. They stroked its head and paws, but when they reached its belly, Little Black instinctively sought to protect itself, extending its claws in a defensive gesture. The individual stroking its belly was taken aback, yet their hand could not retract in time. And as they neared the claws, they found them to be harmless. Instead, the soft pads of its paws left them momentarily stunned. Wait, why didn't the cat extend its claws when it swatted at them? No, it had indeed done so, yet they had suffered no injury whatsoever. In that instant, realization dawned. It was the work of Chen, although the method remained a mystery. The individual, undeterred by the potential danger, scooped up the cat and held it close, treating Little Black as they pleased. Chen, passing by, felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that Little Black was quite well behaved. After a stern reprimand, it refrained from causing harm. Even now, though it squirmed, it exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Excellent. Yet, caution was warranted to avoid any mishaps, urging the students to exercise restraint. After all, this was a private, pampered cat, not a mere feline from a cat cafe. The officials procured the items retrieved from the ruins by Gu Jie and Zhou Jie, while also transporting the body of the attendant cat for further study. Within the realm of humanity, this affair had reached its conclusion. Yet, in the shadowy domain of the Erebus Obsidian Eye, the matter remained unresolved. The token of Dark Sun had shattered, confirming the demise of the individual in question, not merely a temporary loss of contact or a journey into another dimension, but actual death. The silver lining, however, was that Prince Yongyi had survived. Yet, it seemed the teleportation talisman must have been utilized, otherwise. How could Yongyi have escaped if Dark Sun had perished? The worst-case scenario would be capture by humanity. Yet, it was unlikely that they would allow Yongyi to perish, as he still held value for exchange. Chapter 79. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. Thus, the Erebus Obsidian Eye waited a full week, with not a single whisper of news. Prince Yongyi had vanished as if he had never existed. He had not perished, but he remained utterly untraceable. A week has passed. Either he has been captured by humans, or he has perished. Yet, he remains alive. And humans have yet to send any word. This left the king of the abyssal star of Erebus somewhat perplexed. During an early morning meeting, he could no longer contain his impatience and dispatched an envoy to inquire directly with the humans. The envoy departed with an air of bravado, only to return in a state of utter desolation. Within the grand hall, the emissary presented an array of documents exhibited by the humans. His gaze imbued with 3 parts indignation, 3 parts disappointment, and 4 parts bewilderment. It appeared that the Prince of Eternal Night had succumbed to human domination. He hesitated to use the term tamed, fearing the wrath of the king. Silence enveloped the chamber. Not just the light had vanished, but it felt as though sound itself had ceased to exist. Are you saying that my most proud child has been subjugated by humans? He could hardly bring himself to utter the word tamed. The very notion of his favored offspring being conquered by humans was too humiliating to bear. Surely, he had been imprisoned by them, and these documents must be forgeries. After all, humans are notoriously treacherous. No, one cannot rely solely on hearsay. Seeing is believing. He decided to send another envoy to ascertain the true circumstances of the prince. Despite their adversarial relationship with the humans, communication must persist. It cannot be severed entirely. After all, the various cat treats produced by humans are still quite delectable. The only cost incurred is merely an abundance of energy materials that are of no use. Such things are plentiful. Thus, he commanded that his brother, Dark Moon, serve as the envoy, emphasizing the necessity of uncovering the true situation regarding the humans. Upon receiving the directive, Dark Moon cast a final glance at a photograph of his brother before resolutely embarking on this mission. Despite the potential dangers and myriad challenges that lay ahead, he was determined to fulfill his brother's last wish, to bring back the Prince of Eternal Night. With that, he cast aside his sorrows and set forth. The authorities had no objections. They permitted entry without hesitation, employing legal means, though the envoy would be under constant surveillance. Dark Moon's flight took him directly to Glimmer City. Gazing upon this brand-new metropolis, he was taken aback. According to the records under their control, Glimmer City was classified as a small city. If a small city is of such magnitude, one can only imagine the enormity of a large city. Have humans grown this powerful? After enduring a prolonged conflict with the Celestial Beast Alliance, they remain unyielding, even having revived from the ashes years ago. Indeed, humans possess something remarkable. The mechanical beasts, creations of humanity, are truly terrifying. Having disembarked from the plane, it was already evening, and he was assigned accommodations at a hotel, with plans to meet the Prince of Eternal Night the following day. Within the official operations base of Master Su, several strategists deliberated over Dark Moon's itinerary for the next day. After all, that cat was not permitted to leave the campus. The constraints of their rules were binding. Should Dark Moon encounter Master Su, the situation would become untenable. They could not fathom why the higher-ups had permitted a cat's entry into their midst, complicating matters for them. At that moment, the leader entered the conference room, bearing freshly decrypted documents. No need for further contemplation. The higher-ups had already devised a plan, naming this operation Fox Borrowing Tiger's Might. As he spoke, he distributed the documents to the assembly. The undertaking would involve utilizing the creations of Master Su, masquerading as something grand, in order to astonish Dark Moon with a semblance of grandeur. The assembly began perusing the decrypted files, which included previous works by Master Su that had been transported over. The intent was to elicit exclamations of awe, prompting the realization that humanity had developed to such an extent. This would serve the purpose of the operation. The Abyssal Star of Erebus tribe did not maintain cordial relations with other divine beasts. Within the Celestial Beast Alliance, they were not regarded with trust. Thus, they were unconcerned about any potential leaks that might unite the various tribes and increase pressure on the humans. In fact, should this tribe become aware, they might even turn against them in battle, for they had little integrity. If humans can engage in treachery, must they not allow their beasts to do the same? Furthermore, they needed to communicate with Master Su. Otherwise, he might remain oblivious to the situation, discovering that he had been manipulated. This would not bode well. However, it was imperative not to disrupt Master Su's immersion in his work. They needed to devise a clumsy excuse that would still convey the intended message to the master. Otherwise, it would simply be deceitful. After some deliberation, they summoned the president of Glimmer University to make the necessary call. Just as he was about to head home, Chen received a phone call from the president. Given the late hour, it seemed something must be amiss. Without further thought, he answered, "Mr. Su, tomorrow a film crew will be visiting the school, and they may require access to your establishment. Would that be convenient? The shop would remain open, but there would be individuals filming. A film? This could serve as a promotional opportunity. What do I need to do? You need not do anything. Merely act as an ordinary person. We will notify you prior to filming. That has no trouble, but what about the fee? 10,000, just for tomorrow." Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. A pure profit of 10,000, along with the chance for promotion, was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. However, what did it mean to act as an ordinary person? He was an ordinary person, unremarkably so. No need for pretense. He would perform as himself. The next morning, he even styled his hair handsomely, awaiting the crew's arrival. Meanwhile, he struggled with the undeniably feeble little black, who had now come to accept his reality. Outside, two formidable beast tamers served as bodyguards, one in front and one behind, flanking a black cat. The bodyguards ensured safety while also serving a surveillance function. Upon entering the campus, Dark Moon immediately sensed something was amiss. The individuals in this school were anything but ordinary. As an envoy, he understood the expected level of beast taming prowess among university students. Even at the most prestigious institutions, the scope was limited. Yet, upon entering the school, he detected many individuals emanating the aura of beasts on the verge of comprehending their essence. When did such understanding become commonplace? Moreover, Glimmer University was merely a second-rate institution. How could there be displays of essence within a supermarket? Moreover, it is exceedingly sophisticated. No, it is somewhat sinister and exceedingly bizarre. It is as if humanity has evolved to a height beyond comprehension, where everyone seems to possess extraordinary prowess. This is undoubtedly not what the Divine Beast clan desires to witness. Clearly, the human race has relinquished its supremacy, yet now it seeks to tread upon the heads of all other races. Everyone believed humanity had faltered, leaving the myriad races weakened after the cataclysmic war. Yet, to their utter astonishment, it has barely been a moment, and humanity has soared once more. A back-and-forth oscillation. By the time they arrived at the supermarket entrance, the fluctuations had become profoundly evident. The Prince of Eternal Night is here. Initially, it was presumed that the prince was at least imprisoned. However, to its surprise, he was undergoing a baptism beneath the ethereal display. Although this place is merely a supermarket, unworthy of the prince's stature, the ambience of the display is indeed sufficient. It appears that the prince is not unable to return because he has been captured, but rather because he is indulging in the luxuries provided and has no desire to leave. Is this truly the child of the king, marked by such pride? How far he has fallen. At this moment, the principal also informed Chen about the arrival of the actors. He even added a patch, mentioning a miniature camera. The actors comprised 3 individuals and a cat. The script involved a divine beast cat tasked with escorting the wayward prince back. The accompanying personnel and the guards assigned for surveillance exhibited disdain. Just a trivial scene. This cat, akin to the little black one, would deliver a riveting performance. The little black one would merely need to react accordingly. The school believes in the little black one. Within less than a minute of being in the store, Chen encountered the trio and their feline companion. They were exceptionally professional actors, exuding an air of dignified composure typical of official attendants. Alongside the sharpness of the surveillance guards. TSK. It was evident that this was a grand production, with the acting skillfully executed. Meanwhile, he merely needed to pretend to be an ordinary person, serving as a mere backdrop. Upon entering the store, and you discovered that the students were all petting the cat. And it was none other than their Prince of Eternal Night. Strangely, the prince showed no signs of struggle. There was a subtle melancholy in his demeanor, as if he had grown indifferent to the world, resigned to his fate, and aware of his inability to escape. This sight tugged at an U.S. heart. The ones petting the cat were all members arranged by the officials, intended to humiliate the opposition thoroughly. It was a visual shock. Regardless of which divine beast clan it was, there was nothing of note. The very place they now occupied had once belonged to humanity. Since ancient times, it has always been ours. Just as Yu was about to rush forward, he was seized by the official attendants. Do not be hasty. Your prince is now called Little Black, having been tamed and turned into a domestic cat. A mere stroke means nothing. As a guardian, he was most unwilling to see the prince reduced to this state. While the official personnel controlled the cat, those petting the prince had already fled. Little Black would not harm anyone, but its kin would. Once the humans had vacated, the attendants released their hold, and you dashed straight to the dazed Prince Cat. Prince of Eternal Night, awaken, I have come to take you home. The accompanying personnel furrowed their brows, though imperceptibly. There are plenty of humans who have not returned to your territory. Now you know what it feels like. Chen at the cashier stood dumbfounded. A grand production, undoubtedly. The acting, the expressions, especially the actor playing the black cat, whose emotions so naturally conveyed the sentiment of encountering his prince, now transformed into an indescribable state. Such remarkable acting. Though merely a cat, its performance was extraordinary. It stirred Chen's innate theatrical instincts. Little Black's eyes were glazed, as if it were lost in thought. Home, what is that? Upon hearing this, and you grew furious. I am willing to exchange 10,000 two-legged sheep for the Prince of Eternal Night. The term two-legged sheep referred to humans. Although the official attendant was incensed, his professionalism remained intact. We have never restricted Little Black's comings and goings. Of course, if your side is willing to negotiate, we shall agree to return our compatriot. However, whether Little Black is willing to accompany you is entirely your concern. Such masterful dialogue. Were it not for the ongoing filming, he would have applauded. However, since he was merely a background figure, he maintained his role. Yet, the next statement from the official personnel fulfilled his desire for performance. However, matters concerning Little Black are not solely dictated by me. It is the decision of his owner, Boss Sue. As he spoke, he gestured subtly. At this moment, and you had lost all rationality. He no longer wished to ponder why the owner was a supermarket proprietor. He only sought to fulfill his mission and redeem the honor of the divine beasts. An official bodyguard approached Chen's side, assisting in the installation of a translator. Speak, human. What are your terms for the release of the Prince of Eternal Night? 10,000 is absolutely insufficient. I require this amount. As he spoke, 5 fingers appeared before the cat's face. 50,000. It's 50%. The audacity of demanding 50% left the official attendants dumbfounded. What a sky-high price. Your boldness is truly staggering. And you, somewhat regaining his composure, realized that 50% was no trivial sum. Though no specific number was mentioned, the implication was far more severe. I need to consult with the king. Go ahead. Inform your so-called king that the supermarket owner is willing to await his response. This statement nearly broke his resolve. It was difficult for either side to maintain composure. And you stepped outside and began utilizing a long-distance communication device to establish contact. After a brief report, he leaped back onto the cashier's counter. My king has acceded to your request. The Prince of Eternal Night no longer belongs to you. He then exited with a flourish. Chen, utterly perplexed, was unaware of the unfolding situation. He glanced at the official attendants, who appeared to be allowing him to express himself freely. Thus, he cleared his throat. This is how it should be. Allow me to impart a saying. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. And you, on the cashier counter, was panting heavily. Wait, what was that surge of energy? Is such power typical for humanity? Now, even a supermarket owner possesses such strength. What are the true geniuses? It was unfathomable. Humanity had become even more formidable than in ancient times. Yet, as an envoy, he could not afford to lose face. Grasping Little Black, whose soul seemed only half present, he moved toward the store's exit. Wait, why are we heading out? Were we not supposed to film inside the store? He cast a puzzled glance at the official personnel. The latter remained calm, signaling that all was well, and followed Yu out of the store. Chen, too, was disinclined to worry. Surely such a formidable production crew would not wrong him for a mere cat. Chapter 81. The Cat's Disastrous Loss. And you led Little Black all the way to the school gate. Once we exit the school, it will be fine, Prince. I will take you home. What is that? Regardless of what the prince said, he pushed him out of the school. However, it felt as if there was an obstruction, preventing any forward motion. He glanced ahead, yet saw nothing. The bodyguards and accompanying personnel merely observed the spectacle. The power of rules. Go ahead and push. If you can push it out, you are truly impressive. This time, he even dared to boast like some old man who swindles food and drink, claiming that if he could take Xiaohei away, he would consume 3 pounds of food. With the master present, it was still about the rules. Could this allow him to swindle food and drink? Impossible. After struggling for quite some time, he had yet to draw even a single hair of the prince outside the campus. It dawned on him, a barrier. It must be those damned humans who employed a barrier. You humans are indeed untrustworthy. You promised not to obstruct, yet you still set up a barrier? The accompanying personnel observed that the other party had lost some of their sanity. Just moments ago, he had also received news. Human powerhouses had utilized Beast Taming to transport 50% of the humans away. They had already reached the border, and he could no longer feign indifference. Emotion had taken the upper hand. However, years of professional ethics forbade him from cursing. He could only respond with sarcasm. Oh, how was I to know that a barrier would exhibit no energy fluctuations? I don't care. You all said you wouldn't obstruct. I'm not obstructing either. One person and one cat, staring each other down. The cat's reason returned somewhat, but without rationality, it was helpless. After pushing for so long, he was weary. Having exhausted all his means, he had achieved no success. He needed to calm down. Otherwise, he would never be able to take the prince away, even unto death. Though he had initially been rather mindless, directly assuming it was a barrier, he now realized something. As the other party had mentioned, barriers indeed exhibit energy fluctuations. Yet there were none present. Thus, it could not possibly be a barrier. But if it were not a barrier, how could a transparent wall have been erected? This required deep contemplation, yet he did not consider the aspect of rules. The royal guards primarily oversaw the nascent princes and princesses, and their own strength was not particularly high. If it were, they would have already become some sort of lord. I don't care about your affairs. Just show me the child. This is an era where might reigns supreme. Therefore, their levels were merely around 50 or 60. They had just reached the threshold of comprehending the complete essence of their abilities. It was still too early to grasp the rules. Moreover, they lacked a comprehensive educational system akin to that of humans. To put it plainly, their knowledge base might not even surpass that of a high school student. If he did not remain calm, he would merely exert brute force. But once he calmed down and began to think, he started to feel an unsettling fear. The power wielded by humans was truly terrifying, including that supermarket owner from earlier, who could be considered a member of the lower echelons of society, possessed such capability. This matter must be reported to the king. As for the prince, he truly had no solution. Following the accompanying personnel and security, he returned to the resting area. Again, he took out the long-distance communication device and began to discuss what to do with their king. Yet, the king of this tribe had also not considered the power of rules. If you saw something glowing and radiating heat by the roadside, you would likely assume it was a charcoal burner. You wouldn't begin to contemplate it from the perspective of controllable nuclear fission, as that would be unrealistic. It seemed this matter was left unresolved. The next morning, and you boarded a plane to the border and then returned to the tribe. The prince was not brought back, and they had also lost 50% of their 2-legged sheep within their territory. This was a significant loss. Sitting in the store, Chen watched as Xiaohei returned on his own. The tension in his heart dissipated. Indeed, the other party would not betray his own cat. Xiaohei obediently received a cat treat. Upon hearing the sound of the treat being torn open, Xiaohei's spirit returned to his body. He joyfully meowed, then allowed Chen to pet him. After feeding the cat, he finally noticed that the principal was standing at the door, smiling at him. "Principal, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I recalled something from the beginning. By the way, I came to ask if you need anything. The crew thinks you performed excellently, so they wish to present you with a gift." Chen glanced at his shop. Affordable rent, high foot traffic, minimal competition, a mix of cats and dogs, and the pleasure of chatting with others. His income was quite satisfactory. As an ordinary person, he was already very content. After all, his goal was to take it easy. And now he was doing quite well. Not to mention, he had surpassed many others. Yet he was merely an ordinary individual, unable even to become a beast tamer. Merely a high school graduate. To be honest, I don't really need anything. How about I just convey my gratitude to the crew? Upon hearing this, the principal's expression turned slightly grim. Your contributions are monumental. You directly brought back 50% of a divine beast tribe. It would be unreasonable not to give you something. You proposing a box of milk or a handful of trinkets seems rather paltry, don't you think? Moreover, current observations indicate that the master lacks for nothing. Nevertheless, this contribution is too significant. A token of appreciation is warranted. No. They insist on giving something. I noticed you enjoy painting. How about a set of paintbrushes? Su Chen blinked. He glanced at the usual paintbrushes, either standard 2B pencils used for answering questions or gel pens. None were specifically for painting. Retaining a commemorative paintbrush seemed like a good idea. No problem. Let us go with the paintbrushes. Please convey that to the principal. Once Su Chen entered the shop, Principal Hui Guang returned to his office. However, within the office, his status was relatively low. After reporting this matter, the seated official nodded. A set of paintbrushes would likely be something the master would cherish as a keepsake. However, they could not merely provide paintbrushes. Paintbrushes are simple, yet they must not be ordinary. This would test their capabilities. At this moment, someone nearby offered a suggestion. Leader, we could use the remaining world tree wood to craft them. Initially, they had contemplated forcibly assembling a high-level divine beast. However, with the awakening level skill book now at their disposal, that seemed unnecessary. The person addressed as leader nodded in affirmation. Master Su's contributions are countless. That piece of world tree wood is just sitting there, doing nothing. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, it serves little purpose. Yet, it is the perfect choice for a gift. Master Su's painting skills are formidable. They needed to consider various painting techniques. They planned to create a versatile brush. Otherwise, if the master had to repeatedly search for brushes while painting, it would be a failure. They applied to the highest leaders of the Human Federation for this matter. In less than 5 minutes, the approval came through. Approved. Chapter 82. You are not me. The upper-level order has been received, and there are no issues with the process. However, due to the manufacturing equipment and artisans, production cannot occur within Huiguang City. They could only produce it and then deliver it. They would commence manufacturing in the quickest manner possible. However, due to the difficulty of production, when it would be completed remained uncertain. The officials had scheduled the manufacturing timeline for 1 month. At least, the current plan was to finish within that month. As for whether the actual situation would be ahead of or behind schedule, that was beyond their control, as such matters rarely yield a specific time frame. With the world tree as a material, 1 month is considered a short period. Gathering the nation's finest craftsmen was solely to appease Master Su. After all, the accolades he bore were monumental. Thus, a week passed in harmonious tranquility. Su Chen had yet to receive a token of appreciation, but he remained unperturbed. In his previous life, such items often arrived belatedly, as preparation required time. Perhaps the film was still in production, leaving no opportunity to arrange for these mementos. A lack of souvenirs was inconsequential. After all, it would merely be a pen. His current shop was already thriving and stable. Moreover, due to the presence of Little Black, it seemed an endless stream of visitors came to play with the cats, causing Wang Kai to feel somewhat overshadowed. Yet, Wang Kai exhibited little sense of loss, spending his days leisurely wandering the school, drawing attention from all who crossed his path, as he was, after all, a pet with an owner. One day, while Su Chen was engrossed in his phone at the cash register, a somewhat familiar face entered the shop. The reason for the familiarity was that, had he retained his previous appearance, recognition would have been certain. However, the transformation was significant enough that he could only be deemed somewhat familiar. With an air of fatigue and dark circles beneath his eyes, a visage that could rival that of a panda, Ji Jiamu nearly startled Su Chen. Brother Ji, what has become of you? Ji Jiamu, bearing the weight of exhaustion, felt a twinge of grievance upon seeing Master Su. Master, you deceived me. Wood carving cannot possibly create beast armaments. He lamented, recounting the countless hours he had devoted, the wood he had carved, and the hair he had shed in the process, enough to craft a wig. Thankfully, there were now healing-related beast armaments, or he would have been left with a bald head. Despite the wood carvings he had produced being imbued with what Master Su referred to as soul, the essence of artistic conception, they had proven utterly ineffective. The carvings remained mere wood, incapable of transforming into beast armaments. He had delved into his research to a point where he nearly approached the so-called useful soul of wood carving, but always fell just short. Thus, he pushed himself to the brink, tirelessly working through the nights, driven by the ambition of becoming the world's foremost maker of beast armaments. How could he not feel exhilarated? Sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, consumed by the pursuit of that singular step. When he discovered that even achieving Master Su's concept of possessing soul did not equate to producing beast armaments, his expression was one of sheer incredulity. He would rather believe that the fault lay with himself than accept that the master had erred. After all, Master Su had no reason to deceive him, did he? Yet, after countless confirmations, he began to suspect that perhaps Master Su had indeed misled him. The concentration of artistic conception in his wood carving was remarkably high, sufficient to qualify as a display of aesthetic essence, comparable even to the beast armaments crafted by the master. In fact, owing to his meticulousness, the density of his artistic conception might have surpassed that of Su Chen's works. Master Su, you've deceived me. Wood carvings imbued with soul cannot become beast armaments. Chen observed Ji Jimu on the verge of tears, taken aback. He recalled how, when this individual first entered his shop, he expressed a desire to learn the crafting of beast armaments. Little did he expect that after such a length of time, the individual would still be diligently practicing. Allow me to see the beast armaments you have created. Upon hearing this, Ji Jimu promptly produced a variety of beast armaments he had crafted himself. As Chen surveyed the collection of wood carvings laid out before him, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of passion that could inspire such prolific creation. He examined each piece with utmost seriousness. While the essence felt unfulfilled, the creativity was commendable. Somewhere nearly there, yet still lacked the final touch. After a lengthy selection process, he finally identified a carving that resonated with him. However, these items still fell short of being classified as true beast armaments. Gazing at the carving that exuded a sense of completeness, he discerned an anomaly. This one possesses soul but lacks spirit, a mere dead soul. This pronouncement struck Ji Jimu like a bolt from the blue. He was bewildered as to what was missing. In my view, you have invested too much of your heart and soul into this piece, resulting in a lifeless creation devoid of vitality. Such works resemble factory outputs. Upon hearing Master Su's critique, Ji Jimu seemed to grasp something, though it appeared he was still somewhat perplexed. Master Su, I aspire to create as you do. I humbly request your guidance. Ji Jimu's head bowed low, but he caught a glimpse of Master Su shaking his head. You are not me. How can you replicate my work? Chen intended to convey that their artistic expressions would inherently differ, making identical replication impossible. However, to Ji Jimu, this statement resonated as despair. What do you mean, Master? You imply that I cannot create such beast armaments? Indeed, the heights achieved by the Master were not within the reach of an ordinary individual. Perhaps to Master Su, what seemed simple was, to Ji Jimu, an insurmountable challenge, beyond human capability. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, Master Su interjected, while you may not reach my level, you can carve your own path. In this age of advanced technology, why fixate solely on traditional wood carving? Ultimately, wood carving is but that. I sense you are striving for a particular goal. Technology? Traditional wood carving? Master Su's words resonated with him, especially the notion of forging his own path. Enlightenment dawned upon him. Master Su was suggesting the integration of technology to assist in crafting beast armaments. The ancient methods were arduous and often yielded lackluster results. I understand now. Master is illuminating a path for humanity. However, despite the guidance offered, Ji Jimu, as a leading researcher in beast armaments, found himself devoid of direction. Might you elucidate further? Master? Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you familiar with using machine tools? Can you not fabricate some components? Ji Jimu was taken aback by this revelation. Could this be the latest approach to beast armaments? As for spirit and soul, you often speak of soul, but when observing wood carvings, do you focus on the wood or the spirit? Achieve your purpose, and that is what truly matters. When I mention soul, it pertains to the pursuit of art. He had an epiphany. There was no time for rest. He dashed to his research lab to commence his studies. Chapter 83. At last, Su Master encounters something he cannot conquer in the early days. There were attempts to utilize mechanical beast systems as substitutes for beast armaments, but at that time, the technology was in its infancy. Cost and various factors rendered such endeavors unfeasible. Later, some considered pursuing this route, but the outcomes were subpar, strictly speaking. These were two distinct beasts. If the compatibility was not perfect, the results would be mediocre. To this day, research has been stalled due to cost concerns. High-tier and even top-tier beast systems, even when requiring weaponry, have exceedingly high standards. Current technology is utterly incapable of meeting these requirements. For mid-range and lower-tier systems, the cost poses a challenge, compounded by the issue of compatibility. The growth of lower-tier entities is remarkably swift. It is conceivable that within a few years, they may ascend to the intermediate tier. However, this necessitates a fresh period of adjustment. The intermediate stage is notoriously resource-intensive, a phase where one cannot easily ascend or descend. Moreover, this tier boasts the highest population density. Even the affluent would not engage in frivolous activities during this time. Such indulgence would be unwarranted. What Ji Jianshu must undertake is a subtle modification of his previous research direction. Tools are merely tools. Their efficacy is paramount. The technical challenges that hindered the production of traditional beast armaments can be resolved through technological innovation. While it may sound deceptively simple, it undoubtedly demands considerable effort. Once the customized research plan is finalized, Ji Jianshu intends to retire for the night, as he genuinely feels on the brink of exhaustion. As he embarks on his research, Chen also begins to contemplate. Indeed, he wonders why he had not previously considered utilizing machine tools to fabricate components. Such an approach would yield products that are not only sturdier, but also exude a metallic essence. He decides to create some minor components and assemble them into a functional entity. Taking out a sheet of paper, he commences to draft design schematics. The absence of a university education in this world does not negate the fact that he had attended one prior to his transmigration. He possesses considerable insight into modeling and design. While he may not rival the foremost masters of his former world, he certainly does not lack competence. Provided that the materials are of sufficient quality, he might just achieve remarkable results. The lack of Gundams in his previous world was not due to deficiencies in design or creativity, but rather a shortfall in materials. In this world, resources for beast summoning are abundant, thus material challenges should be surmountable. For several consecutive days, he dedicates himself to the task of drafting designs. Meanwhile, officials have dispatched a few students to observe Master Su's progress. They note that during his moments of respite, he consistently employs the pen gifted to him, which brings a sense of satisfaction to those involved with the initiative. They have indeed aided the master. His fondness for the pen indicates that their efforts have borne fruit. However, in terms of the master's accomplishments, this is but a mere fraction of what he has achieved. The master has salvaged millions of human lives without the expenditure of a single soldier. Were it not for his current seclusion, he would have long since graced the pages of history. After several days of meticulous drafting, he finally produces the perfect schematics that have taken shape in his mind. The collection of extensive blueprints depicts an assembly of beast armaments designed for highly intelligent, humanoid-like entities. He names it the Thousand Machine Umbrella. It is evident that prior to his transmigration, he must have been the subject of considerable admiration. Now, he finds himself indulging in this creative endeavor for sheer amusement. He retrieves Ji Jianshu's contact information from his phone. Do you have machine tools or similar equipment? At that moment, Ji Jianshu's phone blares an alarm akin to an air raid siren. Buzz. A message from Master Su. Startled, he instinctively feels a surge of irritation. However, recognizing that this alarm is set specifically for communications from Master Su, he suppresses his annoyance and hurriedly opens the message. Yes, Master Su. Do you wish to create a beast armament as well? I have designed an interesting creation and intend to fabricate it myself. Then you can come to the experimental building at the school. He responds with an acknowledgement emoji. Casting a glance at Yi Fan and the three girls he is supervising, he provides a brief explanation and then gathers his blueprints to head to the experimental building. Upon arrival, he encounters the familiar Ji Jianshu, who leads him to the experimental building, now equipped with the latest machine tool, a member of the foremost echelon of human machinery. Gazing at the machine, which differs slightly from his recollections, Su Chun begins to peruse the instruction manual. Contemporary machine tools, particularly those intended for civilian use, emphasize simplicity and intelligence. However, military or corporate-grade machines tend to be exceedingly intricate, as such complexity allows for greater freedom and precision. Su Chun does not consider himself a genius. The weighty manual overwhelms him, particularly the myriad perplexing parameters that induce a headache. Master Su, please proceed. I will step out for a moment. Wait, he calls out hurriedly. He realizes he is ill-equipped to operate the machine. He merely possesses a blueprint. I cannot use it. Ji Jianshu's eyes widen in disbelief. It appears that there are indeed facets of knowledge that Master Su does not command. He had assumed that Master Su was omniscient, only to discover that he lacks proficiency with machine tools. Su Chen presents the blueprint to Ji Jianshu. Could you assist me with this? Chapter 84. Even the mighty can falter. Me? It seems that Master Su is not merely unskilled. He is utterly inexperienced. Master Su has always placed immense value on his creations. This time, allowing another to undertake the fabrication rather than doing it himself underscores his complete unfamiliarity with machine tools. Had it been anyone else, Ji Jianshu might have found it acceptable. However, the individual before him is Master Su. At this moment, he realizes that Master Su is not a deity, but rather a human being. Perfection does not exist in this world, and Master Su is no exception. He is instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of honor. He has the opportunity to assist Master Su. This is a dream for many, who often demand too much but seldom express gratitude. Now, the time has finally come to repay humanity's kindness. Though he merely operates the machine tool, he is nonetheless aiding Master Su. It is but a small token of gratitude. Yet, the debt of gratitude remains insurmountable. Master Su shines as brilliantly as the sun. Given this, I shall humbly present my skills. However, Master, what material do you intend to use? After a moment's contemplation, Su Chun replied, ordinary steel will suffice. It is cost-effective, especially since this is merely the first generation, and I can make improvements later. It remains a prototype, and I wonder what the design Master Su has provided looks like. As I glance through the numerous pages, I am struck by the intricate lines and annotations, alongside the various requirements. The assembly details, joining methods, and precision specifications are exhaustively laid out. If this were a trivial project, Jijiashu would approach it with some gravity. But the pressure would not be so immense. Upon seeing such a dense compilation of information, one cannot help but be astonished. Did Master Su conceive all of this alone? Watching the other party receive his drawings, Jijiashu felt momentarily dazed and somewhat embarrassed. Compared to genuine artists, this is quite hasty. It's a bit rough. Please feel free to ask me anything you don't understand, he offered. The only response was Jijiashu's wide, unblinking eyes. Rough? He had never encountered true design masters who adhere to conventions. They produce a plethora of design sketches, chaotic and disorganized, understood by only a select few. Yet, this design in his hands, should it be handed to a civilian machine tool, could indeed be realized. Such as its remarkable detail. Setting up the program was not a challenge. It was a remarkably simple task, requiring only that each parameter be meticulously entered. The complexity lay in its tedium. At first glance, the precision and detail of the blueprint are staggering, and upon a second glance, one is astounded by the myriad of ingenious ideas. This resembles an umbrella. But it is far more than that. It is a confluence of various weapons, capable of transforming into a gun or a shield, an arsenal of cold weaponry, nearly omnipotent. Moreover, each weapon is distinct, adorned with intricate carvings. Truly formidable. If combined with some of the most advanced technologies available today, this creation would serve as the quintessential armament for a humanoid beast master. Simply substituting the steel would enhance its hardness and resilience to an unimaginable degree. The potential for combat strength is beyond comprehension. However, he dared not dwell too long on it, carefully inputting the data from the diagrams as various parameters, and then programming it. Chen sat nearby, observing as Jijiashu gradually pieced everything together. Initially, he envisioned not a high-tech machine tool, but rather an old-fashioned one. The satisfaction of crafting such a delicate flower by hand would be exhilarating. Alas, it was a modern machine, lacking a certain soul, do not ask. It is merely the old soul-devouring monster, which feasts upon souls. Once the program was set, the machine began to carve the components, including various polishing tasks. Jijiashu stood by, inspecting and slightly studying the blueprint. It was unclear whether the master had intentionally designed it this way, or if it was a mere oversight. There were certain aspects that could have incorporated additional functionalities, yet they were omitted. It seemed constrained by material and cost limitations, rendering the overall design more economical, universal, and suitable for mass production. If this were presented to the authorities, stop. This is the master's work. I must restrain my thoughts and words. He has already achieved significant accomplishments, and there is no need to discuss contributions further. After chatting with Master Su, Jijiashu awaited the completion of the components, ready to hand them over. After several hours, they finally arrived at the most exhilarating stage, assembly. Those familiar with model building understand the joy of assembly. At Su Chun's invitation, Jijiashu joined in, as the workload was considerable. Their eagerness for the final product could not be contained, even with both of them collaborating. It took a full 2 hours to complete the assembly. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Yet, neither felt the slightest fatigue. This was the 1000-mechanism umbrella. One was exhilarated by the creation, while the other was eager to see the results. Together, Su Chun and Jijiashu made their way to the playground to test the magnificent creation. Switching to the shield was seamless and fluid. Transforming into an umbrella posed no issues, and transforming into a gun was impressively formidable. However, in his eagerness, Su Chun carelessly touched the tip of the gun with his fingertip. When setting the initial precision, he had exaggerated the specifications. Thus, upon contact, his skin was immediately pierced. A drop of blood slid down from the gun's tip. Yet, Su Chun exhibited no reaction. Those familiar with blades understand that when a weapon is sharp enough, a mere brush against it elicits no immediate sensation, even as it breaks the skin. Such was the current situation. However, upon seeing the blood trickle down, he promptly withdrew his finger and placed it in his mouth. For an ordinary person, that single drop of blood would be inconsequential. Yet, Su Chun's blood possessed an extraordinary essence. Its terrifying aura sent shivers through the faculty and students alike. The entire city's authorities were on high alert. Even on the other side of the world, beasts sensitive to such blood energy could sense its overwhelming presence, something unattainable by mere mortals or beasts. Numerous divine beast tribes regarded the human realm with complex expressions, while many kings, emperors, and sovereigns were left in contemplation. At the center of this blood energy stood the 1000-mechanism umbrella, which leveraged this power to achieve a remarkable ascendance. Currently, the 1000-mechanism umbrella is still composed of ordinary steel, yet it could effortlessly pierce through even the finest materials. The blood energy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. having been absorbed entirely by the umbrella. Ji Jiashu stood astounded nearby. To nourish a weapon with blood, how sinister. No, technically speaking, it is indeed quite malevolent. Yet, the individual before him embodies principle itself. Thus, it cannot be deemed evil. Nonetheless, he could not fathom why such a terrifying energy, capable of launching a pig into the air, was bestowed upon a mere 1,000-mechanism umbrella composed of ordinary steel. Is this really necessary, Master Su? Chen shot a glance at the other. After all, I did bleed a bit. What's wrong with holding it in my mouth? There's nothing to be concerned about. A drop of blood is still a wound. Chapter 85. Basic Operations Do Not 6. A drop of blood is still a wound. Ji Jiashu pondered for quite some time. A drop of blood could barely be considered a wound, yet to claim that it inflicted severe damage to himself would surely be an exaggeration. What was truly alarming was that a single drop of Su Chen's blood radiated such an overwhelming energy. The question lingering in the minds of the officials resurfaced in his thoughts. Is Master Su even human? Are we sure he is not some humanoid divine beast? While the notion of him being a humanoid divine beast was somewhat more palatable, all evidence indicated that Su Chen was indeed human. DNA tests on his hair confirmed that Master Su was a being of exceedingly pure human lineage. He refrained from speaking, lost in thought until he realized his phone was incessantly vibrating. The authorities were frantically sending him messages. Due to his proximity to Master Su, it was evident that something significant had transpired. They were eager to uncover the nature of the event that had unfolded. Such terror. From whence did this sanguine energy emanate? Upon receiving a plethora of messages on his phone, he disseminated them widely. Master's base operation, do not interfere. Had it been solely this phrase, he would undoubtedly have found himself enveloped in a warm embrace from the community that very night, akin to the treatment bestowed upon Yifan. However, his subsequent elaboration on the matter eliminated any possibility of such a fate. The master utilized a blood sacrifice item, shedding a single drop of blood. Hence the current situation arose. To offer a blood sacrifice to certain entities, does that not denote malevolence? Is the master malevolent? It appears he utilized his own blood rather than that of another. He has committed no act of murder. How then could it be categorized as evil? Certainly, it cannot be. Yet, the mere act of shedding a drop of blood eliciting such a terrifying reaction is indeed alarming. The reactions of others would surely be one of shock. Yet, in the case of Master Su, it was somewhat less startling. They had become somewhat desensitized. Having endured numerous experiences, they had matured considerably. They were no longer the novice who was perpetually astonished. Now, they were merely startled rookies. However, someone had extracted a crucial element from the information. The master had bled? Master Su had broken through his defenses? Was he not invulnerable? How could he bleed now? Even if it was but a single drop? What kind of weapon could breach Master Su's defenses? Surely, it must be some extraordinary artifact capable of such a feat. Before long, Ji Jiashu dispatched a detailed account to various organizations. Upon their perusal, they were taken aback to discover that the item which had breached the Master's defenses was fashioned from a machine tool or ordinary steel. They were momentarily stunned. This cannot be right. The material should either be on par with the world tree or not merely common steel. Ordinary steel, and Master Su was injured? Was this even a plausible scenario? Just as many were pondering the situation, Ji Jiashu articulated in his message, the master likely chose to forego his defenses intentionally. His calm demeanor suggests a calculated decision. The purpose, it seems, was to utilize the blood sacrifice item. This revelation instantly clarified matters for numerous organizations. It turned out the master had acted with intent. Indeed, under normal circumstances, there should theoretically be no object capable of breaching Master Su's defenses, at least within their models. Few items could inflict harm upon the master unless the opponent willingly permitted it. Su Chen, having concluded his experimentation with the 1,000-machine umbrella, noticed Ji Jiashu responding to messages and decided to return home. The 1,000-machine umbrella was not particularly convenient to bring back, so he opted to leave it in the shop's lounge. By this time, Yifan had already extinguished the lights and locked the shop. When Yifan arrived at the lounge the following day, he was taken aback by the suppressed blood energy and menacing aura emanating from the 1,000-machine umbrella. His mind momentarily blanked. Although he was an official personnel, he was classified as semi-affiliated. The authorities had extended an invitation for him to join their ranks, contingent upon his collaboration in developing various opportunities from Yifan's memories, with him providing resources. This arrangement would afford him security in the early stages, but success in the latter stages was not guaranteed. In simpler terms, he desired to monopolize the benefits. Since he was unwilling to communicate, the authorities had ceased their engagement. The matters concerning Master Su alone would occupy them for a considerable time, rendering his contributions merely supplementary. He had little interest in other organizations. Consequently, his current status was modest, and his intelligence-gathering capabilities were lacking. He had sensed the terrifying blood aura the previous day, but he surmised it was the result of the boss's actions. However, upon encountering the thousand-machine umbrella today, he found himself perplexed. Was this not the manifestation of the boss's explosive blood energy? It now appeared that it might have been triggered by the umbrella itself. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen approached him. "Hey, have you become mesmerized by my thousand-machine umbrella? Impressive, isn't it? Would you care to give it a try?" Yi Fan was at a loss for words. Judging by the height of the umbrella, it appeared to be intended for human use, yet the menacing aura surrounding it seemed beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. If he were to wield it even briefly, he feared the overwhelming energy might cloud his mind and render him foolish. "Perhaps it's best if I simply observe, boss. This apparatus seems rather perilous." Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite dangerous. I was pricked once, and it merely drew a drop of blood." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan began to comprehend the situation. The blood energy emanating from the thousand-machine umbrella was likely of the same essence as the boss's, suggesting it was indeed the result of a blood sacrifice. Thus, the events of the previous day had transpired. Although the material of the umbrella remained indiscernible, that was now evidently inconsequential. With such blood energy as its foundation, what could withstand its might, and what attacks could it not defend against? Not long after opening the shop, Ji Jiashu, commissioned by various factions, aimed to conduct a thorough investigation of Master Su's weapon. However, before proceeding, he needed to secure the Master's consent. Ji Jiashu sought out a moment when Su Chen was unoccupied. "Master, I have yet to examine the thousand-machine umbrella in detail. Would it be possible for me to do so?" He was prepared for a refusal. However, Master Su appeared unconcerned. "Go ahead. The components were crafted by you, but do exercise caution. Do not injure yourself." All right then. Under Su Chen's guidance, Ji Jiashu entered the lounge. Gazing at the now subdued thousand-machine umbrella, he swallowed hard. Any beast-controlling armament would seem like mere tatters in its presence. Having devoted his life to the study of beast-controlling armaments, his admiration for weaponry was profound. Before him lay what could be deemed the foremost weapon in the world. No one could contest this claim, even if its composition was merely that of ordinary human steel. Since the master had granted him permission to examine it closely, he felt no need for politeness. He retrieved various compact instruments from his pocket to continuously observe the terrifying energy within. The findings were astonishing. A thin energy membrane exhibited an intensity that was off the charts. Moreover, the ordinary steel seemed to possess subtle variations, though current technological understanding was insufficient to discern the nature of these changes. Chapter 86. The Arrival of the Divine Beasts. Once the data measurements of the thousand-machine umbrella were completed, the title of the world's foremost weapon was successfully transferred. Although the previous identity of the top weapon or beast-controlling armament remained unknown, that was of little consequence. At this moment, Ji Jiashu was willing to wager his life that the thousand-machine umbrella was indeed the supreme weapon. It was terrifying. The alarming data was not confined to mere numbers. If paired with a skilled user of the thousand-machine umbrella or a humanoid beast, the umbrella's data would manifest as formidable combat prowess. It was unfathomable to consider the kind of power Master Su would wield with the thousand-machine umbrella. Which was stronger, the umbrella or Master Su? Or perhaps both were equally powerful. No, the umbrella's current might stem from the essence of Master Su's single drop of blood. The true strength belonged to the Master of the Blood. A single drop of blood had precipitated an unprecedented elevation to the title of the world's foremost weapon. Master Su was indeed the true master. Upon receiving the data transmitted by Ji Jiashu, various parties conducted a comparative analysis within their respective databases. No weapon could achieve such extraordinary effects, nor could any material reach this level of excellence. Even the design blueprints, remaining solely on paper, would never exaggerate their data to such an extent. Humanity, bolstered by Master Su, stood impervious to defeat. As the data was freshly entered into the database, news arrived from the border. Powerful beings from various divine beast clans had gathered, their intentions unclear, congregating at the border gate. Human soldiers, summon your commanders from the interior. You possess no authority to decide here. At that moment, the border was charged with an atmosphere of impending conflict. High-ranking divine beasts, seldom seen, were clustered together. Despite the soldiers at the border having undergone pressure training, the disparity between their levels of power was insurmountable. Nevertheless, each soldier resolutely maintained their post without yielding. They understood that even the divine beasts would not dare to act recklessly, at most resorting to intimidation. After a brief wait of several minutes, a holographic image of an official leader from the interior materialized at the border. What is your purpose here? Are you intending to launch an assault on humanity? I assure you, we harbor no fear. The divine beasts exchanged glances. The atmosphere indeed suggested a confrontation, yet they were not here to wage war. One by one, they retracted their oppressive auras. It was not the time for conflict. The war among the myriad races had only recently concluded, and any new hostilities would be intolerable for any clan. Even if a battle were to ensue, it would require a period of recuperation first. They held little faith that humanity could advance significantly over a few decades. We have merely come to inquire about the terrifying fluctuations in vitality we detected within human territory yesterday. What could it possibly be? Upon hearing this, the human official furrowed his brow. Could they have discovered Master Su? No, the information regarding Master Su was classified at the highest level. Unless a large organization had betrayed their trust, the outside world would remain oblivious to such knowledge. Moreover, only an entire organization could betray such secrets. Individual members had access to extremely limited information, and those at the top had no incentive to betray. The numerous divine beasts, noticing the human official's silence, concluded that a secret was indeed at play. In their minds, such fluctuations could only indicate either an extraordinary treasure or a peerless powerhouse. It was highly improbable that humanity possessed such a formidable being, given their historical tendencies. If such a person were leading, they would have already launched an attack. Thus, the likelihood of humanity harboring a peerless powerhouse was minimal. This left only one possibility, an extraordinary treasure. Despite being within human territory, the powerful fluctuations were undeniably tempting. They resolved to collectively exert pressure on humanity, hoping to glean some opportunity. Human champions, you might as well confess the existence of this extraordinary treasure. One of the beasts declared. Caught off guard by this statement, the leader pondered how this information had leaked. What extraordinary treasure? He was entirely unaware. Oh, a drop of blood from Master Su had been mistakenly interpreted as the essence of an extraordinary treasure's aura. Realizing the divine beast's intentions, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that the news regarding Master Su had not been exposed. Furthermore, he conceived a bold idea. It is impossible for such a treasure to reside within human territory. It belongs to humanity. Unless, of course, you are willing to pay an entrance fee. The divine beasts, taken aback, wondered when humans had become so accommodating. A sense of conspiracy loomed. Could it be that the treasure had already been secured by humanity? The human leader contemplated the situation. If that drop of blood were indeed considered an extraordinary treasure, it was currently on the Qianji umbrella. This implied it had not been officially claimed by the authorities. In a sense, it remained unclaimed. Very well, how much shall we pay as an entrance fee? Despite sensing a trap, greed triumphed over rationality. Acquiring such a treasure could elevate their entire clan. Seeing the beast inquire about the entrance fee, other divine beasts quickly followed suit, all eager to know the cost. They were all acquaintances, and the previous arrangement still stood. Only those below level 60 could enter, with the understanding that any casualties were not to be blamed on humanity, and adherence to human regulations was mandatory. As for the entrance fee, individual discussions would ensue. Races adhering to the human protection regulations would receive discounts. This treaty, established after the war among the myriad races, was created during a time when humanity was scattered and unable to bring all their kin home. Thus, the treaty was enacted, stipulating conditions such as an 8-hour workday with compensation and housing standards. In light of humanity's status as the sole victorious nation, many races chose to uphold this treaty. Whenever a situation arose requiring human assistance, the Human Protection Agreement served as a proverbial key. Most of the clans present abided by this treaty, making the discount equivalent to a significant concession for all. Both parties believed they were getting the better end of the deal. The divine beasts felt that their unity and pressure on humanity had compelled them to accept such a humiliating agreement. Humanity, however, remained indifferent. The number of divine beasts visiting was not of great concern. Their presence was merely a matter of degree. Moreover, once they entered, it would not be for them to call the shots. Ultimately, humanity would dictate the terms, all while collecting a tidy sum. Grateful to Master Su, they planned to select some fine items to present to him. Mere gratitude without substance would be insufficient. Chapter 87. A few new rules for the city. The previous encounter with the Dark Moon Envoy was a bilateral exchange between two races, which warranted a degree of cordiality. However, this time, such courtesy was unnecessary. They had come to seek treasures, thus good manners were not required. Having merely paid an entrance fee, they owed no further costs. It would be wiser to contemplate how to manage the resources acquired through this endeavor. Furthermore, this matter was connected to Master Su. It was his presence that had made this resource possible, and they owed him a proper expression of gratitude. The official personnel selected a particularly rare material and fashioned it into a carving knife, intending to present it to Master Su. They arranged for it to be delivered to Huiguang City overnight. The task of ensuring it reached Master Su was entrusted to Ji Jiaxu. The following day, he seized an opportunity to approach Su Chun in the shop. Master Su, I am immensely grateful for your demonstration of the Qianji umbrella last time. It truly satisfied my curiosity. This is a gift for you. The official, lacking the face to admit that they had leveraged the commotion caused by Master Su to acquire resources from the myriad races, resorted to this excuse. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, it was nothing, merely a glance." Upon speaking, he intended to be courteous. Yet the sight of the object in the other party's hand stirred something within him. A carving knife. A seemingly exquisite carving knife. To be candid, he experienced an instant infatuation upon laying eyes on it. Having engaged in wood carving for quite some time, he had utilized numerous carving knives. However, they were all commercial-grade tools, designed to cater to the masses. The knife before him appeared to be a bespoke creation, tailored to his very desires. He pondered the tactile sensation it would provide during use. However, glancing at his Qianji umbrella, he felt hesitant to accept such a valuable gift, feeling a twinge of guilt. It was evident that this item was costly, and he was reluctant to express his desire to purchase it, fearing it would diminish the warmth of human connection. Noticing Master Su's expression contorting in discomfort, his brows furrowed tightly, he questioned, "Do you not favor this carving knife?" On the contrary, the master replied earnestly, "I find it exceedingly delightful." "Then, what seems to be the matter?" "I merely feel it is too extravagant to accept." "Ah, I see." Master Su, aware that he received no reward without merit, remained oblivious to the significant aid he had provided to the authorities and the subsequent gratitude owed to him. Regrettably, discussing matters of deception and exploitation regarding divine beasts and their resources seemed inappropriate. Su Chun, wishing to alleviate the awkwardness, declared, "I shall accept this item, and consider it a favor owed to you." He took the carving knife and examined it closely. "No issues here. By the way, Master Su, this tool is capable of transformation, and here is the manual." Upon glancing at the manual, he noted its remarkable similarity to his own paintbrush. It could be deemed a versatile instrument, boasting impressive functionality, and most importantly, it required no charging, allowing for continuous use. Theoretically, while the energy would eventually deplete, it would take eons to do so. Seeing that Master Su was pleased with the carving knife allowed him to breathe easier. After bidding farewell to Ji Jiashu, Su Chen began to experiment with the new carving knife near the cash register. Meanwhile, Wang Kai, who had been napping nearby, suddenly jolted awake. "What on earth?" "It seems I can sense the fluctuations of numerous divine beasts, as if they are hovering in the sky." He dashed outside to the open expanse of the playground and looked upward. At that moment, the skies above Huiguang City were filled with a multitude of level 60 divine beasts, soaring through the air. Some flew independently, while others rode upon the backs of flying beasts. Yet, within their minds, they were all grappling with a singular question. Is this truly a secondary city for humans? Many perceptive beasts had pinpointed the source of the earlier energy fluctuations, determining their location was indeed Huiguang City. Similar to the Dark Moon, they had gathered extensive intelligence prior to their arrival, aware that Huiguang was a small, secondary-tier city. On their journey, they had passed through numerous towns. The humans had not provided any means of transportation, forcing them to traverse on foot. Thus, when evaluating Huiguang in comparison, it appeared to transcend the bounds of a secondary city, at least a first-tier metropolis. Clearly, their understanding of human territories was woefully inadequate. As they neared the city, their altitude gradually decreased until they reached the ground. Although most of the dissipated energy had been absorbed by the Qianji umbrella, leaving only faint fluctuations, those with keen sensitivity could still detect a trace of sanguine energy permeating the air. What kind of extraordinary treasures could emit such a presence? The trail of clues grew faint here. They could only ascertain that the energy emanated from within Huiguang City, yet its precise location remained elusive. Surely, humans would not stoop to the level of deception, claiming no collection while charging an entrance fee, for this fee was not insignificant. And there was a stipulated duration of stay, no more than half a month. Too dark, far too dark. Yet now, humans were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Otherwise, entry would be denied, and even if they managed to enter, it would lead only to peril. Fortunately, humans had not dispatched guards to monitor them. As long as they remained discreet, all would be well. Once prepared, they donned their beast language translators and planned to venture into the streets to gather information. Given the tumultuous commotion, the locals must have some inkling of what transpired. Various races dispersed and began to operate independently. At that moment, numerous citizens received a unified message from the authorities on their phones. Divine beasts may legally enter Huiguang. Citizens are advised to remain calm. Should the visitors display inappropriate behavior, please contact the authorities. If they pose a question, feel free to charge a consultation fee. In the mayor's office, He Chen gazed at the announcement with satisfaction. Such fortuitous events had finally befallen their city, all thanks to the master. Still, he felt a twinge of unease, prompting municipal personnel to distribute extensive informational materials to the citizens. Many resembled rules that were somewhat counterintuitive, such as, the cat variety is a rare industrial material for beast tamers. Do not disclose it as a cheap item. Do not reveal that the standards for beast food differ from those for human food. Only after ensuring the distribution of this peculiar information did he feel reassured. He wondered how much valuable resources these extravagant divine beast races could bring to Huiguang City. Other cities had previously engaged in such practices, resulting in substantial profits, with the authorities collecting only a modest tax on unexpected gains. Many had managed to become millionaires or even billionaires through such schemes. Chen also received this message on his phone. Upon reading the governmental notification, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the nature of the world's governance. Would a normal government openly announce its intention to exploit divine beasts? However, he assumed the likelihood of a significant influx of divine beasts was quite slim. Perhaps only a few would arrive, and he lacked the fortune to encounter them. It was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket with no hope of winning. Chapter 88. Wang Kai challenges the Golden Retriever. Chen felt resigned to his fate, unwilling to struggle further. Such fortunate occurrences seemed destined to elude him. As he was not even a beast tamer, how could he consider engaging in deception against them? He decided to simply relax in his little shop, waiting for any divine beasts that might appear. After all, as the saying goes, it was better to buy a lottery ticket. Wang Kai stood on the playground, observing as numerous divine beasts descended from the sky. These creatures displayed no attempt to conceal their presence, as if proclaiming their arrival. However, their levels were average, even lower than his own. Just as he contemplated where to roam or whom to play with, he suddenly caught a whiff of a similar scent. Moreover, it bore a noble bloodline and moved with remarkable speed, heading straight for the playground. A large golden retriever appeared on the field. Although Wang Kai possessed high intelligence, his limited knowledge prevented him from identifying this breed. The golden retriever exhibited no restraint, its divine beast aura exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure throughout the campus. Despite his lack of knowledge, Wang Kai's genetic memory was rich, leading him to deduce that this divine beast must be the legendary golden retriever. Only hearing its name, one remains oblivious to its essence. It has merely gleaned the name of this divine beast and the ominous reputation that precedes it. However, that was in the past. Perhaps the present holds a different narrative. The golden retriever did not concern itself with the happenings on the playground. Instead, it was preoccupied with sniffing the air, seemingly in pursuit of something. Even the golden retriever could not discern the precise location of the blood drop, wandering aimlessly. Its arrival at the playground was purely serendipitous, fueled by instinct. Yet, something felt amiss. The fluctuations were unmistakably emanating from Huiguang City, yet there was not a hint of disturbance. The golden retriever searched diligently, but not a single trace was uncovered. As a beast that resembled a dog, its sense of smell remained remarkably acute, unmatched even among its divine counterparts. However, it found nothing, suggesting that if others were to search in a similar manner, their fortunes would not differ. At this moment, Wang Kai remained entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Observing the large golden retriever as it appeared to be searching for something, he approached and inquired, "Golden retriever, what are you looking for?" Upon hearing the bark and the reference to itself as the golden retriever, the hound bristled in irritation. "You are the golden retriever. Your entire family is golden retrievers. It's golden hound, all right?" Its indignation was understandable. Being a divine beast, the term golden retriever felt diminutive, akin to being relegated to the status of a mere pet. All right, golden hound, what are you searching for?" The sight of the mutt before it rendered the hound somewhat disinterested. Were it not for the restrictions within human territory against indiscriminate killing, it would have swiftly dealt a blow to the mutt, bringing it to its knees in supplication. Frustration loomed, unable to find any fortune. It was further vexed by the presence of both the human beasts and their masters. "Go away, I am in pursuit of treasures, celestial materials, and earthly treasures. You wouldn't understand, you foolish dog. Celestial materials and earthly treasures?" In Wang Kai's eyes, these were exceedingly rare items. Being aware of their value, he exclaimed, "Oh, you are in search of treasures. I know where they are." The golden hound couldn't help but chuckle. "You, a mere mutt, possess knowledge of celestial materials and earthly treasures? Do you even comprehend the term? You dare boast about knowing where they are? Pray tell, what characteristics do these treasures have? Are they not simply items imbued with immense energy fluctuations, containing profound essences? Was it possible that this mutt genuinely possessed knowledge of such treasures? Even without uncovering the item that had sparked the surge of vitality, they had ventured inside. It was only reasonable to recoup their losses. Moreover, without any leads, it was sensible to inquire among the humans. Surely, upon hearing the name of a divine beast, they would be forthcoming with information. Then leave me to see what treasures you have. Wang Kai had found a companion to play with, the large golden retriever, and together they dashed to the shop. Su Cheng, witnessing Wang Kai's return with a large golden retriever, paid little mind. It was likely just a familiar beast belonging to a classmate. As long as the two dogs did not engage in a violent scuffle, there was no cause for concern. Wang Kai had a stable temperament, and the large retriever seemed equally placid. In summary, it was best not to intervene. They arrived at the toy chest, where the toys were all crafted by Su Cheng. At this moment, the hound began to feel a sense of confusion. What on earth were these items? In a second-rate city, at a second-rate university's supermarket. Could such things truly exist? Additionally, the speed of this dog had just alerted it to something awry. A slight probe revealed a level exceeding 60, nearing 70. Was this a mere decorative mutt? Wasn't this supposed to be a breed with a base racial talent of 1, with an average aptitude of merely 10? It was essential to understand that for beasts to elevate their levels was not as simple as slaying monsters. It required extended training and cultivation. If one were to draw a comparison, it was less akin to a game and more like the pursuit of immortality. Observing its relatively young age, it was evident that this dog was younger than itself. Yet here it was, already surpassing level 60. What had it been consuming to grow so rapidly? Did it treat elixirs as its daily sustenance? Otherwise, it was inconceivable how a mutt could be nurtured to such a level. Before it could ponder further, Wang Kai had already scattered the toys across the floor. Look, these are all treasures. Initially, the hound had intended to mock, but upon seeing the toys, it found itself unable to do so. The divine beast armaments, which humanity claimed had been lost to time, were present in abundance. Not just one or two, but an entire box. While some items could hardly be classified as weapons, the methods of their creation were undeniably those of divine beast armaments. To assert that these items did not belong to the category of divine beast armaments would be somewhat unreasonable, yet, to claim them as such also lacked justification. The hound preferred to label them as divine beast toys, highlighting their extravagance. Many beasts remained oblivious to the existence of divine beast armaments, while others had already taken to playing with them as toys. The disparity among beasts was even greater than that among humans, at least in human society. There were no long hours of labor, perhaps some were impoverished, but social welfare ensured a basic standard of living. However, among beasts, the law of the jungle prevailed, might dictated right. Gazing at the multitude of divine beast armaments and toys, a flicker of greed ignited within it. Would you be willing to part with one of those treasures for me? No, Wang Kai replied. These were all crafted by my master. It wouldn't be right to just give them away. I haven't even had my fill of them yet. The golden hound, undeterred, regarded the mutt with ease. As long as it exuded its divine beast aura, would this mutt dare to utter a word of dissent? In an instant, all the pressure converged upon Wang Kai. Are you certain, little mutt? Wang Kai sensed a malicious intent reminiscent of what it had felt from the little black creature before. Is this an attempt at robbery? It couldn't help but scoff. What do you intend to do, golden hound? The mention of golden infuriated the hound. However, it refrained from acting rashly, for they were still within human territory. If the other party were to strike first, that would be a different matter. Thus, it continually provoked Wang Kai, who, unfazed, stepped outside the shop and invited the golden hound to engage in some practice. Chapter 89. Wang Kai's marvelous appetite despite any displeasure. Wang Kai had no intention of settling matters within the shop. It seemed that, while they were both companions, Yi Fan was vastly different from this creature. Yi Fan always held back, even when appearing fierce. It had never caused Wang Kai any harm. That was the true essence of companionship. As for whether Yi Fan could ever inflict injury upon him, it seemed implausible. After all, even Zhao Yuyu and the others could breach his defenses. Surely, it could not be that this large fellow was weaker than 3 young ladies. Thus, it was evident that it was merely allowing itself to be bested, putting on a facade of ferocity. Having achieved its objective, it trailed behind Wang Kai, eager to see where they would train. As long as the other party initiated the confrontation, it would be justified in claiming self-defense. Years had passed since the establishment of the Human Federation, and though much of that time had been spent in isolation, preventing information from leaking out, there are no absolute secrets in the world. From previous dealings with humans, it had gleaned insights and formulated various rules. A key tenet among them was that one could not strike first within human territory. Otherwise, accountability must be pursued. Your actions at that moment may be of little consequence, yet the aftermath will undoubtedly lead to your demise. However, should the adversary strike first, you are entitled to retaliate, a principle known as justifiable self-defense. The hound, with its diminutive intellect, may not grasp the full implications of this rule, yet it has retained the essential understanding that one must not initiate aggression. Presently, the splendid opportunity to acquire the Beast Taming toy lies before it, and it can hardly be bothered to contemplate the supermarket's artistic display. It is even less inclined to ponder the source of Wang Kai's audacity. Its sole conviction is that the advantage rests with it, and victory is assured. Wan Kai did not merely seek an empty space to commence a duel. It had arrived at the school's battle arena, a common feature of every institution which the hound recognized. This setting perfectly aligned with its intentions. With surveillance and a notary present, it could easily demonstrate that it did not strike first. Rather, it was the mutt before it that initiated the conflict. Nearby students gathered to witness the arrival of the hound, captivated by the prospect of a wild divine beast. Should this creature pose a few inquiries or procure some beast taming resources, it would undoubtedly be an amusing scenario. Most freshmen, while indifferent to the resources at stake, would relish the achievement of outsmarting a divine beast, even if they were to ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Recounting the tale of having bested a divine being for its resources would be a cherished anecdote. There is always an opportunity for boasting. However, with Master Su's dog in the fray, the spectators, despite their eagerness to engage, maintained a modicum of rationality and merely observed. One might wonder how Wan Kai and the hound ended up together, a dog and a hound, making their way to the notary's office, where the hound utilized a beast language translator to explain the situation to the staff. Upon grasping the gist of the matter, the notary was left with a lingering doubt. Did this golden retriever truly understand the concept of justifiable self-defense? Are you certain this is not an act of provocation? It appeared that upon coveting another's treasure and being rebuffed, the hound resorted to intimidation, and when that failed, it sought recourse here. To any observer, this seemed more akin to a nefarious scheme than a lawful endeavor. Had the hound's opponent not been Master Su's canine companion, they would have halted the match and dismissed the golden retriever. Despite the divine beast being capped at level 60 in practical combat, it was not something a standard 6th-tier beastmaster could contend with. Thus, they chose silence, prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Victory for Wan Kai was all but assured, and judging by its demeanor, it would find little satisfaction unless it thoroughly trounced its opponent. Why not go with the flow and enjoy the show? As the dog and hound ascended the arena, the referee performed the necessary formalities and declared the match underway. Both remained motionless, confident in their prowess. Onlookers speculated on the unusual standoff, unaware that this was a display of overconfidence. The hound, exuding an oily demeanor, taunted, "Shall I strike? I fear that if I do, you may lose your chance to retaliate." Upon hearing this, Wan Kai found itself unexpectedly unperturbed. Who would engage in a contest with a fool, after all? All swords returned to the source. In the air, ethereal sword-shaped apparitions materialized. 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, even 10,000 swords. The onlooking students stood agape. Goodness, is this truly Wan Kai's strength? I dare not approach it now. Curiously, why was the opponent keeping its eyes closed? Perhaps it was an attempt at bravado. Observing the lack of aggression from the adversary, Wan Kai chuckled softly. How intriguing, you dare not advance. After closing its eyes for too long, resembling a dimwit, it finally opened a slit to peer through. A multitude of energy swords filled the space, each exhibiting distinct attributes: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and various shades of brightness. 10,000 swords, none alike. Am I dreaming? Why does this dream feel so vivid, though speculative? An instinct warned Wan Kai that should these swords descend upon it, death would surely follow. Yet, under the weight of such pressure, it found itself paralyzed, unable to devise a course of action. The audience merely heard the translator sputter a series of incoherent sounds before the onslaught of swords pierced through. Each sword bore the essence of the golden retriever, or rather, each sword was a manifestation of the golden retriever. In the realm beyond, within the territory of the Hound clan, the soul tokens shattered, signifying the loss of their opportunity to seize treasures within human territory. The students at the school were left speechless, jaws agape. Is Master Su's Wan Kai truly this formidable? Is this the same creature that would lie belly up after a mere 2 strikes? They understood that being in Master Su's presence meant one could not be weak. Yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. The notary promptly uploaded the arena footage to the official channels, should the adversary attempt to dispute. This would serve as irrefutable evidence. An unexpected demise. Who could command 10,000 swords, especially when their competitor kept their eyes shut? Who could be held accountable? No one could be blamed. As for how the 10,000 swords were summoned, that remained classified, human secrets not to be divulged. Meanwhile, divine beast clans with amicable ties to the Hound clan received word of the events at Huiguan University, urging them to investigate. After the match, Wan Kai sauntered off the stage, returning to the shop, feeling invigorated. With the adversary harboring such malevolence, it was clear they were no noble beast, and their desire to seize its toy indicated that human attitudes towards hounds were far from favorable. All things considered, it might have even secured a victory today. Chen, noticing Wan Kai's jubilant return, discerned that it had enjoyed itself thoroughly. Curiously, the rate at which his recently concocted dog food was being consumed seemed to have increased significantly. How peculiar. Was Wankai's demand for energy so high? It was nearing the consumption levels typical of a 6th or 7th tier beastmaster. Chapter 90. A fortuitous encounter with a divine beast, a profitable windfall. Though Wankai's dietary needs warranted an upgrade, they still fell within his budget. After all, operating this shop had yielded considerable profits over the past months, and all aspects of management had stabilized, rendering him somewhat of a middle-class individual. With both cats and dogs, a small shop, and youth on his side, life was indeed joyous. As for Wankai's feed, it was time to consider higher quality ingredients. There was no other choice. He could not allow his dog to develop disproportionately strong jaw muscles. As for which ingredients to substitute, that was a matter for him to ponder. They could not be too extravagant, nor too humble. Having money was advantageous. Purchasing the appropriate feed would be ideal, yet it was prohibitively expensive. Generally, 6th-tier beastmasters were either district leaders or affluent entrepreneurs, commanding fortunes in the millions and not lacking in funds. Their capacity for generating income was significant. As for him, running a small shop, though the cash flow was decent, maintaining a 6th-tier beast was still quite a challenge. Why is it that one can eat so much? It has always been this way, and it hardly seems as though it has evolved. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on it. My own traversal into this realm is already sufficiently unscientific. The little glutton is not so bad after all. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I sketched 2 skill books, one titled Gluttonous Form, and the other Photosynthesis. The former allows one to transform into a creature akin to a glutton, consuming and digesting anything, growing stronger with each bite. The latter enables one to harness sunlight to generate energy, allowing survival without the need for sustenance. With high hopes, I placed the 2 drawings before Wankai. Good dog, if you possess any understanding, consider my drawings as skill books and learn from them, thus saving us some money. Upon receiving the skill books, Wankai grasped the content. It was a solution to its own feeding dilemma. I then returned to the cash register, feeling rather childish for idly sketching what I hoped would serve as skill books for Wankai to learn. If only such abilities were real. Various factions, much like in novels, would sustain themselves, free from the burdens of food and drink, indulging in leisure every day. Spending too much time in the shop has dulled my sense of novelty. Yet, the shop is limited in size, offering little opportunity for amusement. Perhaps it is time to change the decorations. I have grown weary of the same artwork I've viewed for months. It is time for a new creation. Yefon, while the crowd is sparse, let us change the decorations. When I initially pondered this task, I had the foresight to not paint directly on the walls, but rather to use wallpaper. Now, I need only tear down the old wallpaper and replace it, making the process of painting much more convenient. The 2 of us fetched a ladder and began to strip the wallpaper from the walls. Passers-by, curious, inquired about our endeavors. To which Su-Chun replied that we were replacing the artwork, having grown tired of the previous designs. This news spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Master Su is changing the artwork. It is a pity that the previous pieces had yet to be fully comprehended. And now an entirely different set of paintings would be presented for their beasts to interpret. To be frank, even if they were to spend a lifetime deciphering the previous works, their beasts would struggle to grasp them fully. This time, however, a change in flavor would provide a fresh perspective. Some students came to the shop to assist with the wallpaper removal. Once the new wallpaper was affixed, they awaited Master Su's artistic creations. However, as for what to paint, inspiration had yet to strike. I decided to draft a preliminary sketch on a smaller piece of paper. At the arena, 2 divine beasts were summoned to ascertain the situation, for the golden-haired hound must not have been duped. One was the Star-Core Kuin, and the other, the illusory light Mo. The 2 beasts scrutinized the video for quite some time, but could not fathom why the golden-haired hound had closed its eyes. Was it sheer overconfidence? One could easily sense the high concentration of energy in the air. The energy swords were already hovering before it, yet it made no attempt to evade. Such a prodigy was truly eye-opening for them. They could only report the truth. This demise was indeed not the fault of humans. It was a case of self-sabotage. As they sensed the lingering aura of the Hound clan on the arena, the fur of the illusory light Mo bristled in fear. It was terrifying. So many flying swords could not be withstood by any beast that dared to enter human territory. And these swords were unleashed by a mere local dog. The prestige of the golden-haired Hound clan was likely to collapse utterly after today, though they too would surely meet their end if they intervened. The absence of action left room for discussion. The Hound's fate was sealed. They could scarcely imagine how their rival species would mock their clan. Despite their foolishness, they went through the motions, offering a moment of lament for their fallen companion. Once the grim task was complete, they felt a pang of hunger. The Star-Core Kuin turned to the illusory light Mo and suggested, "Where shall we find sustenance? There should be a supply store for beasts within the school. Let us investigate." The two divine beasts consulted the map and discerned the direction to the supply store. Why not ask a human, you may wonder? Surely, it would take a considerable toll to inquire. After a brief walk, they arrived at the shop. At that moment, Chen was still contemplating his draft, and the wallpaper had just been affixed, rendering the entire shop indistinguishable from a typical supply store for beasts. Simple, unadorned, and utterly ordinary. Upon seeing the two divine beasts enter, without any human accompaniment, Chen was struck by a sense of fortuity. Could this be a stroke of luck? His mind raced. Surely, these two divine beasts would not turn hostile, would they? It seemed the officials had clearly stated that if one lacked currency, they would have to barter for goods. But what could they offer in exchange? The two divine beasts, perceiving the store's modest environment, utilized a beast language translator to inquire, "Boss, do you have 6th-tier beast feed?" Remarkable technology. A beast language translator, albeit one that appeared to be under strict regulation by the authorities, permitted usage only in exceptional circumstances. "We do have 6th-tier beast feed. What price are you willing to offer?" Chen, contemplating how to take advantage of these divine beasts, was uncertain of the limits. His intentions were not malicious, but rather benevolent. If others could exploit them, he would do the same without hesitation. The two divine beasts presented a selection of beast supplies, all raw materials of no lesser quality than 6th tier. Chen was taken aback. While 6th tier beast feed is indeed costly, it was not exorbitantly priced to this extent. Yet, he maintained his composure, accepting their offerings, money exchanged for goods. The two divine beasts believed they had struck a lucrative deal, for only the royal family could procure such items within the beast realm. They were reimbursed for supplies during missions. However, upon receiving the 6th tier beast feed, they noticed Wong Kai in the corner, causing them to startle in fear. How did this dog end up in this shop? Earlier, while watching the video, they had inquired about the dog's whereabouts, only to be told it was classified information. They had presumed they would never encounter it again, yet here they were. Only a short time later, face to face with such a formidable beast, and its owner was merely a supermarket proprietor. Even within their circle of divine beasts, a 6th-tier being like this dog was a paragon of power. Moreover, upon observation, it seemed the canine was still quite youthful. The video had shown no signs of aging, and up close, it radiated a vibrant life energy, seemingly ever ascending. In other words, within its species, it remained a child. Is this truly a child? A juvenile beast capable of wielding thousands of energy swords, each infused with various advanced concepts, all unique. Most astonishing was the dog's lineage. The term local dog did not refer to an earth element, but rather to its indigenous nature. If memory served, local dogs were considered ornamental beasts within human territories, lacking combat potential and merely for show. Yet, this one had attained a level beyond that of even its 6th-tier counterparts. When did humans become so powerful? Understood, this is merely an act put on by a human. The boss is not just any employer. He is a formidable figure among the human race. The current situation is purely theatrical for their benefit. As for this fellow, it seems he has unwittingly walked into a trap, utterly naive. Meanwhile, they are markedly more cautious, indicative of the intelligence of their kind. However, these are mere conjectures that still require verification. "Boss, is that dog in the corner yours?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Upon hearing Chen's response, the expressions of the two beasts normalized somewhat. This was more like it. Yet, one question lingered in their minds. How on earth was this mutt raised to look like that? It could only be attributed to two possibilities. Either it was fed heavenly materials at every meal, or it consumed nothing but elixirs. Regardless of which, sustaining such a creature would be quite the feat. What is this? A mere mutt receiving such treatment? It could easily outclass the 99th tier of beast tamers. And who knows how many other beast tamers go hungry? Not to mention other races. Even the beasts serving divine creatures fare no better. Since clarity eludes them, they might as well inquire. "Boss, how did you raise this dog?" Chen paused for a brief moment. "How did I raise it?" "Just the usual way, free range. When it's hungry, I feed it. When it's thirsty, it drinks." What else could there be? The two divine beasts felt as if they had asked a rather pointless question. They pressed on. "Could we take a look at the dog food?" "Look for yourselves in that corner," Chen gestured. The two divine beasts, clutching their purchased beast feed, approached the indicated spot, discovering a large bag filled with an assortment of granules, the colors appearing unevenly blended. Upon seeing the actual contents, which differed from their expectations, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. From a visual standpoint, this seemed like mere generic feed. They could not dismiss the possibility of being deceived or that this was all a performance, yet it still elicited a chuckle from them. As they prepared to open the bag for a closer inspection, a robust aroma wafted out. It was rich and subtly fragrant. Elixirs? This seemed to align with what humans referred to as elixirs, and the quality appeared to be quite commendable. Initially, they believed they had seen and tasted it all. Being divine beasts, But the sight before them stirred their curiosity. They longed to sample it. What combination and technique had produced such a delightful fragrance? Their laughter faded as they realized the truth. It was no mere heavenly ingredient or trickery. It was indeed high-quality elixirs. While possibly lower in tier, the quality compensated for that shortcoming. The two beast tamers exchanged glances, their minds racing in silent conversation. Given human nature, purchasing it would undoubtedly be beyond their means. Why not steal a little? The other beast displayed a look of agreement. Just as they were preparing to act, Wang Kai's visage appeared between them. What are you two up to? The claws and fins of the two beasts froze mid-motion. How had this creature noticed them? A sense of panic washed over them. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as the dog food bag was opened, Wang Kai had been observing them intently, initially disinterested. Upon noticing their impending action, he couldn't allow them to taint his dog food. With a swift use of Flying Thunder God, he positioned himself right between the two. He was eager to see what these two intended to do. The illusory light beast retracted its paw, wiping non-existent sweat from its brow. Ah, it's rather warm today. Isn't it, Akun? The Starcore Kuan also pulled back its fin, patting its belly. Oh dear, what a commotion. I've heard humans have a beverage called milk tea. Why don't we go enjoy a cold cup? Just as they were about to pair off and seek an opportunity to slip away, an extra paw materialized on them. Unless you clarify, you will face consequences. The two beasts were rendered speechless with goosebumps. Brother, Dog Lord, I was merely observing. I had no intention of stealing. Right, just looking. They stammered, trembling uncontrollably. What a frightful predicament. How had they drawn the attention of this mutt? They had only recently witnessed its formidable prowess, and now it seemed they might suffer the consequences. Had this gone unnoticed, it would have been better, but now that it was apparent, they had no choice but to shoulder the blame. If this escalated, they could expect no mercy. Humans were notoriously assertive. Thus, they adamantly refused to admit any intent to steal. It was merely a glance. Yes, just a glance. Wang Kai regarded them with a puzzled expression, licking Starcore Kuan, nearly giving it a fright. You're lying. The scent of its sweat betrays your deceit. Wait, you can even discern that. Hee. When beasts lie, the perspiration carries a distinctly different aroma. The fact that the other party was aware of their dishonesty left them no choice but to feign innocence. Yes, that's right. I have no dog food on me. And I merely wish to observe. What can you do about it? They resolved to maintain their facade. Wang Kai recognized their intent to feign innocence and mimicked Yi Fan's early playful banter, adopting a rather imposing tone. I shall keep a watchful eye on you. For all eternity. The two divine beasts, already in a heightened state of anxiety, nearly collapsed into a puddle at this proclamation. Finally, the illusory light beast could no longer bear the psychological strain and broke first. Dog Lord, I was wrong. I am willing to pay a fine. The Starcore Kuan, witnessing its companion's lack of resolve, was incensed. Dog Lord, I too am willing to pay. They were not prepared to face death, not even the slightest chance of it. Life was theirs alone, and there was only one. Yet the funds and resources belonged to their clan, and those were plentiful. They couldn't risk bringing ruin upon their entire race over a mere sum. Chapter 92. Nothing changed, yet they were still at a loss. Initially, Wang Kai had no intention of extorting anything, merely wishing to instill a little fright. However, now that the other party had offered to pay, to decline would paint him as foolish. Seizing an opportunity was paramount. With that thought in mind, Wang Kai nodded. Then tell me, how much do you wish to offer? The two divine beasts exchanged glances, and in unison, they began to unload their valuable possessions. Dog Lord, this is all we possess. While on a mission, they inevitably carried some beast supplies, yet they could not be too extravagant. These were merely to appease human extortion. Bringing overly valuable items would only raise questions. Should humans discover, would they offer assistance or not? Refusing meant no intelligence, while compliance led to significant losses. Thus, the beast supplies they carried were predominantly of the 6th and 7th tiers. Were they valuable? Indeed, but they still paled in comparison to items of immense worth. Wang Kai gazed at the assortment of beast supplies on the ground, unable to suppress the tears that flowed from his mouth. If the raw materials were this fragrant, how delightful would they be when refined into elixirs? Initially believing the other party would be displeased, they realized Wang Kai was salivating, signaling that they had secured their position. It seemed the other side was satisfied with the ransom they proposed and would not renege on the deal. In their eyes, they were but captive divine beasts, reliant on the resources upon their bodies and from their kin to barter for their lives. Though they believed their situation to be secure, the prolonged silence from the other party stirred a twinge of anxiety within the beasts. What if their initial offering was deemed insufficient, prompting another exorbitant demand? It was rather perplexing. They mused, what does it mean to not hand us over to you? To whom then? After a brief contemplation, it dawned upon them. They were to be surrendered to their master, the proprietor of this supermarket. The two shared an expression of mutual understanding as they bent down to gather the scattered resources of their kind. Approaching Chen, one of them implored, "Boss, this is the ransom I present. Please, do not tear up the ticket." Chen, engrossed in his phone, was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the question, while the other beast, Kai, found himself at a loss for words. Ransom? What was that? The two divine beasts succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Chen listened with a semblance of understanding as they explained how they had attempted to pilfer dog food, but had been caught by Kai, leading them to offer a ransom to atone for their misdeed. How utterly ludicrous. Are you truly divine beasts? I recall that those entering this realm typically possess a level around 60. You should be of that caliber as well. Yet here you are, thoroughly intimidated by a mere mutt. Suddenly, he felt as if the world around him had warped into something surreal, his mind reeling at the absurdity of it all. In a world where the strong reign supreme, how could beings of such exalted status resort to reasoned discourse? Chen, still dazed, accepted the ransom and allowed the two divine beasts to depart. He gazed at the high-quality 6th-tier resources now resting at the cash register, unable to shake the disbelief that enveloped him. Could this truly be his fortune? He had unwittingly profited from the divine beast's resources. With this newfound wealth, he could certainly consider himself a millionaire. Previously, he had mused about purchasing a scratch-off ticket. Now, he found himself in possession of tangible riches. With this money, could he not indulge in a life free of worries, a life of extravagance and indulgence? Yet, perhaps it was wiser to focus on managing his store. Nonetheless, he harbored some aspirations regarding this newfound wealth. He remembered when he first opened his shop, fantasizing about earning enough to live leisurely. Little did he know he would amass such a fortune, which now felt rather anticlimactic. It was best to tend diligently to his business. He decided to treat this windfall as an unexpected gain, setting it aside for future endeavors. Taking a bag, he collected all the resources and prepared to convert them into currency when time permitted. Meanwhile, the two divine beasts who had fled the store made haste to leave the school grounds, shaken by their recent ordeal. Had the store owner not been present, that mutt would have surely lunged at them. If the mutt had unleashed its skills, they wouldn't have survived to tell the tale. They expressed their gratitude to the god of beasts, thankful for their lives. However, the harrowing experience had left them fraught with anxiety. They had surrendered all their belongings during the transaction, leaving them with nothing. At that moment, they dared not retain anything on their persons. They had erred and been caught, and their captor was no easy adversary, having seen through their deception. Thankfully, no violence had ensued, and they were not as dim-witted as the other beast, Hound. At least they had escaped with their lives. However, lacking resources made communication with their kin exceedingly inconvenient. The previous encounter had been somewhat merciful, as their captor had not demanded more. Otherwise, they would have had to contact their clan for supplies, which they still required. The two divine beasts parted ways for the time being, preparing to reach out to their kin in hopes of procuring some resources. The Illumination Beast utilized a clan artifact to initiate communication with another Illumination Beast responsible for this operation. What's the matter? Remote communication consumes considerable energy. Speak quickly. I've depleted my resources. Although the other party understood the energy expenditure of remote communication, they hesitated, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. When they finally opened their mouth, no words emerged. They closed it again and attempted to speak. Have you lost your mind? The Illumination Beast's expression darkened, fully aware of the implications. They suspected that the other believed they had hoarded the resources for themselves. Yet, they had utilized everything for rightful purposes. Did inquiries regarding that health-enhancing treasure qualify as legitimate? Did paying a ransom constitute a righteous endeavor? Had they not been clever, they might have been reduced to mere fragments of divine beasts by now. The failure of their mission would ultimately bring distress to their clan. Each human race had permitted only one divine beast to enter this realm. After a succinct explanation, the other party became agitated. What do you mean? Are you so timid and spineless? This is nothing but a waste of resources. Upon hearing this, the Illumination Beast's indignation erupted. Do you think this is easy for me? I live in constant fear. Do you think I desired to venture into the human realm for a mission? It was merely bad luck. You must provide the resources for today. Although the other party was irate, they recognized the merit in the Illumination Beast's argument. They could not refuse outright. However, due to geographical constraints, the resources in their possession could not be directly dispatched to the human realm. They could only extend credit to the humans, promising to make good on it later. Yet, given the notorious avarice of humans, it was likely they would demand a hefty fee. The Illumination Beast felt on the verge of tears. The Stellar Core Beast faced a similar predicament. Fortunately, they succeeded in achieving their objective. By afternoon, Chen sold all the resources he had acquired, amassing a fortune in the millions. Subsequently, this stock, through an exceedingly peculiar process, found its way back into the possession of the two divine beasts. When they saw the resources they had given to the supermarket owner return to them, they were astounded to discover that nothing had changed, yet they had suffered a loss. Chapter 93, a revamp of the store, yet high-quality design schematics. The official department led by Master Su scrutinized the report in hand, lips pursed in contemplation. In his view, the profits gained by the higher-ups were unwarranted, as the fluctuations had originated in Huiguang City. Should Master Su be adversely affected, it would spell trouble. However, it appeared that Master Su was in good spirits, having purchased an array of mechanical tools, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Master Su existed in a state of duality, half of him in the mundane world and the other half concealed. Given that he had revealed part of himself, it was inevitable that the divine beasts would eventually become aware. The officials had already discussed this matter, unperturbed by the prospect of others discovering it. As long as they remained informed, it was acceptable. Should knowledge of this come from an inexplicable traitor, it would not be the outcome the officials desired. Stability was paramount. The situation needed to remain within their control. After glancing over the report once more, he pondered the rationale behind the acquisition of these items. According to military speculation, they belonged to the Autobot race, comprising various parts. It was a chaotic assortment. While they could be assembled, Master Su likely had grander designs in mind. He suspected that if Master Su's intentions were easily discernible, this department would no longer exist. Thus, 2 days of tranquil time slipped by. Chen finally settled on what to paint on the walls of the shop. The components he ordered online had also arrived. A considerable assortment of parts for Autobots and some for aircraft. Surprisingly, they were not as exorbitantly priced as he had anticipated. He managed to save a few million. However, most of that had already been spent, and considering the shipping time, today was the day they would arrive. For now, he decided to start painting. Yi Fan, fetch the ladder. I'm about to begin. Yi Fan, who was busy moving goods, retrieved the ladder from the warehouse. Boss, do you need the paint from before? No need. I have this special pen sent by the production team. Let us use that. He took out the sketches he had worked on over the past couple of days, laying them on the ground for reference, ready to commence his painting. The students in the shop were initially oblivious to Chen's intentions, but as soon as they saw him brandishing a paintbrush, they promptly contacted their friends. Master Su is painting in the shop. Hurry over. It's a rare occasion to witness Boss Su painting live. Some students, still in class, immediately dashed out of the classroom towards the supermarket. Just as the instructor was about to reprimand them, an announcement echoed through the campus. Temporary morning break. Chen unveiled his brush, having determined the painting style days prior, a futuristic mech aesthetic. He intended to finish just in time to check if the delivery had arrived. He was set to create a Gundam. At this moment, he was not merely painting, but rather sketching a design blueprint on the wall. Unlike ordinary design schematics, this would incorporate the beauty of artistry. With the customized pen in hand, he summoned the energy tip, radiating an aura of supreme quality. The pen was crafted from the wood of the world tree. The synergy between the material and its wielder formed an enigmatic magnetic field. As the brush made contact with the wall, a tsunami of energy surged, sweeping through the entire city, each wave more powerful than the last. If he were solely focused on painting, such a phenomenon would be improbable. It would have been perfectly ordinary. However, it was essential to recognize that this was not merely painting. It was about creating a design. He needed to glance at the sketches on the ground, contemplating while he painted. Unlike before, where he could paint freely, this time required concentration. The incoming students pressed forward against the energy tsunami. The master bore no malicious intent. At most, it was a pressure that would not harm them. As long as their resolve was steadfast, they could withstand the energetic waves. Outside the school, energy fluctuations were palpable. The entire city sensed it, and in a manner reminiscent of a previous reign, summoned their beast companions to seize their fortunes. Local residents, though astonished, had experience with such phenomena. This city was home to a plethora of wild divine beasts. Initially unprepared, they were swept away by the energy surge. As the locals and their beasts began to cultivate, the newcomers sensed the treasures within. They hastily made their way towards the source of the energy explosion, each hoping to encounter some unparalleled treasure or powerful being. Even a mere proximity could potentially elevate their status. However, among the multitude of divine beasts, 2 were exceptions. Sensing the source of the fluctuations emanating from the direction of the glowing university supermarket, they were resolutely averse to approaching. There was a great terror there. They ran, having barely escaped, and now it was utterly impossible to return. Yet, when the numerous divine beasts arrived at the location, they found it densely packed, unable to penetrate further, and thus began to seek a nearby spot to meditate. Inside, Chen had already outlined the outer contours of his painting. Next, he would tackle the intricate parts, such as the precise hydraulic systems, sensors, and various unknown inscriptions he had whimsically devised. As the energy tsunami gradually permeated their being, thoughts grew sharper, and an inexplicable connection formed among their organs. For several hours, except for a brief pause when Master Su switched walls, everyone and their beasts were thoroughly cleansed by the energy. Phew, it's done, and rather smoothly, he exclaimed. Turning around, he was met with a throng of eager onlookers. The supermarket was overflowing with people. He had sensed their presence while painting, but he hadn't expected such a large crowd. Ahem, everyone, please disperse. I've completed my work. While sketching, he had been surrounded by admirers, yet he was taken aback by the turnout during the actual painting. Outside the supermarket, in an area abundant with divine beasts, one suddenly exclaimed, I've broken through. I'm at level 61. Me too. I've just broken through. What is this commotion that allows such immediate advancement? Groups of beast companions were achieving breakthroughs, while others remained stagnant, holding back. Logically, all of them should be capable of breaking through, but some chose not to. The reason was simple. Within human territory, reaching level 61 meant being asked to leave. Those who broke through were either not particularly clever or simply sought an excuse to depart. Shortly after the crowd dispersed, a large truck arrived at the school, delivering Su Chen's eagerly awaited package of Autobot and aircraft parts. Upon seeing his long-desired delivery, he immediately signed for it, having already sketched out the designs. Now, he could begin assembling. Prior to the purchase, he had already informed the principal that he could use the space at the entrance. Chapter 94. The Beastmaster World Unleashes Gundam. The need for Beastmaster space is quite reasonable. Isn't it? The crowd that had initially scattered began to regroup, uncertain of Su Chen's next move, hoping for some fortune. However, as he began sorting the parts, those who wished to assist were politely declined. To Su Chen, the people here seemed rather uninformed. It was better they did not help. Any attempt would surely result in hindrance. Why had they not considered the operation of humanoid mechs? Were there humanoid mechs? Yes, certainly, but they were typically automated intelligent robots, like the Autobots and the aircraft. Larger models, such as those from Cybertron, existed but were quite rare. However, there was not a single operable mech. Thanks to the local Beastmaster system, many technological complexities had been simplified. Otherwise, Su Chen doubted he could create a Gundam. Aside from the central cockpit, which required some thought, the rest could simply be assembled like a puzzle. As for the internal componentry, Su Chen was entirely in the dark. It wasn't that he didn't want to know. He simply lacked the capability, given his background. It would be folly to overestimate himself. Thus, he decided to dive right in. If he managed to conjure a Gundam, that would be sheer luck, and he would proclaim it a triumph. If it cannot be crafted, it matters not. This sum of money is akin to windfall. Merely a matter of fate that I did not encounter those two cowardly divine beasts. A little wager, perhaps. Should fortune favor me, it would yield a magnificent Gundam. If I should lose, I need not fret, for I would merely possess a colossal Gundam model. My inability to command beasts is already a lamentable plight. I must seek some amusement. However, some components are too cumbersome for me to maneuver, so I devised a plan to enlist the aid of Blitzwing. After all, there was no need for Blitzwing's assistance within the shop. His master, Yi Fan, could manage just fine. Thus, a partnership between a man and a transformer began a grand undertaking. As the framework took shape, onlookers began to speculate. I see. The master intends to create a large transformer akin to the Cybertronians. But why pursue this path? The cost-effectiveness seems lacking. It would be better to construct a Cybertronian beast directly. Indeed, Master Su procured it at a special price, which renders it somewhat justifiable, yet under normal circumstances, it offers no advantage. The primary issue lies in the sheer enormity of Su Chen's endeavor, compounded by his lack of communication regarding this plan, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Alas for Blitzwing, as he watched his kin's various components being disassembled and reassembled, he was compelled to assist. Were it not for the differing perceptions, this scene could easily be deemed an R18-level grotesque display. As the assembly of the chest commenced, the crowd dwindled. Many could not comprehend the complexity, and mealtime had arrived. Master Su was unlikely to unveil further opportunities. Remaining idle here might hinder him. Only a few idle souls, driven by curiosity, lingered. The assembly of limbs and the head still allowed for various configurations, as there were readily available parts. Yet the assembly of the chest posed a challenge. The chest of a transformer is solid, devoid of a cockpit. Even the Cybertronians possess a solid core. Thus, a modification was imperative. The components of the core required careful alteration. This necessitated the hastily drawn and abstract design schematics from the shop, which adhered to a principle of functionality over finesse. Wherever there was a flaw, it was to be mended. Under the guidance of various inspirations, the design took form. However, due to the hurried nature of the design, Su Chen aesthetically refined it. resulting in an abstraction that was not merely a matter of artistic interpretation, but also reflected the peculiarities of the actual model. At this juncture, some began to realize that the drawings within the shop were indeed schematics. Master Su was assembling according to the conceptual artwork displayed in the shop, albeit with discrepancies between the wall art and the constructed model. The authorities promptly uploaded the shop's blueprints to a special department dedicated to Master Su. This department had previously enlisted experts in the field to strategize the creation of Gundams. What is Master Su attempting to accomplish? From morning until noon, there had been no universally convincing explanation. It was not until the latest news arrived that the shop's sketches were revealed to be blueprints. This revelation liberated them from their aimless confusion, prompting each individual to scrutinize them closely. What purpose does the hollow section of the chest serve? Ingenious. What kind of ingenuity could result in such a method of assembly? Before long, they reached a consensus that was agreeable to most and devoid of significant logical errors. Master Su was indeed in the process of creating an entirely new mechanical beast, though discussions about the chest slot for core components still lingered. Nonetheless, the viewpoint had been amended without issue. The birth of a mechanical beast necessitates the meticulous calibration and painstaking research of countless individuals. Transformers, aircraft, and various firearms are all the fruits of collective intellect. Is Master Su truly attempting to create a mechanical beast single-handedly? It is absurd. The materials utilized are mere civilian components assembled together. However, the majority opined that this was likely only the prototype, as the execution appeared rather hasty and the discrepancies with the wall sketches were evident. The drawings were so well executed, yet the actual construction seemed somewhat abstract. It was not until the cockpit, the chest, was completed that Su-chan gazed upon the assembled framework with satisfaction. Now, it was merely a matter of wiring it up and supplying power before taking a seat in the cockpit. After hastily consuming a few bites of food, he commenced the monumental task of wiring. The first Gundam of the Beastmaster world was officially unveiled. Once the battery was secured, Su-chan eagerly entered the cockpit. Start. Yet, there was no response. Start. Still, silence reigned. Exiting the cockpit, he conducted a thorough inspection. Not a single wire was amiss. All connections were flawless. The power source was intact, yet it resolutely refused to activate. What was the matter? A glance at the Gundam filled him with profound sorrow. After all the effort to create a Gundam, it appeared merely as an oversized model. Yi Fan, having accepted an official task, approached Su-chan. Boss, have you completed it? I have, but it seems I am done for. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. We shall discuss this later. Even with the assurance of not feeling pain, a tinge of discomfort lingered. He hurried to the restroom, preparing to weep into the toilet. In an unexpected twist, Yi Fan found himself drawn into the cockpit, donning the pilot's helmet. With a hum, the helmet linked with Yi Fan's Beastmaster space, successfully initiating the system. Observing the colossal mech, he realized he could operate it. Furthermore, it possessed an intelligent central control that allowed it to function autonomously, even in the absence of a pilot. He suddenly awakened to a peculiar sensation. Is this what the boss referred to as Gundam? Indeed, it had been completed. Chapter 95, Snowflakes Drift, The North Grows Lonesome. Su-chan sat upon the toilet, contemplating profoundly, retracing every step. Everything seemed correct, yet the program stubbornly refused to run, and the machine remained inert. He had long heard of the two great enigmas of programming. Why does it run? And why does it not run? Such a challenge, compounded with engineering complexities, veered towards the realm of the metaphysical. Should he prostrate himself before the heavens? Oh, divine being, allow my Gundam to spring to life. I would rather be unable to pilot it myself. In this moment, he chose to embrace a touch of superstition. After all, it was through his knowledge of geomancy that he had discovered an ancient tomb. Perhaps a prayer might yield miraculous results. After his supplication, he felt a sense of relief. Upon exiting the restroom and stepping outside, he beheld his Gundam springing to life. Good heavens, is your power truly that great? Yi Fan, from the control console, caught sight of Su-chan and hurriedly exited the cockpit. He leaped down to the ground, scratching his head sheepishly. Boss, you said you were finished. So I decided to give it a try, but I forgot to inform you. He had anticipated that even if he received no reprimand, the boss would at least utter a reassuring word. Yet, he waited in vain, only to hear, what have you done to make the Gundam start? The question of why does it not run had already weighed heavily on him, and now he was confronted with why does it run. He was utterly bewildered. Was it the merit of his own prayers that touched the heavens and delighted the machine spirit, or had the other party made some minor adjustments? He hadn't done anything. He merely jumped in, and it started functioning on its own. Reflecting on his time in the cockpit, he recalled how he had spent an eternity attempting to initiate the system without any success, while the moment the other individual sat down, it sprang to life. Was it possible that the Gundam he had painstakingly crafted no longer acknowledged him? No, He had to give it a try. This was of paramount importance. Pushing aside the obstructive presence of Yi Fan, Su Chen stood atop the Gundam's hand, commanding it to carry him into the cockpit. Once inside, he donned the neurointerface helmet. Connection established. Before him flashed 4 glaring characters. Connection failed. This couldn't be. The startup had been successful, so why the failure to connect? Undeterred, Su Chen attempted to reconnect, only to be met once again with the 4 characters that shattered his dreams of piloting. Why? Suddenly, he recalled his fervent prayer in the restroom. Oh God, let my Gundam come to life, even if it means I cannot pilot it myself. Now he truly wished he could slap himself. Why had he uttered such nonsense? What did it mean for it to come to life, wishing he couldn't pilot it? His wish had come true, and he was no longer laughing. Yet, he couldn't fathom why it was that only Yi Fan could pilot it while he could not. What was he lacking? Thus, he settled into the cockpit, accessing administrator privileges to examine the back-end logs. He was determined to uncover why he could not qualify as a pilot, until the system displayed the following message: no pilot beast space detected. The mention of the beast space rendered him speechless. Oh heavens, why must piloting a Gundam require a beast space? Does this Gundam even qualify as a beast? Upon reflection, firearms in certain contexts could be considered beasts, as could transformers. So why couldn't his Gundam be classified as a beast? Moreover, it was substantial and of high quality. The thought of this made him want to kneel down and scream, no. He could not let anyone know that his lack of a beast space rendered him unable to pilot a Gundam. It would be utterly humiliating. The idea of lacking a beast space was one thing. He could accept that. But to be unable to pilot a Gundam due to this deficiency was unacceptable. Hence, he promptly deleted the back-end system logs. No one could ever know that he was incapable of piloting the Gundam due to the absence of a beast space. No one could. No. Striding out of the cockpit with an air of confidence, he inhaled the fresh air outside, with his head tilted at a 45-degree angle. He refused to look down, lest he shed tears. Just as he took a deep breath, Yi Fan approached him. How's it going, boss? Is piloting feeling good? The mere mention of it caused him to suppress his own sorrow and feign indifference. Whether he could pilot or not was ultimately inconsequential. What difference did it make? Even if he could, it wouldn't be anything special. In truth, he was unsure whether he was answering Yi Fan's inquiry or merely trying to comfort himself. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the Gundam could at least start up and move on its own. He could consider it a large toy. He managed to maintain this optimistic mindset until the moment his assembled Gundam knelt before Yi Fan. In that instant, there was no anger, only profound sadness. Yi Fan was equally bewildered. How could the mechanical beast of his boss submit to him? The Gundam spoke in a synthesized AI voice. The system records indicate that the first individual to activate me is my master, unless a transfer of authority is executed. What a ludicrous system. Was it not placing Emperor Yi Fan on the grill? Although he was unsure why, he could already sense a shift in Su Chen's gaze, one that bore a hint of malice. Su Chen approached and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Don't take it personally. It's merely that the boss purchased a subpar system, resulting in this predicament. But for the next time, remember not to meddle with others' possessions. Yi Fan was drenched in cold sweat. He had faced death in his previous life against the formidable Void Ascension Hound without fear, yet now he felt a twinge of apprehension. He distinctly heard Su Chen initially intending to say next life, but altering it to next time. There was no need for direct confrontation. If the authorities caught wind of anything amiss, they would prefer to eliminate this future Tier 12 Beastmaster rather than cause displeasure to Master Su. To put it plainly, in his past life, his highest achievement was Tier 12. In this life, no matter how much he advanced, it would only amount to allowing his beasts to undergo super evolution into divine tier. Yet the might and worth of Master Su were incomparable to that of a mere Tier 12 Beastmaster. Moreover, whether he could even reach Tier 12 in this life remained uncertain. Every move he made was under the watchful eyes of the authorities, until he officially joined them. This surveillance would not be lifted. Boss, I think I should hand this Gundam over to you. I can't handle it, he stammered. He then issued a command to the Gundam. I am transferring authority now. The one who just connected should be in the database. However, the database contained only one individual's data, his Master S. Yi Fan was taken aback. This was unexpected. Shouldn't Su Chen's entry into the cockpit have resulted in a connection? Why was there no data now? Su Chen, about to leave, turned back to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I advise you to refrain from prying into matters that should remain secret. Do you understand? Yes, Yi Fan replied, fearing that provoking the boss further would lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, this entire situation was rather perplexing. Why was there only his data in the database? It dawned on him that the boss must have accessed the backend and deleted the data. Otherwise, there would be no reason for its absence. Even if the connection failed for some reason, there should still be data recorded. Thus, it was evident that the data had been erased. And the reason for this deletion was undoubtedly a secret. What secret? His curiosity piqued, but the boss had made himself clear he could not overstep. He decided to suppress his inquisitiveness. Back in the shop, Chen pondered. Wait, had he not become a mere mortal in this transaction? The Gundam was still out of reach, and he had spent money. Was he merely sewing a wedding dress for Yifan? No, he could not let this happen. He had to gain either the money or the Gundam. With that thought, he dashed out of the shop, first delivering a kick to Yifan, who stumbled backward in shock. Then he entered the cockpit and utilized his developer privileges to format the device. If he couldn't have it, no one else would. Certainly, he wouldn't obtain the Gundam, but he could sell the concept. If all else failed, he could salvage the parts and recoup some of his losses. After formatting, the massive mech instantly powered down, entering a state of complete inactivity. Leaping out of the cockpit, he returned to the shop and promptly listed a nearly new Gundam for sale. Although everyone had gone their separate ways, the story was far from over. However, the observing divine beasts remained indifferent. Most of the divine beasts, having witnessed the entire process from Chen's assembly to Yifan's activation, felt a surge of anticipation, as if they were on the verge of achieving great merit. The newly developed mechanized beast taming technology by humans had caught their attention, particularly the prototype model. Although this creation was assembled from the parts of automotive beings, raising concerns about its durability, the potential of this path was boundless. Why do beast tamers exist? And why do these creatures willingly forsake their freedom to follow humanity? Is it truly due to the overwhelming charisma of humans that captivates the beasts? No, it is far more profound than that. It is because humans possess the ability to enhance the power of the beasts, fulfilling their innate desire for strength inscribed in their DNA. Yet, what is the most significant issue faced by beast tamers? It is their own insufficient strength, rendering them susceptible to being crushed easily. The advent of mechas has completely resolved this dilemma. Lacking sufficient human strength? Then let the mechs bridge the gap, allowing for command from within the cockpit, supplemented by the innate talents of beast tamers. What shortcomings could possibly remain? The mechanized beast before them, aside from its imposing size, was nearly flawless. Reporting this achievement would undoubtedly be a monumental success. Seizing the moment while humanity remained unaware of their presence, the divine beasts hastened to secure themselves in what they deemed safe locales, initiating communication with their clans. The initial intent was to convey, the human race has made a significant breakthrough, it warrants attention. Following that would be a description of the mechs. Many of the beast kings held a certain disdain for humanity and were reluctant to hear news of their ascendancy. This led some beasts to alter the message too. The human race has made a minor breakthrough, but it poses no real threat. When this information reached the ears of the kings, most were quite satisfied with the reports from their ministers, who condemned the traveling divine beasts. They criticized the needless escalation of what should have been a simple report, deeming it a waste of energy. Unlike humanity, they lacked the so-called satellites, and remote communication incurred substantial energy costs. Prolonged communication could deplete the resources of the divine beast clans. Some kings were privy to the original messages, which they took more seriously. However, despite their concern, they found themselves at a loss for solutions and could only have the operators manage the situation for the time being. This resulted in the traveling divine beasts, initially brimming with confidence over their anticipated accolades, being met with indifference, and some even receiving reprimands. One king responded, "What does your report on civilian research concern me? It is not as though it was witnessed at a military base." This left the traveling divine beasts at a loss for words. Had they reported such a monumental event only to receive no acknowledgement? Humanity was no longer as fragile as before. Could this matter not warrant even a modicum of seriousness? Within their clans, disorganization reigned supreme. The officials, employing various energy monitoring devices, collected all communications among the divine beasts. Fortunately, these divine beasts were not particularly astute, and their clans were rife with disarray and treachery. Had it not been for their formidable strength, maintaining their current status would have been impossible. Once this wave of work was completed, the monitoring department discovered that Master Su's little yellow fish had listed a new item. Upon inspection, it was labeled 99 new Gundam for female use. Stunned for a moment, they promptly contacted the official department of Ambassador Su to facilitate decision-making. At that time, the department had just finished organizing Master Su's information regarding Gundam and was preparing to enter it into the archives. They debated for a considerable time whether to appropriate Master Su's concept and create their own Gundam. Ultimately, they chose to respect his creative rights and refrained from proceeding without explicit authorization. Just as they were about to upload the files, the person in charge received a notification. Master Su was selling Gundam. Although the description was somewhat frivolous, the item was indeed tangible, and it was up for auction. The starting price was set at 10 million, but it had escalated to 58 million. After all, this was a bargain. The parts from automotive beings and aircraft still held value, prompting bids. The 10 million starting price was remarkably low. The officials glanced at the auction's end time and immediately applied for funds, determined to secure this Gundam. Chen had initially intended to recover some costs, merely hoping to sell it at a base price. But to his astonishment, numerous bids flooded in. Whether it was the enticing keywords of 99 new Gundam for female use that attracted a peculiar audience or genuine interest in the item remained unclear. Regardless, the price exceeded his expectations. An hour later, a single account placed a bid of 100 million, effectively ending the competition. The components, originally valued at a maximum of 20 million, had skyrocketed to such an extraordinary figure that Chen nearly leaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "National treasure! How could something like this fetch a price of 100 million? Upon noticing the bidding account, he was even more unsettled. It belonged to the military's official account. A bid of 100 million from the military's official account was far too surreal. The use of the military's account was deliberate, intended to signal to Master Su their interest in utilizing his concept. Shortly after the auction concluded, while Chen was still reeling from the shock, the military's little yellow fish account sent him a private message. "Mr. Su, your concept is impressive, and we would like to explore it further. May we proceed?" Chapter 97. I am not willing. I genuinely do not know. Upon seeing this official message, Chen, already elevated in spirits, reached a new pinnacle of excitement. The military had recognized his concept as noteworthy. Although Gundam was not originally his idea, he had introduced it into this world. In a sense, he had created Gundam in this realm. Nevertheless, he maintained a degree of integrity, unlike some time travelers who pilfer poetic ideas. This concept is not my invention, but if the military wishes to utilize it, I have no objections. At that moment, the officials were eagerly watching the large screen, filled with anticipation for Master Su's response. If they could use this concept, it would significantly bolster humanity's fragile shortcomings, even if only the upper echelons could benefit due to costs. As the scale increased, expenses would continually decline, allowing more individuals to partake. Thus, they fervently hoped that Master Su would graciously grant authorization. Many hidden masters take their unique skills to the grave, and once they pass, those skills often vanish. However, fortunately, Master Su's contribution was a concept, and they had recognized it. As soon as Master Su gave his approval, they could commence research. Or, should humanity face imminent extinction, they might proceed without his consent, prioritizing survival. For now, respect was due, as they still had need of him. If one day Master Su were to see Gundam on television and perceive that his creativity had been infringed upon, retreating completely from the world and leaving no one to trouble him, it would be a dire situation. The research on beast armament had only just begun, and when he was still perplexed about the awakening level skill book, if he were to become discontent and vanish, it would truly spell catastrophe. Upon receiving a message from Master Su, many felt trepidation about even glancing at it, clinging to the hope that the master would not decline. They opened their eyes to the information on the screen. To their astonishment, this idea was not conceived by Master Su. Whose was it then? Perhaps it was connected to Master Su's origins. It is widely acknowledged that given the age of the individual in question, they are unlikely to be an elder from the era of the 10,000 Races War. More plausibly, they are a second-generation figure, such as a disciple or child of the first-generation elders. Master Su, being an orphan, is likely to have been a disciple rather than a child of the original masters. As for the identity of this master, the authorities have long been in pursuit of relevant information. However, due to the considerable passage of time and the chaotic nature of that era, they have yet to uncover anything. If this idea was not conceived by Master Su, it stands to reason that it is likely the creation of his master. The officials cautiously inquired, if we were to use it, would there be any issues? Chen pondered, understanding that he could not make decisions for others. Yet, the concept of incorporating a person into the chest of a mecha had been exhausted in the previous world, and the original creator had not raised any objections. To put it plainly, it is merely an idea, not something of paramount importance. No problem, although I am unsure whether that teacher is alive or deceased. The usage poses no issues. The question of whether the teacher is alive sparked interest among the officials. This implies that Master Su's teacher might still be alive. One could only imagine the strength of Master Su, and just how formidable must his teacher be? This teacher is indeed exceptionally powerful. He must possess numerous similar ideas. Very strong. Here, Chen referred to creativity. However, to the officials, it signified tangible strength. If even Master Su attested to such strength, the extent of it is simply unfathomable. Perhaps with such a master leading the way, humanity could certainly return to its former glory. Although they sought authorization, the officials nevertheless posed a question. What is the fee for your authorization? Chen, feeling that this was not his own concept, politely declined to charge. No authorization fee required. No fee. Is such a stroke of luck even possible? To acquire such a brilliant idea without any cost? Surely that cannot be right. Just because he did not ask for it does not mean we should not offer something. Yet, this brings us back to the classic question, what to give? Master Su currently possesses brushes and carving knives, and other hobbies have yet to be discovered. If alchemy were to be considered, their furnaces were even inferior to the small clay stove, which Master Su had crafted himself, complete with various inscriptions and enhanced by the true fire of samadhi. Surely, it would not suffice to simply offer money. Would that not be too blatant? Moreover, offering money is not straightforward either. If offered too little, Master Su would feel slighted. Even if he did not voice it, there would likely be a negative impression. If offered too much, Master Su would refuse it. Furthermore, this idea is nearly priceless, making it exceedingly difficult to arrive at a clear resolution. Ultimately, no conclusion was reached, and the matter was set aside to see what Master Su might need in the future to provide him with something then. As for Su Chen, he truly desired nothing. He could be described as utterly unencumbered. The sensation of having an additional 100 million in his bank account was akin to experiencing the freedom of life. There was no longer a need to toil for money. Opening a shop was no longer a matter of survival, but rather a pursuit of enjoyment. Although he may not compare to many formidable beast masters, lacking the ability to command beasts, achieving a modest goal was already a stroke of immense fortune. As a transmigrator, he had not lowered the average standard. In Su Chen's eyes, this was already quite commendable. 2 words, lay flat. The following morning, Yi Fan approached work with trepidation, fearing that his boss might terminate him at any moment. However, to his surprise, Su Chen was beaming today, exuding cheerfulness towards everyone. Xiao Fan, work diligently. If you do well, I shall reward you with a bonus. This is too heavy, you cannot lift it, allow me to handle it. Observing Su Chen's sudden change in demeanor, several of his closer acquaintances were left bewildered. What could have caused Master Su to transform in such a manner? It felt as though he had achieved a sense of completeness in life and had no need to express anger towards others. Based on his understanding of his boss, Yi Fan surmised that Su Chen must have made a significant profit, and not a trivial amount at that, which explained his joviality. Boss, did you win the lottery? The euphoric Su Chen casually replied, how did you know I earned 100 million? I did not ask you about that. I was referring to winning the lottery. Wait a moment. 100 million. What on earth had Su Chen done to amass such wealth? Presently, Master Su was in a state of reclusion, not selling paintings at exorbitant prices, not marketing beast armaments, and only providing elixirs for Wang Kai. Under such circumstances, how had he earned 100 million? Even Yi Fan began to feel curious. Su Chen proudly declared, my Gundam was purchased by the military. Yi Fan's first thought was not of great profit, but rather of a significant loss. This meant the authorities had secured a bargain. Master Su's Gundam concept could be deemed a priceless treasure, and yet the officials had managed to acquire it for a mere 100 million. Did they not offer you anything in return? 100 million, and yet no gifts? Likely, Su Chen had consented willingly. Otherwise, he could not have been unaware of its true value, allowing the officials to purchase it for 100 million. Chapter 98. Are they finally going to make a move on my Wang Kai? With a net worth exceeding 100 million, Su Chen was in high spirits, feeling invigorated in all his endeavors. The thought of his cold bank account with 100 million brought him such joy that he had lost interest in painting. For the past couple of days, he had merely stared at his bank account, grinning foolishly. No, he could not continue in such a despondent state. Even with a net worth exceeding 100 million and a small target achieved, he must not succumb to complacency. This was unexpected wealth, providing security, but it did not equate to possessing the capability to earn 100 million. If he truly had the ability to achieve such goals, he would certainly be more extravagant with his spending, rather than merely staring at his account with a foolish grin. Still, now that he had money, perhaps a bit of indulgent spending would not be out of the question. However, he decided it best to save the funds for potential future needs. If he were to acquire a Gundam that he could pilot, he would certainly need to buy one, and so it was prudent to hold on to that money. With nothing to occupy his time, he found himself unable to play with his Gundam. Seeing Wang Kai off frolicking elsewhere, he felt a twinge of boredom. Even Wang Kai had toys to play with. He too wished for something to entertain himself. Had he not previously crafted a large toy? The 1000 machine umbrella. After its creation, the item was relegated to the warehouse, gathering dust, overshadowed by the allure of the Gundam. It was easy to forget about this 1000 machine umbrella. However, it must be noted that this contraption possesses a certain degree of danger. The last time, it had breached my defenses. Nonetheless, I shall exercise caution. Su Chen retrieved the 1000 machine umbrella from the warehouse, driven by a mischievous impulse, and tentatively prodded the sharp tip with his hand. To his astonishment, this time he emerged unscathed, merely sensing the acute sharpness of the gun tip or other forms. Fortunately, he suffered no injury. Initially, he had anticipated a perilous encounter. Yet after a period of inactivity, it had become somewhat safer. The weapon had recognized its master, and with the intelligent energy membrane in place, it would be challenging for Su Chen to inflict harm upon himself. Unless he utilized the beast control space to manipulate the weapon, passive defense would not result in self-injury. Once reassured of its safety, Su Chen decided to take the weapon out for some amusement. Transform, I poke. Transform, I block. Retaining a childlike spirit, he indulged in a little fighting game. However, after consulting several individuals, none were willing to engage with him. These university students were far too serious. Utterly devoid of any childlike wonder, such a magnificent weapon, and yet no one wished to partake in a bit of fun. It was not that the students had suddenly matured. Even the heirs of substantial powers retained a modicum of innocence. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity for interaction with a master. How could they refuse? It was still the intimidating thousand-machine umbrella, radiating a formidable aura at first glance. When questioned, some students even pondered whether they had unwittingly offended the master recently, contemplating drastic measures against him. They were still resorting to such roundabout methods. It wasn't until they realized that Master Su was indiscriminately inquiring of anyone he encountered, seeking those with whom he had a connection, that they felt some relief. Since no one was inclined to play with him, Su Chen resolved to entertain himself. On his way to the playground, he encountered Wang Kai. After some thought, he decided to involve Wang Kai in his play, making him the target, considering the thousand-machine umbrella was relatively safe now. Wang Kai, upon hearing his master's invitation to join in play, was overjoyed. However, he did not contemplate why he was brought along with the thousand-machine umbrella. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was to bask in the sunlight. Upon reaching the playground, Su Chen found a clear patch of ground. He opened the thousand-machine umbrella and addressed Wang Kai with gravity. Hey, demon dog, aren't you going to retreat swiftly? Witness my great might, the Grand Luo spell. Wang Kai instantly got into character. Was this the legendary game of house? Indeed, it was quite amusing. Woof. Su Chen, witnessing Wang Kai's immediate engagement without explanation, felt a swell of pride. Truly, he was a clever dog. Wang Kai's smile persisted until Su Chen unfurled the thousand-machine umbrella. Look out. This utterance nearly startled the very soul out of him. Master, do you intend to treat me as a foe? We may be playing, but why wield the thousand-machine umbrella in jest? This is a fearsome weapon capable of containing a drop of your life energy. Are you intending to feast upon dog meat? Wang Kai began to reminisce about his past misdeeds. Could it be that all the skills he had acquired had finally come to light? Perhaps the playful banter was merely a pretext. The true intention was to deal with him. Nevertheless, having followed his master and witnessed so much, it was time to atone for his errors. With a choked whimper, he surrendered his struggle. Su Chen anticipated that this stubborn dog would flee, but instead, he stood resolutely in place, prompting Su Chen to quickly moderate his force. The sharp tip of the thousand-machine umbrella's gun form was perilously close to Wang Kai's artery, a mere millimeter away. This nearly sent Su Chen into a panic. Coupled with Wang Kai's choked whimper, his expression darkened. He kicked out in frustration. What the hell? I thought you would dodge upon entering character. What do you mean by standing here? And with that whimper, I detest this melodramatic interplay. Wang Kai nearly departed from his side, leaving him considerably alarmed. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai chuckled. It turned out the intention was not to harm him. It was merely a game. However, Su Chen also recognized the inherent danger of the thousand-machine umbrella. He sought out paper or cloth to wrap the sharp edges. Thus, the man and his dog engaged in a normal play. Yet, the thousand-machine umbrella occasionally emitted faint tremors, teetering on the brink of activation, resulting in waves of suffocating energy that spread outward. Those who knew were aware that Master Su was merely playing with the thousand-machine umbrella, while the uninformed might speculate on the source of the emanating aura. Perhaps it was a powerful being or a rare treasure. Within the city, numerous divine beasts continued their quest for clues. As this sensation arose, many divine beasts felt tears welling up. Finally, a lead had emerged, and it bore the same vitality fluctuations as that day. Such a rarity. However, the direction felt oddly familiar. It seemed that just a couple of days prior, a tremendous energy fluctuation had also originated from this direction. No, it was more akin to an energy flood. What lay in that direction? Huiguan University. Surely, it could not be that place again experiencing fluctuations. It felt as if humanity was toying with them. Regardless, there was a glimmer of hope. Even if it turned out to be a false lead, it was worth pursuing. Information could be adjusted in significance, rendering one's merits either substantial or negligible. However, tangible treasures could not be diminished in value. If it existed, it existed. If not, it simply did not. At most, discrepancies in merit might arise. For instance, if the intelligence team claimed credit, they would siphon off a portion of the glory, leaving less for oneself. With the proliferation of such departments, one's accolades would inevitably diminish. Yet, What could not be erased was the treasure brought back, a prize of immeasurable worth. This was an unassailable fact. Under human surveillance, a multitude of divine beasts surged toward Huiguang University, eager to seize this monumental achievement. The sins of their expedition could not be in vain. Chapter 99. What? 1 trillion. Aside from 2 particular divine beasts and certain others already arranged for departure, the remaining divine beasts had gathered. Some were genuinely intent on acquiring merit, while others had simply resigned themselves to laziness. There was likely only one item of interest, and with so many beasts present, the odds of securing it were slim. Moreover, the human authorities had mandated that no looting or destruction could occur within the city. Hence, a lack of enthusiasm was understandable. Some beasts had already set up ambushes at the city's exit, preparing for a potential opportunity. The hearts of beasts are complex. Upon nearing the energy fluctuation, the multitude of beasts discovered that it indeed emanated from Huiguang University. Their expressions were mixed as they re-entered the campus. Hopefully, this time there would be some reward. The visa was nearing its expiration. Soon they would be expelled. A return with nothing to show would result in severe penalties. At that moment, the energy fluctuations persisted, albeit with less intensity. It had previously resembled a chaotic battle, devoid of pattern. Now it resembled a demonstration of some sort. Following the waves closely, they quickly pinpointed the source and discovered Chen. Wasn't he the one responsible for the fluctuations that day? It seemed the energy was emanating from the weapon in his hand. At one moment, it transformed into an umbrella. At another, it morphed into a firearm, only to become various other weapons shortly thereafter. The nature of this object eluded comprehension. Yet, there existed a unanimous consensus among them. This weapon is formidable. Chen, having grown weary of playing house, found little excitement after sparring a few times with Wang Kai. Now, he wielded the 1,000-machine umbrella, practicing his techniques. A man remains youthful at heart until death. With such a grand toy at his disposal, he felt compelled to devise several signature moves. Presently, he imagined an adversary before him, engaging in combat with an imaginary foe. Although he lacked the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, he could certainly envision it. Pretending to possess world-shattering strength, he had already exchanged blows with the Monkey King for 72 rounds. Observing the man before them, practicing with such a weapon, their initial reaction was incredulity. Are humans not inherently weak? Yet this individual appeared anything but feeble. Rather, he was astonishingly powerful. Commanding such a sinister weapon, he attacked with an ease that belied the absence of any visible enemy, radiating an overwhelming combat spirit. Most crucially, it was his skill, his mastery of martial techniques. As divine beasts, they were born with innate combat prowess, ingrained within their DNA. This genetic endowment, when coupled with diligent training and accrued battle experience, could unleash the full potential of a divine beast. Now, having reached level 60, they were certainly not weaklings, having seen and experienced much among their kind. However, they sensed that even the most formidable among them could not rival the combat skill and experience of this extraordinary individual. It seemed this master had witnessed countless battles, his every movement a testament to unparalleled martial artistry. Lacking any discernible energy fluctuations or aura, humans remained oblivious to Chen's current martial enlightenment. Had they known, they would undoubtedly rush to observe. Before the appearance of the giant mech, they might have scoffed, but now, with its arrival, they regarded it as a treasure. Humans were capable of combat as well, and thus the art of martial prowess needed to be revived. The playground was filled with students whose experiences paled in comparison to their teachers, rendering them unable to discern what Master Su was up to, resulting in no onlookers. The spectators were divine beasts. Some divine beasts, while watching, suddenly realized, wait, were they not here to seek energy fluctuations? How did it evolve into a display of human martial arts? That aura of bloodlust emanated from the weapon in his grasp. If the previous fluctuations were indeed produced by this umbrella, then it could very well be the greatest weapon in the world, a ripple that spread across the entire planet, originating from a singular weapon. Yet, they hesitated to seize it, for the weapon was in another's possession. According to human customs, they could deceive or purchase but could not steal. Chen, engrossed in his practice, initially paid little mind to the surroundings. Only when the commotion subsided did he notice a throng of beast tamers fixated upon him, each exuding an extraordinary presence. It felt as though he were being scrutinized with eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. A portion of the beasts gazed greedily at the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hands, instinctively hiding it behind himself, fearing they might snatch away his precious treasure. Yet, the divine beasts dared not approach. Despite their desires, they remained rational. Such a master would undoubtedly recognize the weapon's worth and would consider how to procure it. However, they held little hope, as the individual was surely not foolish enough to be unaware of the weapon's value. If he were truly oblivious, What then accounted for his astounding martial prowess? Thus, they dismissed the possibility that he was ignorant of the weapon's significance. A particularly bold divine beast approached directly. Sir, might I have a glimpse of your weapon? Initially suspicious of the divine beast's intentions, Su-chan resolutely shook his head in refusal. Sensing the situation, they were not in a hurry, merely wishing to observe. They knew they would eventually find a way to acquire it. The first step was to initiate contact. Please, sir, do not be hasty in your refusal. I offer beast taming resources merely to see your weapon. It is a fair trade. Upon hearing this, Su-chan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His worth now surpassed 100 million. How much could their beast taming resources possibly offer him? Certainly not in the tens of millions. He was not lacking in funds. In such moments, there was no need to lower his noble head. I am not in need of money. Upon uttering this, he felt an exhilarating sense of relief. How delightful it was to be free from financial worries for the first time. Was this the feeling of wealth? The divine beasts exchanged awkward smiles. This individual was unlike the typical humans they encountered, who would eagerly seek to extract vast fortunes from them, always lamenting their own poverty. This revelation piqued their curiosity. How wealthy could this human truly be? If I may inquire, how many sons do you possess? This question ignited Su-chan's desire to flaunt his wealth. While he would not show off before others, displaying a semblance of grandeur before divine beasts was acceptable. With a grand gesture, he extended a finger. I possess 100 million. He refrained from specifying the number of sons, as one son equated to 10,000. Saying 100 million directly felt more straightforward. The onlookers, both amused and astonished, gasped in disbelief. What? 100 billion? Such a sum was astounding. Surely, this individual must be the wealthiest in the human realm. It was clear now that he possessed both wealth and strength, rendering their attempts to deceive him futile. Observing the expressions of the divine beasts, Su-chan felt like a wild stallion galloping free. This sensation of superiority was intoxicating. Was this the inherent value of money? With 100 million at his disposal, what troubles could he possibly face? He was eager to see what methods these divine beasts would employ. The first divine beast to approach racked its brain, struggling to devise a strategy. Unable to resort to force, as the opponent posed no threat, and with their riches failing to impress him, they were at a loss. What could they do? Some divine beasts began to feel inexplicably choked up. The pressure of being far from home, living in constant anxiety, compounded by this dilemma, weighed heavily on them. Their once prized beast taming resources, their sole advantage, seemed ineffective. If their mission faltered, returning home would surely spell trouble. Who relished the thought of a business trip? They longed to lounge comfortably at home. Once this sentiment took hold, it proved difficult to quell. As emotions swelled, some of the more sensitive divine beasts could not hold back their tears. Once one beast began to weep, it was not long before others followed suit. In the kindergarten, the moment the atmosphere of longing for their mothers emerged, a child's tears would flow uncontrollably. Even now, it remains the same. Su-chan stood there, utterly bewildered. What on earth happened? Why were they crying? Was it because he had bullied the divine beasts? Yet, the notion of bullying divine beasts is far more entertaining. In terms of strength, these creatures rival Tyson, capable of effortlessly slaying a bull. Here I am, bullying a group of divine beasts that are countless times stronger than Tyson. I am but a mere human. By what virtue do I possess the ability to bring a multitude of divine beasts to tears? Why are you all crying? Is it merely because I refuse to give you the Chinkoan umbrella? Why act like children? Upon hearing this, one divine beast's defenses crumbled. Our cognitive capacity is limited. So what if we resemble children? With a rather simplistic intellect, not many beast tamers could match the level of human intelligence. Thus, it is quite normal for divine beasts to exhibit childlike behavior. Coupled with their grassroots governance, it is akin to a bunch of children at play. Had they not been so powerful, they would have been subdued long ago. As a group of divine beasts wept on the playground, numerous college students turned their attention towards them, only to find Master Su standing before the creatures. Their minds momentarily faltered. Master Su, what transpired? How did you manage to make a group of divine beasts cry? Goodness, how impressive. They had only heard tales of beast tamers who exploited divine beasts for resources. But never had they witnessed someone drive divine beasts to the brink of despair. Consequently, they all raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Awesome." Su-chan was already at a loss, and now being praised by a crowd only added to his confusion. Who could decipher the meaning behind this gesture? Was it a compliment or a covert suggestion? Only the spirits would know. Allow me to show you. Stop crying. As the number of onlookers increased, some even approached to specifically offer him their thumbs up. The sight sent chills down his spine, prompting him to seek a way to quell the divine beast's lamentations. Some of the divine beasts, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, while others continued to sob. Show me, I want to see. They wiped their tears and crowded closer. Su-chan, displaying greater generosity, placed the Qianquan umbrella on the ground, allowing them to examine it at their leisure. One divine beast boldly reached out a paw to grasp the Qianquan umbrella for a closer inspection. However, unbeknownst to it, the energy shield surrounding the umbrella was only responsive to intelligent beings. Upon detecting that the creature attempting to lift, it was not Su Chen. The umbrella activated its energy and evaporated the pawed divine beast completely. It was a true case of human evaporation. The once mighty divine beast was gone without a trace. What happened to that large divine beast? Where did it go? The overwhelming energy fluctuations had obliterated it without leaving so much as a speck of dust. The multitude of divine beasts and humans present felt a surge of trepidation, a fleeting sensation of impending doom. Yet, this feeling dissipated as quickly as it came. Had it not been for the sudden disappearance of a divine beast, they might have remained oblivious to the perilous nature of the Qianquan umbrella. No beast dared to approach the weapon now, having realized that it had chosen its master. Reflecting on the recent events, they understood that this human had not shown them the umbrella out of kindness. Rather, it was likely a ploy to rid himself of their incessant chatter. Digging a pit for them to fall into, a demonstration of authority. Observing that the divine beasts only lingered at the periphery of the Qianquan umbrella, Su Chen stepped into their midst and offered it to them. Did you not wish to see? Take it and examine it. You cannot see clearly from the ground. Can you? Until now, Su Chen had not registered the disappearance of such a large divine beast, nor the terrifying energy fluctuations. His words were meant as a benign reminder. However, given that a creature of significant size had just been vaporized along with the accompanying dreadful energy, not a single divine beast dared to take up the offer. Moreover, this fearsome human was encouraging them to take it. Was this not tantamount to a death sentence for them? They had initially thought him a good person, only to realize how deeply cunning he truly was, seemingly intent on leading them to their demise. Though still feeling a sense of grievance, they no longer dared to cry, fearing that they might provoke this human into a harsher response. Forget it, we have seen enough. Yes, we do not possess hands like humans. It is better not to touch it. Our visas into the human realm are about to expire, and we must gather our belongings to leave. We shall not look any longer, haha. One by one, they all sought to flee hastily. This human undeniably harbored ill intentions. Su Chen found himself perplexed by the divine beast's thought processes. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring to see the Qianquan umbrella, and now they wished to distance themselves as if he were a harbinger of doom. What was going on? With the first divine beast bolting away, the rest followed suit in a chaotic exodus. To touch the Qianquan umbrella would surely mean the end for them. Watching the divine beasts flee in panic, he shrugged off his confusion and returned to the shop with the exhausted Wang Kai. For some reason, he felt that Wang Kai had been unusually tense during their play, avoiding attacks that he could have easily evaded, as if fearing contact with the Qianquan umbrella, much like the divine beasts. Was the Qianquan umbrella truly capable of instilling such fear? The divine beasts dashed out of the school without looking back, promptly applying for exit from the human realm. They had pinpointed the source of the energy fluctuations and could return home now. It was unfortunate to have come all this way without securing anything of value. They had expended their resources, yet returned empty-handed. The prospect of facing punishment upon their return weighed heavily on their spirits. Chapter 101. The Divine Beasts Flee. Su Chen flies to the imperial capital. After several days of traversing the wilderness, the multitude of divine beasts finally reached the border. As they crossed out of human territory, they felt an immense sense of exhilaration. They were finally going home. Even if they faced punishment from their clans, and perhaps disapproving looks, the thrill of returning was unmatched. Back to the warmth of their nests. At the human border, a gathering of ancestral divine beasts awaited. If the treasures were claimed by their kin without any escort, the spoils might fall into the hands of another clan. True battles would undoubtedly not occur within human territory, not solely due to human dominance, but also due to the unreliability of the Tamers. As divine beasts, they were acutely aware of the nature of those who tamed them. The notion of finding a trustworthy ally was far-fetched. The very opportunities to enter human territory were often a matter of chance, relying on the luck of the draw to select an unfortunate soul. What could one expect from such tamers? There was no loyalty to be found. While they were not entirely apathetic, the will to fight was scarcely present. They might as well wish for divine beast snacks to fall from the heavens. As the time approached for their visas to expire, even if they had not discovered any treasures, they would likely have to exit soon. In the sweltering midday sun, a horde of divine beasts sprinted out of human territory, seeking their ancestral guardians. They quickly relayed the events of their recent ordeal. Upon hearing the general account, the expressions of the ancestral divine beasts turned complex. Especially upon learning that the source of the energy fluctuations was a weapon, their countenance darkened considerably. Damn it! Once again, we have been outwitted by humans. Once deceived, the experience is never the same again. This time, It was yet another play on words. The items in question were indeed not in the hands of the official authorities, but rather in the grasp of individuals. However, these items were weapons, specifically a bloodthirsty fiend. As for the cause of the disturbance, it could either be a deliberate act by the human race or an unintentional trigger. In any case, they had lost a batch of beast taming supplies, which were of considerable quality. On the surface, there were no flaws to be found. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their discontent. The human race had gained momentum. Warfare could no longer be approached with the casualness of the past. The vast majority of divine beasts chose to remain silent and departed with their descendants. The remaining elders merely muttered a few curses before leaving. Once they had all vacated the premises, the troops hidden behind cover and within the tunnels began to reveal themselves. Fortunately, they had not taken any aggressive action to reclaim what was lost. Otherwise, these troops were not merely for show. Within the confines of Huiguang City, following the official announcement that the divine beasts had vacated the area, Chen was astonished to discover that, despite his earlier assertions of not reaping any benefits, he had nonetheless amassed a fortune of 100 million. It was unclear how much profit others had garnered from the incursion of the divine beasts, but it was evident that Chen had struck gold. He had ascended to the ranks of millionaires. Although this wealth did not stem directly from the divine beasts, it had provided him with the initial capital he required. Had it not been for those timid divine beasts, he might not have had the funds to procure the components needed to construct his Gundam, and thus, the official expenditure of 100 million on Gundams would never have transpired. Ultimately, he owed a debt of gratitude to those timid divine beasts. Without them, he would have been unable to secure his startup funds. In the days when the divine beasts were present, the school experience was hardly different. Now that they had departed, life continued as it had, with little change. Perhaps his lackadaisical existence mirrored this routine, devoid of any significant fluctuations. Ding! Upon hearing that sound, Chen leapt up in surprise. Had the awakening system finally activated? Where was the system interface? As silence lingered, he suddenly recalled that his newly acquired phone's notification tone resembled that very ding. Upon checking his phone, he confirmed he had received a message. Which smartphone's default notification produced such a sound? Was this not an outright scam targeting travelers from another realm? Upon hearing that sound, he had thought his cheat device had arrived. What a momentary thrill. The message was from Gao Xuanma. Chen, are you free? Why not come to the capital for a couple of days? I have something that requires your presence. Under ordinary circumstances, such requests typically involved borrowing money. Previously, he would have been unperturbed by such matters due to his lack of funds. However, now he faced a dilemma. He was indeed wealthy. What if the other party had caught wind of his newfound fortune and sought him out specifically? While he knew the individual in question was unlikely to be so shameless, it never hurt to be cautious. Thus, he replied, I do have some free time, but what do you need me for? Just come over. It's good news. Good news? At this point, he was fairly certain it was unlikely to involve borrowing money. Besides, they were brothers. It would be prudent to see what was going on. His store was stable now, so taking a short leave would not pose a problem. Yi Fan. At the sound of his boss calling, Yi Fan peeked out. What's up? I'll be away for a few days. During this time, you'll be the acting store manager. I have something to attend to. Keep an eye on Wang Kai. Nodding, he retracted his head. Chen had faith in Yi Fan's abilities. Although he could be a bit jumpy and his wits sometimes seemed lacking, he was still considered reliable. Chen promptly returned home to pack his belongings and booked a flight for the same day. Now that he had money, he reflected on his previous train journey to the magic capital. This time, he opted for a plane. With newfound wealth, he indulged in a bit of revenge spending and purchased a first-class ticket. It was time to indulge himself. Meanwhile, the official departments began to reach out regarding the master's visit to the capital, which they took quite seriously. The capital was the political center of the human race. Tossing a brick from the street could potentially injure numerous high-ranking officials. Their concern was the emergence of another reckless individual like Zhang who could cause chaos. With so many officials in the capital, the likelihood of such incidents was significant, necessitating precaution. At the very least, those within the organization needed to be informed of Master Su's presence, though they might not need to know the specifics of his strength or importance. They must recognize that he was not someone to be trifled with. Chen, with his luggage in tow, arrived at the new airport. The previous airport had been slated for decommissioning. Huiguang City was now a major metropolis. The old airport was too small and dilapidated. The new airport was spacious, bright, and luxurious. Although he considered himself worldly, he still found himself pleasantly surprised by the new airport, which exuded an entirely fresh style. Upon entering, Chen immediately located the VIP channel to check in. After all, he was flying first class, which afforded him some privilege. Most matters were expedited. After completing security checks, he proceeded directly to the VIP lounge. To his surprise, the instant noodles in the lounge were complimentary. This filled him with a sense of wonder. Being wealthy was indeed delightful. He grabbed a free sweet drink and prepared a bowl of free instant noodles, contentedly awaiting his flight. Initially, he thought flying would be a hassle requiring him to arrive hours in advance, but the VIP service significantly streamlined the process. Even arriving just an hour early allowed him to board smoothly. In the entire VIP waiting area, Chen was the sole individual enjoying instant noodles. The others merely sipped water. However, he felt no embarrassment. Having paid for the service, he was entitled to enjoy it. A fool is one who does not take advantage of a bargain, he mused, determined to savor every bite of the complimentary noodles. After finishing, he scrolled through his phone while waiting for boarding. He was summoned through the VIP channel, allowing for priority boarding. He wondered if the aircraft in this beast taming world differed from those of his previous life. His self-constructed Gundam was, after all, a type of beast. Could this plane also be categorized as a beast? Unable to wrap his mind around it, he decided to set the thought aside. Once seated, he awaited takeoff. He had to admit that first class had no downsides aside from its expense. No, the cost was not a flaw of the service, but rather a reflection of his past financial struggles. Now that he was affluent, it no longer constituted a downside. After some online research, he pretended to expertly switch into slippers as the plane prepared for takeoff. The flight attendant approached and inquired, "Sir, would you like something to drink or eat?" He was momentarily taken aback. Did the plane still serve meals? What, then, had he consumed in the lounge? An appetizer? Suppressing his regret, he accepted the menu offered by the flight attendant. Steak, burgers, pasta, all far superior to instant noodles. He had foolishly consumed the broth. And now he learned that there were delectable options available on the flight. Flipping the menu over, he found an array of beverages. Although he longed to order something, he knew he could neither eat nor drink at that moment. How he regretted it. However, with a lengthy flight ahead, perhaps he could digest a bit before it was time to eat again. For now, I don't need anything. I'll call you if I do. It was unequivocally not a matter of pretense. He genuinely could not manage another bite. The flight attendant nodded and departed to inquire with the next passenger. With a 2-hour flight ahead, Chen had been eagerly anticipating the moment when his stomach would allow him to indulge in steak and champagne. However, instant noodles proved to be a poor choice for his digestion, and only when the flight concluded did he transition from being overly full to merely satisfied. Alas, he had not consumed a single morsel of the in-flight meal. What a lamentable predicament. He resolved that next time he would remember that first-class accommodations included exquisite dining options, and that the instant noodles available in the airport lounge were to be avoided. Following the signs to retrieve his checked luggage, he exited the terminal. As the plane descended and connectivity was restored, he noticed a message from Gao Xuanma indicating that he had arrived and was waiting at the exit. However, the vast expanse of the Beijing Capital International Airport featured multiple exits. It took Chen a good 10 minutes of walking before he reached the designated meeting spot. Upon encountering Gao Xuanma, the latter's words nearly caused him to break composure. "You must be famished. Come, I've reserved a private room for a meal." Upon uttering this, he observed his old classmate's expression of discomfort, mistakenly interpreting it as shyness. "Don't be bashful. My brother has recently struck it rich. It's merely a meal." The hesitation was not born of embarrassment, but rather a deeper concern. He briefly recounted his experience of purchasing first-class tickets only to subsist on instant noodles. After finishing his account, he anticipated laughter from Gao Xuanma, but instead, he was met with an unexpected inquiry. "Have you entered the world yet? Purchasing first class? What a curious phrase." He countered, "I've recently come into some fortune as well." Gao Xuanma comprehended that his reclusive brother had not yet fully emerged into society. Rather, his current public facade was one of affluence. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he opted for a first-class ticket. If he had truly entered society, maintaining contact would have been considerably more challenging. The reclusive life and societal engagement were nearly mutually exclusive. They could be regarded as two distinct entities. "Very well. Let us dine tomorrow. I shall take you to rest now, as it is quite late." Gao Xuanma drove Chen to an opulent residential complex. As he sat in the car, he gazed at the upscale neighborhood, convinced that his brother had achieved remarkable success. He thought he would be staying in a guest room. To his surprise, Gao Xuanma casually tossed him the key to a room and prepared to leave. Upon inquiry, he discovered that while there were indeed multiple properties, the one he had just received was specifically designated for guests, while Gao Xuanma resided next door. Initially, he expected to stay in a guest room, only to realize it was a complete suite. However, after packing and the ensuing commotion, he was too lethargic to ponder the situation further. After a brief wash-up, he collapsed onto the bed, sleeping soundly until 9 the following morning. As he awoke to an unfamiliar ceiling and the plushness of the bed, it dawned on him. Goodness, my brother has truly prospered. He hastily checked the property prices on his phone, discovering that a single unit in this area was valued in the tens of millions. His fortune of 100 million could barely afford 3 or 4 units, while Gao Xuanma was known to possess at least 2. Wait a minute. Wasn't this kid still in school? How has he achieved such success in just a few months? There must be some underlying reason. He would need to investigate whether his brother had engaged in any illicit activities, which he would vehemently oppose. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by Gao Xuanma's voice. Are you awake? I need to discuss something with you. Upon opening the door, Su Chen found not only Gao Xuanma, but also a sharply dressed man. The three of them settled onto the sofa, with Su Chen positioned in the center. Su Chen, the reason I called you here is to discuss this matter. I wish to share the profits of the company I have established with you. Your company? Why would I receive any profits from that? He was perplexed. Surely, this enterprise was something Gao Xuanma had painstakingly built. It was baffling that he would suddenly wish to share its gains. Were it not for his trust in this person, he might have suspected a scam. Moreover, the 2 properties Gao Xuanma owned were of considerable worth. If they were to discuss profits, the company would likely be quite lucrative. It was incomprehensible to him why he would share this with someone who had not contributed anything. Gao Xuanma shook his head. No, you must understand that without you, this company would not exist. You need only accept the dividends. Should the company falter one day, you bear no responsibility. This revelation left Su Chen even more bewildered. What do you mean the company wouldn't exist without me? What assistance have I provided? It is evident that my good brother has excelled, gaining admission to Beijing University with remarkable ease and launching a company during his studies. I played no part in that. He glanced at his friend, who appeared troubled, as if there were words left unspoken. The lawyer beside them remained poised, ready to present the documents at a moment's notice. The lawyer had also sensed that his boss was withholding something. It wasn't that Gao Xuanma didn't want to reveal it. He simply could not. His companion still remained in seclusion and could not disclose that the advanced skill books he possessed had significantly aided Gao Xuanma's admission to university. Without those elite tomes, he would not have gained entry to Beijing University. It was a truth he could not articulate. For now, his friend was merely playing the role of an ordinary individual. Finding a way to repay his kindness seemed an insurmountable challenge. You need not concern yourself with whether you've contributed. Just accept it as my way of extending a helping hand now that I have found success. Though Su Chen remained perplexed, he accepted the contract to peruse its contents. Signing or not was one matter. The document contained much information to digest, including the company name, Xianshan Responsibility Limited. Upon seeing the character for Chen, he struggled to maintain his composure. You must have had this in mind from the outset, but I truly have contributed nothing. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Cough. Cough. Brother, this matter requires careful consideration. He cast a glance at the lawyer behind him. Indeed, he merely needed to accept the money without any obligations or responsibilities tied to the company. However, the fact remained that this was not a venture he had founded, making it difficult to accept such a generous offer. Gao Xuanma did not appear disheartened. He surmised that his friend likely scoffed at the paltry sum. After all, a single skill book could be worth billions, whereas he needed to toil for a year or half a year to accumulate even a couple of billion. While the company was still in its growth phase, he lacked confidence that it would ever surpass the income generated by the skill books. Yet, he felt no urgency. Just because his friend hesitated to accept now did not mean he would refuse in the future. For now, he had expressed his intentions, fulfilling his duty of gratitude to the fullest extent. Let us not dwell on this any longer. If you're unwilling to accept, then so be it. How about we step out to discuss a business matter and then take you out for some fun? Su Chen, relieved that there was no strong insistence on the gift, breathed a sigh of relief. Had Gao Xuanma been adamant about imposing this gift upon him, he would have felt quite embarrassed. Very well, but I'm only good for eating and drinking. Is that acceptable? Not to worry. Once we reach the private room, you can enjoy your meal, and I shall handle the rest. Gao Xuanma turned to speak a few words to the lawyer before leading Su Chen to the restaurant, Zhu Yingxian. As he gazed upon the ancient and elegant architecture paired with the plaque at the entrance, he felt a sense of awe. Su Chen confirmed once more that they would indeed be dining here. To be honest, prior to his arrival, he had envisioned a typical private dining room, akin to those found in ordinary restaurants. However, what lay before him was an entirely different affair, a courtyard. Each private room resembled a small courtyard. In the capital, where every inch of land is precious, such a vast expanse must be worth a considerable fortune. It appeared that his 100 million was merely the threshold to this realm. Although slightly taken aback, he reminded himself that he was a time traveler and could not afford to lose face. Suppressing his curiosity, he straightened his posture, lifted his chin, and gazed ahead, his eyes resolute as a warrior awaiting battle. As they were the secondary party, they had to bide their time. According to Gao Xuanma, this business venture involved collaboration with a government department, primarily concerning the matter of beast feed. Gao Xuanma owned a feed company specializing in various types of beast feed and treats. As they conversed, a feminine voice resonated from outside, signaling the arrival of their guests. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young man. Gao Xuanmo rose to his feet. Ministerly, it has been a while. Chen also stood, though the middle-aged woman, Ministerly, was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, she regained her composure. After all, she had just seen someone from yesterday's conference whom she had insisted on knowing more about, and now she was to dine with them. Caught off guard, she was momentarily at a loss. However, the meeting had explicitly instructed attendees to treat this individual as an ordinary person, without inquiring about the reasons for their presence. As that was the proper protocol, this indicated that the information was confidential. Yet, it was also mentioned that this person held an extraordinary identity, and anyone who caused them displeasure risked their position. This suggested that they could not be entirely treated as a common individual. Typically, only leaders conducting inspections received such treatment. Yet if it were an inspection, it would have been clearly stated. Hence, this was unlikely to be an inspection. It felt more akin to a leader making an unannounced visit, although it was not stipulated that they must ensure the leader's satisfaction. Having been within the system for a considerable time, she understood that unspoken rules existed. There were other considerations at play. Perhaps this was her opportunity. If she could earn the leader's favor, ascending the ranks would not be a distant dream. However, the conference had disclosed little about this leader's preferences, meaning she would need to conduct some reconnaissance. Turning to her boss, Gao Xuanma, she inquired, "Who is this?" "This is my classmate and, to some extent, a partner in the company." Upon hearing this, Minister Li gasped in surprise. Initially, she had considered passing on this collaboration to a familiar acquaintance. Given the newness of the enterprise and the inherent risks, had it not been for a recommendation, she would not have made the trip. Now, however, she had unexpectedly struck a stroke of luck. This individual was a partner in the very company she was dealing with. The word partner could be overlooked. Even if it were only a tenuous connection, she felt compelled to establish a rapport. She was aware that this matter had not been discussed solely within her department, but had been a topic of conversation throughout the entire capital. Anyone within the system had attended the meeting. The magnitude of influence was immense. Establishing any connection was advantageous, especially with a partner, even a reluctant one. Yet, this process could not be overly obsequious. Otherwise, it would contradict the directive to treat individuals as ordinary people. Still, it was imperative to convey that she was extending a courtesy, lest her efforts be in vain. This was indeed a delicate art. "Hello, classmate. It's quite wonderful to be starting a company together." However, as the leader stood, she dared not take a seat. Gao Xuanma stood, and Minister Li remained standing, leaving no room for anyone to sit. Though they had gathered for a meal, basic etiquette must still be observed. The four exchanged awkward smiles, and after a moment, they all finally took their seats. With everyone present, Gao Xuanma promptly signaled the waiter to serve the dishes. Shortly thereafter, exquisitely plated, yet somewhat sparse dishes were presented. Chen's immediate reaction was one of dismay. He feared he would not be satiated. Judging by the portion size, he could easily consume 10 servings alone. Casting a forlorn glance at his good friend, understanding the look in Chen's eyes, Gao Xuanma patted his chest and signaled an okay gesture. Seeing his friend's response, Chen gleaned that this establishment was merely a place for sampling rather than a proper dining venue. If he remained hungry, there would be a second meal. This was merely an appetizer. However, Minister Li was no novice, having navigated the intricacies of the political landscape for years. She promptly waved her hand, summoning her assistant, and whispered a few instructions for additional dishes and settling the bill. Casting a glance at the two men, she remarked, "Mr. Gao, our relationship is purely business. While this classmate of yours is a guest, I will privately order some local specialty dishes to treat your classmate." At this, Chen felt no particular discomfort. He merely thought the person was rather kind. Yet, Gao Xuanma had done his homework prior to coming and understood what sort of individual Minister Li was. This behavior seemed rather uncharacteristic for her. It felt somewhat ingratiating. However, he was not vain enough to believe it was directed at him alone and glanced at his good friend, pondering whether Minister Li had some inkling of the situation. Chapter 104. This is the power of connections. If they were in Huiguang City, it would not be surprising for someone to be aware of certain matters. Given that Chen had lived there for many years, if nothing had been discerned, it would indicate a lack of competence in the government. However, this was the capital, not Huiguang. Could it be that his good friend's influence had expanded to such an extent? It was highly plausible. Perhaps his friend's identity had already made its way into national records, classified at a high level of confidentiality. It was possible that Minister Li had perused the file and had simply recognized him. This made sense. While there might be some discrepancies in details, his deductions were likely close to the truth. Now Minister Li's attentiveness was likely motivated by the desire for an opportunity. Who knows what level of classification that file holds? He would believe it if someone claimed the complete file was of the highest classification. Back in the day, when Su Chen's artistic skills had not yet reached their zenith, he had watched his friend progress from an E-level skill book to being able to create A-level and even S-level skill books by graduation. It was nothing short of astonishing. Now, years later, it was said that his friend could produce SSS-level skill books. The capacity to wholesale skill books could easily warrant inclusion in records. At least, from the current perspective, the authorities had not exposed the hidden world, which aligned with his own endeavors. Was it possible that Minister Li shared a connection with his classmate? The gesture of sending dishes made Su Chen feel somewhat embarrassed as the host. He hoped there was indeed a connection, for he had simply overlooked the need for courtesy. And thus he offered his apologies. With just a few exchanges, Gao Xuanma and Minister Li had completed their dialogue. This Minister Li indeed seemed to know some details about Su Chen. However, how much did she truly understand? One could only hope for a beneficial relationship. The desire to forge a connection was evident, though perhaps a bit too overt in its expression. Gao Xuanma cast a glance beside him, only to discover that the other party exhibited no reaction, merely staring intently at the dishes. He had longed to pick up his chopsticks. Yet the two individuals engaged in cryptic conversation, discussing an array of matters he found perplexing. His mind was cluttered with his own fanciful theories, utterly incapable of grasping the intricacies of human relationships. Minister Li, observing the situation, promptly urged everyone to commence dining. Upon hearing they could finally eat, Su Chen shot a glance at his close friend, who nodded in affirmation. He swiftly seized a piece of the renowned Peking duck and stuffed it into his mouth. Having heard much about its esteemed reputation, he was finally savoring the authentic delicacy today, while he could overlook the lesser-priced imitations. How could this establishment's Peking duck be anything but genuine? Wrapped in sauce and encased in a pancake, he immersed himself in the meal while the others continued their discussions. Minister Li attempted several times to draw the leaders into conversation, yet his efforts proved fruitless. It seemed the other party was solely there to dine. Despite both parties having finalized their contracts, one individual remained utterly silent. This left Minister Li feeling somewhat disheartened. However, with leaders, one must exercise patience. One might not always reap rewards for their diligence, yet one must avoid any missteps at all costs. For a mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. As the two parties transitioned into a more casual exchange post-collaboration, Su Chen had nearly finished his meal. Noticing the other side discussing subsequent feed development, he suddenly recalled that eccentric old man who specialized in feed. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Lin Jingqing. Though this fellow often appeared rather unkempt, many students had spoken highly of his expertise. The old chap often boasted about his alchemical prowess. Despite lacking any semblance of elixir fragrance, it was likely just related to feed. Gao Xuanma's company was indeed involved in the feed business. Introducing this person might yield some assistance. After all, he was a university professor and should possess solid credentials, right? So, during a moment of pause, he nudged his companion. I know someone who also works in feed, though he may be a bit unreliable. Would you like me to introduce you? Gao Xuanma paused, realizing that Su Chen knew someone in the feed industry. That person must surely be an expert. He couldn't possibly lead one astray, though he spoke in hushed tones. Minister Li still caught wind of the conversation and grew curious about the individual worthy of such a recommendation from this leader. As both parties turned their attention towards him, and with his close friend nodding in agreement, Su Chen quickly retrieved his phone. Hold on, I'll make a call. At that moment, within the special alchemical room at Huiguang University, Lin Jingqing was deep in contemplation over a particular incantation when his phone erupted with a shrill ringtone. Master Su is calling. Master Su is calling. The sound jolted him from his thoughts. Answering the phone, he ingratiatingly inquired, Master Su, how may I be of service? Upon recognizing the voice of the elderly man, the two individuals present perked up, especially Minister Li, who felt a sense of familiarity with the voice. I recall you're also involved with Beast Feed. How would you like to connect with the company I'm dealing with? Lin Jingqing felt an urge to correct him. It's alchemical potions, not Beast Feed. Just because you conflate potions with Beast Feed doesn't mean all potions are merely Beast Feed. Had it been anyone else, he would have berated them. But on the other end was Master Su, who had done him a great favor, compelling him to acquiesce. Of course, I can't claim to be an authority on Beast Feed without hesitation. However, I am merely a reluctant partner in this company. You'll need to discuss specifics with the actual owner. Gao Xuanmo received the phone. What shall I call you? Lin Jingqing pondered for a moment, deciding against pretense. After all, Master Su was merely a tenuous partner in this venture. Though the extent of that tenuousness was uncertain, he still had connections to consider. Call me Old Lin. Su Chen remained unperturbed, but the other two felt a sense of surrealism. The beast feed industry served as a substitute for beast potions. utilizing technological mass production to provide related benefits to the majority, thus rendering the two sectors inseparable. Lin Jingsheng had already made his mark, and the entire industry was aware of this prominent figure from before the Great War of the Races. Minister Li, managing related affairs, was well informed. Otherwise, she could not occupy her position. Both were familiar with his name, and upon hearing it, they felt an air of disbelief. Minister Li recalled the familiar voice and was the first to react. Meanwhile, Gao Xuanma hesitated to connect the dots to Master Lin. Yet he dared not dismiss the possibility either. He quietly inquired, "Is it the Master Lin from Huiguang University?" "Yes, we needn't be so formal. Just call me Old Lin." Confirming that this Lin Jingsheng was indeed the Lin Master from his memories, Gao Xuanma drew in a sharp breath. Goodness! How could our humble company be fortunate enough to engage a renowned 11th-tier alchemist? We certainly cannot afford such fees. Chapter 105, Strength Assessment, the Radiant Pillars Shattering the Heavens. Both men found themselves at a loss for words, feeling an uncanny sense of unreality, particularly Gao Xuanma, whose company was still in its nascent stages. Despite having achieved notable success, it hardly qualified as a large enterprise. It was merely a testament to the need for continued effort, especially with many established feed companies in the field. If, and that is a significant if, they could bring Master Lin into their company, the product quality would not only see a substantial enhancement, but also a notable reduction in costs. This phenomenon is often referred to as cost reduction and efficiency enhancement. Moreover, the impact would likely be immense. No one would underestimate the capabilities of an 11th-tier alchemist, should he genuinely lend his assistance. It would not be far-fetched to envision becoming the leading feed company in the entire Federation within a few years. Yet, how could he seize this opportunity? Su Chun had already leveraged his network to facilitate the introduction. The remainder rested on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Minister Li, intrigued by the ultimate outcome of this matter, recognized it as insider information, likely of a highly confidential nature. If Master Lin truly joined the other S company, future collaborations would undoubtedly be more amicable. Knowing one's roots and foundations paled in comparison to the influence of an 11th-tier alchemist. Yet, this leader undoubtedly held a prestigious position, even prompting Master Lin to extend a courtesy. Gao Xuanmo rambled on for a while Su Chen sipped on his drink. In truth, regardless of what was discussed, Lin Jingcheng, out of respect for Master Su, would likely agree. However, he found this young man's adeptness in social interactions somewhat commendable. Having attained a certain level of capability, he had not needed to request favors from others for quite some time, thus allowing this skill to wane slightly. Were it in the past, he would have navigated social interactions with far greater finesse. After the negotiations concluded, Minister Li took her leave, recognizing the importance of properly managing this affair. The room once again became the domain of the two men. Gao Xuanma glanced at Su Chun, just as he was about to speak when Su Chen interjected. "Hold on, I don't want any share of your company as profits, while I've assisted you. It's not to that extent." The conversation had reached such a juncture that should he utter another word, it would undoubtedly be his folly. "Very well. Since you are unwilling to accept this, let us consider the matter closed." Observing his good friend relax, he too felt a sense of relief. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why the other party was so intent on showering him with gifts. Could it be that he was left with nothing but money? This notion was somewhat ostentatious. Furthermore, he had merely facilitated an introduction to Lin Jingcheng. It was hardly a monumental task. Frankly speaking, in his eyes, the other was merely an aged man of modest skill. He had realized this from the outset when the man sought to deceive others for meals and warmth. In truth, this fellow's abilities were not particularly impressive. Whether his methods could even produce feed remained uncertain, which surely disqualified him as an expert. Were it not for the backing of an esteemed institution and the accolades of numerous classmates, he would have regarded the individual as inconsequential. Moreover, he had concocted some nonsensical incantation to keep the charade going until now. Could such a level of competence truly be considered elite? At this point, he found himself worried for his good friend's enterprise. Entrusting Lin Jingcheng with research and development, well, that was settled now, and there was no turning back. They began to gather their belongings in preparation to depart. The meal had been satisfactory, rendering further dining unnecessary. In the afternoon, they had intended to explore the area. However, upon reaching the entrance of the scenic spot, Gao Xuanma had to leave in a hurry due to a pressing matter at his company. Watching his friend rush away, Su Chen glanced at his phone. If need be, he could venture out alone. Gazing at the classical architecture of the palace in the city center, he marveled at its resilience. Even during the great wars of the myriad races, it had withstood destruction and stood tall to this day. However, most areas were now cordoned off for preservation, with only select portions open for public viewing. Within, numerous artifacts awaited, and while it was labeled a tourist attraction, it could easily be dubbed a thematic museum. Rumor had it that various relics of ancient beast tamers were housed there. Yet, he felt no inclination to examine them, as he possessed no ability to tame beasts himself. Unless someday he discovered he had a talent for beast mastery, he held no interest in such matters. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take photographs. He had heard that an apparatus inside would assess one's beast taming prowess by merely placing one's hand upon it. A beam of energy would manifest. Most visitors to the palace tended to partake in this experience. As for the specific workings of this device, it remained an enigma, with no explanations provided online. However, it was understood that the manifestation of the beam was connected to one's beast taming abilities. He intended to participate solely for the sake of taking a photo to prove his visit. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here if he neither viewed the artifacts nor checked in? Following the signage, he arrived at the location of the device. As it was not peak tourist season, the queue was minimal, and he waited approximately 10 minutes before his turn arrived. The device was square in shape, encased in a material reminiscent of glass, with various streams of energy swirling within. Simply placing his hand upon it would activate the machine. Most individuals found their beast taming energy unable to produce a beam, at most eliciting a faint glow from the device. Under sunlight, this glow was hardly discernible. Chen approached, entrusting a staff member to assist him with photos. Standing before the device and observing the flowing energy, he held no hopes of a noteworthy outcome. Most people merely achieved a glimmer. If he were to try, he feared he might produce nothing at all, lacking even a beast taming space. He maintained a smile and placed his hand upon the device. As his face was directed toward the camera, he was oblivious to the rapid movement of energy within. The surface of the glass erupted in a dazzling display of colorful light, though this brilliance remained contained within the glass, failing to radiate outward. The colors intensified, and suddenly, a towering beam of light shot upwards, piercing the heavens and reaching into the cosmos. Yet, this beam flickered briefly before vanishing. Officials had dispatched personnel to monitor Master Su, and upon witnessing the ephemeral beam of light, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tests had shown that even a 12th-stage beast master could only achieve a height of around 100 meters. However, the recently witnessed beam, though its exact height was unknown, certainly surpassed 100 meters, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the aerospace department had also observed the beam. It was still midday, with the sun positioned directly overhead. The beam had shot directly towards the sun, and the energy radiating from it seemed to cause a shift in the solar body. Noticing the astonished expressions of the photographers and those waiting in line, Chen assumed something was amiss with the device and turned back to investigate. Everything appeared normal. There were no visible changes, as though no one had interacted with it at all. Why, then, were they staring at him? Had they captured the photo? At that moment, the photographer finally realized, hastily pressing the shutter and handing the phone to Chen, taking the phone without a thought to the astonished expression of the other. He was about to leave when a colossal pillar of fire descended from the sky, landing squarely upon the device. This pillar had originated from the sun. Chapter 106, The Ruins of the Solar Realm. The speed of the fire pillar left no time for anyone to react. By the time the Aerospace Bureau's machinery detected the anomaly and it was noticed, the fire pillar was already descending with unstoppable force. There was no opportunity to report the irregularity. The observer assigned to Chen recorded everything, and Master Su's special department witnessed the entirety of the event. Unbelievably, the device meant for testing prowess seemed to possess genuine utility. Although its current purpose remained unclear, the spectacle suggested it was far from ordinary. As the fire pillar descended, intricate formations began to emerge around the device, their purpose unknown, radiating a kaleidoscope of light, exquisite yet resplendent. The formations extended outward, each circle encompassing the last. As the entire platform became adorned with these intricate patterns, runes began to sprout from the ground, ascending continuously. The energy fluctuations intensified, exerting a terrifying pressure on every living being in the imperial capital, save for one individual who remained unaffected. What on earth? Chen exclaimed, astonished by the unfolding scene. Is this some elaborate spectacle? Had there been a malfunction with the device? Everything had seemed fine when he had touched it. Yet now that he had stepped back to retrieve his phone, chaos ensued. Moreover, it bore an uncanny resemblance to high-grade special effects. What could possibly have gone awry? Surely, this could not be linked to him. If it were, he could not be held liable, could he? Now that he had acquired some wealth, perhaps he could afford to compensate. The fire pillar lasted but a fleeting 9 seconds, and then, there was nothing more to follow. Casting a glance at the nearby staff, he noticed they were utterly stunned, lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to make his escape while no one was paying attention. Having caused such a commotion, he was bound to be investigated if he remained on the scene. Fleeing was the only sensible option. He ran, but the entire government apparatus was on the verge of hysteria. Master Su's special department was, strictly speaking, not an official entity, despite wielding immense power. It belonged to an obscure department, unknown to the general populace. Prior to their ostentatious assumption of certain functions within the aerospace sector, very few were aware that a singular individual was the catalyst for this event. The head of the aerospace department, a special division under Master Su, gazed incredulously at the images transmitted from the satellite. Are you suggesting that a colossal relic is hurtling towards the capital at an astonishing velocity? Several senior officials from the aerospace department nodded in affirmation. One further elaborated, the energy fluctuations emanating from this relic are extraordinarily high, even surpassing the previous surge of vitality. Upon hearing the term vitality surge, the head's expression grew complex. While others may be oblivious to its source, he was well aware. It was the energy released from a drop of Master Su's blood. In comparison, this relic might indeed be somewhat inferior. No. Master Su is not to be trifled with. The opponent is far too formidable, not the relic itself. Yet, the official was perplexed. Just how powerful is Master Su's mentor? It's unfathomable. Moreover, despite being relics of the Great War of the Races, why does Lin Jingxing seem somewhat ineffectual compared to others? In this era, the disparities among individuals remain quite pronounced. Perhaps, even more so in the time before the Great War, when beast taming flourished, as evidenced by Master Su's current prowess. This relic is so formidable that the divine beast races may not yet perceive its significance. Once they draw closer, they are likely to engage in disputes over it. However, they presently remain oblivious to the nature of this relic. Casting a glance at the screen displaying the ongoing search, he felt a throbbing headache. Report to the officer. We have located information on the relic. Display it on the main screen. A plethora of raw data that had yet to be organized appeared on the large screen. While the information was extensive, the focal point was singular, the three-legged golden crow. In ancient times, the beast tamers believed the sun to be a powerful beast known as the three-legged golden crow. Some humans had aspired to cultivate their own three-legged golden crow, though it remains uncertain whether they succeeded. The records here are somewhat fragmented. The so-called relic is referred to as the solar realm. As for what lies within, only various legends persist, with no concrete information available. They are entirely ignorant of how the ancients managed to elevate the solar realm or its potential utility. However, they are not entirely blind, merely severely myopic. The head perused all available information, ultimately uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. How long until this so-called solar realm arrives above the capital? At noon tomorrow. There is still some time. Preparations for this relic must be thorough. By the way, Master Su might be privy to this matter. Let Lin Jingxiang represent us to inquire further. Su Chun dashed out of the scenic area, relieved to find no one trailing him. He had successfully evaded pursuit. That earlier commotion surely signified a major event. Although uncertain of its relevance to him, fleeing seemed the prudent choice. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual incapable of taming beasts, barely managing his own livelihood. He also happened to possess a modest sum of money. If certain unscrupulous individuals took an interest in him, they might demand a piece of his flesh. The thought of his incomplete fortune of 100 million being sullied was distressing. Thus, he resolutely vowed never to admit any connection to the unfolding events. Ding. The phone rang with a sound eerily reminiscent of a system notification, leaving him exasperated. Upon answering, Lin Jingxing's voice resonated from the other end. Master Su, did you see that fiery pillar in the capital? It seems to be causing quite a stir. Danger. This is a trap. If he were to acknowledge any correlation, the chat logs would later expose him, leaving him speechless. I haven't seen anything. What pillar are you referring to? I'm quite unaware. Both the officials monitoring the call and Lin Jingxiang were left at a loss for words by this response. Are you denying your involvement in something of your own making? No, Master is currently in seclusion. He seeks to keep this matter under wraps. Thus he must under no circumstances admit any connection, lest he invite trouble. True to form, the Master remained cautious. The officials requested Lin Jingxing to elaborate on the fiery pillar incident. Su Chun feigned ignorance. Oh, I just learned of it. I was likely in the restroom at the time, so I missed it. What a pity. Changing the subject, he inquired, do you view this matter as fortuitous or unfortunate? Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. Fortuitous or unfortunate? What insight do I possess? I merely wish to distance myself from this entirely. It may not bode well for me. Yet that does not imply it is detrimental overall. Adopting a muddled stance, he evaded the topic. Without a definitive answer, should he be implicated later, he would have a ready explanation. Chapter 107. Encountering a bear in the wild, yet there was no time to play dead. For Master Su, it may not be an advantage, but that does not imply it is a disadvantage either. The individual's current desire for seclusion is understandable. After all, he is unrivaled in the world and can attain anything he desires. This incident will inevitably thrust Master Su into the limelight, which may not be advantageous for him. From the official's perspective, however, it might correlate with the latter half of his statement, suggesting it may not be a negative occurrence. This matter appears to lean toward a positive outcome. A relic, so immensely powerful, would undoubtedly enhance humanity's strength significantly should any fragments of it emerge. Lin Jingxing pressed the matter further, yet Su Chun maintained his evasive stance, resolutely muddying the waters. Whether it is a positive or negative development remains contingent upon the individual. If the other party is the government, it depends on the scenario. When posed with a binary choice, he opted for the affirmative. After several inquiries yielded no substantial information, the officials recognized the Master's reluctance to discuss the issue and promptly urged Lin Jingxing to concoct an excuse to terminate the call, lest he become bothersome. After hanging up, Su Chen reflected on his earlier remarks. Flawless. He had revealed no information, nor offered a single subjective opinion. At least in that regard, he faced no issues. Hearing that the capital's doji, fermented mung bean juice, is delightful, he decided to indulge. He hailed a taxi to a place renowned for its authenticity in serving old capital-style doji. While some enjoyed leisure, others were engulfed in chaos. Su Chun savored his doji, while officials were in a frenzy, deliberating the implications of the solar realm. The relic would undoubtedly require exploration, yet the question remained: how many individuals could be permitted entry? Currently, they were engaged in discussing the allocation ratios. Ideally, everyone would gain access, but if there were to be limitations, it would spell disaster. Every formidable individual was now en route to the capital. The authorities had somewhat unofficially acknowledged the solar realm's existence, drawing in numerous powerful beings, including some relics of the Great War of the Races. Before the storm, there exists a period of profound tranquility. After Su Chun vented his frustrations with the doji, this tranquility began to unfold. On the surface, it appears ordinary, yet beneath lies a current of turmoil. In the vast expanse of space, within the solar realm, a colossal crow resides in its nest. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this crow possesses 3 legs. The 3-legged golden crow slowly opens its eyes. After a prolonged slumber, has a new human emperor finally come into being? Impatiently, it shifts its body and, after a brief respite, takes flight from its nest. Transforming into a radiant source of light, it illuminates the entire solar realm. Once shrouded in darkness, the solar realm transforms into a vibrant landscape with the arrival of this light. Flora and fauna awaken in unison. Within a few hours, the realm bursts with vitality, showcasing mountains, flowing rivers, and lush forests. The 3-legged golden crow in the sky calculates the time. It should soon reach the so-called imperial capital above. It eagerly anticipates the appearance of this new human emperor. The energy fluctuations within the solar realm gradually stabilize, akin to a standby state. Ultimately, it halts above the imperial capital, yet due to the disparity in dimensions, most people are unable to perceive this so-called relic. They merely sense an unfamiliar presence in the sky. Numerous powerful beings stand ready. Should there be limitations on slots, they shall proceed according to the agreed-upon ratio. A crow's caw echoes through the air. The relic manifests. At the borders of the human realm, barriers rise, and the energy within begins to surge. While the outside remains unaltered, a resonant human voice emanates from within the relic. The solar realm descends, the human race pays homage, and all other races must retreat. As the words resonate, the humans within the ancient imperial capital suddenly find themselves transported to a dense forest. The remaining humans do not enter the solar realm. Yet the human realm has gained numerous opportunities. Su Chun feels the air turn humid and noisy. Having played late into the night before, he hoped to sleep until noon today. He should be in his room. How did he suddenly become so uncomfortable? Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by vast expanses of trees and dry soil. He closes his eyes, then opens them again. Is this real? Has he traversed dimensions once more? No. Just as I earned a fortune, you throw me into this predicament. Speaking of which, where am I? I find myself inexplicably in a forest. How am I to survive here? After surveying his surroundings, he tentatively concludes that he has not traversed dimensions. He recognizes the various herbs of the Beastmaster world, the very resources of beast taming. Thus, he deduces that he is still within the Beastmaster realm. But what is this peculiar phenomenon? Unable to comprehend, he decides to set aside his thoughts for now and search for others to gather information. He casually plucks a stick to use as a weapon. Just as he prepares to leave, a massive shadow descends. A black bear peers curiously at Su Chun. He recognizes this breed, the star-pattern bear, a formidable beast of considerable strength. This assessment is valid only when compared to a beast tamer of the same level. Should there be a significant disparity in levels, formidable could easily turn into terrifying. It is common knowledge that he, a traveler, possesses neither a golden finger nor a beast, placing him at a disadvantage in terms of levels. Regardless of the star pattern bear's rank, he faces certain demise. How could human combat prowess possibly rival that of a bear? Though panic wells within him, he must not exhibit fear. When confronting a wild beast, one must project an aura of confidence. At least this way, death may come with dignity. As for feigning death, the bear has already seen him alive. Pretending to be dead would only insult its intelligence. A tense standoff ensues. He must not falter. I am a star pattern bear, and I am currently distressed because I have encountered an extraordinary individual. The terrifying aura emanating from this being makes me feel as though I am gazing into the sun. I have just awakened, my strength feeble. I cannot even run swiftly. The most alarming aspect is that the other party has already laid eyes upon me. To feign death would be to belittle their intelligence, would it not? What am I to do? Is my bear existence destined to face an unavoidable calamity? Both human and bear stand their ground, neither daring to show weakness. At that moment, a gurgling sound emanates from Chen's stomach. The bear's expression turns more sorrowful than one could imagine. Is this human hungry? Does this mean my fate is sealed? No, I cannot perish here. There are many unfulfilled wishes I yearn to see realized. Gathering its courage, the bear steps forward, a sycophantic smile adorning its face. Death is not an option. Even without dignity, I must persist in living. Chen, standing firm, finds his stomach betraying him. Then he observes the bear, whose countenance morphs into a smile more sorrowful than tears, cautiously approaching him with a grin. What does this signify? The bear has recognized his feigned bravado. Hence its cheerful demeanor. Wonkai, how I long for you. The thousand mechanisms umbrella, how I yearn for you as well. If only I had a proper weapon, I would confront this bear without hesitation. Yet now, I fear I may lose my life here. The distance between man and bear is merely a single stride. Chapter 108. My brother, the star pattern bear. The human looks down at the bear, which has approached on all fours. The bear gazes up at the human. Both beings are on edge. Chen has entirely relinquished hope. He raises his head, closes his eyes, and awaits death, letting the stick fall from his hand. The star pattern bear, witnessing the great figure relinquish its weapon, perceives this as a positive sign. If the other party is unarmed, it indicates a lack of hostility. No amount of flattery would suffice if the other side were intent on conflict. Now that the weapon has been laid down, it suggests the absence of animosity. As for why it appears as if the human is surrendering to a formidable beast, that seems improbable. The fluctuations emanating from the other are palpable. The human cannot be a weakling. A powerful being should possess a fundamental understanding of their own strength. To put it plainly, they know they are formidable. Experts ascend through experience. One rarely encounters someone who suddenly becomes an unrivaled powerhouse. Such occurrences are too fantastical. The odds of experiencing such a phenomenon are far slimmer than those of it happening to oneself. Thus, the human must be employing a strategy, attempting to deceive or ambush this beast. The bear must avoid being caught off guard. If it is to play the role of the fool, it cannot follow that path. It must capitulate, leaving the human with no grounds for rebuttal. Not only does it approach with its belly exposed, but it also reveals its spirit of contract. As long as the mark of the Beastmaster space is inscribed upon it, this bear will belong to the great figure. While the probability of acceptance is low, the bear must still convey its intentions. Whether the human accepts it is one matter. Its own attitude must be made clear. After a prolonged wait, it feels no pain. Neither does it experience the sensation of being torn apart. Chen opens his eyes to find the bear has rolled onto its back. Are wild beasts generally this amicable? This contradicts what is taught in textbooks. Wild beasts are not supposed to be so ferocious, killing humans and beasts alike, are they? What does this belly-up posture signify? Reflecting on his previous encounter with the wild beast, the crimson tiger, its ferocity aligns with the typical impression of wild beasts. Unlike this bear that presents itself in such a manner, perhaps it is not yet my time to perish, or perhaps this beast is, in fact, quite amicable. Regardless, these considerations are trivial now. What truly matters is that I have survived. My anxious heart has finally found solace as I gaze upon the bear before me, and I place my hand upon it. The star-patterned bear, witnessing my acceptance of its submission, lets out a sigh of relief. Should it have sought to strike me down, my only recourse would have been to flee, for I stand no chance against it. I have clung to life thus far by recognizing the superiority of others. My prowess is inconsequential in the sun realm, nearly worthless, akin to refuse. Even divine beasts here must adhere to the rules. The celestial being above is no mere illusion. However, should I acknowledge this bear as my elder brother and gain a measure of influence, the situation would transform entirely. I could hoist the banner high. Were it not for my inability to articulate in human speech, I would have exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed leader, please allow me to partake in your bounty of food and drink." Yet, due to the language barrier, I find myself at a loss. Having lived this long, I have only just begun to grasp the human tongue. This bear exudes a robust vitality, seemingly devoid of dullness. Thus, I embark on an attempt at communication. Can you understand human speech? The plump bear nods. It can comprehend human language. How fortuitous. Though my abilities may be lacking, this star-patterned bear is formidable. Moreover, it harbors no malice towards me, though the reason eludes me. I need not ponder it. Utility is all that matters. Why dwell on the intricacies when time is of the essence? If I can align myself with this great bear, I can traverse the forest with ease and live a most prosperous life. As long as I endure and eventually connect with human authorities, I shall be safe. Yet, being alongside a creature of such superior strength, particularly a wild one, is somewhat disconcerting. My very existence is now in the bear's benevolent grasp. No, I have just acquired a fortune of 100 million. My life must extend beyond this. Bear, let us discuss a matter. How about we journey together? I find myself rather hungry. Would you lead me to something delectable? The star-patterned bear, contemplating how to persuade the esteemed one to accompany it, is now directly invited instead. What a stroke of genius. Furthermore, did the esteemed one just mention hunger? In the sun realm, where resources abound, nourished by the divine energy radiating from the celestial being, treasures are plentiful. If the esteemed one is famished, I shall take them to seek sustenance. Perhaps I might benefit from their presence as well. I have long coveted those exquisite beast materials. Seeing the bear nod vigorously, I internally exclaim, yes. Both beast and human silently rejoice. I have indeed latched onto a formidable ally. The star-patterned bear lies down, signaling for me to mount. Observing its demeanor, I feel entirely at ease. Once mounted, I declare, let us set forth. Upon hearing the esteemed one's command, I stride confidently toward the location of those heavenly treasures. With the proclamation of our departure, the resonance reverberates, causing even the mightiest beasts of the sun realm to furrow their brows. A divine presence has entered. The very vibrations of speech indicate that this individual is no ordinary entity. At the very least, they are of considerable caliber. As long as our actions do not disrupt the precious resources I guard, all shall be well. The star-patterned bear carries me onward with unwavering determination. Had it been the bear of the past, it would have likely been timid, hesitant to charge through territories of the powerful. Yet now, what is there to fear? The weight of this esteemed individual radiates an aura that deters the strong from approaching. Moreover, they are merely passing through. To step across your territory is an honor. Even when the three-legged golden crow descends from the heavens, it seldom ruffles the feathers of those aerial guardians. True strength is characterized by such nonchalance. I, too, feel as though I have grasped a great opportunity. This is what it means to traverse unimpeded. I notice several unfamiliar beasts observing from a distance, yet none dare approach. Those who would obstruct our path hastily retreat. This is the influence of my bear brother. It appears that within this forest, the star-patterned bear holds a position of significant esteem. We pass through a thicket, arriving at a clearing, not entirely devoid of life, as several banana trees stand tall within, their golden fruit temptingly ripe. I cannot discern their variety. By the trees, a few monkeys with lustrous golden fur are present, of average size. As the bear leads me to this spot, I immediately comprehend its intention. It is time to feast on bananas. Yet, for some reason, the star-patterned bear remains on the edge of the forest, not entering the clearing. Are you suggesting I retrieve them myself? Seeing the bear nod emphatically, I understand. The bear cannot reach the bananas, but as a human, I possess certain advantages. As for the monkeys, they appear rather insignificant. I believe I can handle them. My bear brother has brought me this far. I have already taken 99 steps. Surely, I must take one more. I glance back at the star-patterned bear and give a thumbs up. Wait for me. I shall procure the bananas. Chapter 109. What a delight it is to have a protector. Observing the confident silhouette of this human ally, the star-patterned bear feels assured. These bananas are no ordinary fruit. They resemble bananas, but are, in fact, a rare beast material of the 10th tier, among the finest of the fine. I have long desired to taste them, yet I have been unable to contend with the monkeys that guard them. Beasts capable of safeguarding 10th tier materials are certainly no ordinary creatures. Their strength must be exceptional, or else they could not maintain their post. Countless beasts would besiege them, merely to savor a morsel of such resources. Perhaps they would even evolve. Who could resist such temptation? This clearing was not formed by chance. It is the result of relentless assaults by various beasts, driven away by the monkey's formidable skills. I stride boldly toward the banana trees, emboldened by the bear's protection. Who could intimidate me? Just a few scrawny monkeys, as if oblivious to their presence. I leap high in a single bound and pluck the ripe bananas from the tree. The monkeys regard me with puzzled expressions. When did a creature become so audacious? Especially a human? Yet, the aura emanating from me does instill some pressure upon them. Had I been a mere weakling, I would surely have been intimidated. However, These monkeys are no ordinary foes. Their ranks consist of at least 10th tier beings, with the strongest being 11th tier. While they can withstand the pressure, they are not easily cowed. Attempting to intimidate them with mere aura will not suffice. I can only surmise that the bear has exerted its full pressure, hoping to frighten me into relinquishing the precious beast materials. To put it bluntly, they have overestimated their influence. I will not be intimidated. The monkeys rise, brandishing sticks as makeshift weapons, approaching this oblivious human. I remain unfazed as they approach. My bear brother is nearby, prepared to intervene should anything go awry. These monkeys seem to possess little more than their golden fur, lacking the aura of high-tier beasts. I feel no sense of impending danger. Escaping on one's own is undoubtedly feasible. Death is not a concern. Observing the monkeys blocking his retreat, he remained undaunted. My brother, he exclaimed, gesturing towards the star-patterned bear at the forest's edge, watching the spectacle. With a confident pat on his chest and a thumbs up, he exuded boundless self-assurance. This little display left several monkeys at a loss for words. How to articulate this? It felt akin to encountering a madman. How could one be so self-assured? As the monkeys stood bewildered, Chen silently praised the bear's prowess. This was true prestige. I merely wish to partake of your bananas. Do not be ungrateful, he declared, playfully slapping the face of a nearby monkey. This was a brazen act of provocation, and the monkeys, witnessing this scene, felt their tempers flare. How dare he disregard their presence? They hoped that when the time came to settle the score, he wouldn't scream too pathetically. The group of monkeys brandished their sticks, prepared to strike, when a thunderous command rang out, "Stand down. Do not lay a hand on him." A colossal force of authority enveloped all the monkeys. Upon sensing this overwhelming power, even the three-legged golden crow in the sky paused momentarily. From where did this formidable surge of order arise? Such intensity? Could it be released by the human emperor? The trial was not yet concluded. He must fulfill his responsibilities diligently. Let things unfold as they may. After all, the human emperor could only be deemed as such once he received the homage of humankind. Even the celestial golden crow was taken aback. One could only imagine the expressions of the monkeys facing this power. The force of order was palpable. With such strength, would you personally come to collect these beast-taming resources? It turned out the opponent indeed possessed formidable abilities. Were they equally powerful, they would stride confidently. Confidence stems from strength. The pressure emanating from the opponent was clearly not fully unleashed. They were merely reeling in the monkeys. Should the monkeys decide to attack, they could swiftly render them powerless, transforming them into harmless little simians. Chen, who had just issued a stern warning, now gazed imperiously at the monkeys before him. How dare you act rashly without understanding who you are dealing with? Do you not fear retribution? His intention was to imply that he had backing, a powerful ally, and that they should be cautious, for the bear might come knocking. However, the monkeys failed to comprehend his meaning. They interpreted it as him merely fishing for a pretext to assert his dominance. Did they know him? Were they not the ones who had pilfered their bananas? What did he mean by acting rashly? This was a matter of cause and effect. The unreasonable one appeared to be him, the human. Yet, now that they were outmatched, they could only allow him to depart unscathed. Having flaunted his bravado, Chen confidently strode away, intending to indulge in bananas. 2 generous handfuls should suffice for a considerable time. After feasting, he could switch to another fruit. Too many bananas might lead to monotony. Returning to the forest with his bounty, he found the star-patterned bear drooling in anticipation. The Great One had returned with beast taming supplies. Even if there was no fruit flesh to savor, a bit of banana peel would suffice. Should the bear be generous enough to share some pulp, his level would surely rise. With some fruit flesh to enjoy, and near enough banana peels, it was, in every regard, a tremendous gain. He had merely acted as a mount. Was it truly a grievance to serve a Great One? In truth, it was the bear who would bear the burden. His own lowly prowess diminished his stature, a grave misfortune. Upon seeing the Great One approach, he hurried to greet him, keen to provide emotional value, and to do so in abundance. The Great One had just displayed his prowess and now required acknowledgement. As the star-patterned bear neared, Chen suddenly realized. This bear had assisted him immensely, and he could not afford to be remiss in expressing his gratitude. One must not allow the mighty tree to depart without acknowledgement. Therefore, he decided to present this batch of bananas for the bear to distribute. This gesture would not only demonstrate loyalty, but also afford the bear a sense of accomplishment. Holding the bananas aloft, he offered them with both hands. Take as many as you desire. Upon reaching the Great One, he heard those words and initially felt elated. However, a moment later, a sense of unease washed over him. The Great One, having laboriously procured the beast-taming resources, was offering him the chance to take as much as he desired. What was the intent behind this? Was it a test? Yes, it must be a test. While it appeared he could take as much as he wished, the actual amount he chose would carry significance. If he took none, Would that not be a slight to the Great One? If he was told to take and then failed to do so, would that not imply the Great One's words held no weight? Yet, if he took too much, although the Great One might seem unfazed, he would undoubtedly harbor discontent. After all, these resources were procured by the Great One. He had merely guided the way. To be courteous, yet take a substantial amount. What was the right course? This was a delicate balance. Not being the Great One, he could not fathom how much was deemed appropriate. Thus, he chose a different path, sidestepping the question. He took a banana from Su Chen's hand, awkwardly peeling it with his claws, and respectfully presented it. This action seemed to provide an answer, yet it was ambiguous. Chapter 110. Thirsty? Of course, one drinks the millennia-old stalactite liquid. Su Chen had anticipated that the bear would reserve some bananas for him. However, the current situation left him perplexed. Was this a gesture of offering just one banana, or was it merely an act of respect? Surely, it could not be that he was to receive only one banana. That would be too pitiful. Although he had merely shown up to collect bananas, he was undeniably hungry. One banana would hardly suffice. Squinting, he pondered the implications. Regardless, he resolved to feign ignorance, and to do so convincingly. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to cling to this powerful ally. Gripping the banana tightly, he feigned ignorance. You are content with just one banana? If so, the remainder shall be mine. The star-patterned bear was momentarily bewildered by this remark. I offered you a banana to deflect the issue, yet you are now evading the matter yourself? Should the Great One pronounce a refusal, I would not dare to counter. Why are you sidestepping? Surely, the Great One is reluctant to part with the bananas. Indeed, when they first met, his stomach had been growling, indicating hunger. Now, having obtained bananas, the Great One might be inclined to share a banana out of a sense of camaraderie, yet he seemed unwilling to do so. Thus, the present circumstances unfolded. While it appeared he had not answered, in truth, he had provided an answer. Thankfully, he possessed a degree of understanding, unlike the foolish beings outside the solar realm. Otherwise, he would have been cast aside and deprived of bananas. Even if the Great One was famished, he was still willing to share a banana. This was a testament to the Great One's kindness. Moreover, the Great One was human and did not consume banana peels, so he would still have something to eat. One must not be greedy. Since the Great One had declared that this banana belonged to him, he accepted it without hesitation, swallowing it whole. To present 10th-tier beast taming resources for his consumption was undoubtedly a waste, akin to a cow chewing peonies. But with powerful backing, what did it matter? Who would dare to voice dissent? Indulge in your meal with peace of mind, and upon finishing, turn your back as a gesture of loyalty. This way, you can curb your own greed and avoid attracting the attention of the elder with your longing gaze upon the banana. When the rotund bear turned away, Su Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he managed to navigate through that situation unscathed. Had he been left with just a single banana for himself, he would surely have faced starvation. Estimating the passage of time, it was likely around 1 in the afternoon, and he could only satiate his hunger with some fruit. What had transpired that led him to this primordial forest? Confounded, he discarded the banana peel carelessly, only to witness the star-patterned bear deftly catch it mid-air and consume it in one bite. This scene left Su Chen with the disconcerting sensation of having his understanding of the world distorted. A bear eating banana peels? Recalling the earlier incident where the bear had offered him the fruit, it dawned upon him that it was a ruse to allow him to enjoy the flesh while it feasted on the peel. When did the star-patterned bear develop a taste for banana peels? He had never heard of such a dietary inclusion in its habitual intake. Nevertheless, there are countless mysteries in the world, and if he were to comprehend everything, he would surely be deemed a deity. Thus, there was no necessity to delve deeper. It sufficed to know that this bear indeed consumed banana peels. Time was fleeting, and he was suddenly aware of his thirst after finishing the banana. Bear, do you know where I might find water? I am parched. What? The elder is thirsty? He pondered where he might lead him to quench his thirst, filtering through various water sources in his mind. Eventually, he pinpointed the nearby ancient stalactite liquid, an absolute thirst quencher. He gestured for the elder to climb onto his back, and they set off without delay. Have the commoners been settled? Yes, they have been accommodated. In a forcibly developed flatland, numerous officials engaged in discussions regarding the sudden emergence of this relic. It had appeared so unexpectedly that no one had been able to react in time. Nobody anticipated that this relic would transport individuals en masse, without regard for identity or number, as long as one was within the ancient boundaries of the imperial capital. They would be drawn in. Fortunately, there was no imminent danger to life. Death was not a concern. The relic would provide adequate healing the moment it detected any life-threatening situation, subsequently transporting the individual to safety. Although they could not establish contact with the outside world for confirmation, this conclusion, derived from observation and analysis, appeared highly credible. Thankfully, there was no danger, otherwise Master Su would have been branded a criminal. Despite his immense contributions and significance, the relic was, after all, summoned by others, without consent and approval. Even if the other party was unaware, the deaths that occurred would still be attributed to Master Su. Now that the immediate peril had passed, other considerations arose. This relic was brimming with treasures. Not to mention the high-tier beast taming materials, there was an abundance of mid- and low-tier resources available. Was this truly a relic of the Sun Realm? It was exceedingly authoritative. The accommodation of the commoners also entailed arranging some dwelling places for the soldiers. Using mechanized artillery beast taming, they blasted out a few flat areas to erect small tents. There were no restrictions on human activities. Once these matters were settled, discussions regarding high-end combat forces preparing to procure resources commenced. Thus far, the reconnaissance department had yet to submit a map, indicating that the Sun Realm was considerably larger than previously imagined. The discovery of beast taming materials of level 9 and above was nearing triple digits. Such a luxurious array. They even engaged a local indigenous beast to communicate using a beast language translator. This was merely the first phase. Far more treasures lay ahead. Yet, this initial phase would only last 3 days. Once the sun set 3 times, it would signify the conclusion. However, it remained uncertain where the mastermind behind this incident, Master Su, had vanished to. As night fell and the 3-legged golden crow returned to its roost, the individual wielding the highest authority at the base finally acquired a simplified map. Thousands of reconnaissance soldiers had spent the better part of the day riding their beasts to create it, a testament to the vastness of the Sun Realm, far exceeding any previous relics known. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed unfathomable. The present-day populace cannot fathom how to install mechanisms on the sun, yet the ancients accomplished this feat. The 3-legged golden crow was no mere myth. There remain numerous areas yet to be explored. This map was swiftly disseminated among the elite of various factions. They could hardly wait for the golden crow's official duties. Under the cover of night, they were eager to embark on treasure hunts. As night descended, Su Chen gazed into the pitch-black forest, feeling an inkling of fear. However, upon looking at the rotund bear, his trepidation lessened. He was on the verge of dozing off when a thunderous roar suddenly pierced the silence, followed by the chaotic screeching of monkeys. The star-patterned bear was also startled awake. Wasn't that the same monkey from earlier in the day? Why did it sound so distressed? When the cacophony finally subsided, he thought it was over, only to see a figure on a beast ride past him, clutching several bananas. Spotting the silhouette, Su Chen hastily called out, "Halt, brave warrior." Master Su. The individual passing nearby was none other than a familiar face, Lin Jingqing. Chapter 111, Arrival at the Human Stronghold. After having dealt with the monkeys, Lin Jingqing had intended to head directly to the location of the ancient stalactite liquid. However, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of human voices in the dead of night, and even more so by the voice of Master Su. They both exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" Lin Jingqing's inquiry was straightforward, yet Su Chen unleashed a barrage of questions. "Where's this place? What on earth has happened? What about the government?" Seeing Master Su pose 3 questions in one breath left Lin Jingqing at a loss for words. "You summoned the Sun Realm relic, and you are unaware of the situation?" They too were curious about what had transpired but had refrained from asking, waiting for him to provide clarity. It seemed this esteemed figure was equally in the dark. Yet, it was possible he was merely feigning ignorance. Aware of the circumstances but reluctant to speak openly due to his prominent status. For prudence's sake, Lin Jingqing still inquired, "Are you certain you are unaware of the current situation?" "I am indeed certain. I awoke here without any explanation. And had it not been for the fortunate encounter with a noble bear, I would have perished long ago." He proceeded to summarize the day's events briefly. As an audience member, Lin Jingqing grew increasingly bewildered. "Are you saying that it was your reliance on a star-patterned bear that spared you from danger, rather than your own overwhelming aura of high-tier power and the authoritative influence of your words?" It dawned on him that the master was putting on an act. He simply did not wish to acknowledge his own strength. In light of this, Lin Jingqing chose to refrain from pressing further. He found himself perplexed upon hearing that Su Chen had consumed the ancient stalactite liquid in one gulp. How could a fragile human body withstand such energy? It was evident that the master, despite his human appearance, transcended the very definition of humanity. Even high-tier beasts would not treat the ancient stalactite liquid as mere water. Did they not require digestion? After listening to the lengthy discourse, Lin Jingqing was left in a state of shock, yet he failed to discern Su Chen's intentions. "What do you wish to do now?" Having rambled on, Su Chen finally regained his composure. He realized he had merely spoken without grasping the situation at hand. Listening to a few words from Lin Jingqing, Su Chen quickly grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Following the government may seem like a safer choice, but the Sun Realm remains perilous." To which Lin Jingqing, with his formidable prowess, retorted, "Do you truly consider it dangerous?" deciding to let the matter rest for now, as his public identity remained intact. He thought, as long as you were satisfied. After concluding the conversation, he gestured in a particular direction and casually inquired if Master Su wished to be escorted there directly. Initially contemplating the idea of hitching a ride, he reconsidered, realizing he was accompanied by Brother Xiong. In terms of stature, he certainly held some weight. The likelihood of encountering danger seemed minimal. Thus, he opted not to trouble the elderly Lin, who appeared to be busily preparing for something urgent. Indeed, upon hearing that his assistance was unnecessary, Lin swiftly departed on his beast, disappearing in an instant. By dawn, Su Chun mounted the star-pattern bear, setting his sights on the human government base. Along the way, he indulged in snacks, snatching a few morsels from this beast and plucking some fruits from that one, all while leaning on Brother Xiong. With a simple command of do not engage, he felt perfectly safe. What struck him as peculiar, however, was the bear's preference for consuming the rinds rather than the flesh of the melons and fruits. It seemed that whatever he left behind, the bear would consume. Initially, he presumed the bear craved meat, but after spending over a day in its company, he noted its exclusive diet of fruits and vegetables, quite an oddity. Yet, he thought, let it eat whatever it desires. The following day, as the sun ascended towards the tree on the horizon, around midday, they finally reached the human stronghold. The moment he laid eyes on his compatriots, a profound sense of redemption washed over him. Gone were the fears of mosquitoes lurking in the forest, replaced instead by the joy of reuniting with his fellow humans. Approaching a patrolling soldier, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Comrade, I have come as a new member upon hearing the news. May I ask what the current situation is?" The soldier scrutinized Su Chun with a discerning gaze. Noticing the absence of any military title, he thought, "Points for that. Please report over there. Someone will explain the situation to you," he instructed, gesturing towards a designated area. Su Chun followed the soldier's lead, with the star-pattern bear trailing closely behind. In the wilderness, where energy was abundant, most individuals had released their beasts, so no one raised an eyebrow at their presence. Upon entering a tent, he observed a few clerks and some computer-savvy beasts. "Greetings, I am new here to report," he announced. The clerks momentarily halted their tasks, instinctively lowering their heads before inquiring whom he needed to see. Suddenly, they recalled that higher-ups had specifically instructed them to report the arrival of an individual, complete with a photograph. The person in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Chen himself. "Please have a seat. Someone will be here shortly to assist you." Taken aback by their courteous demeanor, Su Chen found himself at a loss. In this scenario, he expected to be met with disdain and for his frustrations to be unleashed upon them, as is often depicted on television. Before he could gather his thoughts, a male voice resonated from outside the tent. "Whose star-pattern bear is this colossal creature? Get it back." Startled, Su Chen rushed outside, only to find the bear in a state of bewilderment as several humans brandished metal tubes in its direction. "Hold your fire," he shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of the bear. After spending several days together, he had developed a certain bond with it. Having relied on its status in the forest for sustenance, he couldn't bear the thought of it being harmed upon entering human territory. Seeing someone stand in front of the bear, the owner of the previous voice called out to halt. He had come to process Su Chun's paperwork while casually assessing whether he was informed about the current situation. Naturally, he recognized the significance of the individual now shielding the bear. His earlier actions had merely been precautionary, as wild beasts could pose a threat. With the command to halt proving effective, he exhaled in relief. The area was temporarily secured. A few individuals would keep an eye on the bear while Su Chun followed him inside. Completely unaware of how to articulate the circumstances, Su Chun was astonished at how effortlessly the matter was resolved. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to craft an excuse to prevent the soldiers from harming the bear, and now it seemed the situation had been deftly handled. Clearly, the individual who spoke held considerable authority. Though uncertain about the specifics, he felt confident that accompanying a superior should shield him from serious trouble. After all, Lin Jingqing had provided him with a general understanding of the situation. It seemed improbable that he would be deceived under these circumstances. Upon entering the tent, he found that the clerks had vanished, leaving only himself and the leader. The latter respectfully moved a simple wooden chair for Su Chun to sit upon before taking a seat himself. This gesture exemplified genuine concern for the well-being of the populace. "Mr. Su, let us get straight to the point. Are you familiar with this relic?" Despite his mind racing with myriad thoughts, the inquiry revolved around the relic. This was not the expected line of questioning. He had anticipated inquiries regarding his identification or other personal details. Inquiring about the relic was unorthodox. Observing Su Chun's bewilderment, the official realized that he was likely hesitant to share too much due to his status. They had already considered this possibility. "Speak freely about what you know. The official capacity for exploring this relic is limited, and public support is crucial." Should anyone make even the slightest discovery, it could prove immensely beneficial. This statement rang true. The government indeed lacked sufficient knowledge about the Sun Realm. Any additional findings would be welcome. The officials had pinned their hopes on Chen, hoping he might uncover some valuable information. Yet, Chen felt utterly lost. Since arriving at the relic, he had been preoccupied with foraging for food, leaving no time for discoveries. The expectant expressions on their faces made him uneasy, as if they believed he possessed some hidden knowledge. However, the truth was that he was entirely uninformed. "I'm sorry, but I truly know nothing," he admitted. The officials did not appear disheartened. They had anticipated this outcome from the outset. It was well understood that the master was reluctant to divulge specifics. However, based on their previous research on Chen, they knew that with a little pressure, it was sometimes possible to extract some insights. This pressure did not imply any physical coercion, but rather involved reasonable inquiries that could elicit his subjective opinions. Regardless of how valuable or trivial those opinions might be, they were still information. Whether it was advantageous or detrimental was of great significance. While some information could be gleaned from local indigenous beasts, it was ultimately unreliable. Relying solely on their accounts could lead one astray. As for how to apply pressure on Chen, they had already devised a plan. After all, wasn't it Chen who had summoned this relic? Isn't it sufficient to simply inquire about the occurrences in the scenic area? "Mr. Su, if my memory serves me correctly, you visited the Royal Palace Classic just a day prior to your arrival at this relic. After you interacted with that detector, a pillar of flame descended from the heavens, a phenomenon you must surely be aware of." Upon hearing this, Chen's demeanor became tense. Could this event be related to the relic? Until now, he remained utterly perplexed. Though present at the scene, he truly knew nothing. Shortly after touching that object, the changes began to unfold. The official nodded and exhaled. "Master Su, are you still unwilling to speak? Then we shall refrain from further inquiries." "Very well. We comprehend the situation. We will process your paperwork now and discuss matters further once the first phase of the relic concludes in a few days." After this perplexing dialogue, Chen successfully completed the necessary procedures. However, one matter remained unresolved: the star-patterned bear. How should they address this formidable creature? Leaving it behind was out of the question. Yet sending it away directly felt morally dubious after it had provided protection for so long. Fortunately, the bear was quite sentient. After engaging in a friendly exchange, the star-patterned bear ultimately decided to depart. Its reasoning was simple. If the master no longer required its presence, it would be unwise to linger, lest it provoke ire and meet an untimely end. Having spent considerable time alongside its master and acquiring numerous high-grade beast taming resources, it was ultimately satisfied. Such fortunate occurrences were rare, and the bear felt content. In the days spent beside its master, it had reaped ample benefits. Dreams must come to an end. Watching the star-patterned bear leave the human stronghold felt surreal, akin to a dream. However, the path between humans and beasts diverged. He was not a beast tamer, merely an ordinary individual, devoid of even a beast taming space. He found himself powerless despite a certain affinity. After residing in the human base for 2 days, as the sun returned to the horizon for the third time, the world once again plunged into an impenetrable darkness. Chen initially believed the first phase had concluded, signifying a return to the human realm. Yet, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. This time, rather than a forest, he stood within a magnificent edifice. The walls were adorned with intricate patterns and sculptures. Within his line of sight, several statues stood tall. As a high school graduate, he recognized these figures, some of the emperors from the Sun calendar, historically renowned and powerful beast tamers. The first phase had not truly concluded. A second phase awaited. What the enigmatic Sun realm intended remained uncertain. Before he could further observe his surroundings, the caw of a crow echoed, and the statues emitted an unapproachable light. Suddenly, a series of inscriptions materialized in the air above the grand hall, all concerning rules and regulations. After perusing them several times, Chen finally grasped the purpose of the Sun realm: to elect a new generation of emperors. The first phase served as an opportunity for all to vie for their fortunes, while the second phase commenced the selection of the emperor. To be chosen as an emperor, one must earn the title of the strongest from the list of candidates, whether through power or other attributes. What had he done to find himself on this candidate list? It appeared he must exhibit his worthiness to satisfy the statues. The three-legged golden crow, tasked with overseeing the selection of the emperor, was equally bewildered. How could there be only one candidate on the list? Had humanity fallen so low? Only one individual had managed to reach the critical threshold required for the device. What was the point of selection? They might as well crown an emperor outright. The device required a light beam to reach a kilometer in height to gain eligibility. This translated to needing 2 super-evolved beasts, achievable only after reaching level 120. In this era, Was it truly so difficult to find someone with two super-evolved beasts? Once eligibility was acquired, sufficient beast taming resources were needed for the summoning of the Sun Realm. However, a minor bug existed in the design. If one possessed enough strength, they could forcibly summon the Sun Realm by directing the light beam toward the sun. Yet, this was merely a theoretical flaw. In practice, who could manage to direct a light beam to the sun? Yet, the improbable occurred. Before a second individual could attain eligibility, the Sun Realm was summoned. Every event was a mere coincidence. Neither the three-legged golden crow nor Chen were aware, nor did the officials comprehend. Despite contemplating a strike, wishing to crown an emperor directly, they still had to adhere to protocol. At the very least, the individual below must earn the recognition of a statue before ascending to the throne. Chapter 113, The Ascension of the Emperor. Chen gazed at the statue, its eyes fixed forward. The entire hall appeared desolate. According to the rules, individuals on the candidate list must gain the acknowledgement of past emperors, which entailed performing deeds to illuminate the statue. As soon as it shone, approval was granted. The specific mechanism for this was not detailed in the rules. It was likely akin to some form of soul imprint. Although he was uncertain why he found himself on the candidate list, he presumed he was not the sole individual. This grand hall must harbor many, for it was implausible that he was the only candidate for emperor, merely going through the motions. Perhaps he could simply recline and await someone else to earn recognition, thereby concluding this absurd election. Observing the abundance of parchment and ink, he had no intention of seeking recognition. Instead, he strolled over to peruse them, contemplating how to pass the time. Some sheets were blank, while others were filled with inquiries. Out of sheer boredom, he decided to read through the questions presented. If you were the emperor, what kind of society would you envision? Discuss the relationship between humans and beasts. What do you believe is the best outline for governing a nation? Looking around, it became evident that the questions primarily revolved around state policies, presumably designed to evaluate one's worldview. After all, they could not allow an antisocial personality to ascend to the throne. With little else to occupy his time, he began to fill in responses based on his learnings from middle school ethics and law in another world. As for why he didn't recall high school lessons, he had studied logic rather than humanities. As he continued writing, his thoughts became increasingly impassioned. If I were elected as emperor, society would be one of great unity, where the world belongs to all. Power derives from the masses and should serve them. Since it was merely an exercise, he had no intention of taking it seriously. He wrote grandly and selflessly, striving to portray a sense of elevated awareness. In this world, due to the existence of beasts, the disparity in strength was immense. Thus, he perceived the realm of beast taming as a colossal farce, where the strongest reigned supreme, rather than a realm governed by moral authority. The current societal stability was largely attributable to external threats. The entire society remained in a state of high tension, preparing for potential conflict. Regarding matters of policy, it may well be that this blue star traveler surpasses all expectations. He was so engrossed in writing that he failed to notice the statues ahead illuminating one by one. The statues even manifested ethereal apparitions akin to divine forms. The three-legged golden crow in the sky squinted momentarily. When attention returned to the grand hall, he was nearly compelled to exclaim. The atmosphere was so tense that one hardly dared to breathe. The emperor's divine form had emerged, indicating a belief that this individual surpassed the average human. If merely one statue lit up, it could be deemed acceptable. There have been instances when some were convinced. But if all felt inferior to him, that was indeed terrifying. Consensus is elusive. What one deems correct, another may contest. To have everyone reach a unanimous conclusion is to touch upon truth. The emperor's divine form had indeed manifested. This generation's emperor was undoubtedly this individual. As Chen wrote, the overwhelming energy from above dissipated. At the moment he glanced up, he beheld all the emperor's statues glowing, accompanied by the towering divine forms. He felt a sense of bewilderment. The rules had indicated that an acknowledgement by the emperor would result in illumination, and the appearance of divine forms indicated inferiority to a candidate. It seemed that his recent answers had unwittingly garnered the respect of all the emperors. Could this truly be the privilege of a transmigrator? Knowledge that he once deemed trivial had now proven invaluable in this obscure corner. While he was uncertain how many candidates throughout history had been bestowed such honor, it was surely a rare occurrence. Could he possibly rank among the elite of all candidates? After a brief wait for the divine forms to recede, a portal manifested in the center of the grand hall. Above, a message appeared in the sky. Congratulations, New Generation Emperor. Upon seeing the teleportation array and the words in the sky, he experienced a sensation akin to cerebral hypoxia. It felt unreal, far too surreal. Me, an emperor? What an absurd jest. He was merely an ordinary individual without a beast taming space. The title sounded grand, yet in reality, it was of little consequence. This society revered strength above all else. Without a beast, how could he lead amidst a multitude of beast tamers? Was he not inviting a swift demise? Regardless, he felt ill-equipped to assume the role of emperor. Yet, according to the rules, if no one ascended, the process would be halted, perpetually awaiting a ruler. Thus, it appeared that he had no choice but to reign. He resolved to deal with it when the time came. The remaining candidates were equally inept, allowing him to ascend to the throne. Stepping into the portal, he found himself atop a high platform. A magnificent and imposing dragon throne awaited him. Once he sat upon it, the so-called coronation ceremony would commence, followed by the human race's pilgrimage and the officials' congratulations. Yet, in this era, where were the officials? Where could one find ministers to offer their felicitations? Surely, they could not be a horde of zombies springing forth to celebrate. The Sun Realm would not indulge in such macabre theatrics. He glanced down from the high platform. It was exceptionally elevated, rendering descent impossible. Reluctantly, he seated himself upon the dragon throne. As he adjusted his posture, a crow's caw reverberated throughout the space. A voice rang out. The Emperor ascends, officials gather. Countless portals suddenly appeared upon the ground beneath the platform, side by side. As the teleportation array activated, figures gradually emerged. To Su Chen's astonishment, he recognized familiar faces. On the ground, certain areas bore labels indicating significant positions and departments. Among them stood Lin Jingcheng, seated at the Minister of the Pill Department, resplendent in official robes. A chaotic array of departments revealed the presence of humanity. As members of the Su Master's special department stepped out from the teleportation array, they were greeted by the sight of Su Master resplendently seated upon the dragon throne. Their second phase involved a fray for official titles. Securing a position would conclude the coronation and grant them a stipend, along with certain privileges. This was delightful. A multitude of individuals participated in various trials, hoping to secure a title. As for who the emperor was during the coronation ceremony, they had been pondering that very question. Now, the mystery was unveiled, leaving them all in shock. It was Su Master. Some government officials were equally bewildered. They had discussed this individual in meetings not long ago. And now he was to become emperor. What an unexpected turn of events. The two groups were somewhat informed, but the common folk were utterly oblivious. They had managed to secure minor official roles, only to discover the existence of an emperor. The crowd struggled to comprehend the situation. The voice resounded again from all around. The emperor ascends. The heavens bear witness. Seal the emperor's decree. A flash of light enveloped the high platform, and an ancient seal materialized before Su Chen. Following closely was the emergence of a contract. A moment's contemplation revealed that he was to press the emperor's seal upon it. However, doing so would leave no room for retreat. The title of emperor would be irrevocably his. Chapter 114. Do you think everyone in the department is a fool? The atmosphere remained palpably awkward. Those on the high platform feared their inability to manage others once they became emperor, hesitating to press the seal. Below, the crowd exhibited three distinct states. Those who were somewhat informed yet bewildered, those with scant knowledge and equally confused, and those utterly in the dark. Su Chen refrained from proceeding. The process had come to a standstill. After a brief interval, the narration resumed. Seal the emperor's decree. As the voice echoed once more, he realized that if he remained frozen in place, the process would likely grind to a halt. How absurd it was to coerce someone into the role of emperor. Reluctantly, he grasped the seal and pressed it down. The narration declared, ceremony complete. As the lights flashed before him, he found himself back in the residence provided by Gao Xuanma. This entire experience felt dreamlike. Were it not for the emperor's seal firmly held in his hand, he might have dismissed it as mere fantasy. The bear was indeed real. And so was his ascension to emperor. Wait a moment, he truly had become emperor. Such an event, witnessed by so many, would undoubtedly create a significant stir. As anticipated, upon checking his phone, he discovered trending topics. Who is the newly crowned emperor of the Sun Realm? What does the title of emperor signify? If you were emperor, what would you do? Amidst the chaotic trending topics, one keyword was inescapable: emperor. Should he report this matter to the authorities directly, or wait for them to approach him? Although he professed a desire to avoid this so-called emperorship, holding the seal left him with an odd chill, a strange longing to don the dragon robes. No, he was merely an ordinary individual. Should he wear the dragon robes, he would surely become a target. Before he could ponder further, a rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Gao Xuanma standing there with a spare key, ready to enter. Upon seeing Su Chen open the door, he swiftly stepped inside and closed it behind him. How did you become emperor? How did you know? I was right beneath the high platform, just a mere ninth-grade official. Reflecting on the situation, the crowd had indeed been immense, truly a gathering of countless officials. In terms of hierarchical importance, the position of the 9-rank Sesame official likely ranks quite low. He struggles to recall the whereabouts of his good friend, or even whether he has caught a glimpse of him at all. Noticing the contemplative expression on his friend's face, Gao Xuanma deduces that the latter has likely overlooked his presence and thus decides to shift the topic. Let us abandon this discussion and turn to you. What are your aspirations now that you have ascended to the role of emperor? As for me, I have no grand ambitions. I am merely an ordinary individual unfit for the imperial throne. This is not an ancient era where divine mandate and eternal prosperity held sway. In today's world, we reside in an age governed by the human federation. Even if one wishes to assume the title of emperor, the opinion of the president must be considered. At this moment, the president is the true authority. Su Chen's words resonate deeply, and Gao Xuanma comprehends the underlying message. The title of emperor is more a burden than a benefit. Presently, this individual merely yearns for a life of seclusion, to be a modest proprietor. It seems that the entire affair surrounding the solar realm is indeed a misunderstanding. Given his familiarity with Su Chen, he cannot fathom the latter's motivations. What is to be gained from ascending the throne in the solar realm? With his formidable prowess, what does he lack that would compel him to desire a hollow title? While the title of emperor sounds illustrious, it carries little tangible power. If no one heeds his authority, then the title is rendered utterly ineffective. Thus, he struggles to conceive of a motive that would lead his friend to seek the throne voluntarily. There must be deeper layers to this situation. As they converse, they plan to await the arrival of government officials, for such a significant event would undoubtedly prompt inquiries. However, the government is currently in session. In the past, matters concerning Su Chen were predominantly managed by the Special Department of Master Su, which inherently held a high priority and could adequately address issues. Yet this situation transcends the capabilities of that department. We are discussing the emperor, after all. What if Master Su genuinely desires to become emperor? Although the likelihood is minimal, it must be taken into account. Consequently, this matter is no longer confined to a single department. Coincidentally, due to the relics incident, the majority of the powerful and influential individuals are congregated in the imperial capital. Therefore, a grand assembly was convened, gathering most of the human elite. While those unable to attend were contacted via telephone. Participation in this meeting is imperative. The solar realm situation is far too critical. Compounding the urgency is the fact that the relic remains suspended above the imperial capital, yet to return to the sun. Who knows what further complications may arise? Following the previous defeat of the human race, a significant loss of literature and resources has left them unaware of the precise circumstances surrounding the solar realm. Moreover, the solar dynasty is not a recent one. It is the second most recent dynasty. The records have already suffered damage due to the change of dynasties and the subsequent cataclysm of the 10,000 Races War, resulting in incomplete documentation. It would be extraordinary if any comprehensive records survived two such catastrophic events. As the department that possesses the most knowledge about Master Su, the head of the special department addresses the gathering. After careful consideration, we believe that Master Su is orchestrating a grand strategy. This statement does not elicit much of a reaction, as most attendees are already aware of the implications. Even if this department had not articulated it, the consensus among the assembly is that there is indeed a larger scheme at play. There must be something of great significance involved. Although Master Su's actions may appear erratic, each step is intricately connected. Should any preceding move falter, it could swiftly lead to a dead end. Such a strategy is remarkably astute. However, as mere pawns in this game, they are unable to discern the full scope of the plan. They can only acknowledge the existence of this situation. Despite this, there is no cause for concern. Based on our extensive observations, Master Su has never acted against humanity. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. This assertion receives unanimous agreement from the attendees. Given his immense strength and capabilities, had he been antagonistic towards humanity, he would have long since bestowed numerous awakened skill books upon those divine beasts. They would have been powerless to stop him, merely witnessing the demise of the human federation. Suddenly, an individual requests to speak, presenting a provocative theory. But why do I feel that Master Su is unaware of his own strength, and that these events are purely coincidental? A hush falls over the assembly, with not a single person daring to utter a word. Following this, the head of the special department bursts into laughter. Are you suggesting that our entire department is comprised of fools? Master Su indeed possesses something of value, and there is a rationale behind the solar realm affair. Nay, what I mean is, could it all simply be a misunderstanding? Laughter erupts throughout the hall, as the majority align with the head's perspective. After all, how could anyone be so oblivious to their own strength? In light of the mocking reactions, the individual who proposed this viewpoint awkwardly touches his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he cannot shake the sensation that something about this situation is exceedingly peculiar. If this were the design of a mastermind, one would need an extraordinary level of intellect and discernment. Does such a person truly exist? Humans are carbon-based, not silicon-based beings, incapable of the computational prowess of machines. It would require someone almost godlike to possess such cunning. While he is inclined to believe that this is merely a coincidence, he acknowledges that Master Su does indeed possess something. He genuinely knows how to create skill books. He is not a charlatan. The mechanisms of beast taming and weaponry are also genuine. In this context, to assert that it is all mere chance seems to undermine his own argument. Yet, an inexplicable intuition persists within him, suggesting that it is indeed a coincidence. He resolves to take action to validate his hypothesis. Before long, the meeting concludes. The official consensus regarding Master Su is that he indeed possesses a plan, a grand one at that, and therefore, the authorities must refrain from interfering with his endeavors, allowing him the freedom to act as he sees fit. Ultimately, humanity stands to benefit from this arrangement. Chen waits for 3 days. Yet not a single official has approached him. Furthermore, discussions surrounding the incident are swiftly suppressed, preventing public discourse. The enforcement measures have been ruthlessly stringent. Those who have managed to evade scrutiny only mention the matter in passing, with no images or videos surfacing. It is not that such materials cannot be released. Rather, they simply do not exist. During the celebratory gathering of officials, the prominent figures in the front row had their recorded data destroyed post-meeting. Those in the back, being less significant, could not capture clear images. Only vague silhouettes remain, with discernible clothing styles. In the days that follow, the attire worn by Chen during his ascension has become wildly popular, with emperor-style clothing flying off the shelves. The allure of the emperor's fashion is irresistible to trend followers, and the streets are now filled with individuals sporting similar garments. Even a plethora of merchandise featuring this theme has emerged, igniting a significant wave of consumerism. Although no officials have sought him out, the reasons remain unclear. However, it is evident that there must be some underlying cause. Could it be that they are unable to locate him? That seems implausible. The organization's capabilities are formidable, especially considering it is currently the largest entity. Unable to find his identity, he felt as though he had become a mere freeloader. In his estimation, he should have discovered himself by that very evening, at which point inquiries would commence. A cacophony of nonsensical psychologists would descend upon him for an exhaustive interrogation. Ultimately, they would ascertain that he indeed possessed no knowledge, and the imperial seal would be reclaimed. Thus, that chapter would be deemed half-closed. Yet, what was the current situation? 3 days had elapsed, and not a whisper was heard. Could it be that the authorities were still deliberating this matter internally? It was not outside the realm of possibility. Regardless, he had already sequestered himself within his abode for 3 days. Even if the officials did not seek him out, he ought to venture outside. Living in constant trepidation was hardly sustainable. Chen washed the clothes he had worn over the past 2 days, leaving only the imperial attire dry. The streets were filled with similar garments, suggesting he would not attract undue attention. He intended to visit the municipal office to clarify his situation. Clad in this outfit, he could also authenticate his identity. After boarding a bus, he arrived at a location designated for official responses to public inquiries. After searching for some time, he finally found this place. Before he could step inside, a commotion erupted from within the building. I am truly the emperor. I possess the imperial seal. Immediately following this declaration, the boisterous individual was escorted out by 2 others. Yes, you are the emperor. Your excellency, do hurry along to court. The person being removed appeared utterly disheveled at the entrance of the municipal building. What I say is the truth. Why do you not believe me? Witnessing this spectacle, Chen's expression became strained. Those attending to their matters nearby began to murmur. This must be the 3rd self-proclaimed emperor today. Why are there always imposters? If one were truly the emperor, would they come here? One remarked. Exactly. If I were that individual, I would hide away and inform no one, to avoid the risk of voluntary surrender. The conversations of the nearby crowd left Chen uncertain about how his visit to address his own predicament would unfold. Nevertheless, he was indeed genuine, while the others were but charlatans. Surely, they could discern the difference, could they not? Holding on to this doubt, he stepped into the service hall. Chen took a number and waited for his turn to enter the corresponding room. Before long, his number was called. Casting a glance at the imperial seal in his bag, he entered the chamber. 2 officials were present. One was inputting data into a system while the other was stamping documents. Upon noticing his arrival, one of them said, "Please take a seat and wait a moment. We will attend to your matter shortly." The personnel handling these affairs were outsourced and not government employees, hence they were unfamiliar with the so-called Master Su. Furthermore, due to the confidential nature of much information, they needed to consider Master Su's desire for seclusion. Certain details could not be entered into the information database. He was not in a hurry. Since they suggested he wait, he could afford to do so. Less than half a minute passed before the staff completed their processing. They apologized to Su Chen and inquired about the issue he wished to address. Recalling the individual who had just been forcibly removed, Su Chen nervously began, "I implore you. Do not laugh at what I am about to say." The two officials exchanged glances and adjusted the badges on their chests. "Mr. Su, rest assured, we are professionally trained. We shall not laugh at any circumstance." One staff member added quietly, "Unless we cannot help ourselves." Though he did not catch the latter comment, Su Chen felt reassured. He then confidently declared, "I am the Emperor." A stifled laugh escaped one of the officials. Su Chen struggled to maintain his composure. "What is so amusing?" One staff member quickly replied, "I recalled something quite humorous." He then adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Su Chen. Observing the first official's inability to maintain composure, Su Chen turned to the other. "I apologize. I too have recalled something funny. You do not believe me, do you?" The two officials exchanged glances once more. As if reaching a consensus, "We believe you, Mr. Su. However, if you claim to be the Emperor, you must provide some evidence," one of them added. "This outfit alone will not suffice." Seeing their renewed seriousness, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were willing to believe him. What a relief. They had not dismissed him as one of those lunatics. He retrieved the imperial seal from his bag. "It is ancient and magnificent. Wow. This is the most intricate prop I have ever encountered." "What did you say?" The official muttered his previous statement so softly that it went unnoticed, yet something felt amiss. "Oh, I merely remarked on the exceptional craftsmanship of your imperial seal. However, Mr. Su, we are not experts and cannot ascertain its authenticity. Could you demonstrate its use?" "Demonstrate?" Su Chen knew how to wield this artifact, but the absurdity lay in the fact that activating it required a beast taming space, of which he possessed none. "You must believe me. This is indeed the imperial seal. I have other proofs." The two somewhat bored officials suddenly perked up. "Oh, a new version." Previously, those who impersonated the emperor only had two tricks: the imperial seal and the standard attire. There has been no innovation, so it has grown tiresome. Now this is refreshing. Originally, they had intended to dismiss him, but their interest was now piqued. "Then please, demonstrate for us." Su Chen pulled out a paper version of the imperial contract. This document was created after the Great Seal was affixed and would undoubtedly serve to validate his identity, proving he was no mere charlatan. As he unveiled the contract, the two officials took it with exaggerated seriousness and began to scrutinize it intently. In the year 657 of the solar calendar, Su Chen is appointed as the Solar Emperor. Goodness, what a pristine piece of paper. Upon touching the document, their immediate impression was one of freshness. It bore no dust, no signs of aging, nothing at all. Yet the material was undeniably exquisite. Though they could not discern its composition, the tactile quality was superb. As they examined the contract, Su Chen felt a surge of reassurance. Clearly, they did not perceive him as a fraud, but were approaching this matter with the gravity it warranted. Indeed, the truth cannot be concealed, nor can the falsehood be validated. He was, without a doubt, the emperor. How could he be impersonated? After perusing the contract, one of the officials coughed twice. "Mr. Su, this paper is remarkably new. It does not appear to be an artifact. It was only created a few days ago. How could it not be new?" Su Chen retorted, feeling cornered. If it was merely created a few days ago, does that not render it a forgery? Shouldn't such documents be ancient? Upon hearing this, he felt a pang of anxiety. "I was only crowned emperor a few days ago. Thus, this item should indeed be new. What to do?" His reasoning sounded quite compelling. Indeed, as the newly ascended emperor, it is only reasonable that this covenant should be of recent origin. It cannot possibly be an antiquated one. The logic is perfectly circular. No, how could I have been ensnared by such a person? The Emperor of Humanity must possess immense strength and would certainly not need to address public grievances personally, but would rather liaise directly with the higher echelons. Only a band of lunatics would engage in such antics. Well then, the outcome is rather clear. One individual produced a walkie-talkie. "Security, security, another Emperor of Humanity has entered room 108. Please respond." The once jovial Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and he rose to his feet. "I truly am the Emperor of Humanity." "Yes, yes, you are indeed the Emperor," they responded, noting their disbelief. He attempted to assert himself further. "I am not one of those lunatics outside. You must believe me." "Yes, yes, please remain calm." After a moment's contemplation, he seized the walkie-talkie once more. "Security, hurry, the Emperor is becoming agitated." No sooner had he spoken than several security personnel entered. A staff member placed the seal and covenant into the individual's bag and then secured it on his back. Casting a glance at the security guards, two of them proceeded to escort Su Chen out. "Release me. I truly am the Emperor of Humanity." Much like the initial lunatic, he was escorted out of the administrative office. Once outside, the security personnel disregarded him. He gradually regained his composure. "This cannot possibly end well. I will be mistaken for a madman." Impersonating the Emperor of Humanity occurs daily, and I have unwittingly become one of the imposters. I never imagined that I would one day need to prove my identity. It is utterly indescribable. I must devise a plan. However, I currently have no leads. Yet, the incident began when I touched that device, located in the Imperial Palace. Apart from that device, there are numerous other artifacts. Perhaps I might uncover a clue. This is the only course of action left. The avenues for presenting myself to the state have been thoroughly obstructed by various impersonators. Now, I must pursue alternative paths. Curse it, why are there so many imposters? Just as Chen made his way toward the palace, an individual trailed behind him. Having been mocked during the previous meeting, he was now determined to gather evidence to substantiate his claims, to demonstrate that all of this is mere coincidence. He had begun observing the moment the other party arrived at the administrative office. However, the recent events did not provide sufficient evidence to support his viewpoint. He needed to continue his observations. Following the target all the way to the palace, he arrived at the luminous device. At this moment, the light-emitting device was surrounded by a throng of people eager to check in. Previously unaware of its purpose, everyone quickly deduced its function following the Solar Realm incident. It appeared that this device serves as a summoning mechanism for the Solar Realm. Although the precise mechanism remains elusive, one could reasonably infer that a sufficiently high light column would enable summoning. Anything even tangentially related to the Emperor of Humanity is currently in high demand. Moreover, this item bears direct relevance. The observer sighed as he watched the target, then ventured into the Palace Museum. Due to the presence of the light-emitting device, the number of visitors had surged, and he had to wait in line for quite some time before gaining entry. The Palace Museum houses artifacts from various dynasties. He proceeded directly to the area designated for the Solar Dynasty, keen to investigate for clues. The observer followed closely behind. Although the Solar Dynasty has long since fallen, it was nonetheless the second dynasty to approach modernity, and some artifacts remain preserved. However, the majority have suffered significant damage. As soon as he entered, the seal of humanity began to react, vibrating slightly and emanating a glow. Feeling a tremor in his backpack, Chen retrieved the seal of humanity. A reaction? This indicates something unusual. Although uncertain of what triggered the response, he could gradually search for it. There are only so many artifacts. Eliminating one at a time will only prolong the process. The observer stealthily documented everything from behind. Master sighed as he passed the device, seemingly finding the crowd overwhelming. What could be his purpose for being here? Surely he does not have a plan. Moreover, the seal of humanity he extracted from his backpack clearly sensed something. Is he truly orchestrating a game with the world as his chessboard? Unthinkable. One must trust in one's judgment. All of this is mere coincidence. Watching as Master meticulously examined the artifacts, he finally arrived in front of a cauldron. He recognized this cauldron, famously known as the Solar Cauldron. Its surface bore a mark, one that many scholars have speculated about its origin. Could it possibly be the imprint of the seal of humanity? What then is the function of this cauldron? Approaching the cauldron, Chen observed the mark that clearly resonated with the seal of humanity. Glancing around and noticing no security personnel nearby, he gritted his teeth and pressed the seal against the cauldron. The Solar Realm. The three-legged golden crow had waited for 3 full days, as the newly crowned emperor failed to follow protocol. After ascending the throne, should he not have gone to the Solar Cauldron to stamp his seal? Its purpose is to summon him, allowing him to soar across the lands of humanity. Firstly, to validate his legitimacy, and secondly, to harness the power of belief to return the Solar Realm to the sun. Yet now, there has been no sign of activity. Chapter 117. Did you know the Solar Dynasty perished? The sun cannot return, and without a means to gather energy, will not the Solar Realm collapse? 3 days have elapsed. Do you realize how much energy is needed to maintain such a vast relic? If this continues for a few more days, this construct will disintegrate. Despite being the illustrious three-legged golden crow, it lacks the authority to venture forth. It can only await the completion of the procedures. One cannot fathom the intentions behind its design all those years ago. Finally, as it lamented, it sensed the summons of the Solar Cauldron. A portal materialized before it. It hastened forth. Otherwise, if the relic were to collapse, it would surely bear the blame. The foundation of the Solar Dynasty, established over millennia, must not be destroyed here. Chen pressed the seal of humanity, and the mouth of the Solar Cauldron emitted a dazzling radiance. This spectacle attracted the attention of a multitude. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, he sheepishly stowed the seal of humanity back into his bag. It seems my conjecture was correct. The cauldron has indeed responded. What will transpire next remains uncertain. Before he could ponder further, a portal suddenly appeared above the cauldron. Subsequently, a massive bird's head emerged. Although he could not comprehend the avian language, it seemed the creature was displeased with the portal's size, letting out a few squawks before its head abruptly shrank. The once several meter wide head gradually diminished to the size of a crow's head. A golden crow with 3 legs burst forth from the portal. It swiftly locked onto Su Chen amid the throngs of people. It alighted upon his shoulder. Bystanders began to engage in animated discussions. What is happening? Has the artifact manifested? He is clad in the same attire as the Emperor of Humanity and possesses the seal of humanity. Could it be that he has encountered the true Emperor? The golden crow, sporting 3 legs, must surely be the legendary 3-legged golden crow. What on earth is happening? Even the observer trailing behind, intent on proving that all of this is merely a misunderstanding, felt a twinge of doubt within. Everything unfolded with such seamless elegance. Master Su seemed to possess an innate understanding of the process, arriving at the Solar Dynasty's exhibition area and effortlessly locating the solar cauldron. This entire sequence of events felt far too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. Yet, despite the compelling nature of these occurrences, belief in a premeditated scheme remained elusive. The entire affair exuded an aura of the uncanny, an inexplicable sensation akin to a sixth sense. As the 3-legged golden crow clutched Master Su's collar and led him outside, he followed closely behind, compelled to obtain first-hand information to substantiate his theory of coincidence. Su Chen found himself utterly bewildered. He had inexplicably ascended to the status of emperor. Yet the authorities seemed indifferent to his plight, leaving him to rely on the capabilities of the emperor's seal to uncover a thread of insight. Suddenly, a bird emerged, none other than the legendary 3-legged golden crow from the myths of the pre-transcendence blue star. Despite its diminutive size, he recognized it instantly. The crow appeared rather anxious, tugging him along with surprising strength, and he complied, moving outside. Onlookers refrained from following, sensing the oddity of the situation. Events transpired swiftly, and just as quickly they dissipated, the crowd dispersed before it could swell. Once outside, the diminutive golden crow gradually returned to its normal size and gestured for Su Chen to mount its back. However, he hesitated, having just stepped into the unknown. He was reluctant to be led blindly into another enigma, fearing he would merely become a pawn. Confusion enveloped him. The intricacies of the solar realm remained beyond his comprehension, and the official stance was equally ambiguous. Everything felt absurdly coincidental, an inexplicable confluence of events. To allow such coincidences to dictate his fate was unacceptable. He needed to seize control and act with intention. Thus, he refrained from climbing onto the golden crow's back and instead addressed it directly. I believe we need to converse. The golden crow appeared taken aback. After serving numerous emperors, this was the first time one had requested a discussion. Although the solar realm was in a state of urgency, there was still time for dialogue. After a moment of contemplation, it shrank in size and led him to a secluded spot, away from prying eyes. In truth, the moment the golden crow had appeared, the personnel within the area had been systematically replaced by the Imperial Guards, leaving no common folk behind. The situation was under military oversight, with the authorities permitting Master Su to operate freely to observe what might unfold. They were prepared to intervene and manage the situation at any moment. In this intimate setting, an exchange commenced between one man and one bird amidst a cadre of official personnel. While it was termed a dialogue, in reality, only one was speaking, the golden crow. As a beast of burden, lacked the ability to articulate human speech. Thus, Su Chen established a simple protocol. The golden crow would respond with nods or shakes of its head. He could only pose questions that could be answered in such a manner. Has the enthronement process concluded? He inquired. The golden crow shook its head in response. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This meant the process was still underway. Although his identity as emperor had been confirmed, the procedure was incomplete. Gazing up at the ethereal solar realm, he pressed further. Is the objective to return this relic? A nod confirmed his suspicion. He surmised that the earlier request for him to mount its back was indeed part of the process. However, what lay ahead remained shrouded in mystery. The peculiarities of this process mirrored his own inexplicable ascension to the throne. Thankfully, he had been privy to some semblance of rules back then. But now he felt utterly lost, devoid of even the faintest notion of what to expect next. Then, a thought struck him, a rather intriguing question. Are you aware that the Solar Dynasty has perished? The golden crow, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, its expression frozen in disbelief. What? The Solar Dynasty has fallen. This revelation ignited a flicker of understanding within him. It seemed this bird was unaware of the Empire's demise. Allow me to inform you, he continued. The Solar Dynasty has indeed fallen, and even the subsequent dynasty has met its end. We now inhabit a new era. This declaration struck the golden crow with profound impact. Its purpose had been to serve the Solar Dynasty, now rendered obsolete. What then was its current role? Although it struggled to accept this information, the sincerity in the new emperor's words suggested a truth that could not be easily dismissed. After all, if the dynasty had crumbled, wouldn't his identity as emperor be rendered void as well? Yet, seeing is believing. The golden crow resumed its normal size and soared into the sky, assessing the boundaries of the solar realm's protective barrier. This barrier, delineated by the fortunes of humanity, dictated that within its confines lay the territory of humankind, while the expanse beyond did not belong to them. To its astonishment, the current human territory had dwindled to a mere tenth of its former self. Additionally, as it manifested as the second sun, there was no sign of the divine power of faith. The architecture was also unfamiliar, leaving it puzzled as to why the current selection of emperors felt so off-kilter. The realization struck that the dynasty had fallen and humanity now found itself in a position of weakness. Chapter 118. The Isolated Golden Crow. With the solar dynasty extinguished, what purpose did the selection of a new emperor serve? Questions about its own identity began to swirl within it. As for the transition of dynasties and why the solar realm remained intact, such matters eluded its understanding. It was already thoroughly perplexed, and upon gazing at the newly ascended emperor, its confusion only deepened. I am unaware of the dynasty's collapse, it pondered, and yet the selection of a new emperor seems a standard procedure. Knowing this, why would you pursue the title of emperor? What is your true intention? The golden crow's gaze indicated to Chen that it was beginning to piece things together. Please, do not look at me like that. I am equally bewildered, he exclaimed. My ascension to emperor was entirely fortuitous. Was it merely coincidence that he had become emperor? Surely not. After entering the candidate list, a series of processes should have been followed before summoning the solar realm. If it was unaware of the procedure, how had it managed to summon anything? In a state of utter perplexity, the golden crow sought to glean insight from Chen's beast master space. As it reached out with its senses, it encountered a formidable presence. Despite being an evolved divine beast with exceptional lineage, it paled in comparison to the energy emanating from Chen, which could rival the entire solar realm with but a single drop of its blood. Alarmed, it swiftly retracted its perception, initially intending to be polite by refraining from probing. It had inadvertently overlooked this crucial piece of information. However, something felt amiss. It sensed an absence of beast master power from Chen. In its understanding, any human would possess a beast master space, and with that space would come the associated power. The absence of such power implied a lack of a beast master space altogether. This bold hypothesis sent its processors into overdrive. A human without a beast master space? How could that be possible? The beast mastery space is bound to the soul level. Could it be that this individual before me is not human at all, merely encased in a human form? Yet, if this entity were not human, how could it have passed the device's detection to become a candidate? Only humans possess the ability to activate that luminous apparatus, which assesses based on energy response. Wait a moment. The energy I just sensed from this being could be described as vast, while my own is but a mere droplet in comparison. Utilizing such energy to activate the device might as well propel it toward the sun. If it truly were to shoot toward the sun, wouldn't that trigger the bug? This all seems remarkably coincidental. Setting aside the issues regarding the beast mastery space of this individual, this matter appears trivial. Perhaps they have concealed something through some means. I did raise quite a ruckus earlier. The pressing concern now is the fate of the solar realm. With the solar dynasty gone, remaining here to await demise is hardly a viable option. I must devise a plan. After some contemplation, I suddenly recalled that I possessed knowledge of certain human characters. Soaring to the verdant belt nearby, I inscribed on the ground, "Take me to find the current emperor of the dynasty." I am unaware of the current state of affairs or how the people perceive the solar dynasty now. However, it is evident that I require a swift way to comprehend this world. Finding the emperor would facilitate any endeavors, as they are the most powerful authority. Furthermore, I harbor no fear of potential hostility. If I cannot overpower them, I can certainly flee, for I am an ultra-evolved divine beast. Upon seeing the inscription on the ground, Chen pondered for a moment before dialing a number. He certainly would not return to the office he visited that morning. He would only be deemed insane there. While it may complicate matters, he does have acquaintances among official personnel. Yu Yifeng sat leisurely in his office, sipping tea. Recently, the various affairs of Master Su were beyond his capacity to manage, leaving him quite unoccupied. Hearing the phone ring, he initially felt quite relaxed. But when he saw the caller ID indicating Master Su, that sense of ease vanished in an instant. Master Su? Why has he contacted me all of a sudden? Clearing his throat, he hastily answered the call. Master Su, what can I do for you? I have a friend who needs to reach out to the authorities. Could you assist me in making an important request? A friend? High-level officials? An important matter? Clearly, Master Su took this request seriously. This was the first time since their acquaintance that he had heard of a proactive approach to contacting the authorities. Could you kindly inform me who your friend is, so I may establish contact? The three-legged golden crow. Pardon? The three-legged golden crow. As the liaison for Master Su, Yu Yifeng was privy to considerable information, including the fact that this individual was indeed the human emperor. He was well informed about the affairs of the solar realm. Ignorance would have been a dereliction of duty. Thus, when the mention of the three-legged golden crow left his lips, he was utterly flabbergasted. The three-legged golden crow seeking to contact the authorities? This was a significant development. He had thought his involvement would be negligible recently, yet it appeared he was still needed. Very well, Master Su. I shall reach out immediately. Where are you currently located? Here, at the Imperial Palace Scenic Area. After confirming, Yu Yifeng ended the call and swiftly connected with the special department designated for such matters. The moment the special department received word of Master Su's request, excitement surged within them. Though they had not yet descended into the world, engaging with the authorities was a monumental event. With the first step taken, the second would surely follow. After approximately 5 minutes, several individuals clad in administrative jackets approached him directly. Mr. Su, we have received the report from Yu Yifeng and have come to liaise regarding the three-legged golden crow. Upon the arrival of the official personnel, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With an organization managing this matter, it seemed he would be at ease. However, a lingering question overshadowed his thoughts. Why had the authorities not sought him out for discussion? Did they truly remain unaware of his identity as the human emperor? This would be an opportune moment to inquire during the liaison. Do I need to accompany you? One of the officials shook his head. No need for you to come. Mr. Su, we will handle the rest. It struck him as peculiar that, as the one who discovered the three-legged golden crow and reported it, he was not required for questioning. What kind of operation was this? In his understanding, it should not be this way. Yet, since they had not summoned him, he could hardly insist on following them. That would indeed appear rather strange. Abandoning his thoughts, he watched as the three-legged golden crow was escorted away. Surely, the officials would glean more information from it. He could not be expected to shoulder the burden of the ensuing events. However, the fact that they did not seek him out might also be a blessing, allowing him some leisure. These past few days had been filled with adventures and problem-solving, leaving him little time for enjoyment. He had come to the solar realm for a holiday, not to engage in other matters. Speaking of which, he had encountered Lin Jingqing in the solar realm, which meant the latter should also be in the imperial capital. It would be just the opportunity to arrange a meeting between him and Gao Xuanma. Chapter 119. I choose all-inclusive accommodation. Within the official reception center, the three-legged golden crow recounted the events of the past few centuries. Having slumbered for hundreds of years, it had once believed that the solar dynasty would flourish for eons. Yet, it had only endured for 276 years. Following the demise of the solar dynasty, the human race's ruling power had waned, nearly succumbing to an uprising led by the Beast Masters. It was only the emergence of mechanical Beast Masters that salvaged the situation, reclaiming a fraction of the territory lost during its zenith. These historical occurrences transpired during its long slumber. From its perspective, humanity seemed woefully inadequate. They could not even maintain their hegemony, allowing the Beast Masters to successfully incite rebellion. It could be said that this period was the most dismal in human history. Even those who once could not utilize the Beast Mastery space fared better than this. At least they were divine beasts, considerably larger in stature. While they may not possess the intellect of humans, they were by no means inferior. Having processed these developments, it summoned the individual responsible for managing its affairs. I am now well versed in the significant matters, yet I have a point of curiosity. Do you possess any information regarding the newly appointed human emperor, Su Chen? The summoned official provided some information, and upon reviewing it, his once agile mind became momentarily stunned. If Su Chen represented the pinnacle of power prior to the War of All Races, then humanity must have been exceedingly inept to allow the Beast Masters to successfully rebel. Not to mention, it was likely that Su Chen alone could suppress all races without difficulty. How could one human attain such strength? He did not even study Beast Mastery. The documentation further stated that he had produced an awakening-level skill book. What kind of extraterrestrial skill was this? Did no one in the current generation find it absurd? An awakening-level skill book. According to the current classification of skill book strengths, the highest rating, SSS, precedes awakening level. It is already a pinnacle achievement. Though there are indeed god-level skills beyond awakening, which are classified as rule-type skills. However, this ability should not be underestimated. The wholesale awakening-level skills, coupled with a variety of beast-arming techniques and an array of peculiar abilities, raise the question, is this truly human? The person in charge gazed at the dazed, three-legged golden crow, feeling an immense admiration for Master Su's formidable prowess. Just look at the mascot of the Solar Dynasty, the guardian deity of the Sun Realm, and the Emperor of Humanity. Their astonishment speaks volumes about Master Su's power. As long as they cling to him, they are certain to return to the glory of yesteryears. Have you finished reading? The golden crow snapped back to attention. Yes, it had come to address its own predicament. With the Solar Dynasty now obliterated, it pondered its future. Accustomed to the comforts of human companionship, it was loath to return to a life of wild survival. Its strength was more than adequate. It could certainly thrive. The matter was one of mere existence. The authorities took this issue quite seriously, a genuine high-end combat force. A super-evolved entity, and a long-standing powerful beastmaster. Unless one were utterly foolish, it was clear that an alliance would be mutually beneficial. However, the terms would inevitably come into play, and it was time to ascertain what kind of treatment could be offered. As for me, this bird is rather indolent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been the protector of the Sun Realm. Simply find me a position with minimal responsibilities but ample sustenance. I am amenable to signing a contract, provided it is one of equality. At my level of power, I have little desire for worldly pursuits. To merely exist a few more years is my highest aspiration. Upon hearing the terms, the officials were overwhelmed with joy. All they needed to do was provide sustenance, with no special demands attached. What do you mean by eating well? One inquired. Not asking for anything top tier, but at least something flavorful and aromatic, like beast elixirs. I have no interest in your mass-produced feed. Although the exact grade was not specified, it was evident that with such power, the demands for the quality of elixirs would be high. Fortunately, these needs were easily met. They could directly assign Lin Jingcheng, as the three-legged golden crow could contribute its beast fire. As for the materials for alchemy, the authorities would cover those expenses. The identities matched perfectly, eliminating the need for any convoluted arrangements. After all, they were both content to remain in a state of repose, and having Lin Jingxing around would still serve a purpose. The beast fire of the three-legged golden crow, how splendid. This would undoubtedly bolster their efforts. No problem. We will assign you an 11th tier alchemist, was the prompt response. Upon hearing this, the golden crow felt quite pleased. An 11th tier alchemist to serve as its chef? Quite agreeable. Thus, a delightful decision was made. The person in charge exited the room, immediately attempting to contact Master Lin, but was met with continuous failure. At that moment, Master Lin was enjoying a meal with Su Chen. Master Lin, I am immensely grateful for your presence as a consultant at my company, Su Chen remarked. Observing the polite exchanges between the two, Lin Jingxing felt it was essential to uphold a friendly demeanor, as this was a position arranged by Master Su. While Gao Xuanma believed that one must show due respect to an 11th tier alchemist, this led to an atmosphere of mutual politeness. Once they concluded their serious discussions, the ambience became somewhat awkward. Just as Su Chen finished his meal, he initiated a new topic. Old Lin, may I inquire why you have come to the imperial capital? Lin Jingxing pointed upwards. I came to partake in the happenings of the Sun Realm. With some strength, I intended to make an entrance. This was not an inaccurate statement. While primarily an alchemist, he was indeed a formidable beastmaster. Su Chen shared this sentiment, recognizing that as a university professor, possessing some level of strength was quite normal. However, the range of what constituted some strength seemed rather peculiar. One was being modest, while the other genuinely believed it was only a modest amount of strength. Though both used the same term, their interpretations diverged. Gao Xuanma suddenly interjected. By the way, Su Chen, what are your plans moving forward? Are you returning to Huiguang? Yes. I plan to return. The affairs of the Sun Realm have become quite chaotic. I need some time to rest and recuperate. The two nodded in agreement. After all, he was someone who preferred seclusion and wished to avoid the turmoil of the world, yet now it had spiraled into disarray, even involving the Emperor of Humanity. Was this still a retreat? It was undoubtedly time to return and recalibrate his mindset. However, before I leave, I intend to stay a few more days in the imperial capital to enjoy myself before heading back. The group shared light-hearted banter, and after finishing their meal, they each went about their own affairs. After bidding farewell to Master Su and his companion, Lin Jingxing finally noticed the barrage of missed calls on his phone. A quick glance confirmed they were all from official sources. Upon hearing that the three-legged golden crow had become his beast, he was elated. Solar fire. This would undoubtedly make alchemy significantly easier. During Su Chen's few days of leisure in the imperial capital, the Sun Realm was dismantled by the authorities. All useful items were retrieved, while the unnecessary remnants were preserved as deemed appropriate. They were determined not to waste anything. Finally, on the day before the ruins were to collapse, the crisis was successfully averted. After enjoying his time in the imperial capital, Su Chen booked a ticket back. This time, he resolved not to indulge in free instant noodles at the airport. Chapter 120, Upgrading the C-Class Material Shop. Each time he returned, it felt as if a considerable time had elapsed. His last visit to the Demon City was quite ordinary, but this time in the imperial capital had brought about significant events. He was merely an ordinary citizen, lacking even the ability to command beasts. Upon disembarking the plane and inhaling the fresh air of Huiguang City, he felt an unexpected lightness in his burden. He had never been an emperor of humanity. He was merely the proprietor of a beast material shop, a modest establishment that lacked inventory exceeding 100,000. Perhaps it was time to upgrade the qualifications of his shop. After all, having a small goal of stocking up was reasonable, especially being situated near Huiguang University, where sales would not be a concern. Taking a taxi back to the university after an absence of over half a month, he finally returned. Entering the campus and arriving at the shop, he found that since Su Chen's departure to the imperial capital, the shop had been rather quiet. It was afternoon and nearly devoid of customers. Yi Fan was lounging at the cash register, absorbed in his phone, confident that no one would dare to skip out on their bill. Unbeknownst to him, his boss was already standing right in front of him. "Is this how you conduct yourself as the acting store manager?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, he jolted in alarm. The previous incident with Gao had already left his boss displeased, and now he was caught slacking off at work. Without a solid explanation, dismissal was not out of the question. He could only raise his head, donning the most obsequious smile. "I promise not to slack off again. Please let me off this time, boss." After returning, Su Chan was in a relatively good mood and decided to temporarily overlook the transgression. Assessing the state of the shop, he placed his luggage in the storage room, planning to take it all home later that evening. Wang Kai had dashed outside to play, leaving only Xiao Hei basking in the sun. When he first arrived, Xiao Hei was clearly untrained. Now, however, it had taken on the demeanor of a household cat. According to Yi Fan, Xiao Hei was quite popular, often attracting students who came to pet it. It seemed that his laid-back lifestyle could continue without interruption. Oh, and he still needed to apply for an upgrade to the shop's qualifications. Currently, his establishment is classified as a D-level shop, and this time the objective is to elevate it to a C-level shop, offering a broader array of merchandise. The premises should be sufficiently spacious. However, unlike D-level resource stores, C-level establishments face more stringent requirements for certification. D-level shops primarily sell a variety of industrial goods, such as animal feed and snacks for beast companions. Even the beast-related products are largely inexpensive and ubiquitous. As for the remaining crystalline substances, those are merely energy-rich stones, devoid of any specific usage prerequisites. From the onset of a C-level beast resource store, one must possess a certain degree of knowledge regarding resources. For instance, if a beast sustains minor injuries, one ought to be capable of administering treatment rather than resorting to a veterinary hospital. It is essential to know which beast resources to utilize and even master the proportions required for resource allocation towards evolutionary directions. Although the official website provides a list of resources necessary for evolution, the physical condition of each beast varies, leading to different requirements for resource ratios. This necessitates the expertise of a professional for proper calibration. The higher the level, the more precise the demands become. Conversely, lower levels entail fewer stipulations. As a C-level beast resource store, one may not frequently encounter customers with such specific needs, yet one must be prepared nonetheless. Having a sword at one's disposal is fundamentally different from being unarmed. The remaining aspects pose no significant issues. The sole concern lies in this. One might boast an impressive theoretical understanding, yet if it lacks foundation, it is ultimately ineffectual. Such musings may arise from idle contemplation in the restroom, sudden insights during artistic endeavors, or moments of daydreaming. To attempt the calibration of evolution resources without genuine knowledge is nothing short of folly. Nevertheless, it is not entirely misguided. While one's profound theories may indeed be flawed, the foundational knowledge acquired from academic studies remains valid. After all, one performed admirably in school, so there is no need for undue anxiety. Fortunately, Huiguang City serves as a testing location. After perusing the examination process for C-level resource stores online, he learned that the initial step involves assessing the condition of 5 injured beasts, determining whether they are treatable or require hospitalization. Subsequently, treatment is administered to those deemed recoverable, primarily through holographic imagery, as beasts possess rights and are regarded as companions rather than mere livestock. Even in the case of slaughter, one must minimize the animal's suffering. The final stage involves calibrating the resources needed for beast evolution, which entails a written examination where one must maintain resource parameters within specified limits. It appears straightforward enough. He promptly applies for the afternoon examination for resource store qualifications and boards a bus to the testing venue. Before he even arrives, the officials have already set the wheels in motion. In truth, preparations began the moment he submitted his application. A thorough cleanup is imperative, and all staff and volunteers must present their finest demeanor. Everyone receives a small monetary incentive to ensure optimal performance. A display of effort is expected in exchange for compensation. The nature of the task transforms entirely when remuneration is involved, and the stakes are higher. Upon arriving at the examination site, he notices a considerable number of individuals present. Given that Huiguang City is undergoing continuous expansion and attracting a multitude of talents, the demand for beast resource stores has surged to several times its previous levels. The need for high-tier beast resource shops has reached a pinnacle. Any newly established resource store is essentially a lucrative venture for those of higher caliber. It is akin to amassing wealth by the sackful. As he approaches the entrance, he overhears a queue of individuals discussing the difficulty of the C-level examination. I've attempted it 3 times already. I heard the requirements for D-level have been raised recently. Last time, I was merely 1 gram short of passing. Many have taken multiple attempts, as those who succeed typically do not linger in such lines. After registering and receiving his number, Chen mingles among the crowd. Could someone enlighten me about what to expect inside? He inquires. This piques the interest of 2 casual bystanders. If it's your first attempt, prepare for at least 3 or 4 tries, one responds. By the way, how much of the essential knowledge for C-level resource stores have you studied? If luck is on your side, you might encounter what you've learned. At this point, Chen feels somewhat bewildered. What exactly constitutes the essential knowledge for a C-level resource store? The 2 men exchange puzzled glances, uncertain how to proceed. Aren't you here to take the C-level exam? How could you be unaware of the necessary knowledge? Under the weight of their incredulous gazes, he can only manage an awkward chuckle. Haha, I just learned about this. Does that mean I'm doomed to fail? The 2 men share a laugh in response. Well, it seems your registration fee was in vain. Chapter 121, a bit unlucky, yet fortified by strength. In times past, the mere thought of wasting thousands on registration fees would have left him heartbroken. With limited income, he had gritted his teeth to afford the examination, only to fail. However, now he finds himself in a different position. Apologies. But he has a small goal in mind, a store at Huiguang University. Although it is merely a D-level establishment, its prime location promises good profits. Thus, while he feels a pang of regret over the expenditure, it does not amount to heartbreak. Several thousand yuan is still a significant sum, not to be dismissed lightly. Experience has shown that even with a fortune, losing a few thousand can still sting. Yet, having come this far, he feels compelled to witness the examination venue. It would be a greater loss to spend thousands without even stepping inside the examination room. This isn't merely about the money lost. It's about the opportunity squandered. He resolves to treat this as an experience, to familiarize himself with the process and the environment, ensuring that he won't appear out of place in the future. As for whether he will pass, well, just look at the queue. Among so many individuals, those who have taken the test 7 or 8 times are common. Only a handful manage to pass on their first attempt. Most proprietors lack the capability to succeed immediately. A business owner must possess certification to upgrade their qualifications. Even if your employees hold such credentials, it does not suffice. The C-level resource store certification allows one to operate a store or work within a C-level establishment as a deputy. After all, one cannot expect the owner to handle every task alone. The line moves at a sluggish pace, and after approximately 20 minutes, it is finally Chen's turn. Upon verifying his identity, he is ushered into a room. Holographic projectors are strategically placed in every corner, and once the examination personnel are prepared, 5 injured beasts will materialize on the floor, each with varying degrees of injuries. For those that are treatable, he must document the appropriate treatments, while the others will be marked as untreatable. The assessment is not overly challenging, requiring only a basic grasp of professional knowledge. It is not necessary to be an expert in treatment. The examination merely seeks to gauge one's understanding of the subject. Currently, there are not just 1 or 2 individuals monitoring the process. A total of 5 observers are scrutinizing the examinations. Among them is, of course, Chen. However, the status of personnel within the monitoring room is not particularly elevated. They are essentially ordinary civil servants. The evaluation of Master Su's Class C material shop is neither monumental nor trivial. Passing is certainly achievable. If Master Su were to fail, they would be compelled to re-evaluate their life choices. There must be an issue with the assessment. Yet, to be frank, this matter is not of great consequence. It is not unusual for a cadre of high-ranking officials to oversee the situation, thus a few observers were dispatched. Should anything untoward transpire, they can simply report it. 3 observers arrived in total, one of whom was inexperienced with similar tasks and inevitably felt a tinge of curiosity. Do you think Master Su will be able to heal all the holographic beasts? The staff in the monitoring room shook their heads in response. Unlikely. According to standard protocol, the injuries of the 5 summoned beasts would escalate in severity. The one in the worst condition will likely be hanging on by a thread. If fortune smiles upon us and the injury is external, it can be easily discerned, though treatment may still pose challenges. Internal injuries, without specialized equipment, are even more difficult to address. I cannot ascertain the extent of Master Su's prowess, but strength has its limits, does it not? This statement was sufficiently objective and not erroneous. However, the 3 observers simultaneously shook their heads in denial. As official personnel, particularly from Master Su's specialized department, They possessed extensive knowledge. In their estimation, it was indeed plausible that Master Su could heal them all. Seeing the disbelief on the faces of the three, the staff shrugged. Forget it. There's no point in trying to explain things to those lacking expertise. It was more effective to let them witness the proceedings firsthand. As Su Chen confirmed the commencement of the examination, the surrounding holographic projectors immediately displayed 5 injured summoned beasts, indistinguishable from reality, save for the inability to touch them. Among the 5, only one exhibited external injuries. To pass the evaluation, at least 3 beasts must be treated, and the nature of the untreatable ones identified. Within the monitoring room, the staff let out a sigh. Your Master Su is rather unfortunate. Of the 5, only one has external injuries. Internal injuries are significantly more troublesome to manage. After stating this, he cast a glance at the official observers, who displayed no visible reaction. As if they were indifferent to debate. Not receiving a reply, he shifted his focus back to the display screen. He observed Master Su, who appeared slightly furrowed. Not out of difficulty, but seemingly lamenting his bad luck. Out of 5, only one bore external wounds, and it was the least severe of the lot, merely featuring a large gash. Aside from its depth, there were no other complications. The remaining 4 exhibited no external signs of injury, implying internal afflictions. Was this not a stroke of misfortune? He had encountered the worst-case scenario. He first approached the beast with external injuries, requested disinfectants, and performed a few procedures. Once the bandaging was successfully completed, this beast was considered treated. Gazing at the other 4 beasts, devoid of any visible marks, he felt a sense of unease. Who could possibly know what injuries they had sustained? He proceeded to examine one of the beasts closely. With no external wounds and only a pallid complexion, there was nothing discernible. If Su Chen could not identify it, the 5 individuals in the monitoring room were even less likely to do so. The official observers, however, checked the back end and discovered that this beast was indeed poisoned. It was one of the lighter injuries, as the toxin was neither particularly potent nor weak, landing it in a middle ground. Truly, aside from its pale appearance, it bore no other distinctive features. This was becoming quite challenging. Without knowing the cause of the injury, how could he proceed with treatment? Moreover, Master Su had not reviewed any relevant materials prior to the examination and was unaware of the possibility of poisoning as a form of injury. Nevertheless, it appeared that he had an epiphany. After scrutinizing the poisoned beast, he began to manipulate its muscles. At this juncture, the holographic imagery revealed the muscle's texture as rigid. He then opened the beast's mouth to inspect its tongue. Following his examination, Su Chen developed a rough understanding. This beast was indeed poisoned. Prior to his transmigration, he had been particularly captivated by traditional Chinese medicine and had learned a few techniques. Little did he know that this knowledge would serve him well in this new world. From the assessment of the muscles, he had gained a preliminary insight. Following the tongue diagnosis, his conviction was further solidified. Although he was unaware of the specific toxin involved, the poisoning was not severe, indicating that the toxin was still present within the beast's stomach and had not fully digested. He then requested salt and warm water. Despite being a holographic representation, there would be a specialized review committee to determine the success of the treatment. He prepared a high-concentration saline solution and administered it swiftly, pressing down on the base of the tongue. Although the imagery did not depict any further actions, the treatment was deemed successful. The official observers were left bewildered, while the monitoring staff nodded in affirmation. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. To the knowledgeable, it was a display of skill. This was an emetic, designed to induce the expulsion of toxins from the stomach. The ability to ascertain poisoning solely from the condition of the tongue and muscles indicated Master Su's extensive knowledge. Chapter 122, Seizing Opportunities, Successful Evolution. Although poisoning exhibits certain characteristics, each toxin is unique, and there is no universal formula. One must rely on experience and accumulated knowledge to ascertain the situation accurately. Master Su's application of the emetic was evidently seasoned and precise, enabling him to identify the toxin and recognize that it had not fully digested. Typically, only a professional physician could achieve such accuracy. Furthermore, he had not employed any antidotes or medications, merely inducing vomiting. This approach not only conserved resources, but was also efficient. It must be noted that Su Chen had not contemplated the possibility of requesting antidotes. Had he been able to do so, the examination would have been considerably simplified. Thus, he believed it could not be so straightforward. He operated a Class D shop, which typically does not stock antidotes, so he was genuinely unaware. Nevertheless, he had managed to treat the beast effectively. With 3 remaining beasts, Su Chen scanned the group and identified the one with the least severe injury. It had only twisted its ankle, and a simple manipulation successfully addressed the issue. As for the other 2, he assessed their conditions and, upon determining the nature of their internal injuries, opted not to treat them. Providing treatment would not yield additional rewards, and he was neither equipped nor inclined to expend effort on injuries beyond his capability. It was more prudent to proceed to the next examination venue. If his intuition served him correctly, he had likely passed this assessment. The individuals in the monitoring room observed Master Su's choice of the most expedient method, eliciting a chuckle from all five. Previously, they had debated whether he could heal all the summoned beasts, only to discover that he was uninterested in exerting extra effort. He was merely meeting the minimum requirements to pass. After all, treating an additional beast would not yield any rewards, so why expend unnecessary effort? He then proceeded to the next examination venue. By the time it was ready, an array of beast taming materials had been meticulously prepared, each cut into precise grams. It was essential to assess the condition of the holographic beast before him and then adjust the ratios accordingly. For the majority, this was the true challenge. The earlier healing phase was relatively manageable, as the theoretical questions could resolve most issues. Even if the healing was not executed flawlessly, one could still scrape through. However, the subsequent task allowed no margin for error. The weight and ratios had to be maintained within a strict range. Otherwise, the beast's evolution could fail catastrophically, resulting in diminished potential at best, or an explosive disaster at worst. In any case, none of the outcomes were favorable. Fortunately, such dire situations rarely occurred, as lower-level beasts demanded less precision, allowing for a degree of leeway. While it was described as a range, it was still quite expansive. Yet, this step posed a dilemma for Chen. Accustomed to improvisation, relying solely on his instincts, he found this examination's demands for theoretical knowledge and accuracy to be an entirely different matter. He was skeptical that his intuition alone could suffice. While he often prepared natural feed for his pets, which was inconsequential, this was evolution, beast evolution, a matter of utmost importance. He recalled someone mentioning that a mere gram short of the required materials had led to failure in the examination. Lacking professional expertise and armed only with high school-level knowledge of beast taming, he steeled himself to proceed. He began to scrutinize the holographic beast before him. Devoid of any clear direction, he barely recognized it, knowing only that it was called the silver-horned bug, with little else to guide him. With a plethora of beast taming materials at his disposal, along with a specified evolution direction that listed only the required categories without additional information, he found himself deep in contemplation. The three official observers in the monitoring room exchanged puzzled glances. This was peculiar. Given Master Su's capabilities, the examination was clearly within his comfort zone. Shouldn't it have concluded within moments of his entry? Why did he appear somewhat bewildered and lost, devoid of any inkling regarding the task at hand? Surely, Master Su was merely feigning confusion. It was likely that he already possessed the necessary ratios and weights in his mind. Though they were uncertain why he chose to act this way, it was evident that the issue of the evolution direction posed no challenge for him. He must have had deeper considerations at play. After much deliberation, Chen resolved to press on. Based on the evolution direction, the silver-horned bug was to evolve into the golden-horned bug. He recognized the effects of the beast-taming materials before him, relying on instinct. He decided to include a considerable amount of the bloodline purification material. Then, he selected a substantial quantity of the transformational herb, recognizing its significance as core to the process. The fire crystal was likely a catalyst, so he opted to use it sparingly. The earth crystal seemed less crucial, so he deemed his selection sufficient. As Chen executed his choices, the three observers, though not experts themselves, began to discern discrepancies. Why was he solely relying on his hands to gauge the weights? Was he not using the scales? The two staff members were left in awe. What kind of master was this? Was he truly so extraordinary that he could intuitively get the weights and ratios correct? No, every single selection was wildly inaccurate, a far cry from what was required. How could this be? This was the renowned Master Su, who effortlessly navigated evolution directions and skill books. If it had been anyone else, they would have found it laughable. But given Master Su's approach, there must have been a rationale behind it. Surely, he couldn't be incapable? To be genuinely incompetent would be nothing short of a farce. Yet the staff members were aware of the situation. Despite merely monitoring, they had absorbed enough knowledge to grasp the general premise. To suggest that his choices might be incorrect was one thing, but to recognize that they were utterly mistaken rendered further debate unnecessary. This situation had taken an unexpected turn. Thus, the three immediately contacted their superiors, questioning whether there had been an error in the examination materials. Once Chen had chosen all the necessary beast-taming materials according to the evolution direction, he confidently submitted his selections. This confidence did not stem from a belief that he would pass. Rather, it was a firm conviction that he would unquestionably fail. As anticipated, a glaring 0 appeared on the display, confirming that he had not correctly identified a single component. Well, this outcome was expected. However, upon returning home, He resolved to immediately study the relevant knowledge, determined to pass the next time. Exiting the examination room, he coincidentally encountered two individuals who had been chatting in line earlier. One was exuberant, while the other wore a gloomy expression. Upon seeing Chen emerge, their curiosity about the score of this impromptu candidate was piqued. "So, how did it go? Did you fail?" Chen could only shake his head in resignation, explaining that he had passed the first phase but received a 0 in the second. The more upbeat individual remarked, "No worries. You managed to pass the first phase without studying, so surely you'll learn enough for the second phase next time." As the trio conversed, a staff member hurried over. "Mr. Su, there seems to be an issue with your results. We need you to come with us." The officials had just tested the ratios and weights of Chen's selected beast taming materials and were astounded to discover that evolution had indeed succeeded. The examination requirements merely stipulated successful evolution, without specifying the desired outcome. By this logic, Master Su had achieved a perfect score. Chapter 123. The Beast Taming Materials Shop is hiring again. This could be considered a minor oversight, yet he had not violated any rules. Master Su's execution could be described as a misunderstanding of their design. Initially, the task was simply to adjust the beast taming materials, a straightforward endeavor. However, with the master's intervention, he had inadvertently concocted an entirely new evolution direction, all while merely adjusting the ratios of the existing materials. Such profound understanding of beast evolution was a testament to his expertise. This incident served as a lesson to many. It was not necessary to have an extravagant array of beast taming materials. Adjusting the ratios of what was already available could yield entirely new evolutionary pathways. The three observers remained baffled, questioning the nature of the situation. Could there truly be an error in the results? "Mr. Su, following thorough testing by our professional team, your ratios successfully facilitated evolution, thus granting you a perfect score." As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, the other two individuals could no longer contain themselves. "What do you mean, a perfect score? Wasn't this his first examination? Didn't he lack even the basic knowledge required for a C-class store? How could he have achieved a perfect score?" This meant he had passed the examination on his first attempt, and without any prior study. What a remarkable talent. It implied that he did not need to memorize knowledge points, as he must have already known these concepts beforehand. In light of this, they regretted their earlier attempts to console him about future chances. Now, they wished to slap themselves in the face for their earlier remarks. What was this? Chen himself was equally astonished. Those ratios had been chosen at random. How could he have attained a perfect score if it had been solely multiple-choice questions? One might attribute it to luck, but to achieve a perfect score on fill-in-the-blank questions? That was truly astounding. This is not mere luck. It feels as though fortune has truly smiled upon me. Are you implying that my calculations are accurate? Indeed, Mr. Su. Please accompany me to complete the procedures for a Class C shop. He felt a peculiar sense of disquiet, as if the singular opportunity to win a scratch-off ticket in his life was squandered here. Perhaps that scratch-off could have been worth millions. Yet, it is not too grievous, for he now possesses a fortune of 100 million. A million? That merely represents a modest 1% increase in his assets. Money can be spent, but such serendipitous luck is something one can boast about for a lifetime. I recall the days when I effortlessly achieved a perfect score on the Class C shop examination. It is indeed astonishing, to the extent that others may find it hard to believe. Lead the way. At that moment, only one unfortunate soul remained. Having not only failed the exam, but also facing public humiliation, it was exceedingly disheartening. After multiple attempts, he had painstakingly memorized question types and reviewed key concepts. Yet his efforts paled in comparison to the effortless brilliance of the prodigy. If only they knew that Chen had merely guessed his way through, he might very well be driven to despair. Following the staff to the registration area for Class C shops, he needed to ascertain which products could be stocked and align them with the positioning of his store. For instance, at Huiguan University, the clientele consists primarily of students, whose capabilities are generally still in the developmental stage. Thus, he could introduce some niche nutritional liquids to facilitate the swift growth of their beasts. This would cater to a greater array of needs. Perusing the inventory list, he stumbled upon a small item that caused him to pause: a universal detoxifying agent. Upon seeing this, his mind momentarily blanked. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? What then? Was the saline solution he had administered during the exam an indicator of his ignorance? Surely, no one would scrutinize his examination performance. He is but an ordinary individual. Had he held a prestigious position, perhaps someone would have monitored his exam closely, documenting it for future analysis. Pondering why he opted for a saline solution instead of a detox agent, subsequently concocting a plethora of justifications to laud his exceptional skills. Fortunately, he was merely a faceless entity. No one observed him. Meanwhile, at the special department of Master Su, the recording of the assessment had been reviewed thrice, analyzed in detail. and subsequently archived for easy reference. Su-chan ordered a substantial quantity of nutritional liquids aimed at enhancing strength, along with several items designed for rapid recovery of stamina. The inventory for beast supplies was also augmented, ensuring a supply that extended beyond the commonplace, incorporating some relatively rare materials. This enhancement undoubtedly elevated the overall value of the store. He cast a glance at the requirements for Class B shops. TSK. One could say that Class B shops qualify as high-end establishments. Indeed, the distinction between Class B and Class C is stark. Take the area requirement. For instance, Class C mandates a minimum of 300 square meters, akin to a medium-sized convenience store. In contrast, the area needed for a Class B shop reaches a staggering 1,500 square meters, verging on supermarket dimensions. A beast supply store? No, a beast supply supermarket. It appears there is still much work to be done. As for the content of future assessments, he dared not look, fearing the demands might be insurmountable, rendering such aspirations unattainable. There was no need to burden himself with disappointment. He would not look. After all, he had no hope of reaching that level. Opening a Class C shop was already a source of immense satisfaction. He could commence his retirement now, embracing a life devoid of constraints and pressures. The idyllic days of indulging in the company of cats and dogs beckoned enticingly. After finalizing the paperwork, he took a taxi back to Huiguan University. Once the Class C shop began its upgrade, foot traffic would undoubtedly increase. At that point, the 3 part-time female employees and Yi Fan would be overwhelmed. It would be necessary to recruit a few full-time staff members. Given the previous sluggish business, most of which was likely due to the limitations of Class D, the upgrade would lift such restrictions. As for where to find candidates, perhaps the last talent market? It seemed rather unreliable. The last time had been filled with unqualified middle-aged men, a desperate measure indeed. With Yi Fan on board, the urgency was somewhat alleviated. Furthermore, the Class C supplies would not arrive for another 2 days, leaving ample time. Seated before his computer, he reposted the recruitment ad on the job site. This time, he offered a slightly higher salary than before, albeit with elevated requirements. Ideally, candidates would possess proof of having worked in a Class C supply shop, allowing him to be a hands-off manager. Once Master Su published the recruitment information, various organizations began to take notice. Just by virtue of the opportunity to remain in the store and observe the artistic display, it was more than sufficient. What more could be asked? Should Master Su provide a skill book for you? Such audacity. In a mere 5 to 6 minutes, Su-chan received over 100 electronic resumes. Is finding work truly this challenging? He randomly perused one resume. Name, Yuan Shinfeng. Age, 22. Education, Bachelor's in Beast Supply Management from Magic City University. What? A recent graduate from the prestigious Magic City University. He glanced once more at his own posting, particularly the salary section. He hadn't added many zeros. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. The next resume listed an education from Imperial Capital University, Master's in Beast Supply Management. Several resumes followed, with the lowest being from a top-tier university undergraduate. Chapter 124. I prefer you over PhD candidates. After reviewing all the resumes, Su-chan could only feel that the world had become somewhat surreal. What constitutes a top-tier university? Among thousands of institutions, only a select few can claim that title. And these individuals wished to work at his modest shop? Not even as deputy manager or with any equity. No power, no money. Had they misinterpreted the situation? It was possible, but the likelihood of so many people being mistaken was slim. One person's oversight could be dismissed, but 100 being mistaken is a rare occurrence. Yet it could not be a scam. The resumes contained verified information. Since these were electronic resumes, they had undergone scrutiny by the platform, implying that all the information was genuine. Over 100 graduates from top universities seeking employment at his small shop. Had news of his fortune leaked? Ostensibly, these individuals were there to work, but perhaps they were actually after his money. Caution is always prudent. From the hundreds of resumes, he selected the 5 most promising candidates for interviews, scheduling them for the following day. Today he had just completed his exam and needed a moment to relax. Goodness, he had indeed passed the assessment, albeit through sheer luck. This is quite uncanny. The 5 individuals who received interview notifications were so exhilarated that they could hardly sleep. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps it would elevate their prospects significantly. Even if there were no direct benefits, merely saying they knew Master Su would invoke envy. It was a win-win situation. Thus, the upcoming interviews must be secured. The 5 individuals were diligently organizing their materials, striving to showcase their myriad strengths. Although they were uncertain about the number or identity of their competitors, each possessed an innate brilliance and an unwavering confidence in their abilities. By around 9 o'clock the following day, all candidates had assembled, poised to await Master Su's interviews, scheduled to commence at 10. However, upon noticing that everyone had arrived, Chen opted to initiate the process immediately, selecting a candidate at random to begin the interview. With no designated interview room available, the proceedings took place within the confines of the store. Holding a printed resume, Chen glanced at the name, XU Vaping. Education, doctorate in Beast Material Management from Shanghai University. To be frank, he found it somewhat overwhelming, having only graduated from high school himself. He questioned his qualifications to manage someone of such academic stature. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "What brings you to our establishment?" "As I understand it, your credentials afford you numerous options." The candidate, Vaping, responded earnestly, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "I have long admired your store's leadership and innovative spirit within the industry. I find that your company culture aligns seamlessly with my values. Furthermore, I believe that a material store located within a university possesses remarkable foresight. I am confident that your establishment will undoubtedly shine in the future. Hence, I aspire to work here." A series of articulate remarks left Chen momentarily astounded. His jaw slightly agape. "What is this? What are you saying?" He was acutely aware that he had not established any such leadership or innovative spirit within his store. Nor did he comprehend the concept of store culture. He had never defined such a notion. The mere presence of a material store within a university hardly constituted foresight. After all, every university boasted at least one beast material store. It felt as though the candidate was reciting a rehearsed formula, yet his words were undeniably pleasing. "Have you previously held a similar position?" Chen inquired. The response was immediate, with Vaping puffing out his chest. "As a doctoral candidate, I possess both work and research experience. I have participated in the Dragon Blood medicinal plant experiment and have also interned at an A-class store. These are significant highlights, and the remainder is detailed in my resume for your review." Chen's jaw remained unhinged. What an impressive profile. Employing someone with such qualifications to work at his store felt akin to having a legendary warrior riding a mere dog. While others might only be seeking to resolve minor issues, he questioned whether such a paragon was truly necessary. Furthermore, it was absurd that this individual was older than him. He was just in his early 20s, while a doctoral degree typically took at least 20+ years to achieve. If he were to hire Vaping, would he possess the requisite management skills? Age alone did not dictate maturity. Yet, he reminded himself not to overthink it. After all, he was no novice. "Now, regarding the salary, I will confirm that it is 7,000 per month. Is there any issue with that?" Vaping replied without hesitation. "No problem. Very well, then please await our notification." After concluding the first interview, Chen was astounded by the sheer number and caliber of applicants. He had not anticipated interviewing a doctoral candidate, especially for a position offering a monthly salary of 7,000. After years of study, with tuition fees reaching into the hundreds of thousands, how does one arrive at a decision to accept the 7,000 monthly salary? He pondered. It was not that these candidates lacked options. Rather, they had choices. While prestigious positions at major firms were highly coveted, the compensation would be several times greater. Not to mention the appealing work environment. It was utterly perplexing. As he continued interviewing the remaining candidates, each one appeared increasingly professional and impressive, boasting extensive experimental and internship experiences. The caliber of applicants left him, a mere novice, utterly astounded. Though he may not fully comprehend the significance of each achievement, they certainly conveyed an air of distinction. Even if they did not meet his lofty expectations, they were still far from mediocre. The question loomed, which candidate should he recruit? Each choice seemed fraught with immense pressure. Glancing once more at the recruitment website's backend, one particular resume caught his eye. Chen. Education, high school graduate. Amongst a sea of brilliance, he noticed this outlier. In comparison to graduates from prestigious universities, he found himself drawn to individuals with a more grounded background. Those who appeared too lofty seemed unrealistic. This candidate, sharing a similar educational background, exuded a vibrant life essence. While it was true that a doctoral candidate would typically offer greater cost-effectiveness for the same salary, the question remained, would they connect on a personal level? Moreover, Yen had successfully passed the C-class material store examination, demonstrating his qualifications. Thus, the choice was clear. He scheduled an interview with Yen for the afternoon and awaited the arrival of other candidates. No doctoral candidates, nor top-tier undergraduate or master's graduates. Meanwhile, in a modest rented room, a young man reclined on his bed, contemplating when he would finally have the financial freedom to indulge in idleness. Having successfully passed the C-class material store examination, he hoped there might be vacancies available. Staring at the familiar ceiling, he checked his phone. Due to his high school education, he had been overlooked by most material stores. But wait, a recruitment website had invited him for an afternoon interview. Yen immediately sat up. Although a salary of 7,000 was quite appealing, the note indicated that negotiations were possible. There was room for a potential increase. He promptly donned his finest fitted attire, along with stylish shoes, in preparation for the afternoon interview. Securing this position would mean no longer needing to pool money with his friends for milk tea outings. With a steady income, he could finally afford to relax a bit. He was determined to land this job. As the morning progressed, several more standard resumes arrived, none of which were from top-tier university graduates. Various factions were puzzled as to why Master Su seemed reluctant to recruit exceptional talent. With so many outstanding candidates, why was he still intent on interviewing a spirited high school graduate? They studied Han Yan's credentials meticulously, even examining those connected to him. Yet, it became evident that he was merely an ordinary individual, and a rather unimpressive one at that. Yi Fan, for instance, was a reincarnated being. While his abilities might not be remarkable, he possessed a certain uniqueness. It was baffling to discern what special qualities Han Yan might possess. Could it be that the master yearned to transform into a spirited youth himself? The image of Master Su clad in fitted attire and fashionable shoes was ludicrous, absolutely inconceivable. Master Su's artistic vision was far too refined for such antics. Moreover, Han Yan was not exactly thriving among his peers. Even if one were to seek a spirited youth, it seemed illogical to choose him. Was it truly the case that Master Su sought such employees? It was infuriating that their organization was composed entirely of elite individuals, devoid of any spirited youths. Among the inner ranks, not one member could be found who was merely a high school graduate. Such candidates were a rarity, if not entirely non-existent. This was not an isolated incident. It was a universal trend across all factions. Those whom they had previously looked down upon have now become individuals of significant necessity. This stark contrast evokes a sense of discomfort within them. There are indeed some external candidates with high school diplomas, yet such opportunities will undoubtedly not be extended to outsiders. Consequently, their options are rather straightforward. Should this Han Yan succeed in becoming an employee of Master Su, they would endeavor to win him over. Conversely, if he fails the interview, they would instruct internal members to adopt a more ordinary demeanor. Thus, both scenarios remain within their control. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a rather spirited young man stands at the entrance of the material supermarket within Huiguang University. He adjusts his stylish hair with a couple of flicks, ultimately placing his hand on his face for a moment before striding confidently into the store. Outside, Yi Fan is engaged in conversation with Zhao Yuyu when he notices the young man's attire, momentarily taken aback. This style seems so incongruous. Despite Huiguang University being classified as a second-tier institution, its faculty and student quality have reached an elite standard. To encounter the fabled spirit suit here? Moreover, why is he approaching me? Hello, I'm here for an interview. Yi Fan is aware that the boss is currently hiring, and under normal circumstances, various organizations would be vying to fill positions with talent. Yet this individual does not fit the mold of the top-tier candidates he had observed the previous day, 5 exceptional individuals poised for greatness. He had anticipated that the boss would select from this pool, yet here stood this unusual candidate. Which organization are you from? What organization? Must I report my affiliation to interview? Han Yan replies, I only represent my family. Yi Fan quickly realizes that this is not someone sent by any organization, but rather a straightforward young man. A family background? Perhaps he was once involved in alternative scenes years ago. Please wait a moment, I will fetch the boss. He goes to summon the boss, who is currently busy counting inventory. Upon seeing the young man adorned in such a striking outfit, Su Chen is momentarily flabbergasted. Is there truly no one normal? It's either excessively high-end or bewilderingly eccentric. However, having chosen this path, he must see it through to the end. Well, let us proceed with the interview. Why have you come to our company? Because you are hiring. The two stare at each other in disbelief. Su Chen, taken aback by the bluntness, wonders if the response could be any more down to earth. Could you not elaborate a bit more? Han Yan, somewhat puzzled, responds, I answered your question. Why aren't you speaking? I came because you are hiring. Otherwise, why would I be here? Ahem, your answer is rather unexpected. This statement leaves Han Yan bewildered. Unexpected? Were the previous employees not brought in precisely because the company was seeking talent? What previous work experience do you have? Isn't it written on my resume? Yes. I reviewed it, but this procedure is necessary. It appears that the candidate is wholly unaware of the interview protocols, responding spontaneously without any decorum. Could he genuinely consider foregoing those high achievers to opt for this individual? Su Chen muses, deciding to observe further. All right, I understand. Is a salary of 7K a problem? A problem. Su Chen nods, having thought it was an acceptable offer. However, upon hearing this, he becomes alert. After interviewing numerous candidates, this is the first to voice dissent. 7K is not a meager salary, yet the candidate seeks more. State your reasoning. Han Yan, puzzled, inquires, what reason is needed to ask for more money? His candidness leaves Su Chen momentarily speechless. Seeking higher wages requires justification? Isn't the desire for more money sufficient? This is not a question typically posed by previous doctoral candidates, who would likely argue for their worth rather than return the inquiry. The interview concludes here. Please await notification. Ultimately, he cannot accept this candidate. Although the interview was amusing, the directness is excessive. They operate in a service industry, which requires a degree of emotional intelligence. Something this young man clearly lacks. As Han Yin nods and prepares to leave, an idea strikes him. May I ask who painted the artwork on this wall? I find it quite beautiful. In the past, Su Chen would have been delighted by such appreciation. However, now, with countless admirers, he feels little elation. Instead, he responds with a hint of pride. I painted it. Your composition is exceptional. The lines are fluid and dynamic, particularly this section, which is handled excellently. I could never achieve such a result. While he has encountered many who admire his artwork, few have offered such precise praise. And it appears this individual has an interest in painting as well. Do you enjoy painting? Han Yin scratches his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just dabble a bit. During his travels in Magic City, he had met many fellow artists, but upon arriving in Huiguang City, he had not encountered anyone with a similar passion. Why don't you create a piece for me to see? If it's good, I'll offer you 8K and we can sign a contract on the spot. Initially, this candidate seemed inconsequential, but should he possess artistic talent, he would become a rarity in Su Chen's eyes. If he cannot perform well in service, he can always serve as security or in logistics. Chapter 126, The Joy of Gaining a Disciple. An additional 1K in salary translates to an extra 12K annually. Typically, those Class C shops offer no more than 6K in Beastmaster currency. Just when it seemed there was no hope, a twist of fate has emerged. The candidate's passion for painting aligns perfectly with Su Chen's interests. However, with his own moderate skill, he must contemplate how to make a strong impression. Su Chen quietly observes as Han Yin prepares to draw. He now has a small goal in mind. If Han Yin's painting proves commendable, engaging him in dialogue would be worthwhile. However, if his skills are lacking, then there would be no need for further interaction. In the realm of art, Su Chen considers himself a master. Even those Beastmasters greatly admire his work, particularly during his creative process, which invariably draws crowds. The last time he sketched a Gundam design, he attracted hundreds, if not thousands, of admirers. This serves as a testament to his artistic prowess. Han Yin has already decided what to draw. He retrieves a pen and paper and begins to sketch. With a swift motion, he depicts a skeletal figure, arms tightly clutching its head, mouth agape as if in a scream. The background features swirling skies and rivers, painted in hues of orange, red, and deep blue, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Upon glimpsing the skull, Su Chen remains indifferent, assuming Han Yin intends to illustrate a skeletal monster. However, as the artwork begins to take shape, he senses something amiss. The techniques of painting are rather rudimentary, and the brushstrokes appear somewhat stiff. However, the style of the other party seems to transcend time itself, presenting a form of artistry never before witnessed in the realm of beast taming. Coincidentally, he is familiar with this artistic expression. It is the style of expressionism. Astonishingly, such a prodigy exists in this world, showcasing an aesthetic that is ahead of its time right within the shop. Even he himself is merely aware of this style and seldom practices it, as the local populace lacks the capacity to appreciate it. Consequently, he has predominantly adopted a realistic approach, allowing a broader audience to enjoy his work. Out of respect for a genius, he quietly observes as the other completes the painting. As Han Yin lays down the final stroke, he slowly raises his head, cautiously studying the other. He finds the individual gazing back at him with an inscrutable expression, devoid of any discernible emotion. Could it be that his artwork has not garnered recognition? Yet, should he adhere to the realistic style, his own nascent skills would become glaringly apparent. Employing his self-created style could fill this gap, but thus far, no one has appreciated it. He considers that the other, being an aficionado of painting, might grasp a fragment of his intent. It is a gamble, a wager for an 8K monthly salary job, win or lose. It is a risk he must take. This painting is titled The Scream. Before he can finish his introduction, he is interrupted. No need to elaborate. Han Yan's expression darkens. It appears no one appreciates his art. Your piece conveys a sense of existential anxiety, a collective dread in the face of void, solitude, and mortality. Am I correct? Astonishment flickers across his face. This proprietor seems to genuinely understand. Upon glancing back at the other, he notices a smile beginning to form. I am quite satisfied with your work. However, I can discern that your technique requires refinement. If you are willing, I could teach you the art of painting. Su Chen had initially considered retaining the other solely for his impressive talent, but little did he expect to encounter a true genius. The composition and style of this prodigy spark within him the recognition of a raw gem. In all honesty, his own artistic prowess has reached an extraordinary level. As he gazes at Han Yin, he sees a reflection of his younger self. Yet, back then, he had traversed this path in solitude, grappling with challenges without any guidance. He was alone throughout his artistic journey. However, as he approaches the conclusion of his own path and turns back, he discovers a companion has emerged along the way, albeit one who has only just begun. Nevertheless, he no longer feels isolated. Of course, there are still distinctions, at the very least. The newcomer does not don a garish ensemble. In terms of aesthetic, the other remains somewhat outdated. Yet, could this also be perceived as a form of avant-garde? If the other truly wishes to learn the craft of painting, he is willing to act as a guiding light. The journey he undertook was fraught with hardship, and he desires to assist the other in navigating it. Although Han Yin may be financially challenged and somewhat lacking in fashion sense, he is far from foolish. He has encountered numerous obstacles on the path of painting, and now, having met a seasoned mentor, he resolves to seize this opportunity at all costs. Moreover, the other possesses considerable wealth. Not only can he paint, but he can also earn a living. Thus, he kneels with a thud. "Master, please accept my humble bow." "Oh, my good pupil," emerges a voice from the corner, revealing 4 heads, a full-time employee and 3 part-time girls. Yi Fan was the first to approach, curious about the prolonged interview, followed by the 3 girls who sensed the unfolding drama. However, they struggled to comprehend the situation. Zhao Yu patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "What on earth is happening? Why is Master Su accepting a disciple?" "Don't ask. I'm busy grilling. I don't quite understand either." From his perspective, this spirited young man simply presented a child's doodle, prompting the proprietor to take him under his wing. Goodness, this development is rather significant. Master Su has taken on a disciple. Casting a glance at the 3 girls beside him, Yu Xueqiao is affiliated with the official circles, while Zhao Yu could be considered a semi-official entity, given her father's close ties with the authorities. As for Luo Qingyu, she is not part of any official organization, having her own faction. Which faction should this news be sold to? This could yield a substantial profit. The officials are ruthless. As a reincarnator, not only do they fail to provide support, but they also seek to extract information from him daily. How disgraceful. Su Chun accepted the other's bow and proceeded to draft a labor contract. The 4 heads then vanished, returning to their respective tasks. However, before finalizing the contract, Su Chun established some ground rules. While the shop does not regulate employee attire, there is a limit to how outlandish one can be. Attire must be appropriate. Those skin-tight outfits are absolutely unacceptable. However, since Han Yin is financially constrained, Su Chun generously provided him with funds to purchase suitable clothing, specifying it should be both elegant and modest, definitely no garish styles. Footwear must also be replaced. Wearing casual shoes to work is unacceptable. Later, various organizations received word from Yi Fan about Han Yin not only becoming an employee at the shop, but also a disciple of Master Su. Now, it is imperative to cultivate a relationship. Even if they cannot draw him into their inner circle, they must establish good rapport. Perhaps this disciple may not reach Master Su's level, but even a fraction of his skill would suffice, easily surpassing those crafting SSS level skill books. Chapter 127, Master. You never told me you were this formidable. It can be said that Han Yin is now a coveted individual, while Master Su remains in seclusion, without entering the fray. It is impossible to forge alliances, but his disciple is another matter. He is not cloistered. As long as there is mutual goodwill, the future holds immense potential benefits. One must understand the importance of investment. It is the foundation of a long-lasting and robust organization. When encountering exceptional talent, it is crucial to incorporate them into one's ranks while also avoiding resource wastage. However, it seems Han Yin is still oblivious to Master Su's formidable prowess, believing it to be merely about painting. After all, he is an ordinary individual. Although he possesses a beast taming space, he has no contracted beasts. He had once formed a bond, but it perished, and he lacks the funds to resurrect it or even acquire a comparable one. He has languished in stagnation until now, thus remaining ignorant of the concept of artistic essence, leaving him unimpressed by the paintings adorning the walls. In pursuit of power, the authorities have assembled a plan. After purchasing clothing, several officers approached him. "Mr. Han, please accompany us." Upon seeing the police, he feigned innocence, but his mind raced with thoughts. What had he done to warrant their attention? Yet, given the circumstances, escape was not an option. He resigned himself to following them. Once inside the police vehicle, they arrived at a government building, and Han Yan's anxiety began to mount. What good deed could have possibly brought me to this place for resolution? I wonder. Surely I have not committed any wrongdoing that would warrant such a summons. A police officer shook his head, assuring me that I had not transgressed. My presence was merely required for a discussion. Discussion? What could possibly be of interest to him? I am merely a spirited young man who has just secured employment. What matters could necessitate my involvement? The very notion of being summoned to a governmental establishment only heightened my bewilderment and trepidation. At this moment, I was utterly at a loss for words. I yearned to inquire about the unfolding events, yet the plethora of uncertainties rendered me speechless. Should I first question the reason for my formal address, or should I ask the purpose of my presence here? As I stumbled into a conference room, the individuals seated within exuded an air of extraordinary distinction. Their highbrow demeanor was unmistakable. To my eyes, each of them appeared to be at least a sixth-tier beastmaster. Beyond that echelon, I could scarcely fathom. I had encountered a sixth-tier beastmaster before, and thus I found myself marveling at the caliber of those who now regarded me with smiles. An inexplicable sensation coursed through me, raising goosebumps upon my skin. Surely, these esteemed figures were privy to some critical information, while I remained in ignorance. Was this discussion to be a boon or a bane? I possessed no exceptional qualities. Why, then, was I summoned? The door closed soundlessly behind me. By the time I realized it, it was too late. My sole means of escape had vanished. In an instant, I was engulfed by a profound sense of vulnerability. Why had these dignitaries summoned me? One of the scribes approached, pulling a chair out for me. Please, have a seat. No, I replied nervously. I can stand. While the luminaries seated themselves without a care, I felt that my own sitting would surely be ill-fated. I was but a mere nobody, unworthy of sharing their company. The first to speak was a man clad in an administrative jacket. There is no need for alarm. We have invited you here to engage in a conversation. Alarm? I was on the verge of losing control of my faculties. What is it that we are to discuss? You say chat, yet the very thought terrifies me. I implored the esteemed assembly. Might you clarify the nature of our discussion? I am quite anxious. The tension was palpable, with no one daring to break the silence with laughter, despite the absurdity of the situation. I remained oblivious to the fact that my status had been elevated to an intimidating level. Had I been aware, I would have known that no one would be able to escape the ensuing laughter at their folly. The scribe laid a dossier upon the table. The official among the dignitaries spoke. Everything you need to know is contained within this file. Please review it, and we shall converse further once you have finished. As the esteemed figure spoke, I had no choice but to comply. Trembling, I opened the dossier, uncertain of its contents. Yet, I was certain it held immense significance. These dignitaries could not possibly be toying with me. Upon opening the file, I was met with a photograph of my newly recognized master. Could this be related to him? Without further contemplation, I continued to read, as the dignitaries awaited my review. At first, the document appeared quite ordinary, a biography of Master Su, detailing his life until he graduated high school and subsequently opened a shop. I skimmed through the less significant portions until I encountered a highlighted section, Master Su's first public display of power. Following this was a photograph of an employee named Zhao Yuyu, alongside an overview of a certain incident. Upon completion, my mind was a whirlpool of confusion. What was this? A skill book of unranked awakening abilities. And it was merely a casual sketch. What sort of master had I taken on? As I continued, I stumbled upon information regarding Wonkai, the dog from the shop. I had initially believed it to be an ordinary canine, yet it possessed the power to vanquish beasts of equal rank in an instant. This was unfathomable. I struggled to accept the information within, but I could not dismiss the thought that these dignitaries were jesting. I also glimpsed details regarding the events surrounding the human emperor. My gaze sharpened with understanding as a deluge of information flooded my mind, overwhelming me. I recognized every word, yet the sequence in which they were arranged felt surreal. By the heavens, I had become the disciple of a great deity. Now, I comprehended their intent in seeking me out. I was not foolish, on the contrary. I was quite astute. They had come to court me, genuinely interested in having a heartfelt discussion. My expression transitioned from shock to a dazed focus, ultimately settling into a facade of composure. I was Su Chen's disciple, albeit newly recognized, and I must uphold my master's dignity. This was my opportunity for ascendance, and I could not afford to squander it. If I were to lose my composure now, not only would I become the subject of ridicule among these dignitaries, but the news would inevitably reach my master's ears, which would be most unseemly. The embarrassment of having a newly minted disciple act foolishly in public would reflect poorly on my master, whose stature was already formidable. Thus, I resolved to maintain my semblance of calm, refraining from making any impulsive decisions. In truth, my master was the human emperor, capable of crafting various elixirs and possessing the ability to create skill books with ease. I was not the one seeking favor. It was they who sought to curry my goodwill. Until I could ascertain my true standing, I must remain composed. Otherwise, I risked losing favor on both fronts, disappointing my master and rendering myself of no value to these powerful figures, thus forfeiting the wealth that could be mine. Composure was imperative. I pressed my trembling legs firmly against the chair, forcing myself to sit. I managed to muster a strained smile. I apologized for the spectacle. Chapter 128. Allow me to consider. At this moment, I was still clad in my youthful attire, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. The numerous dignitaries observed as I regained my composure, and their perception of me shifted slightly. This fellow possesses some merit. Despite my utter confusion, I refrained from displaying my bewilderment. Maintaining an air of calm was no simple feat. Most individuals would have erupted into chaos upon encountering such a situation. Typically, one might unleash a battle cry, exclaiming in disarray. Yet I, Han Yen, remained an exception. Initially, it appeared that the various factions would swiftly determine a victor, but now it seemed uncertain. For regardless of whether they feigned calm or were genuinely composed, they had indeed settled into a state of tranquility. Had they remained agitated, they would have made their offers directly, determining who could provide the most appealing terms. However, with their newfound composure, they were now calculating their positioning. This implied that even if I were to join a faction, it would not be a matter of trifles. It would require significant sacrifices. Alternatively, there was the possibility of not joining at all. After all, if my master's teachings were already unparalleled, why seek aid from others? His current master is none other than the greatest person in the world. Under such circumstances, joining their organization seems somewhat superfluous. Though that is what one might say, it ultimately hinges on the actual situation. The other party's perspective may not be particularly elevated. Once the official personnel noticed that the other party's leg was no longer trembling, they spoke up, saying, "These are all organizations seeking to win you over, including myself, who is backed by the authorities. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Not at the moment, came the hesitant reply. Lists were drawn from the various dignitaries, each filled with bargaining chips. Han Yen merely glanced at them, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief. What is all this? Are we even in the same world? I am playing in survival mode, while you seem to be in creation mode. Although he did not recognize most of the items listed, he could glean some insights from their names. Should these lists be made public, they would undoubtedly stir considerable waves. The most precious items had been procured after countless battles among various organizations, wrested from realms beyond human reach. And now, they were within his grasp. Though his heart brimmed with insatiable greed, envisioning a life of opulence and excess, an inner voice cautioned him. None of this was meant for him. Indeed, it was not for him, nor was it granted in deference to his standing. Rather, it was a favor bestowed upon his master, in a certain sense, intended for him. He was merely fortunate enough to bask in the glow of it. Accepting it was not out of the question, but he was uncertain of his master's stance. If the other party were to reject the matter vehemently, he might find himself expelled from the sect, thereby obliterating his current status. Thus, he could not make a decision, at least not until he discerned his master's attitude. My apologies, esteemed dignitaries. I require some time to contemplate this. It is, after all, a significant matter. Some had expected that the dazzling treasures would shatter the other party's psychological defenses, yet the latter held firm. A nod of approval added a few more points to Han Yen in their minds. It appeared that Master Su's choice of disciple was not merely an ordinary individual. One of such caliber would not possess such fortitude. The officials nodded in agreement. Since you wish to think it over, we shall grant you the time to do so. You are already aware of the entirety of the situation, so this matter is concluded. We will arrange for transportation to take you back to Huiguan University. Han Yen collected his newly purchased clothing and boarded the vehicle provided by the authorities. Upon returning to the material supermarket at Huiguan University, he entered the store intending to seek out his master, only to discover that the latter was occupied with interviews, making it inappropriate for him to interrupt. Yi Fan at the cash register, intrigued by this newcomer, decided to call him over. Han Yen, come here for a moment. Upon hearing his name, he turned to see a staff member from the store and approached. What is it? Not much. I'm just a tad curious about you. Let us have a chat. After all, he was a reincarnate, possessing far more experience than this spirited young man. Within a few minutes, numerous key pieces of information were extracted, including the rather awkward revelation that his salary was 8,000, more than Han Yan's. However, Yi Fan was not well versed in art, thus unaware of the astonishment Su Chun experienced upon seeing the artwork titled The Scream. He merely perceived Han Yen as an ordinary individual, albeit a rather intelligent one, not foolish, just lacking in experience. Before long, Su Chun emerged and greeted Han Yen, who was laden with bags. He then began inspecting the clothing. The styles were fairly conventional, not particularly fashionable, but at least acceptable, far superior to the tight-fitting outfit paired with casual shoes he had been wearing. Good, at least you've bought some clothes. Will you be able to start work tomorrow? Absolutely. The goods arrived sooner than he had anticipated, necessitating staff for immediate employment. Throughout the afternoon, he interviewed several ordinary candidates. Although they lacked the expertise of those more qualified, they excelled in their normalcy. Employing a cluster of PhD candidates as waitstaff at this pay rate seemed utterly bizarre. He inquired with those he interviewed about the job market, and they assured him that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. How had he ended up encountering so many peculiarities? In mere minutes, hundreds of resumes passed by, each one more impressive than the last. One might think that degrees from top universities had lost their value. The platform's vetting process was not a sham, which was rather unsettling. As Chen pondered these matters, a voice filled with grievance broke through. Boss, why is that energetic young man earning more than I am? It was Yi Fan who, upon learning of Han Yan's higher salary, felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He had been diligently working without many days off. Yet here was a new employee earning more than him, a mere sprightly young man. What justified this? Was it his ability to dance or his lack of fashion sense? Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, upon reflection, he realized that as the employer, the salary was his prerogative. Why should he feel embarrassed? Clearing his throat, he addressed Yi Fan. Well, who told you to inquire about the salaries of your colleagues? That violates store policy. I must fine you 200 yuan. Yi Fan stood there, stunned, regretting his loose tongue. His attempt to pry had backfired spectacularly. Now, not only had his salary not increased, but he had also incurred a fine. Nevertheless, Chen seemed to feel a touch of guilt, as Yi Fan had been with them for quite some time and his work had been commendable. Now that we have more staff, I may not be able to manage everything. How about I promote you to manager, Yi Fan? I'll raise your salary to 9,000. Yi Fan, who had been glum, instantly brightened at this news. Thank you, boss. I will certainly do my best. Chapter 129. Can I truly learn to illustrate a skill book? The following morning, a large truck filled to capacity arrived at the entrance of the Huiguan University Materials Supermarket. Inside were Class C Beast Taming supplies. However, the truck contained not just one store's inventory, but rather a collective from several establishments, delivering to one before proceeding to another. Once the vehicle halted, Chen instructed the newly hired employees to unload the goods, moving various supplies down, organizing them, and then bringing them into the store. Han Yan had initially intended to speak with his master, but seeing the sheer volume of goods, he decided it best to assist with the unloading, waiting until it was completed. Yet, before he could inquire, a flood of customers arrived. Master Su's store had upgraded to a Class C supply shop, drawing many students eager to partake in the excitement. Regardless of their needs, they wished to take a look. Even if they did not make a purchase, they could at least admire the aesthetic display. A worthwhile venture. The new employees were unfamiliar with the workflow, resulting in a bit of chaos. Once again, Han Yan's desire to converse with his master slipped away as they entered work mode. Among them, Yi Fan proved most adept, being an experienced employee who even found time to chat with female students. After a busy morning, the influx of customers began to dwindle around lunchtime, granting them a moment to breathe. Chen instructed Yi Fan to oversee the store while the others took their lunch break. Han Yan finally found an opportunity, initially intending to ask directly. However, upon reflection, he realized that his master was in seclusion and would likely not offer any advice. According to the information he had gathered, he could only inquire indirectly. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, Master, what should I do if someone admires my work and wishes to sign a painting contract with me? Chen, engrossed in reviewing back-end data, barely lifted his head. With your rudimentary skills, who would want to sign you? His words were devoid of fault. In his eyes, his apprentice possessed but the most basic of abilities. He had taken Han Yan under his wing more for his avant-garde style than for his artistic prowess or imagination. To Chen, this apprentice had a long way to go. In the realm of conventional painting, it was inconceivable that anyone would seek him out, much less be willing to sign a contract. Thus, the notion of someone wanting to sign him was utterly implausible. As a master, he had achieved a level of mastery in his craft that had yet to attract any requests for collaboration. It was not a matter of signing with the current version of Han Yan, but rather an investment in the potential future version of him. Dismissing the back-end data, he raised his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Could it be that the art world was now investing in young talent? No, it must be a scam. How could anyone wish to invest in a novice whose skills were clearly lacking? The idea of signing a contract based on his future potential seemed profoundly absurd. Yet, those who fell for such schemes rarely recognized their folly. Thus, he could only inquire indirectly, are you certain you will master your craft in the future? This question caused Han Yan to blink in surprise. After 2 seconds, a cold sweat broke out on him. Had he been overly confident? His master was a figure of immense capability. Could he truly achieve mastery? After much contemplation, he realized he had overlooked this crucial aspect. People often spoke of his potential as an apprentice, suggesting that even superficial knowledge would suffice. But could he genuinely achieve mastery? If he only learned the basics, he might still hold some value and avoid being discarded. However, if he failed to learn, he would have to face the consequences of his shortcomings. His master was formidable, but that did not guarantee that his disciples would be equally so. Furthermore, he had only recently become a disciple. Was it appropriate to seek personal gain so soon? There was no doubt. This was decidedly inappropriate. The investment was not in him as an individual, but rather in the connection he had with his master. Without that relationship, he would be of no consequence. Even if he benefited now, he would ultimately have to repay that debt. If he were truly capable, such concerns would be moot. But could he genuinely reach a level of skill that would satisfy others? The thought of authoring a skill book, a notion he had never before dared to entertain. Could he truly learn to do that? A wise man does not place himself in precarious situations. He would not take such a gamble. Losing would lead to dire consequences. If he refrained from gambling, his life would remain unchanged, or at least the changes would come gradually, allowing him to acquire resources through his actual abilities. Prematurely leveraging resources was fraught with peril. His master, with just a few words, had clarified his uncertainties. He had resolved not to join any organization for the time being. He would consider future matters only after attaining mastery. At least for now, holding on to those prospects left him feeling uneasy. By not aligning with any organization, he would, in a sense, avoid offending anyone. Should he choose to join one, he would inevitably antagonize all the others. The wise remain concealed, for exposure invites peril. He expressed his gratitude to his master. Thank you for your guidance. Please continue with your work. Chen nodded, returning his focus to the data. This young man was astute. He grasped the essence of the conversation quickly. Unlike Yi Fan, who appeared perpetually astonished, as if witnessing something miraculous. Yet despite his naivety, he was diligent in his work, contributing in his own way. After a while, when those who had been dining returned, Chen and Yi Fan finally took a moment to rest. All the organizations that had contacted Han Yin received messages rejecting membership, citing his current lack of qualifications. They would reconsider once he had achieved mastery. Although the prospect of joining an organization had concluded, their relationships were far from severed. Maintaining good relations was imperative. After all, hadn't they suggested he consider joining once he achieved mastery? It would be too late to forge alliances then. However, the benefits offered in such relations were not particularly lavish. Yet, given his mindset, even with partial knowledge, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. He merely lacked an opportunity. Now that fortune had seemingly presented itself, he was certain he would not let it slip away. While not soaring to new heights, he could still transcend his current station. After a long day, the afternoon crowd began to resemble normality. Except for Chen, the others were left with weary limbs. The C-class materials supermarket was far more complex than the straightforward D-class. The categorization was intricate. Many items could not be used indiscriminately and required the assistance of staff for purchases. If one were to procure an antidote for poison A while being afflicted by poison B, it would spell disaster. With such numerous classifications, even ordinary customers began to feel overwhelmed. Hence, more staff were necessary. While others could rest, Han Yin could not. Chen had summoned him to the back to learn painting. This apprentice, with his innovative style, needed to refine his artistic skills. If he could cultivate a promising disciple, it would add some joy to his otherwise laid-back existence. Thoughts of rest were futile. As the saying goes, he who is destined for great responsibility must first endure hardship. There was no need to worry about hunger. Life was no longer as it once was. Han Yin, though fatigued, summoned his spirit at the thought of a bright future filled with ease. Master, I am determined to succeed. Witnessing his disciple's fervor, Chen felt a swell of pride. However, the urgency of such determination for merely learning to paint seemed unwarranted. In learning to paint, one must first possess an appropriate tool. Let us set this lesson aside for now. Find a good pen after class, Chen instructed, retrieving a gel pen and his specialized paintbrush from the drawer. What you currently lack are merely the techniques of painting. Thus, you should focus on mastering the fundamentals. Upon hearing this, Han Yin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and earnestness. His master was about to impart knowledge. The prospect of a promising future was within reach. However, the fundamentals consist of a few practiced methods. Allow me to demonstrate, Chen continued. Fundamentals are all about mastering the control of the brush. Copying, drawing lines, and producing numerous sketches can all contribute to honing your basic skills. After he demonstrated the copying technique, he turned to his disciple. Well, do you have a general understanding? I understand. Han Yin replied eagerly. Chen nodded but did not require him to practice on the spot. In his view, practice could come later. There was ample time for that. However, since their teaching time was limited, he believed it unnecessary for Han Yin to practice right away. Actually, during this first lesson, I wanted to discuss something with you. Painting is a craft that emphasizes feeling. The reason I chose to accept you as a disciple was due to your advanced artistic style. However, if you subsequently fail to meet my standards, then consider that I merely hired an ordinary employee that day. Upon hearing this, Han Yin's expression noticeably relaxed. Thankfully, he had not acquiesced to the demands of those powerful factions. Otherwise, he would indeed have found himself in a precarious situation. If he were expelled from the sect, it would spell disaster for him. And now, Being cast out would merely mean he could not soar. He could treat it as if he had merely dreamt. Rest assured, Master, I will endeavor to meet your expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, he observed the other party shake their head. My standard is imagination. I have crafted thousands of skill tomes, each one unique. When Chen mentioned this, he recalled the day when a few petty thieves pilfered from his shop. They ignored the precious items and instead stole his artwork, even taking an entire cabinet. Years of work vanished without a trace. Not even a single piece had been recovered. How lamentable. With a sigh, he continued, Now, I shall present you with a challenge. Create 3 skills that are entirely distinct from one another. I do not ask for anything else, but I require to see your imagination. 3 skills? This is no trivial task. A skill tome creator must not only produce skills, but also base them on sound reasoning. Skills cannot come into existence without justification. While erroneous skill tomes may lack utility, they nonetheless occupy mental space. Not every Beast Tamer possesses the invincible skill slots of Huang Wangkai. However, the master has stated that no other requirements shall be imposed, which somewhat alleviates the pressure. All he needs to do is showcase his creativity. Seizing a pen, he began to conceive skills while Chen observed. Han Yan first selected a familiar beast, a basic little fire dragon, and then conventionally designed an attack skill. The damage was mediocre, and the creativity equally so. In his view, anyone could conceive of such a skill. The subsequent 2 skills were similarly derived from the chosen beast's strengths. Though logically acceptable, they lacked originality. And there was another issue. These skills had already been created. Chen, having watched from beginning to end, felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, at least Han Yan had passed. He had managed to produce something. Moreover, it was evident he had approached the task with seriousness. The lack of creativity stemmed purely from self-imposed limitations, a feeling of being constrained by common knowledge. The other party seemed overly concerned with logic, insisting that annotations and illustrations must follow a coherent structure before being drafted, resulting in a rather formulaic outcome. He was still a novice, and it was natural for him not to think outside the box. Thus, he could not be reprimanded. Once Han Yan completed his sketches, Chen spoke slowly. You barely qualify, but you certainly have not reached my standards. Allow me to demonstrate what true imagination entails. With that, he took a fresh sheet of paper and began to create an illustration. He initiated with the display image, which momentarily astonished Han Yan. Shouldn't you establish the logic first? He inquired. Then write the annotations, and only afterward create the illustration. Typically, the illustration is the final step. Are you not concerned that the logic may falter and lead to failure? Chen commenced by sketching a little fire dragon, then igniting it. He transformed the flames, altering their colors 3 times. Once he finished the drawing, he began to write the annotations. Heavenly fire tri-change. Requires fire element, obviously. Inspired by high-pressure cooker and color change experiments. Condensing fire elements without dispersing, sealed under pressure. Note, if unable to seal within the body, fire can be released through pores. Safe fire release route map. When the flame pressure is sufficient, theoretically, it can undergo 3 transformations. Each transformation significantly enhances its power. Upon seeing the references to a high-pressure cooker and color change experiment, Han Yan's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Is this a skill tome? Is this not utter nonsense? He cautiously queried. Master, is your logic sound? Then tell me, where does the logic falter? After scrutinizing the annotations for an extended period, he could find no discrepancies. Yet, he felt an instinctive sense of disquiet. Was a skill tome truly this frivolous? Now that the master had completed his demonstration, it was evident that although lacking in special effects and energy flows, it was undoubtedly a skill tome. His curiosity was piqued. Could it truly be functional? You need not concern yourself with the origins of my inspiration. Simply tell me if you have any questions. After a moment's contemplation, he acknowledged that if it pertained to the little fire dragon, the meridian distribution map indeed posed no issues. Yet, it was a challenge to accept. The concept of a skill tome, a prestigious endeavor, being likened to mundane kitchenware was difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, this idea was certainly superior to his own. It was an amplification-type skill, a rarity in the realm of little fire dragons. Noticing Han Yan's intense fixation on the paper, Chen casually handed it to him. If you cannot comprehend it, hold on to it until you do. Consider it a gift. He was not oblivious to the worth of this creation. For his master to casually produce such a piece meant it was a skill tome of awakening level. In other words, the paper in his hands was a priceless treasure. As a mere fledgling, he felt unworthy to possess it. Master, is this not too precious? Chen waved his hand dismissively. What is created without an audience holds no value. I am pleased that you see its worth. However, since I have given it to you, there is no reason to retract it. You may treat this drawing as you wish. Han Yan's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the skill tome. His master was truly generous. Master, I will study diligently and surely repay you in the future. Chen merely let the words enter through one ear and exit through the other. The boy spoke as if he were in a trance. Evidently, while he was intelligent, he also had a penchant for theatrics. Chapter 131. The Master's artwork sold to honor him. After Chen completed his demonstration, he paid no further attention to Han Yan. After all, he had stated that if this fellow failed to learn, he would consider him as never having taken on a disciple. The other was already an adult, thus there was no need for supervision akin to that of a child. He must take responsibility for his own actions. Moreover, taking on a disciple had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. In the future, he might find it bothersome. This way, he could preemptively avoid such complications. He even felt a slight anticipation that Han Yan might neglect his practice, thereby ending their master-disciple relationship, which would grant him some leisure. However, it was inconceivable for Han Yan to give up. He could not overlook an opportunity that was now within reach. His future appeared promising. Returning to his rented room to lie down and fret over work was utterly unacceptable. If he had never glimpsed the light, he might endure the darkness. But now, having tasted the sweetness of enlightenment, he recognized the vastness of the world. Thus, he must seize this opportunity for the sake of his future endeavors. For now, he would exert his efforts for a limited time. Once he achieved stability, he could afford to relax a bit and not toil so relentlessly. As the workday drew to a close, the majority of employees made their way homeward. However, one individual was not in such a hurry. He still had an unfinished task at hand. His master had instructed him to seek out a brush. According to previously reviewed materials, his master's brush was crafted from the wood of the world tree. He felt unworthy of such an exquisite tool, deeming it far too refined for his capabilities. Yet, he could take an unconventional approach. While he may not deserve such a luxurious handcrafted item, he could still procure a more affordable industrial product. This affordability was relative, of course, as it paled in comparison to the magnificence of his master's brush, not truly inexpensive, but rather a more accessible option. In the pursuit of excellence, one must first ensure the quality of their tools. Since he intended to paint, the brush was of paramount importance. He had not yet attained the terrifying skill level of his master, thus making the right tools essential. A master does not concern themselves with the quality of their tools, as their techniques have reached such heights that any implement would suffice. They have returned to a state of simplicity. However, he was merely a novice. If his tools were inadequate, the results would be unsightly. With his limited artistic ability, the use of a subpar brush would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, he faced a dilemma. He had no money. Indeed, he currently possessed no savings, making the acquisition of a quality brush quite challenging. Modern industrial brushes boasted advanced internal mechanisms, akin to a beast of burden. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Although he lacked funds, purchasing did not necessarily require currency. He retrieved the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries transformation and cast a glance over it. He had long since comprehended the artwork, yet he struggled to grasp the logic behind how a pressure cooker could facilitate skill creation. It was utterly bewildering. What imagination and observation of life were required to reach such a conclusion? To achieve this level of understanding demanded extensive knowledge of beast mastery. Thus, he found himself entranced. At this moment, the painting offered him no assistance, and, should others discover it, it would become a hot potato. As a distinguished disciple of a master, few would dare to harm him. Yet, he would inevitably attract attention, and distributing it would pose a dilemma. He could either host an auction for organizations to bid on it, or discreetly sell it. The latter option would remain unknown to others. But if it were to be exposed, he would face dire consequences. Why should this organization receive it, and not others? Such a decision could offend people. After all, a discreet sale would effectively signal allegiance. His position was still uncertain, hence he opted for the auction. This route not only maximized potential profits, but also avoided taking sides. If another offered a higher bid, he would be powerless to refuse. I would love to sell it to you, but rules are rules. There was a third option. Of course, to ensure that no one was satisfied, he could simply tear up the skill book. However, this would bring him no benefits. Without the skill book, he would lose leverage in acquiring a brush. Consequently, he sent a message to various organizational contacts. That evening, a notorious meeting room erupted into chaos. The hot potato had transformed into numerous less troublesome items. Yet for him, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. He felt a lack of security holding on to them. He had already envisioned his course of action, to present them to his master as a token of gratitude. While these items were obtained through others, returning them felt somewhat inappropriate. However, he had no better options. His original intent was to acquire a brush. These assorted items were not treasures, but rather poisons to him. Handing them over to his master was the most prudent course of action. He could not simply return them and say they were unnecessary. The following day, Chen watched as Han Yan approached him, carrying a plastic bag filled with various items. "Master, I don't have anything of great value. But I hope you won't mind these gifts. He maintained his gaze on his master's expression, and upon seeing no negative reaction, he felt a wave of relief. Su-chan had not considered the contents of the bag. He merely perceived it as a collection of beast mastery materials and assorted treasures. After all, it was contained in a plastic bag. What good things could it possibly hold? The other party had stated it was not anything of significance, so he assumed it was merely some local specialties. He decided to have Han Yin place them directly in the storage room, intending to examine them later. With time to spare before the store's official opening, he thought to check the brush Han Yin had prepared. When he saw a metallic glimmer as it emerged from the other beast space, Su-chan felt an inexplicable discomfort. All of them possessed beast spaces, and the brushes were mechanical-type beasts, undoubtedly possessing formidable capabilities. However, having always used ballpoint pens for his artwork, he had no knowledge of the market prices for mechanical brushes. They were exorbitantly high, as mechanical brushes were primarily used for crafting skill books. The artisans who specialized in skill book production placed great emphasis on quality, which naturally inflated costs. Furthermore, this profession, once mastered, seldom faced financial difficulties, leading to steep prices. Noticing that his apprentice had diligently completed the small task, he could see in Han Yan's eyes that he genuinely cherished the brush. It was evident that some thought had gone into selecting such a satisfactory tool. Before he could assess the fundamental skills, the opening time arrived. Reflecting on the calendar, winter break was fast approaching. Huiguang University was a second-tier institution, and it was likely that most students would return home. What was there to keep them at a second-tier school? Top-tier universities boasted superior accommodations and environments conducive to studying beast mastery. Additionally, being situated in a large city made it even more convenient. Therefore, it was expected that more students would remain at those institutions. Huiguang could barely be considered a large city. How many students would actually stay was still uncertain. To be cautious, he decided not to grant employees a holiday just yet. He would keep them working for a couple of days to gauge the situation. If many students remained, he would not offer paid leave. If few stayed, then paid leave would be granted. After a busy morning, he suddenly remembered the local specialties that Han Yin had brought. A cursory glance revealed an array of nuts and fruits, all strikingly familiar. Were these not the same fruits consumed in the Sun Realm? The bananas and assorted fruits he had previously enjoyed due to Brother Xiong's influence were all present. Oh, it dawned on him. The Sun Realm was not a separate world. The items from above undoubtedly had their origins. Were not the artifacts from the ruins simply remnants from outside? Thus, encountering such fruits was not surprising. These items resembled fruits, but were, in fact, highly energy-rich beast mastery materials. As for why these particular items were present, it was simply due to the windfall organizations reaped during their time in the Sun Realm, resulting in a warehouse filled with such goods. They were not without value. These items were genuine beast mastery materials of high quality. Consequently, when the time came for auction, the Sun Realm specialties would serve as valuable chips. After a series of events, they eventually found their way into Su-chen's possession. During that period, he had enjoyed a carefree existence, basking in the prestige afforded by Brother Xiong, with the beasts beneath him too intimidated to act against him. He wondered where that individual was now, living a life of ease. However, their exchanges had only spanned a few days. While there was some camaraderie, it was rather shallow. He was currently expressing spontaneous thoughts upon encountering various items, and one could surmise that he would be quite reluctant to return to the realm of the sun. Grabbing a banana, he casually peeled it and took a bite. The flavor remained unchanged. At that moment, Han Yin was preparing to enter the storage room to retrieve some items. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see his master savoring a banana. He froze for 2 seconds. Wasn't this the beast-controlling resource he had obtained from a top-tier organization? This was a high-grade beast-controlling resource, one that could cause humans to burst if consumed. Only the robust physique of a powerful beast master could withstand such energy. Had his master truly consumed it so nonchalantly? Although shocked, he maintained a composed demeanor, as he was acutely aware that his master was currently in seclusion. Regardless of the extraordinary abilities displayed by the other party, he had to feign normalcy. Is it delicious, master? Upon hearing the voice, he realized someone was behind him. Delicious, just like the one I had before. Han Yin, upon hearing this, remarked that there was still plenty left inside, and then exited the storage room. Once outside, he merely pretended to act as usual, while internally he was already shouting that the study of beast control was non-existent. After a while, Su-chan had completely devoured the local specialties gifted by his disciple. He finally awaited the notification of the school holiday. The university life was splendid. The holidays commenced early, yet the return time was delayed. Logically speaking, a second-rate institution like Huiguang University would not typically keep students on campus. However, for reasons unknown this year, they did. Moreover, he heard that many people were required to remain on campus. This news brought Chen a mix of joy and discontent. The prospect of earning money was certainly pleasing. After all, one could not afford to squander an entire billion. Others possessed 10 billion, which would last a lifetime. With only 1 billion to his name, it might be depleted one day. He had to remain vigilant about this. While the thought of dying with unspent wealth was indeed terrifying, it was far more tragic to be alive, yet have exhausted one's finances. He was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he was particularly cautious. While one could adopt a laid-back attitude, sustainable relaxation was the order of the day. Depleting resources would leave one with nothing after spending 1 billion. Yet, the displeasure stemmed from the necessity of being busy. The school had officially begun its break, but it felt akin to no break at all. What treasures could a mediocre institution possibly possess to keep students from returning home? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. No, he was the owner. Why should he busy himself? Even if most people stayed behind, surely some would return home. In that case, the store wouldn't be overly hectic. Additionally, customer traffic had stabilized in recent days. As the proprietor, taking a winter break seemed perfectly acceptable. Although he had just returned from the imperial capital, that hardly constituted rest. It was an adventure. Had it not been for encountering Lin Jingcheng, he would have undoubtedly lost his way for a while. Though Brother Xiong provided protection, the lack of communication left him feeling uneasy. Not understanding the motivations behind the bear's protective instinct diminished his sense of security. After a prolonged period of anxiety, he ultimately ascended to the status of Emperor of Beasts. Could this truly be considered relaxation? It was more akin to a thrilling expedition. The subsequent days involved a brief respite in the imperial capital, which barely served to alleviate his stress. He would not be content with mere idleness. Who would ever despise having more leisure time? However, the question remained of where to go. He could not simply hibernate at home for an entire winter. At that moment, a message popped up from the seldom used Xiao Huanyu app. The Gundam has completed its basic design. Would you be available to come by and offer your insights? Within a certain military base, a meticulously crafted Gundam stood on the ground, slightly larger than the one Chen had previously designed. This model was not constructed from the frames of Autobots or Cybertronians, but rather, it was a remold based on their operational logic. Currently, it was still in the experimental stage and had not yet entered mass production. The military had issued that message after serious deliberation. Since Master Su had authorized this creative endeavor, it was only fitting to inform him of the results. While it was uncertain whether he would truly visit the military base for inspection, it was customary to extend an invitation. Given his seclusive behavior, the likelihood of his visit appeared slim. There were no compelling reasons or special circumstances to encourage Master Su to acquiesce. Of course, if he did come, it would be even better. Should he attend, he would likely offer suggestions, allowing for rapid optimization of the Gundam and facilitating swift project implementation. It would be ideal to expedite mass production, ensuring that every advanced Beast Master had one at their disposal. After promptly sending the message to Master Su, a swift reply arrived. Convenient. The individual responsible for this matter blinked in astonishment, immediately realizing that an extraordinary stroke of fortune had befallen them. A report was promptly filed. Shortly thereafter, the project leader for the Gundam received the news. Master Su was coming to the military base. Was he coming to provide insights? No, he was coming to inspect, to observe how the government was currently functioning under the guise of humanity's seclusion. If they performed well, perhaps he would offer a few pointers, or even choose to re-enter society. In that case, humanity would flourish, returning to an era that esteemed humans above all. This matter required meticulous handling. In addition to the Gundam project leader receiving this news, Master Su's special department was also informed. They were tasked with guiding the Gundam team on how to interact with Master Su. For the sake of the Human Federation, after Chen dispatched his message, he waited for a moment before receiving a response from the military. Due to the classified location of the military base, direct access was prohibited. They would need to agree on a rendezvous point where the military could come to pick him up and then proceed to the base. Furthermore, once inside, exit would not be permitted at will. Thus, he was advised to bring appropriate clothing. Otherwise, he would have to don military attire. After contemplating, Chen decided to wear his own clothes. He informed all staff that he would be leaving, instructing them to seek out Yi Fan should any issues arise. As for the new apprentice, he needed to focus on mastering the basics. Without a solid foundation, teaching him anything would be ineffective. Tidying up the store's affairs in a swift manner, he hurried home to pack his belongings. Chapter 133, A Visit to the Military Base. Chen had been pondering where to spend his time when he unexpectedly received an invitation, and not just any invitation, but one for a military tour. When he initially conceived the Gundam, he had not anticipated such developments, yet reality had brought about numerous changes, particularly in his lifestyle, which had allowed him to relax completely. Free from monetary worries, it was a small yet significant milestone. He was practically reaping a bountiful profit. Now, he had the opportunity to engage with the military. Reflecting on how knowing a district chief had solved a multitude of problems for him, he mused that if he were to befriend someone within the military, he would have even more avenues to explore should difficulties arise. However, it was unlikely they would seek to establish a connection with someone like him, an ordinary individual, merely the owner of a Class C resource store. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. While he had contributed the Gundam concept, which established a connection between both parties, it was essential to avoid making enemies. Consequently, as he packed his clothes, he only selected those that were more formal. In a setting that straddles the line between casual and formal, he busied himself with packing his belongings before reaching out to the military via his mobile device. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting downstairs, an armored vehicle, adorned with military license plates, entered the community, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Military plates. Were they here to retrieve someone? This particular model seemed reserved for the transportation of high-ranking officials. I couldn't help but speculate that perhaps this was a response to some incident requiring military intervention. As the focal point of the unfolding drama, Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. The distance prevented him from discerning the nature of the comments exchanged among the spectators. They could either be favorable or disparaging. If the latter were true, by the time he returned, rumors might have spiraled beyond control. Conversely, if the remarks were positive, they would likely dissipate within days. After all, good news rarely travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. Most individuals seem to prefer gossiping about others' misfortunes rather than celebrating their achievements. In contrast to earlier moments of anxiety, after having achieved a minor milestone, he felt a newfound confidence, unburdened by physical discomfort. Observing the onlookers, he sensed a collective air of triviality. Why engage in such disputes? Once aboard the military vehicle, the windows were obscured, allowing little light to penetrate. A nearby soldier offered an explanation. The military base is of considerable importance, and its location must remain confidential. Please bear with us, Mr. Chen held no objections. If secrecy was required, so be it. He had no desire to complicate matters, especially since he had only been a visitor in this realm. As a citizen of the Human Federation, he felt it was his duty to comply. His knowledge of the base's location served no purpose. The mythical beasts could not infiltrate it, and even if they could, there would be no means to sell such intelligence. He was not a dissenter against the Federation, nor did he have the inclination to orchestrate an attack on a military installation. Understanding the situation held no value for him. His curiosity was non-existent. Initially, he had expected the military vehicle to be rather wild in its handling. However, he was pleasantly surprised by its stability. Seated within, he felt minimal jolting, which was remarkable considering the route to the military base was likely not entirely paved. Given the need for confidentiality, it seemed probable that numerous dirt roads lay ahead. A smooth journey on a proper highway could be attributed to mere proficiency, but traversing unpaved paths without disturbance suggested a different caliber of skill. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how the driver maintained such a steady course, though he hesitated to inquire, aware that the soldiers nearby were observing him intently. After all, he had merely submitted a design for the Gundam. He was still a civilian, devoid of any military rank. Such confidential matters were beyond his purview, and it was only natural for the soldiers to exercise caution. Soon, he found a comfortable position and succumbed to slumber. The faint sound of his snores prompted a momentary relaxation among the tense soldiers. While orders had been given, they were not fully detailed, only that Mr. was to be treated with standards exceeding those of a presidential inspection. The driver, a temporary transfer from another base, was the finest in the Federation, typically tasked with transporting the president. Due to the number of unpaved roads, he had been reassigned for this journey. If the ride had been particularly bumpy, Chen might not have voiced his discomfort, but it would undoubtedly have affected him internally. To avoid such unease was preferable. The military had also contemplated deploying flying beasts, specifically mechanical helicopters, but deemed it excessive. Ultimately, after thorough consideration, they opted for the armored vehicle. Mr. Please awaken, we are nearly there. Chen groggily opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged. These soldiers had likely been attentive throughout the journey. After a brief moment, he gradually became more alert. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, the vehicle came to a smooth halt. Noticing a soldier open the door, he followed suit and exited, habitually checking his phone. He found no signal. It seemed that civilian devices had been disabled in this vicinity, leaving only military communications operational. No phone meant no phone. He rarely indulged in short videos, and aside from messaging and calling, his phone served little else. Before his arrival, he had set an automatic reply indicating he would be unavailable for a period. The soldier ahead, carrying his luggage, led the way, and Chen followed. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at needing assistance with his belongings, but the soldier insisted, and he refrained from protest. After all, If the leadership were to see the situation and find Su-Chun carrying his own luggage, he would certainly face reprimand. To prevent such an occurrence, it was imperative that he not carry his own bags. As they traversed the military base, various groups passed by, casting curious glances at Su-Chun. Their expressions a mix of intrigue and bewilderment. An outsider? This base was highly confidential, so what was a person in casual attire doing here? However, with someone leading him, it seemed he was following the proper protocol, and no one raised an objection. At most, a guard approached to assess the situation, but upon seeing the official stamp, they fell silent and permitted passage. Eventually, they arrived at the officers' quarters. This base does not accommodate foreign guests. I hope you understand, Mr. Su. Upon entering, Su-Chen noted that the room was reasonably spacious and equipped with most essential amenities. No worries, this is quite satisfactory, he replied. Please, place your belongings down. I will wait here, and once you're finished, I'll take you on a tour. While termed a tour, it was essentially a briefing on which areas were accessible and which were restricted. Although Su-Chun was aware that knowing the details was inconsequential, protocol dictated that secrecy be upheld. Chapter 134. This area is off limits, and that one as well. In just 1 hour, Su-Chun had completed a tour of the entire military base. It wasn't that the location was particularly small. Rather, the majority of areas were, in principle, inaccessible. As he pointed out various sections, he noted the restrictions. These were confidential zones, and entry was prohibited. The areas open to him were indeed few and far between. After a brief exploration of the periphery, an hour elapsed without him stepping foot inside any buildings. He understood that being invited to a military base came with the expectation of adhering to certain limitations. However, he had not anticipated the extent of these restrictions. Clearly, the assets within this base were of significant value, warranting such stringent confidentiality. It was also possible that his low status necessitated heightened secrecy around him, preventing him from learning even the slightest detail. His invitation to observe the Gundam's development was likely a result of his involvement in creating one, and the military's innovations were derived from his insights. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been privy to any information at all. Under normal circumstances, it is only when a project transitions to civilian use or is officially announced that one can ascertain its details. The implementation of a project is fraught with uncertainty regarding the duration of its debugging phase. Perhaps one might still be in the ground before witnessing the unveiling of the Gundam. How delightful it is to witness the progression of research at this very moment. As for the suggestions purportedly welcomed by the officials, it would be prudent to refrain from such endeavors. The primary role of his presence here is merely that of a mascot, devoid of any substantive function. The concept of Gundam was not even conceived by him. How could he possibly guide others? What a jest. He is hardly an intellectual of remarkable caliber, and there are undoubtedly individuals far more capable than he. It is likely that every researcher at this military base surpasses him in expertise. Should he choose to offer suggestions, he would invariably be met with derision. What an embarrassment that would be. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Thus, upon his arrival, he had resolved to remain observant and refrain from providing any opinions. After perusing the military base, Su-Chun returned to his dormitory. Although he did not feel fatigued, it seemed the military was still unprepared to accommodate him. The options for exploration were regrettably limited. He decided it best to return and rest until mealtime. Eager to sample the military's communal fare, armed with a walkie-talkie, he would simply call for assistance if needed. The military had prepared a reception plan for Master Su, but that would not commence until after dinner. They were not particularly invested in this plan, as they had not anticipated his arrival, especially not so abruptly. Fortunately, executing the reception plan was not overly complicated, especially with a broad framework already established. A few adjustments were made, and the plan was set. The main agenda for the coming days was simply to allow Master Su to tour the research achievements of the Gundam project and gauge his interest in other endeavors. If he expressed interest, further presentations would follow. After several hours, the necessary procedures granting Master Su access to all classified areas of the military base were completed. Thus, his tour would comply with all protocols. While lying in the designated dormitory awaiting dinner, Su-Chun heard a knock on the door. "Mr. Su, it's time for dinner." Upon hearing this, he tidied himself up and followed the soldier. Upon entering, he initially felt as though he had stepped into a school cafeteria, standard in every respect, complete with a serving area and seating. Even the food trays were traditional stainless steel. A long line of people queued up, awaiting their portions from the kitchen staff with remarkable efficiency, never lingering too long. Just as he was contemplating what to eat, the soldier continued to guide him to another dining hall. This was the officers' mess, which, while still serving communal meals, had a significantly smaller crowd. Occasionally, special dishes would be provided. Today, the kitchen staff had received directives from above to prepare several hearty dishes, as it was Master Su's first meal, a moment of great importance. The officer's mess bore little resemblance to a cafeteria. It was more akin to a buffet where one served oneself. With fewer patrons, the operation was smooth. Unlike the larger dining halls where dedicated servers were necessary to maintain efficiency. Mr. Su, feel free to take whatever you desire, the soldier said. Su Chen surveyed the array of delectable dishes, contemplating his choices before casually selecting a spot to dine. Not long after he began his meal, a figure approached him bearing a plate. Are you Mr. Su? Raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with an elderly gentleman clad in military attire, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. How could someone of such advanced age still serve in the military? The rigors of basic training must be quite taxing. However, realizing he was in the officer's mess, it dawned on him that this man was not a mere private, but rather an officer, possibly in a civilian role exempt from physical training. Nevertheless, he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The elderly gentleman appeared momentarily taken aback by the honorific, then respectfully replied, "I am the head of the Gundam project." Su Chen instantly recognized the significance. No wonder he was familiar. "Ah, then let us dine together, as we shall be in each other's company for a while longer." The project head nodded in agreement and took a seat beside Master Su. Though exhilarated, he could not shake a sense of formality. While military documents noted that Gundam was not a creation of Master Su, but rather the brainchild of his mentor, the respect he felt remained undiminished. The individual before him was not merely defined by a single invention. He had excelled in numerous domains, beastly armaments, skill books, evolutionary paths, truly a master worthy of admiration. Master Su was still in his 20s, with a bright future ahead. His current achievements were likely just a prelude to even greater accomplishments. Once Master Su emerged from seclusion and garnered widespread acclaim, the project head would have tales to tell. In my day, I dined and conversed with Master Su, who addressed me with such honorifics. Such claims might be met with skepticism in the outside world. Su Chen, however, felt little of this reverence. He simply recognized that they would be spending the next few days together and deemed it prudent to introduce himself. After all, he was to visit the Gundam project, and a cordial relationship could lead to a more enriching experience. Initially, he had come for leisure, thus exploration was paramount. During their meal, the project had attempted to engage in conversation. However, as they were eating, Su Chen did not dwell on the matter, treating it as casual banter. He posed several questions, all of which were met with easeful responses. Although his inquiries were of a technical nature, it mattered little. The project head was adept at improvisation and could easily fill in the gaps. It seemed unlikely that he would reveal any inconsistencies in his knowledge. After a few exchanges, the project head found himself astounded. The questions posed pertained to current challenges in Gundam's development, yet the responses flowed effortlessly from Su Chen, as if he had not even paused to ponder. They were coherent and compelling, requiring only verification upon his return. When the project head fell silent, it was not from disinterest, but rather from contemplation of the feasibility of the answers provided, each point offering sufficient material for him to digest. Chapter 135, The Power of Maternal Influence. As Su Chen noticed the project head's abrupt shift to a hasty pace of consumption, not merely a transition from leisurely dining to a quicker pace, but rather an urgency to devour his meal in a matter of minutes, he observed that everything on the plate had vanished into the project head's mouth. With a mutter, he dashed out at a brisk pace. The speed at which he consumed his meal startled Su Chen, though it was not entirely unexpected. He might have pressing matters to attend to. If guests arrived, he would likely eat in the same hurried manner. The individual responsible for the Gundam project arrived at the research facility, where several soldiers were still present, as the researchers had stepped out for their meal. However, this was inconsequential. Some conjectures could be explored independently. Su Master had just articulated several points, which he pondered over during his meal. They appeared to be quite feasible. Thus, he hastily finished his food and rushed to conduct experiments. If successful, it would bring the Gundam project one step closer to mass production. The mere thought ignited his fervor, as he was wholly focused on the experiment. When numerous researchers returned from their meals to find the project head still engrossed in his work, they approached him with inquiries, ultimately leading to their involuntary overtime as experimental assistants. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, he was solely preoccupied with his meal, finishing with a resounding belch. Wiping his mouth, he used the intercom to check on his upcoming agenda. Shortly thereafter, a burly soldier located him and escorted him to the Gundam research facility. The building was a stark embodiment of standardization, rectangular and devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Yet, this extreme minimalism and adherence to form could also be perceived as a form of beauty, serious and solemn. Upon entering this environment, he instinctively straightened his posture, for the soldiers beside him stood with impeccable precision, rendering his own demeanor somewhat slovenly in comparison. At the entrance, two officers appeared to be in a state of urgency. However, upon seeing Su Master arrive, their anxiety dissipated, and they greeted him with smiles. Chen shook hands with each of them. Although he was unaware of their precise ranks, their demeanor and attire suggested they held considerable authority. Mr. Su, I am the overall head of this military base, Song Jiping. Initially, he thought the rank would be respectable, but he hadn't anticipated such a high position. And this is the chief planner for your visit, Kong Xiang. As the handshake concluded, Song Jiping explained, there was supposed to be another individual, but his whereabouts are unknown. He is the head of the Gundam project, Wu Qixian. Oh, I just encountered him in the cafeteria. Song Jiping and Kong Xiang exchanged glances, surprised. You met Wu Qixian? How could he have vanished? We cannot seem to reach him. Logically, this should not be the case unless it was during working hours. However, the inability to contact him remained a predicament. As the project leader, it was entirely normal for him to come out and greet visitors. Kong Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Song Jiping. Noticing a flicker of anger at the corner of his eye, it seemed Wu Qixian would face dire consequences if he lacked a valid excuse, even if he had one. A reprimand would likely ensue. Song Jiping had intended to accompany Chen on the tour, but was suddenly called away, leaving Kong Xiang to host alone. With only himself remaining to receive Master, Kong Xiang felt his heart racing, despite having engaged in no physical activity. A single misstep in conversation or action could lead to dire repercussions. Moreover, with Wu Qixian absent, Master might not outwardly express displeasure. Yet it was reasonable to assume he harbored some frustration. If the roles were reversed, and he were a reclusive beast master with a reputation, it would be a breach of etiquette to falter in such a situation. He contemplated how this would be perceived as a lack of respect toward himself. Such emotions, if displayed, would render him the unfortunate target of those sentiments. What if Master loses his temper because of your inadequacies, even if there were justifiable reasons? Such a title would not be favorable. Yet, he found himself unable to leave. If he did, he would be leaving Master in a potentially irate state. He had no choice but to brace himself. Chen smiled as he watched Song Jiping depart, recognizing him as a true heavyweight, the head of the entire base. What a remarkable stroke of luck to have met and shaken hands with such an individual. It was unfortunate that Song Jiping had to leave due to other matters. The fact that even a military base head had come out suggested the authorities were taking the Gundam project quite seriously. This was reassuring, as he had entrusted his idea to the military. Should the Gundam project flourish, his own standing might also rise. To use an inappropriate analogy, a mother's status is elevated by her son's achievements. As his position improved, it could also aid his somewhat lackluster career. In future encounters, he could assert, I have connections, particularly with the military backing him. Who could possibly rival him then? Incidents like the earlier foolishness of Zhang could fade into oblivion. Following Kong Xiang, he entered the research facility. Upon passing through isolation areas, they arrived at a bustling scene filled with researchers deeply engrossed in their work. Kong Xiang, who had initially been somewhat irked, nearly lost his temper upon realizing that everyone had been inside conducting experiments. At that moment, facing away from Chen and Kong Xiang, a researcher exclaimed excitedly, the data is correct. This was followed by a chorus of cheers from the remaining researchers. However, a few individuals had already noticed the newcomers, and their celebration turned slightly awkward. Wu Qixian turned around nonchalantly, calculating the time. He assumed they were at the entrance to greet Master. But as he turned, he froze, for he saw Kong Xiang smiling at him, and standing next to him was the very Master he was meant to greet. Blinking and checking his watch, he realized he had lost track of time in his experiment. Kong Xiang's smile seemed to indicate that he was amused by his impending reprimand. Being absorbed in an experiment and neglecting to go to the entrance could be construed as a flimsy excuse. Yet, punishment and scolding were unavoidable. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. If Master were pleased and chose not to pursue the matter, he would escape unscathed and even receive praise for having made Master happy. Wu Qixian awkwardly approached. I sincerely apologize, Master. I had a moment of inspiration during lunch. He could not openly attribute his inspiration to Master, for that would shift the blame onto him. By implying it was unrelated to him, he would be evading responsibility. Chapter 136. I don't have a beast space, just a shell to pilot. Master could not possibly be at fault. Any error lay with him. Blame could not be shifted without implicating Master. Wu Qixian hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. However, among the attendees, Chen felt the second most tense. Kong Xiang was unworried. Why should he be? He hadn't done anything wrong. There were others present. It was not solely his responsibility, leaving him entirely free of anxiety. Wu Qixian was undoubtedly the most nervous, having made an error and displayed negligence. Hence, he felt the pressure. As for why Chen was the second most anxious, it was due to the absurdity of an ordinary person being addressed as Master by a military heavyweight, especially when the latter was apologizing for not greeting him. This scenario felt entirely incongruous. Even if an apology was warranted, It seemed excessively enthusiastic, as if a significant blunder had occurred. Is it merely a matter of not picking him up at the door? You have experiments to conduct. Surely the Gundam project takes precedence over personal matters. It remains a mystery what has transpired to evoke such a demeanor from the other party. Thus, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Given the other's courteousness, he felt compelled to reciprocate. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With the other party being so gracious, he found it impossible to cast blame. Moreover, what position did he hold to criticize the other? When the other bowed in apology, he felt inclined to bow slightly in return. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Picking me up is hardly a significant matter. Observing Master Su bow, Wu Qixin's mind raced. I apologize, that fault lies with me. Yet the other bowed even lower. What does this signify? Master Su is being courteous. He has not truly accepted my apology. Oh dear, could it be that my apology lacked sincerity? Perhaps I should bow at a 90-degree angle, effectively a formal greeting. Master Su, I sincerely apologize. This gesture left everyone present utterly astonished. Although Kong Xiang did not fully comprehend, he could ascertain the general situation. One was apologizing, while the other was merely being polite. The apology stemmed from a mistake, while the politeness was likely just that, politeness. Master Su's status and contributions to humanity warranted such a bow. Just as he was about to clarify to Master Su that there was no need for formalities, he witnessed Su Chen bowing, but not at a mere 90 degrees. He went all the way down. His hands could nearly touch the ground. Oh dear, the experiments are of utmost importance. Please, rise quickly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kong Xiang smacked his forehead, alarmed. He needed to intervene swiftly. Who knew how far this could escalate? Master Su. Wu Qixin glanced up slightly and was taken aback to see Master Su bowing down completely, then suddenly kneeling. If you do not accept, I will dare to knock my head on the ground right here. The assistants and researchers swiftly turned their backs, pretending not to witness this alarming scene. How terrifying. Who are you? The head of the Gundam project and an esteemed academic in mechanical engineering. Had it not been for Master Su and Kong Xiang blocking the exit, they would have fled long ago. Now escape was impossible, so they opted to feign ignorance. After hearing Kong Xiang's explanation, Su Chen halted his descent to kneel. It turned out there was no need for excessive politeness. If they continued, they might end up bowing repeatedly. Thus, he straightened up, only to find the other still kneeling and facing him. Just as he considered changing his position to speak, he suddenly remembered that he could not be overly courteous. Standing there, risking a shorter lifespan, he spoke. I accept. There is no need to kneel. Only then did Wu Qixin slowly rise. He had outmaneuvered the situation, ensuring Master Su accepted his apology. Acceptance was good. It meant he would not face undue reprimand, although some chastisement was inevitable. Nevertheless, it would surely be less severe. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Even as an academician and the head of a significant project, one must still face criticism for mistakes. If the punishment could be mitigated, then so be it. He was not a masochist. Master Su, shall we first take a look at the experimental machines? He hastened to shift the topic. The preceding incident had been exceedingly awkward. He understood that others would not dare gossip, but the thought of it made him uncomfortable. Let us pretend that nothing had transpired. Upon hearing the invitation to view the experimental machines, the remaining two quickly responded affirmatively. The various researchers and assistants nearby could momentarily tend to their experiments. There remained a multitude of tasks to address. This project had only just completed several experimental machines. Numerous technical challenges lay ahead. Following Wu Qixin, Su Chen arrived at a specially designed storage room intended for the Gundams. As personnel entered, the lights illuminated the space, revealing 4 Gundams standing proudly on the vacant floor, accompanied by scaffolding for support and maintenance. Each Gundam boasted a unique design, the tallest reaching 100 meters, while the shortest stood at 2 meters. The last one should not even be referred to as a Gundam. It deserved the title of armor. In this world, Gundams are defined as humanoid mechs capable of accommodating human pilots. Thus, the smaller one conformed to this world's interpretation of a Gundam. However, in Su Chen's eyes, the latter did not qualify as a Gundam. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to redefine Gundams. If he possessed such power, he wouldn't be running a shop. He must be composed. He is a citizen of this nation. The first few machines are our project's experimental models, to adapt to various combat scenarios. We have developed 4 Gundams of differing heights. The planning was remarkably thoughtful. They had even designed them for modular repairs. If a hand malfunctions, one can simply detach it and replace it with a new one. While this may pose challenges during initial design, it facilitates maintenance and mass production in the long run. Wu Qixin meticulously outlined the parameters of the 4 Gundams, and the 2 accompanying individuals listened with great interest. Such large-scale mechs invariably captivate men. Once he concluded his presentation, he paused. Oh dear, I've been so focused on speaking, Master Su, do you have any opinions? Su Chen, who had been intently listening, found himself taken aback as the spotlight shifted to him. The conversation hit a snag. You were articulating so well. Why ask for my opinion? I cannot provide a coherent response. I am not a professional in this field. The concept of Gundams was not my creation. It was appropriated. What could I possibly say? Clearing his throat, he replied, it seems good, very good. I believe it is excellent. I have no objections. You've only listened. Surely there are no issues. Would you like to experience it? This storage room has ample space. He initially thought he could gloss over the situation, but upon hearing this, he could no longer maintain his composure. I get to pilot a Gundam? I don't even have a beast control space. How could I possibly pilot anything? Absolutely not. He resolutely refused to take the controls. This Gundam belonged to the military, and he was unfamiliar with the underlying logic code. He could not delete any information. Lacking a beast control space was one thing, but discovering that he could not pilot a Gundam was a significant matter. Never mind. I am not in a position to pilot. Chapter 137. No longer a joke. I truly can pilot. Not convenient? In what way is it inconvenient? What excuse is that? Master Su either felt dissatisfied or was reluctant to pilot. Yet, looking into the depths of his eyes, there was an unmistakable sense of envy, a longing for something unattainable. It did not seem like reluctance to pilot the Gundam, nor did it appear as dissatisfaction. It resembled courtesy. Master Su was undoubtedly being polite. He wished to experience the military Gundam, but, for reasons unknown, refrained from doing so. Clearly, they had not provided the necessary encouragement. Recognizing this, the urgent task at hand was to offer that encouragement. Kong Xiang was the first to speak up. Since you are here, Master Su, why not give it a try? Wu Qixin followed suit. Our Gundams greatly require your insights. We implore you. The two continued to extend invitations, eager for Su Chen to experience the Gundam. They believed that each other was merely being reserved, hence their politeness. In order to expedite the Gundam project, they needed to take the initiative and shatter Master Su's reticence, compelling him to offer suggestions. However, from his perspective, this was not merely a gesture of goodwill, but rather akin to being placed upon a scorching pyre, gradually intensifying the flames of discomfort around him. Why did these two seem so eager to have a turn piloting the Gundam? Was his input truly that crucial? He possessed no beast mastery space. What could he possibly drive? Yet, with the conversation having reached this juncture, he felt compelled to acquiesce. If he couldn't pilot it due to the absence of a beast mastery space, he could always concoct a flimsy excuse later. At worst, he might offer some random suggestions. After all, he was not a figure of great significance. They would likely only listen, and when issues arose, they would disregard his input. Under the guidance of the two, Su Chen stepped into the standard model of the Gundam, approximately 18 meters in height. As he entered and closed the cockpit door, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped him, for he understood that he was not capable of piloting it. What was there to be excited about? As expected, sounds began emanating from the cockpit. Pilot's beast mastery space not detected. Backup protocol initiated. Upon hearing the term backup, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept away by a wave of elation the next moment. The Gundam was moving. It was not reliant on the beast mastery connection method. There was a backup protocol. This backup was activated via brainwave signals, allowing him to pilot it normally. The instant the Gundam raised its arm, Su Chen felt an overwhelming urge to weep, overwhelmed by a sense of serendipity. He gently lifted his hand and began to move it. From the ground, Wu Qixin observed the signal lights on the mech shift and exclaimed with delight, Master Su is quite perceptive. He has already detected the passive pilot protocol. Beside him, Kong Xiang was momentarily stunned. Isn't it supposed to be linked to the beast mastery space? There is a backup protocol? Indeed, Wu Qixin clarified. The backup is designed for situations where the beast mastery space is sealed or under high-stress usage nearing collapse. I hadn't even mentioned the backup protocol. And Master Su found the activation button. Truly impressive. After Wu Qixin finished explaining, Kong Xiang wore an expression of resigned acceptance. Meanwhile, Su Chen, now piloting the Gundam, had little concern for their dialogue. He was determined to relish the experience. He moved his arms without issue and walked normally. After mastering walking and jumping, he executed a backflip, causing a slight tremor on the ground. Exhilarating. However, it seemed there weren't many weapon modules. It felt more like a large humanoid tin can. The two on the ground were startled by Su Chen's sudden backflip. This is still a test model. What if it breaks apart with such movements? Moreover, why does Master Su appear so exuberant? It's as if he is experiencing the joy of piloting a Gundam for the first time, eager to try everything. Hadn't they previously constructed a Gundam? Albeit a rudimentary one. It contained all the essential elements, so he shouldn't be this elated. Yet, this was a minor issue. His excitement suggested that Master Su was thoroughly enjoying himself, which was a positive sign. Perhaps he would provide some valuable feedback later. They had indeed made the right choice in encouraging him. Did he not wish to pilot the Gundam? Such politeness. Just look at how joyful he was now. After a few minutes of play, Chen, fully aware of his limits, gracefully disembarked from the Gundam. It had been an incredibly novel experience. The sensation of piloting such a colossal mech was unparalleled. Most importantly, he did not require a beast mastery space. That was of utmost significance. Transmigrating into this realm without a beast mastery space had relegated him to the status of an ordinary individual, yet now that resentment had lessened somewhat. When one is in high spirits, everything seems pleasing to the eye. Seeing Master Su so satisfied, both men felt reassured. Setting aside everything else, a minor suggestion should pose no issue. Once Chen had straightened his slightly disheveled attire, Wu Qixin inquired, Master Su, how do you feel? Are there any areas that require improvement? Chen's expression stiffened. Oh no, he had been too absorbed in the experience to notice any flaws in the Gundam. Or perhaps, he simply could not identify any issues. This Gundam. In a flash, the two men produced paper and pens, then activated the recording device, gesturing for him to continue speaking. Faced with this setup, Chen hesitated, his thoughts momentarily stalling. This Gundam is simply too Gundam-like. Realizing he had misspoken, he immediately corrected himself. No, I meant to say that this Gundam is absolutely fantastic, but the words had already escaped him. Nonetheless, Kong Xiang and Wu Qixin paid no heed, inscribing on the paper, Gundam is too Gundam-like, needs improvement. Because it was Master Su's words, they did not overthink it. The priority was to document what he had said for later analysis. However, the pressure mounted for the one speaking. Are you recording everything without filtering it? What if I say something incorrect? That could have been omitted. Realizing that everything he said would be documented, he resigned himself to the situation, steeling himself. Although he managed to voice a few opinions, he felt they held little value. Surely, they had already considered these matters. To put it plainly, he was not the most astute. If he could think of something, others surely could as well. He might as well offer a few token suggestions, such as those concerning weapon modules and some functional aspects, all of which were duly recorded. Thank you for your invaluable insights, Master Su. We will certainly study them in detail. However, it is getting late. Would you prefer to rest or continue exploring? After observing the Gundam, he found there was little left to see. Let us revisit this tomorrow. For now, I shall take my leave. Chapter 138. Let us not make the Gundam too Gundam-like. Once Master Su was escorted back to his dormitory, the Gundam project team convened for a meeting. With Master Su's suggestions on board, they anticipated a significant breakthrough. The recorded files were to verify the accuracy of the notes taken. Initially, someone retrieved the notes and activated the voice recorder to cross-check if all points had been documented. This initial step required no deep thought. It was merely a straightforward comparison. The earlier comment, Gundam is too Gundam-like, found its way into the conference room. Now, seated there alongside Wu Qixin were numerous senior researchers, all eagerly awaiting the report. Once the report was delivered and projected onto the large screen, they commenced a meticulous examination of every single word. The first phrase that caught their attention was, Gundam is indeed Gundam. A profound silence enveloped the room. They had anticipated that the esteemed Master Su would provide some profound insights or specialized terminology. Yet, this remark seemed utterly trivial. Although Wu Qixin sensed something was amiss, he harbored an instinctive belief that every utterance from Master Su carried intrinsic value. Silence. The project leader interjected, Master Su is currently in seclusion. There are many things he cannot articulate openly, lest it defeat the purpose of his retreat. This reasoning resonated with everyone, and the researchers suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. They had momentarily forgotten that Master Su was indeed in seclusion, and thus, they needed to discern which statements were meaningful and which were not. Upon a thorough reading, they identified a few phrases that appeared to be mere platitudes, while others offered suggestions. Yet, there was an inexplicable oddity. The recommendations from Master Su seemed rather pedestrian, lacking any remarkable flair. In fact, many of the ideas had already crossed their minds, and they were in the midst of seeking solutions. The suggestion sheet appeared rather unremarkable. Observing the despondent expressions on his colleagues' faces, Wu Qixin gazed at the screen, his mind waging a battle between conflicting thoughts. One side contended that Master Su, being sagacious, must have provided valuable suggestions, while the other questioned the absence of any concrete recommendations. Was the phrase Gundam is too Gundam truly devoid of substance? I understand. A sudden exclamation pierced the quietude of the conference room, startling everyone. The speaker was the project leader, and no one dared to challenge him. Master Su had indeed left suggestions, albeit subtly. Everyone's attention was captivated by this notion. What could it mean for the suggestions to be unspoken? This notion aligned perfectly with the reality of Master Su's seclusion. Yet where were these hidden insights? Their confusion deepened. Had someone initially posited that Master Su had offered no suggestions, it would have been more manageable. Now, the belief that there were indeed recommendations felt like a glimmer of hope, illuminating the previously opaque darkness. Given this newfound optimism, they were unwilling to abandon their pursuit of a breakthrough. The researchers engaged in a fervent brainstorming session. Come on, think harder. Ultimately, a wave of laughter shattered the stillness. Wu Qixin remarked, I have grasped Master Su's intent. A wave of elation washed over the group. Gundam is the crux of the recommendation. It may seem trivial, yet it signifies that this Gundam is excessively rigid. The very phrase serves as evidence that our Gundam must not be excessively conventional. Innovation is paramount. All are humanoid. Such limitations are stifling. At this juncture, every researcher felt as if they had been struck by a revelation. Indeed, why should they confine themselves to the humanoid paradigm? In that instant of enlightenment, a myriad of previously unconsidered designs began to flood their minds. The greatest advantage of mechanized beasts lies in their capacity for design. Any functionality is achievable. The inability to realize certain features stems solely from technological constraints. What function cannot be accomplished once technology advances? They had ensnared themselves in the trap of humanoid designs. Since Master Su had initially conceived a humanoid form, it was only natural for them to assume that it must remain so. But should it be? Absolutely not. The advantages of mechanized design should not be disregarded. This suggestion is of paramount importance, as it has opened a new gateway for them. Although such designs may not retain the title of Gundam, they exist in a parallel world. The name may evolve in the future, but for now, it remains Gundam. Inspired by this epiphany, someone suddenly had a breakthrough. I understand now. Master Su's observation regarding the scarcity of weapon modules is also a suggestion. On the surface, it appears he is merely commenting on the lack of weapon modules, yet in reality, he is urging us to redesign them. What were the weapons used for mechanized beasts in the past? Mechanized beast armaments. This implies that Master Su wishes for us to design weapon modules in the style of mechanized beast armaments. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wu Qixin, standing at the forefront, nodded approvingly. This is the true essence of Master Su's message. Comrades, let us delve into the depths of Master Su's wisdom. The lights in the conference room remained illuminated throughout the night. After a lengthy discussion, they had successfully deciphered Master Su's entire line of thought. Master Su, as expected, possesses a keen insight that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In such a brief span of time, he had identified numerous issues, many of which they had never considered. If these problems could be resolved, the practicality of Gundam could ascend to an entirely new level. They were eager to invite Master Su to validate these insights. Should he indeed share their perspective, he would undoubtedly feel gratified. Su Chun had initially intended to sleep until he awakened naturally, but he was roused early by the military's wake-up call. Groggy, he stumbled out of bed to wash up. After all, if he overslept, he would miss breakfast, and the prospect of going hungry was unappealing. Reluctantly, he forced himself to rise, fully aware that the military would not accommodate his needs with a special meal. Once he had prepared himself, he hurried to the cafeteria in search of sustenance, returning to the same spot as yesterday. Today's breakfast, akin to the previous night's dinner, was equally delectable. Just as he had taken a few bites, a familiar voice broke through the ambience. Master Su, your suggestions are truly invaluable. Su Chen looked up to find Wu Qixin, though he noticed the latter bore dark circles under his eyes, with bloodshot veins accentuating his gaze. Noticing his disheveled appearance, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Are you all right? You look like you haven't slept at all. I haven't. I've been in the conference room all night. It was startling to hear they had conducted a meeting for an entire night. Yet, Wu Qixin seemed invigorated, displaying no signs of fatigue. When will you catch up on sleep? After breakfast, I'll return to rest. You might not see me during your tour later, so I wanted to apologize in advance. No worries, your rest is paramount. Although Su Chun was uncertain why Wu Qixin placed such importance on him, he refrained from misusing this attention, suspecting it might merely be politeness. Nevertheless, he was quite eager about the day's itinerary, especially after the exhilarating experience of piloting the Gundam the previous day. Chapter 139, The Military's Small Gift. After satiating his hunger, he lingered in the dining hall for a while. Ordinarily, he would have taken out his phone to scroll through, but the absence of a signal rendered that impossible. Truth be told, at first, being without a phone was manageable, but as time passed, the urge to engage with it grew stronger. This sensation mirrored withdrawal symptoms. Theoretically, one could endure it, yet the more one resisted, the more discomforting it became. Eventually, upon reaching a threshold, one would experience a sense of liberation, at least temporarily. However, should the temptation resurface, the backlash would be doubly intense. Yet, he remained unperturbed. He had discovered that there was indeed a network available. He simply could not connect at the moment. In a few days without a mobile phone. Once the discomfort becomes unbearable, I shall seek someone to connect me to a signal. The idle time has indeed begun to weigh heavily on me. Chen decided to utilize a walkie-talkie to contact someone, and the soldier responsible for coordination hurriedly approached. Mr. Su, please follow me. Today, you will be with the Gundam project team. Originally, it was Wu Qixin who was supposed to guide Master Su, but due to various reasons, he could not fulfill this duty. Researchers are often beset with such circumstances. Endless meetings that stretch into the night leave them utterly drained. Without rest, one risks succumbing to exhaustion. What began as a mere reprimand has now escalated into a scathing rebuke. Arrangements that had been meticulously planned have been forgotten. Thankfully, a contingency plan was in place, ensuring that Master Su would not be left unattended. Otherwise, the reprimand would not only involve scolding, but potentially also physical reprimand. Following the soldier, they passed several training areas where numerous soldiers were diligently engaged in their exercises. Chen suddenly inquired, "Is there any arrangement for soldier training behind me? Something akin to a live-action CS experience for foreign guests?" The soldier pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I apologize, Mr. Su, but there is currently no such arrangement. However, if you are interested, we can certainly organize something." The idea of arranging such an experience triggered the image of Kong Xiang in Chen's mind. Perhaps it would be best not to trouble Officer Kong. His position is significant, and he likely has a busy schedule. To request his assistance for mere amusement could be seen as inconsiderate. After all, he is a busy individual who treats me well, and it is unlikely he would seek my favor. Such an arrangement might only serve to irritate him. The soldier understood that Master Su would be polite and refrained from speaking, yet internally, he had already resolved that once the coordination with the Gundam project team was complete, he would submit a report regarding this matter. Since Master Su expressed a desire to engage in some recreation, why not indulge him? It is not a significant issue. Routine drills are conducted regularly, and adding a personal element to them is hardly a matter of great consequence. After all, it is conceivable that Master Su might find the military's rigorous training overwhelming, yet even if he were to falter during the exercises, it would not pose a problem. Master Su possesses the ability to revive infinitely, ensuring that the experience remains enjoyable. The higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware of this, and it suffices to report Master Su's desire for amusement. Upon reaching the familiar door, the soldier's task was deemed complete. Someone from the project would be there to receive Master Su. Once this was accomplished, he would return to report Master Su's thoughts on subsequent arrangements. The same familiar spot. The same well-known corridor. However, unlike yesterday, when the laboratory was bustling with people, today it appeared significantly quieter. If all went as expected, they too had likely endured a sleepless night. Today, a researcher was to welcome Master Su, as he had taken a day off due to a cold the previous day, thus becoming the sole representative to assist Master Su. This was not to imply that others were incapable. Having an assistant escort, Master Su felt somewhat insufficient. Arranging for someone of higher rank would undoubtedly convey a greater sense of importance. A lower-ranking individual might inadvertently imply a lack of regard. As they entered the laboratory, Chen suddenly contemplated, shouldn't the military excel in time management? Why is this project team conducting experiments at night and resting during the day? It struck him as peculiar. Just as he contemplated voicing his question, they were ushered into a room designated for external demonstrations. Master Su, this is the display room, where many new ideas and concepts are showcased. His mind momentarily shifted away from the previous inquiry as he noticed a chaotic array of documents and freshly crafted models. The researcher, observing Master Su's gaze directed toward the disheveled creativity from yesterday, paused and explained, "These are the results from our team yesterday. We simply did not have time to organize them." As he spoke, he moved to tidy up slightly, ensuring that the papers were not in complete disarray. Though still untidy, it was at least somewhat presentable. Master Su's curiosity was piqued by several models resembling beast-like mechas. Beast-shaped mechas. Truly impressive for a professional researcher to conceive such groundbreaking ideas overnight and even create models for display. However, upon reading a certain line nearby, his expression shifted to one of confusion. Gundam is too Gundam. Thus Gundam cannot be so Gundam. This phrase felt oddly familiar, as if it had been uttered by him just the day prior. It appeared that high-caliber researchers could draw inspiration from even the most casual comments. Surely, upon hearing this remark, a spark of inspiration must have ignited, leading to the creation of the beast-shaped mechas. What a phenomenon! Years of diligent research had culminated in a wealth of expertise, and with just a gentle nudge, inspiration blossomed. It seemed that yesterday's suggestion had merely been a whimsical prompt, yet it had sparked a brilliant idea. Chen recognized that he lacked such an ability, not for the lack of imagination regarding beast-like mechas, as he had contemplated this concept long before, albeit inspired by others. The adeptness with which others synthesize knowledge and apply it flexibly is truly remarkable. While he could conceive ideas, he often found them lacking in practicality. Others, however, possessed the capability to translate their visions into reality. Unable to suppress his admiration, he exclaimed, "Impressive." The researcher nearby silently rejoiced. Their project team had received praise from Master Su. Surely, it was the insights shared yesterday that had enabled such commendation. The true brilliance lay with Master Su, who could distill numerous suggestions and hints into a coherent method of communication, allowing them to grasp the underlying meaning succinctly. This ability is indeed the most formidable of all. Chen glanced over a few more concepts before wandering off to explore other areas. The newly conceived ideas felt too chaotic, and the plethora of paper-based proposals offered little intrigue compared to the crafted toys nearby. Small Gundams and a simulated combat sand table caught his eye. Despite having lived 2 lives, the essence of youth remains. He is still drawn to whimsical curiosities. After concluding his tour of the display area, there were still additional arrangements to attend to. Although it was claimed that the Gundam had been purchased and the rights to creative ideas secured, the military harbored doubts about whether this was purely advantageous. 1 billion would surely not suffice. Thus, they had prepared a gift, a military customized Gundam. Chapter 140, Stand Up and Pedal. Gundams are not impossible to create. Indeed, the technological level within the realm of Beast Tamers is quite advanced. As for why research is still ongoing, it pertains to the development of mass production models that must be both economical and robust. The notion that humanity could not produce a single Gundam is utterly absurd. After all, Chen himself could fabricate a rudimentary Gundam. To suggest that humanity lacks the capability to do so is preposterous. For the items intended for Master Su, concerns about costs are trivial. In this spirit, a Gundam, unbound by budgetary constraints, has come into existence, utilizing the latest technologies. While the expenses may be considerable, they are relative to whom one compares them. The value created by Master Su far surpasses the cost of this endeavor. Presenting it to the recipient poses no issue whatsoever. Chen remains oblivious to this matter until he arrives at the storage room, where a strikingly dark, 18-meter-tall Gundam stands upright. When he visited yesterday, it was merely an experimental model. What constitutes an experimental model? It implies that it is not a finished product, but one that requires further modifications. Naturally, such models are rather hastily assembled, lacking paint, and made from materials that are chosen to minimize expense. Adjustments are still necessary. Perfection is not the goal for a prototype. Moreover, there are designated models for public display, distinct from the experimental ones. Thus, this exquisitely crafted Gundam starkly contrasts with the previously haphazard versions. The matte black color absorbs all light sources, including the gaze of onlookers. Its meticulously crafted armor fits seamlessly, yet it is evident that it does not impede movement. It stands tall, imposing, and serious. The researchers were already aware of this development and had previously encountered this Gundam, so their reactions were relatively composed. However, Chen had never laid eyes on it before. Good heavens, the experimental model he had seen yesterday was impressive enough. He did not anticipate a more advanced version. After stealing a glance, he forcibly diverted his gaze. This machine undoubtedly possesses significant utility and is certainly not meant for personal amusement. The more he looks, the more he realizes it does not belong to him, and thus he feels an even stronger desire for it. He cannot indulge in such distractions. So, what will he do next? He had already experienced the experimental model yesterday, hadn't he? The researcher pointed at the black Gundam. This is the Gundam the military has gifted you. Today, you are to familiarize yourself with its various functions. Gifted to me? Surely, I must have misheard. What on earth? I did not comprehend. The researcher reiterated. This time, it was clear. He had not misheard. It was indeed the case. Blinking his bright eyes in disbelief, he cast another look at the Gundam. Ha ha, what a delightful jest. I nearly took it seriously. Enough with the jokes. What is the actual arrangement for today? The researcher had anticipated such a reaction. Master Su, due to his status, would naturally assume he was jesting. Thus, he felt compelled to repeat his earlier statement. This is the Gundam the military has gifted you. Today, you are to familiarize yourself with its various functions. Indeed, after hearing this, Master Su fell silent. It seemed that the recipient of this gift had finally accepted it. He smacked his lips and glanced once more at the Gundam. This was no joke. The military truly intended to present him with a Gundam. There was no reason for the researcher to tease him, nor was it likely he would do so, as such a jest lacks humor. Inquiring why the military would bestow such a gift upon him, the researcher would likely be just as perplexed. To uncover the rationale behind this matter, he would need to consult someone of higher authority. For the time being, the answer eludes him. Is there a manual? This Gundam should differ from the experimental model, correct? It ought to possess all the necessary features, including that crucial backup plan. Without a backup plan, what use is it? I do not possess a Beastmaster space. When he first boarded the experimental model, he did not consult the manual. It was merely a reckless endeavor. This time, however, he cannot afford to be so careless. He needs to review the manual to ascertain its functions. It would be quite the embarrassment to discover a key feature unbeknownst to him. Akin to using a computer for 2 years with the graphics card still brand new, because the monitor cable was never connected to the motherboard. To prevent such a scenario, the manual is essential. The researcher fetched a computer displaying various functions. Upon his first glance, Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. He would not dare to claim he fully understood a small mobile phone, let alone this technologically superior Gundam. Memorizing all its functions seems implausible. Remembering the commonly utilized ones will suffice. Generally speaking, such a large Gundam is akin to a Beastmaster. However, without a Beastmaster space, he cannot form a contract or store it within. For reasons unknown, the military's model possesses a shrinking feature, allowing it to reduce to the size of a keychain. This means that even without a contract, it can be conveniently carried. This perfectly resolves his dilemma. Additionally, there is an automatic repair function. As long as it has an energy supply, it can self-repair. No specialized maintenance team is required. While mechanical Beastmasters are indeed advantageous, they typically lack the ability for self-repair, and healing skills prove ineffective. Maintenance still relies on human intervention. Usually, only professional teams manage large mechanical Beastmasters or opt for the most extravagant solution, energy repair. This does not imply that the process consumes copious amounts of energy. On the contrary, it requires very little. The expense lies in the skill books, which are exorbitantly priced. The creation of this skills manual is exceptionally intricate, resulting in a naturally high cost. Such skills are scarce, often monopolized by the authorities. However, Chen is unaware of this. He merely perceives the skill as incredibly powerful. After all, how could a self-repairing mechanism not be formidable? Although he understands it is not inexpensive, he never anticipated just how costly it might be. The authorities have already provided the Gundam, so its functions should all be standard, surely not exceeding limits, or else this grand gift would be quite burdensome to accept. He has not done anything to merit such an offering. To be candid, it feels inappropriate to receive such a gift now. Goodness gracious. A Gundam of such sophistication as a present, does he truly deserve it? Regardless, he is utterly enamored with it. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. After reviewing the manual, Chen boarded the Gundam, eager to fully experience it. The researchers guided him to the testing area, which was equipped with numerous targets and various testing apparatuses. If Master Su intended to assess performance, this would undoubtedly be the appropriate location. However, his true aim was not to evaluate its capabilities, but rather to enjoy some playful exploration. If that were the case, this setting seemed somewhat mundane. After explaining, the researcher consulted with superiors and opened the large door. Having bestowed the gift, they could not possibly deny him the chance to revel in it. The door opened, allowing him to take a leisurely flight around the base. After all, he was not an outsider. As Chen piloted the Gundam, he ascended into the sky. The fierce winds buffeted the Gundam, producing a roaring sound. Yet, the Gundam remained steadfast in its aerial position. At that moment, he truly felt he had entered a wondrous realm. It was not merely a life of commerce and urban routine. With this Gundam at his disposal, what did it matter if he were a Beastmaster? With a push on the throttle, a coy electronic voice resonated from the cockpit. Master, please do not stand while operating. I might spill my oil. Chapter 141. Yifan's expression revealed the true meaning behind this. When that voice emerged, Chen's mind went utterly blank. His attention had been focused on the stunning scenery. This synthesized electronic sound detonated within his consciousness like a nuclear bomb, leaving him at a loss for words. With so many points of contention, he could hardly determine where to begin. Should he ponder how to control the Gundam while standing? Or should he address that outrageous mention of oil? No matter what he contemplated, it all seemed problematic. Even the most formidable gales cannot topple the towering Gundam, which momentarily hesitated in the sky. It was indeed in a state of bewilderment. Yet, suddenly, a realization struck. The Gundam was not merely a machine, but a beast of burden, capable of speech, an entirely reasonable phenomenon given its programming and hardware components. Acknowledging my control within the Gundam, I sought to amplify the engine's power, resulting in the emergence of that peculiar voice. It felt oddly strange, even somewhat off-kilter. Despite the confusion etched on my face, I managed to pose a question. Why does increasing the power cause oil to leak? The electronic synthesized voice calmly explained, I am not yet fully operational. If you hastily increase the power, oil will be required for cooling and lubrication. This seemed quite reasonable. However, an unsettling sensation lingered, akin to the feeling of a wheel rolling over one's face. Just as I was grappling with this matter, I received a communication request. In this obscure corner, who could it possibly be, with only a military base nearby? Master Su, How was your experience? The familiar voice of the researcher confirmed my suspicions. It was splendid. I shall return at once. After piloting for a brief 10 minutes, it felt sufficient. It was time to head back. Ascending above the base, I landed smoothly. Su-chun minimized the Gundam and casually stowed it in his pocket. As it shrank, its weight altered as well, making it manageable to carry. On the ground, besides the researcher, there was another individual, the head of the base, Song Jiping. Master Su, may I have a moment? Just as I touched down, I was still processing the earlier remark. Master, please do not stand and rev the engine. My oil is about to spill. Nevertheless, Song Jiping's inquiry indicated that there was a matter at hand. I promptly adjusted my demeanor. Of course, I am at your service. Is there something you wish to discuss? Even if he hadn't sought me out, I would have approached him. The matter of gifting me a Gundam warranted clarity. It was a substantial present. Yet, my fondness for it was genuine. Its performance was remarkable, the driving experience exquisitely smooth, albeit with a hint of flamboyance in its consciousness. Such bold declarations were beyond my own imagination. Upon receiving Master Su's consent, Song Jiping led him to the conference room. The meeting room was in disarray from the previous day's discussions led by Wu Qixin and had yet to be tidied. As the door swung open, a heap of discarded papers and a lingering aroma of stale coffee assaulted the senses. Master Su, shall we use the small conference room instead? Oh, certainly. Though I displayed no outward signs of discontent, internally, Song Jiping noted this as yet another mark against Wu Qixin. They had brought shame upon themselves. It was one thing to neglect tidying up, but to fail to send someone to do so was another matter entirely. I wondered what Master Su might think of this. Thankfully, he seemed exceedingly pleased with the Gundam gift. Otherwise, the entire project team would be in for a world of trouble. Su-chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having been presented with such a grand gift, he was confronted with this scene. It was undeniably awkward. He could only pretend not to notice as he followed behind and entered the small conference room. Master Su, I have come to ascertain whether you are satisfied with the Gundam and if there are any areas needing improvement. Although the gift had been bestowed, perfection was an aspiration worth pursuing. If there were any shortcomings, they would leave a lingering discomfort. Having expended such significant resources, failing to achieve near perfection and leaving vulnerabilities would indeed be a grave error. Previously, they had observed that Master Su had not contracted with any beasts. Even the dog, Tai Su Kanxian, which Yi Fan had mentioned, remained uncontracted. Logically, Master Su should have already established a solid rapport with it. The absence of such a contract raised questions. Hence, they had designed the shrinking function, allowing for easy transport regardless of whether a contract was established, ensuring it would not be left in an inconvenient position. All these considerations had been meticulously deliberated. Despite extensive discussions, achieving perfection was unattainable, for they were not Master Su, and they could not fathom his thoughts. Thus, genuine feedback was essential. The recent excursion was intended for this very purpose, to experience and identify any issues. Su-chun had not anticipated that the base leader would specifically inquire about this matter. This inquiry had been posed several times, reflecting a fear that Master Su might be dissatisfied. Perhaps it was because it had just come into his possession, leading him to overlook any flaws. Regardless, he declared, "It is perfect. I find it utterly delightful." Upon hearing Master Su utter these words once more, the matter of gifting the Gundam was formally concluded. Master Su was satisfied, and there was little else to say. However, I must inquire, why was I gifted a Gundam? Surely, this is not an inexpensive item. Upon hearing this question, Song Jiping paused momentarily, then suddenly recalled that Master Su had been in seclusion, leaving him unaware of many internal macro-level developments. Naturally, he was oblivious to the Gundam's true value. He might have perceived it merely as a small creative endeavor. Master Su, allow me a moment to fetch a report, he said, reaching out via his phone. Shortly thereafter, an assistant entered with a report in hand. Su-chun accepted it and began to review its contents. Initially, he had indeed thought of the Gundam as a mere creative notion, lacking significant value. However, upon perusing the report, he was utterly bewildered. The Gundam propels Beast Masters into a new era. He had assumed this statement was exaggerated, yet as he examined the supporting evidence, his astonishment grew. Is it true that the Gundam possesses so many functions? It addresses the individual vulnerabilities of Beast Masters. It enables collaborative combat with beasts, facilitating closer contracts that convey more information. Its commercial potential is boundless. A plethora of information followed, all substantiating the Gundam's worth. If this were the case, then gifting him the Gundam was not as inconsequential as it initially seemed. After all, it had generated such immense value. Suddenly, he felt as though he had incurred a significant loss. His thoughts drifted to Yi Fan's expression at that time. Had he truly authorized the endeavor so easily? Observing the shift in Master Su's expression, Song Jiping immediately realized that he had been unaware of the item's true value. They had not intended to conceal this knowledge. But it seemed Master Su genuinely did not know. Now that he was aware, and with such a pained expression, it was clear he felt somewhat shortchanged. However, it was inappropriate to inquire directly. Out of respect, Master Su would likely assert that all was well. No, I must act swiftly to remedy this. Master Su, the military has already filed a patent application on your behalf. You may exercise this right at any time. In truth, no such application had been filed, but it was imperative to convey this now. Any subsequent paperwork could be handled later. He possessed the authority to do so. The critical factor was to restore the choice to Master Su, whether he desired a share of the profits or wished to establish his own company. Chapter 142. The most nostalgic days of struggling to open a shop. I truly have no interest in money. Su Chun now understood the immense value of this item. Yet he lacked a concrete concept of it. If I offered you 10,000, you could buy a Duck Pair branded phone. For 50,000, you could acquire a top-tier consumer-grade computer. For 500,000, you could purchase a fully loaded Rice brand automobile. As he ascends, he finds himself at a loss for understanding. He is now a newly affluent individual, clutching a modest goal, yet utterly clueless about how to spend it. When presented with an opportunity to acquire a sum far exceeding 100 million, he is bewildered. He is not a capitalist, nor does he possess any assets to maintain. Should he receive such wealth, it would be an amount he could never exhaust, overwhelming to the point of confusion. It is not an asset but rather liquid capital. Initially distressed, his first reaction is to lament his previous losses. However, upon the actual arrival of this money, he becomes equally lost in how to utilize it. Perhaps it would be better to forego it altogether. Faced with such an abundance, he feels no elation, for he has yet to accept the reality of the situation. The mere thought of so many zeros leaves him dazed. Song Jiping observes the hesitation in his counterpart, gaining half an understanding. He realizes that the master is in doubt. Though he refrains from personally attending to Master Su, all those who do must submit reports to him, each reflecting Master Su's humility and courtesy. The current indecision likely stems from prior authorization, making it difficult to retract. They do not need to know Master Su's intentions for the money. They only recognize his desire for it. Money, after all, is merely a common equivalent, a piece of paper acknowledged by all. Without considering inflation, one can print as much as desired. Moreover, we have now entered the digital age, where printing is unnecessary. It merely entails adding a few zeros to an account. If Master Su were to spend extravagantly, it would serve to invigorate the economy and inject capital into the market. Retaining it would have no impact on the market at all. Such a precious entity cannot be purchased with money, making it inconsequential. If Master Su desires it, let him have it. It is not a significant matter. Since the other party appears hesitant, let us bypass this stage. Master Su, how about we set the authorization fee at 50% of the selling price? Let us discuss the price directly, without hesitation, removing the need for acceptance. Allow the other party to choose how much they wish to receive. Su Chun is momentarily stunned. Did he not just refuse? Yet, in the next instant, he is presented with an answer he cannot decline. Master Su, if you do not accept an authorization fee, what will happen if someone else creates an invention? If you provide such a concept without charge, others would feel even more reluctant to accept compensation. Over time, without incentives, there will naturally be no progress. Relying solely on government support and military research has its limitations. Thus, you must collect, and it cannot merely be a symbolic amount. This is not only for your own benefit, but also for the future of humanity. In that moment, the value surged dramatically. It felt as though not collecting this authorization fee would render him culpable. Yet, this idea is not his own, and he feels a lingering unease about it. Nevertheless, the atmosphere has escalated to this point. Should I accept? Yes, accepting is indeed the right course of action. How much should I take? The issue for Master Su is no longer whether to accept, but rather how much to accept. Given Master Su's mindset, it is likely that the figure will not be exorbitant. Even if it were high, an official subsidy could easily rectify it, effectively meaning the government is compensating Master Su. It is merely a matter of transference from one hand to the other. After contemplating for a moment, Su Chen finally spoke. 50% seems excessive, yet treating all equally feels inappropriate. I believe that the higher the cost of the Gundam, the higher the authorization fee should be. However, I am not a mathematician and have no knowledge of the precise manufacturing costs. I would like to delegate this part to the government, as the authorization fee will ultimately be subject to taxation. Within 5 minutes, he devised a solution. Though it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it seemed acceptable. The framework is established. He does not wish to delve into the specifics of the calculations, lacking the talent for such complexities. Song Jiping did not anticipate that Master Su would propose such a method for the authorization fee. The higher the cost, the greater the fee. This is a way for those who can afford it to profit without exploiting the less fortunate. Presently, while the Beast Tamer profession can alter social standings, It is also a noble pursuit requiring substantial financial investment to ascend. Wealthy individuals can effortlessly acquire skill books and enlist professional trainers for their beasts, continuously providing nutritional support. Take Huiguang University, for instance. How could an ordinary child from a common family possibly be aware of Master Su's information? Although the children of those who have achieved great feats due to border pressures may have a more favorable circumstance, the avenues for advancement are not as accessible as they once were. Nevertheless, it seems that Master Su harbors such aspirations. Suddenly, he recalled from the file that Master Su once expressed that if he were to become the emperor of humanity, the world should be a society of great unity. This information was gleaned from the three-legged golden crow, and the authorities have long pondered the meaning of this unity. He found himself inexplicably compelled to inquire, Master Su, what is a society of great unity? Su Chun felt momentarily taken aback. Had they not just been discussing finances? Why now shift to the topic of a unified society? Although bewildered, he instinctively explained, a world for the public good, where all coexist harmoniously, devoid of distinctions of high and low, rich and poor. Song Jiping was profoundly shaken. So this is how Master Su perceives the world? He had not realized that his counterpart was also an idealist. Thank you, Master Su, for your elucidation. The government will handle the specific ratios and ensure your utmost benefit. The two engaged in further conversation, but Song Jiping, with a multitude of matters to attend to, seized an opportune moment to take his leave. He subsequently reported this matter to his superiors, elaborating on the meaning of a society of great unity and the division of benefits concerning Master Su. The authorities did not dwell on the concept of a unified society, as it seemed overly idealistic. Master Su is formidable, yet he remains but a single individual, not an entire force. In terms of influence, his impact is still somewhat limited. However, this report will be scrutinized by many, and it remains uncertain whose mind it may plant a seed within. Currently, the Human Federation is still youthful, vibrant, and relatively pure. There are numerous idealists with strength and passionate aspirations. After spending a brief time in the conference room, just as Su Chan was about to exit, Kong Xiang knocked and entered. Master Su, is this a convenient time? Yes, quite convenient. He could not fathom why one matter led to another. It is this, Master Su. We have a military exercise tomorrow. Would you be interested in participating? Live action CS. He had just inquired about this earlier that morning, never expecting it to materialize. I am indeed very interested. Chapter 143. I shall battle the entire base. Live action CS, though not quite fitting to call it that. It is more accurately described as a military exercise. However, as Su Chen pondered, he realized that while he may possess an 8-pack abdomen, it was sculpted through a lean physique rather than rigorous training. He was a slender figure with a hint of muscle, cloaked in a layer of thin flesh. When clothed, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. However, once stripped of his garments, a subtle definition of musculature might become evident, albeit not to any significant degree. This military base boasted exceptionally high standards. New recruits would certainly not be found here. While they may not all be elite soldiers, they were undoubtedly far from being mere novices. Judging by their discipline in the mess hall alone, their combat capabilities could not be underestimated. Armed with advanced mechanical beasts, or guns, and perhaps accompanied by properly trained mounts, their mobility was formidable. One would likely find themselves overwhelmed before they even had a chance to engage. This was not an ordinary technological world. It was a realm of beast taming, where cannons could become sentient and be summoned into the beast space through contracts. Although they appeared to be familiar firearms on the surface, they were something entirely different beneath. Commander Kong, is this a standard exercise where one life per individual is at stake? Kong Xiang wore an expression of understanding. The questions posed by Master Su had certainly crossed their minds as well. Though they had not witnessed Master Su's beasts, it was undeniable that each one must possess earth-shattering power, capable of annihilating an entire base single-handedly. Their adversaries were likely accustomed to invincibility or had long operated alone, making their nonchalant approach to this exercise entirely understandable. They devised a brilliant plan to ensure Master Su would have an exhilarating experience. It was not a conventional drill. It was asymmetrical warfare. You shall contend against the entire base. Su Chun raised his hand, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Me? Against the entire base? In a standard exercise, I would probably be ruthlessly defeated. Alone and without support, I'd be utterly obliterated. A thrilling challenge awaits, he thought, anticipating a barrage from every artillery piece in the region. One shot per person, all directed at me. Commander Kong chuckled and continued, in the scenario's framework, you are invincible. This statement piqued his curiosity. What do you mean? Literally, you are invincible, you cannot die. At worst, you may experience a dizziness mechanism from excessive injuries, after which your wounds will be recalibrated. Moreover, Your attacks will be devastatingly powerful, while you may not possess skills that annihilate on a massive scale like nuclear beasts. Each strike can still be lethal. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Invincible, and capable of dealing lethal damage. Now that is intriguing. Facing an entire military base was a fitting challenge. With a dizziness mechanism in place, as long as he managed it well, he could manipulate the situation. It wasn't entirely one-sided. But how do we determine victory and defeat? Quite simple, Kang Xiang replied. If the base retains sufficient combat strength without succumbing within a set time frame, they win. Conversely, if you leave them disoriented and incapable of fighting back, then you emerge victorious. This was indeed fascinating. In this world of beast taming, individual combat power varied greatly. Being invincible equated to being a hypothetical enemy, a concept that didn't exist. It was the collective strength that opposed a single formidable force, perfectly aligning with the current worldview. The weak constituted the majority. Not everyone could be a beast-taming prodigy, nor were there enough high-quality beasts available. Engaging with standardized, existing power was a reflection of reality. If that's the case, I see no issues at all. But how do we implement these rules? Kang Xiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there were no problems. Programming your Gundam is a trivial task. The firearms used in the exercise possess no real power and will only emit digital signals. Once the rules were clarified, Su Chun awaited the exercise's commencement. This was not a mere couple of hours affair. It would extend over 3 days and 3 nights. Beginning at midnight, it would last for a full 72 hours. The location was a distant mountain range from the base, marked by complicated terrain. Yet, no formal notice had been issued regarding the exercise. This endeavor was intended to entertain Master Su while maintaining a serious undertone. It was far from merely playful. Such drills had existed long before. During the establishment of the Human Federation, where numerous weaker beast tamers faced a high-level divine beast. They required such training when necessary. Su Chen arrived early, seated within the cockpit of his Gundam, while the training soldiers remained fast asleep. It was not until 11 o'clock that the urgent assembly alarm rang out, rousing them from their slumber. As they grumbled initially, upon realizing the urgency, they hastily gathered their belongings. A portion of the personnel remained behind to guard the base. While the rest were informed of the emergency drill, they boarded troop transport vehicles and set off toward their destination, a journey that would take 2 hours. They were expected to arrive around 1 o'clock, just as the exercise was set to commence at midnight. This was not an oversight in design, it was deliberately orchestrated. High-level mechanical beasts were not lacking in mobility, thus they typically took the offensive, forcing the soldiers into a position of passive defense. Time was required to receive orders and reach the designated location. This was also part of the training. The enemy would not allow them to establish their formations before launching an attack. It was entirely plausible to be ambushed while en route in a transport vehicle. Su Chun, aware of this, took cover in a concealed location, activating stealth mode and preparing for a surprise attack. However, as the clock struck 1, an unsettling silence enveloped the area. No sounds of vehicles, no illumination, everything seemed eerily normal. Could the higher-ups at the base have arrived late? That seemed unlikely, while he might be tardy. The soldiers within the base would not be. Confused, he deactivated stealth mode and activated the radar. Many functions were unavailable in stealth mode, but it was crucial to turn on the radar. Upon activation, it displayed a multitude of dots. Just as he began to process this, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and he was instantly classified as disoriented. The commander was similarly perplexed. Why was there no activity? According to the plan, they were to disembark collectively upon nearing the target, riding their military wolves for rapid stealthy advancement. Yet, no one impeded their progress. Upon arrival, many structures had already been erected, yet silence reigned. It was as if the enemy were a stone, hidden away. The radar remained unresponsive, compelling them to wait. Initially believing this to be a special training exercise with some clever strategy on the enemy's part, this notion did not last long. Suddenly, a dot appeared on the radar. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a tactical bombardment. Flares illuminated the area as bright as day. Only then did the commander spot a massive Gundam concealed in a ravine. Is this the caliber of our opponent in this exercise? He wondered. It cannot be said they are weak. Rather, they appear utterly unprepared. Who would remain hidden in such a manner? It was likely that they had activated stealth mode. You are invincible, after all. No. Could it be that they were deliberately feigning a vulnerability? If the enemy had exposed this weakness, they surely had some ulterior motive. Alas, it was a miscalculation on their part. He had seen through their ruse. What could they possibly seek? It could only be the location of the command center. He was merely disoriented. The functions of the Gundam had not vanished. It was likely that, in that fleeting moment, the enemy had already discerned his position. All units, relocate the command post. Chapter 144, The Thousand-Man Slaughter. Although he was not truly bombarded by gunfire, and the mech bore no damage, At that moment, Chen found himself utterly bewildered. I had been waiting specifically for you, intending to create some chaos, yet it turned out you were already in position. In the pitch darkness, you revealed no glimmers of light. I stood there foolishly, only to be bombarded unexpectedly. After enduring a few minutes of disorientation, the moment it subsided, he piloted the Gundam straight into the sky. As anticipated, several cannon blasts followed, with harmless projectiles landing where he had just been. Standing there, he could only resign himself to being utterly incapacitated. Just as he was reveling in his recent maneuvers, he was disoriented once more. In truth, the Gundam's threshold for disorientation was relatively high, yet it was no match for the relentless bombardment. A large-scale attack renders any threshold moot. Unless one's tolerance is astronomically elevated, it is futile, such as the terror of insufficient firepower. Thus, there was no recourse. Disorientation was a normal occurrence. Otherwise, the base would stand no chance. They were tasked with staving off attacks for 3 days. Initially, this tactic might have worked. After all, there was ample ammunition, but it would not suffice in the long run. During a drill, ammunition was naturally not infinite. Being controlled consecutively in a short span of time ruined the exercise experience. Frustrated, he pounded on the cockpit. Master, please be gentle. The cockpit is designed to gather pilot data, equipped with various sensors. Human emotions, particularly those involving neurons, are quite sensitive. The strange electronic synthesized voice sent shivers down his spine. Who could have designed such a thing? Indeed, they were quite talented. Nonetheless, it made sense. There were undoubtedly numerous sensory components within the cockpit. Torn between anger and helplessness, he chose to stew in his frustration. Was it not permissible to refrain from banging? Yet, having just taken flight, how could he have been shot down so quickly? Just as he ascended, he plummeted. He was neither a qualified pilot nor a successful man. Fortunately, as it was his first participation in such a drill, a designated instructor had been assigned for explanations. He connected to the instructor's communication. I just took off. How did I become disoriented so swiftly? There was a brief silence on the other end. Master Su, they have deployed anti-air missiles. Unless you possess utmost confidence in your piloting skills to make sharp turns, you will be an easy target. Indeed, that was the case. He had unwittingly granted them the opportunity to set their defenses, and now everything was nearly in place. The sky might not be his domain after all. How utterly powerless he felt. With bombardments on the ground and anti-air missiles in the sky, he was left with nowhere to hide. Sharp turns. Was he a droplet of water? If he had such piloting prowess, why would he be operating this clunky machine? He needed to devise a plan. During the minutes of disorientation, he revisited the operating instructions on the cockpit screen. Upon completion, his understanding of piloting deepened. The sky did not seem entirely insurmountable. This Gundam possessed an abundance of functionalities, and he had just stumbled upon something valuable. As soon as his disorientation ended, he executed a rapid maneuver, narrowly escaping the first wave of bombardment. He then released decoys to mislead the second wave of attacks, initiating swift, erratic movements. The commander on the ground, observing Su Chen's chaotic flight, was utterly perplexed. What was this fellow doing? Merely fleeing? Where were his offensive measures? Such a large Gundam, yet it had not eliminated a single target. Yet, one could not deny the impressive performance of this Gundam. How many rounds of ammunition had it evaded so far? It had yet to enter a third disorientation phase. Surely, the enemy could not be so inept. Was it possible that the higher-ups, seeing their comrades' arduous training against mere conceptual foes, had arranged a mock battle for their enjoyment? After an hour of aerial maneuvers, the ground's anti-air personnel continuously directed their beasts to aim and fire. The ground troops were utterly idle, with some even yawning out of boredom. Although they dared not slack off, they were genuinely unoccupied. The commander, having observed for an hour, felt as though the pilot's skills were improving by leaps and bounds. He was deftly evading missiles with great finesse. Yet, it was all for naught. He began to feel somewhat bewildered. Could this truly be a leisure exercise? In the sky, Su Chen sensed his maneuvers becoming increasingly fluid. Initially clumsy, he was now able to think strategically. Quite impressive. He had mastered the art of evasive flight. Even without eliminating any foes, he could unleash his various formidable weapon modules without fear of disorientation. A subtle smile crept across his lips. Up in the sky, he had become acquainted with all the critical positions, pinpointing locations of recent energy reactions. Patriot missiles. Congratulations, Master, on achieving a massacre of 100, no, 1,000. He had grown indifferent to the Gundam's consciousness, allowing it to declare whatever it wished. Below, the commander surveyed the battlefield, contemplating whether this was merely a game. A significant number of artillery had been rendered ineffective. What a cunning pilot. Pretending to be weak, he feigned incompetence, only to gather sufficient intelligence before launching a decisive strike. It was my oversight. In the past, hypothetical enemies had always approached with maximum pressure, and feeling invincible, they had no need for cunning strategies. With no concrete plans, they had acted recklessly. This was the first instance of an opponent employing brainpower. Finally, the exercise had introduced some novelty. The remaining anti-air units concealed themselves, drawing the enemy down to the ground for a heavy engagement. After achieving the 1,000-man slaughter, Chen was no longer careless. His previous arrogance had led to disorientation. This time, a series of operations were imperative. In the sky, besides himself, it seemed something else had emerged. Several balloon-like objects swiftly ascended. This time, he had learned to be prudent. Consulting the Gundam-S database, he discovered that these objects would create a no-fly zone, prompting him to refrain from ascending further. Instead, he prepared to destroy these devices. The ground forces began to pull the Gundam and shield the no-fly apparatus. Should he insist on targeting, he would inevitably face disorientation. Ignoring this device, he opted to eliminate the ground troops instead. Resolutely, he charged towards the Earth. The Gundam-S maneuverability and offensive capabilities surpassed even the finest beasts. Not all Gundams were alike, but this particular model was exceptional. The ground forces attempted to apply their past experiences to restrain him, yet they were utterly overwhelmed. Each strike felled numerous foes. The command center could only forcefully regroup, the pressure steadily mounting. Despite being disoriented multiple times, the results were remarkable. Regardless, Chen reveled in the thrill. The battle against the Super Gundam persisted for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the military, employing guerrilla tactics, managed to retain a portion of their combat strength, drawing the curtain on the exercise. Regardless of victory or defeat, Chen had piloted the Gundam for 3 consecutive days, soaring with exhilaration. Once everyone returned, they fell into a deep slumber. 3 days of piloting was no miracle of the human body, but rather a testament to the prowess of the Gundam. The soldiers were utterly exhausted, having had no time for rest, solely engaged in combat. Following this confrontation, the real-world data on the Gundam was significantly enriched. It could be deemed a triple victory. Master Su indulged in his enjoyment, and the exercises proved fruitful, yielding ample experimental data. In Chapter 145, Become a Powerful Beast Master for me, he realized that while utilizing healing beasts could sustain him for 3 days and nights, it did take a toll on his mental stamina. Engaging in relentless combat was initially exhilarating, yet the incessant slaughter eventually dulled the experience, leading to fatigue. Fortunately, the military's arsenal provided diverse mechanisms to alleviate the strain, allowing him to persevere until the end. Otherwise, he would have grown weary of the monotony. Pure slaughter lost its thrill and morphed into sheer torment. After an entire day of slumber, he awoke to a whirlwind of activity. Following Kang Xian's arrangements, he explored new facets daily. Having spent nearly a month at the base, he was nearing the end of his enjoyment when a piece of good news arrived. During this month of research and development, the Gundam had successfully completed mass production studies for 3 distinct models, each tailored to different environments. One model was a balanced type, the standard version, while the other 2 were designed for large-scale warfare and urban combat, respectively. Generally, the balanced model was preferred. While Chen was still at the military base, discussions regarding the mass production and sale of the Gundam had already begun. Relevant information about the Gundam began circulating online. Although the official endorsement provided a boost, the relatively steep pricing indicated that it was not an investment for the average individual. Surprisingly, while the Gundam itself lacked significant popularity, Gundam-themed toys gained considerable traction. Among children, possessing a limited edition Gundam model was deemed exceptionally cool. Initially, the authorities had little interest in this sector, but upon reflection, they recognized Chen's financial needs and decided that the more revenue, the better. Consequently, licensing fees for Gundam models were introduced. Despite the modest fees per unit, when juxtaposed with the actual Gundam, they seemed trivial. However, the sheer volume made a difference. Although the Gundam itself had not sold in substantial quantities, the model sales were thriving. Yet, Chen remained oblivious to this news, as he was still at the military base without internet access. His banking app had not refreshed, leaving him unaware that his assets had multiplied several times. The once modest sum of 100 million had now transformed into a lifetime's worth of wealth. At Huiguang University, whenever individuals saw the Gundam, they were reminded of the creations assembled by Master Su in front of his store. Although the exterior and structure had become more refined, maintaining a modular design, a common feature remained, the ability for a person to fit inside. After validating this with their own forces, they placed orders at lightning speed. If the military were to manufacture their own equipment, they would only order if it proved functional, given that they undoubtedly possessed more advanced alternatives. However, this creation was birthed from Chen's ingenuity, prompting these organizations to consider the circumstances. After all, anything produced by Master Su was guaranteed to be of superior quality. This Gundam was undoubtedly a remarkable invention. Experiments and calculations confirmed its efficacy, revealing that it not only ensured survival, but also enhanced combat prowess. Chen's bank account surged yet again. Unbeknownst to him, while stationed at the military district without internet access, he had no knowledge of the events transpiring around him. After consuming his final meal at the military base, he embarked on the journey home. He boarded a military vehicle, took a brief nap, and eventually returned to his community. The moment his phone connected to the network, notifications flooded in. Anticipating this scenario, he swiftly silenced his phone, ignoring the barrage of messages. Upon returning home and organizing his belongings, he began to sift through the messages, greetings and updates from acquaintances. However, the most frequent notifications came from his banking app. The balance displayed 99. Upon opening it, he noted an unusual discrepancy. The numbers seemed to have grown beyond his recollection. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, hundreds of billions. Although astonished by the staggering sum, he had already mentally prepared for such an outcome. A basic Gundam capable of fulfilling essential functions now commanded a price of at least $1 million. This figure only reflected material costs, excluding labor. Thus, regardless of how minimal his licensing fees were, they would still amount to a substantial fortune. Yet, the speed with which he amassed hundreds of billions was unexpected. He had anticipated it would take at least a year and a half, not just a month. What should he do with this windfall? Confusion washed over him. After tidying up, he realized he still had some time and decided to visit his store. Upon arriving at the school, he found business flourishing. Previously, this hour saw few students shopping, but since upgrading to a Class C resource store, more students had begun to frequent it. Instinctively, he surmised that the profits must be substantial, but the thought of his hundreds of billions caused him to reconsider the significance of it all. No matter how lucrative the business, could it truly yield billions? Seeing his boss return, Yifan immediately shifted from idling to feigning busyness. Wow, what a fantastic shelf. Noticing his boss approaching, he pretended to examine the merchandise. Enough of the charade. I won't be approving anything today. I need to ask you a few questions. Yifan chuckled awkwardly, realizing his boss had seen through him. But why aren't you approving me today? Did something good happen? Following his boss into the storage room, he inquired, if, and I mean if, you had 100 billion in savings, what would you do? 100 billion? I would probably upgrade my lightning fire and use the rest for the advancement of my beasts. He did not question why the figure was 100 billion. Given his boss's character, such a question indicated that he indeed had acquired that sum. Yet, there was no shock, after all. His boss was incredibly formidable. Was it surprising to have 100 billion? You still aspire to be a beast master? Even Wang Kai can't compete. Yifan, initially in high spirits, felt his enthusiasm dampened by the remark. Boss, do you believe that as long as I set my mind to it, becoming a 12th tier beast master is a certainty? His boss merely regarded him with an expression of disbelief. I am serious. I am currently just lacking an initial investment. If I become a 12th tier beast master, I will undoubtedly assist humanity in reclaiming its former lands. Some individuals currently hold leverage over me, attempting to siphon my rightful opportunities. This matter was devoid of right or wrong. He merely wished to safeguard his rightful interests. Observing Yifan's impassioned demeanor, his boss hesitated momentarily before muttering. How much do you need for your initial investment? About 100 million would suffice. You know that being a beast master is costly, and Lightning Fire's mechanical systems are even more expensive. Chen retrieved his phone and, with a few taps, transferred 100 million to Yifan's account. As the notification chimed on Yifan's phone, silence enveloped the room. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Xiaofan, you are a remarkable young man. And I have always believed in you, despite your occasional antics. Now that I have the means, I wish for you to realize your dreams on my behalf. I eagerly anticipate your emergence as a powerful beast master. He silently reflected on his boss's earnest expression, which conveyed sincerity rather than jest. He understood that this initial investment would eventually be secured, but he had not anticipated it would come from his boss. What about tomorrow? Do not come to work anymore. Pursue your dreams and become a formidable beast master on my behalf. The latter part of the statement was uttered so softly that Yifan could hardly discern it. After a brief moment of silence, he bowed deeply and turned to depart. Chen, not dwelling too much on the matter, was well aware of the child's aspiration to become a powerful beast master. Now that he had the means, why not lend a helping hand? He sent a message to his disciple, instructing him to meet him in the storage room. Chapter 146. Mass cultivation of human war gods. Han Yin did not dare to slack off. He was the most honest among all the employees, diligently devoted. Even in his master's absence, he never indulged in idleness. Upon seeing Yifan being called away, he exhibited no reaction. However, when Yifan emerged with an unmistakably altered expression and exited the shop, Han Yan's curiosity was piqued. What could have transpired? Had he been dismissed? Although Yifan occasionally enjoyed taking it easy, His work performance was consistently commendable. He merely preferred to finish his tasks before resting. When his phone buzzed, indicating that his master was summoning him, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The thought of having worked diligently, even volunteering for extra hours, surged through him. He had not neglected his foundational skills in drawing. His spine straightened with renewed resolve. Upon Su Chen's arrival, he posed that classic question, Han Yen. If you were to receive 100 billion, how would you spend it? After a brief silence, Han Yen replied, I would dedicate it all to my master. He spoke earnestly, I am serious. If it were to happen, this is how I would respond. Su Chen stifled a laugh, but suddenly interjected. What if it were 3,000? Han Yen hesitated, then I would need to think about it. Originally, Su Chen intended to ask progressively, starting from lower amounts to gauge genuine responses. But he was taken aback by Han Yan's hesitation over 3,000 when he had just pledged to honor him with 100 billion. Perplexed, he thought, what could possibly require contemplation over 3,000 when you would dedicate 100 billion to me? Han Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he explained. Because I just happened to have a little over 3,000 left from last month. Truly, he was his disciple, refreshingly unpretentious. Su Chen should have anticipated that Han Yen would provide anything but a conventional answer. Reflecting on the various responses he had received during interviews, he found them to be quite absurd. He said no more, instead showing Han Yen the page on his mobile banking app, proving that he genuinely possessed 100 billion. I'm not jesting. I genuinely wish to know how you would allocate it. To his surprise, Han Yen merely glanced at the screen, his eyes revealing little astonishment. That depends on what you wish to do. What do I wish to do? I aspire to be a beast master. Each time he thought of this, he felt an unyielding tension. It was lamentable that he had not become a beast master due to the absence of a beast space. He even had the financial means. Acquiring a decent beast cub would be a trivial matter. Yet, he lacked the requisite capability. It was not a matter of impotence or inadequacy. He simply did not possess it. Supporting Yi Fan in his pursuit of becoming a beast master was partly driven by his own selfish desire. Unable to achieve this dream himself, he yearned for someone capable to succeed. He could not fully comprehend this emotion. It felt peculiar. What if 100 billion is of no use for what I most wish to accomplish? Han Yen was not surprised. His master was immensely powerful, and the aspirations he harbored must surely be as challenging as scaling the heavens. 100 billion would be of little consequence. It certainly could not resolve everything. Observing his expression, it was evident that this notion had long been on his mind, yet he had been unable to address it, causing a prick of discomfort. He genuinely wished to say, you do not know how to spend this money? Allow me to assist you. However, the thought of facing reprimand stifled his words, and he maintained his facade of contemplation. Spending 100 billion is no simple task. Even indulgences would hardly dent that amount. Very well, you may return to work. Leave me to ponder alone. Once Han Yen departed, Su Chen suddenly realized that he had left his imperial seal in the shop, rather than returning it home. He recalled scribbling aimlessly on paper, which ultimately led to him becoming the emperor. A profound thought struck him. In poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world. 100 billion in liquid assets was more than he could ever exhaust in a lifetime, especially considering the potential value it could generate in the future. Having already supported one Yi Fan, why could he not assist many more? Becoming a beast master was an expensive endeavor. Could he not transform some talented yet impoverished children into beast masters? His own path seemed blocked, yet others might still forge ahead. Perhaps he could establish a school for beast masters. Money left idle was akin to waste. It must serve a purpose. However, he felt uncertain about where to begin, as both sourcing students and finding teachers posed challenges. But then again, it was not as dire as it seemed. He was no longer in a state of having just crossed over without any connections. Student recruitment was not a concern, but securing competent teachers required careful consideration. Education should be inclusive, transcending age barriers, thus necessitating a curriculum that accommodates all ages. The teachers would need to be rigorously evaluated. Initially planning this initiative, he inexplicably thought of the old fellow, Lin Jingxing. While he had a penchant for pretentiousness that made him somewhat unlikable, there was no denying his teaching prowess. His students consistently praised him. Recruiting him might pose some challenges, but Su Chen remembered Lin Jingxing mentioning that he had several friends who were also skilled instructors. Although a few may have passed away, many remained. If he could enlist these individuals to teach, the results might be significantly enhanced. Finding teachers from society was not out of the question, but it felt less trustworthy than relying on acquaintances. Lin Jingxing was an excellent instructor, surely. His friends could not be lacking in skill either. If all else failed, he could seek educators from the broader community. After making a phone call, Lin Jingxing was left astounded upon hearing Su Chen's intention to open a school. You wish to establish a school? My goodness, what are you planning? To cultivate human war gods? He understood that Su Chen had no ties to the remnants of the 10,000 Races War. What could be the purpose of gathering these elderly gentlemen? To teach? It seemed excessive. Perhaps he intended to engage them all together. This was not merely labor. It could be an opportunity. Thanks to Su Chen, he had progressed to an 11th-tier alchemist, and it was likely that his old friend's skills had been stunted for quite some time. Devoting a lifetime to their craft, they had undoubtedly developed a passion for their professions. The prospect of advancement would surely entice them. Filled with enthusiasm, he readily agreed. After hanging up, he began purchasing tickets to invite his old friends out of retirement. Phone calls might not reach everyone. Face-to-face discussions would be more effective. This call, of course, did not go unnoticed by the authorities. Su Chen's special department sprang into action once more. This was a significant development. Su Chen was about to open a school. The previous matter of taking on a single disciple was already substantial, but this endeavor was even grander. Besides the students, it appeared that the potential teachers would predominantly be those who had secluded themselves since the 10,000 Races War. Lin Jingqing's ticket purchase confirmed that he was indeed serious about gathering people. Bringing any of them on board would be a tremendous boon to humanity, especially in the capacity of educators, passing down their skills to the next generation. Master Su is honored at the Ancestral Temple, having accomplished a significant feat. Though his prior endeavors were equally remarkable, this particular achievement has undoubtedly garnered official approval, leaving only the extent of Master Su's ambition in question. If the other party were to follow the necessary procedures today, all formalities could be completed within mere minutes. Su Chen remains unhurried, fully aware that this matter is far from trivial, and thus refrains from rushing. He merely inspects Han Yan's foundational practice before departing from the shop, returning home as usual, reminiscent of the time when he had amassed a fortune of 100 million. Chapter 147. Undercurrents of change. The authorities, having received news ahead of time, are followed by various factions who soon learn of the development. Should Master Su confine his activities to the school, they might merely gather to observe. However, with the establishment of a school, the decision to partake in the proceedings necessitates careful consideration. The resources utilized in this venture are drawn from the Master's own wealth, not from others. 100 billion may seem substantial to the average individual, yet in comparison to these organizations, it appears rather insignificant. The crux of the matter lies in the revelation that Master Su is not a member of the impoverished class, but rather one who has infiltrated this realm through privilege and prior knowledge. How will the others perceive this? It is a matter of disgrace and audacity. If their deception remains undiscovered, they might escape unscathed. However, should they be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Master Su, endowed with formidable abilities and astute intellect, is unlikely to remain oblivious. Thus, it would be prudent for them to adhere to certain guidelines. Within the confines of established rules, they may engage in their pursuits. On that very day, various organizations commenced their search for gifted individuals from the populace. Recognizing their own inability to penetrate the inner circle, they sought to emulate Han Yan's approach, to cultivate relationships and foster goodwill, as future collaborations may yield benefits. The assessment of talent and strength became a frequent occurrence, extending even to remote villages where any suitable child would undergo evaluation. In a secluded valley, a duo equipped with talent assessment devices set up a sign at the village entrance. Talent assessments for individuals under 22 will receive free eggs. One of them surveyed the dilapidated village, pondering the likelihood of discovering a prodigy within. It's uncertain, but should we find one, the rewards could be substantial. Oh, that young man over there. Would you care to assess your talent? A youth, caked in mud as if he had traversed dense forests and rolled in the mire, turned his head. His youthful visage bore a hint of confusion. No need. I am well aware of my exceptional talent, he muttered before turning away. How could this valley be discovered by outsiders? It shouldn't interfere with that old fellow's transformation of the thunderbolt. Yi Fan shook his head and ventured into the village, feeling a sense of familiarity, though not entirely at ease. Navigating through the many crumbling houses, he identified a rather unremarkable dwelling. Just as he prepared to knock, he overheard voices within. I assure you, there is a young man in his 20s, well-versed in skill books, mechanisms, and beast taming, who intends to establish a school. Are you trying to lure me out with such a flimsy excuse? Yi Fan was taken aback. Had he misheard? Was that truly the voice of Lin Jingqing? After securing the startup capital from his employer, what had transpired? He had rushed over, eager to transform the thunderbolt, only to find that Lin Jingqing had arrived first. The local mechanist was unaware of his reincarnated identity and could be deceived. However, Lin, the elder, was fully aware. With this turn of events, the advantage of information disparity was lost. The original plan had been to knock, reveal his identity as a mechanist, and elicit shock, allowing him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Having departed from his employer, It seemed as though the undertakings of that individual still pursued him. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After considerable deliberation, he finally rapped on the door. "Lin, are you in there?" Knock, knock, knock. The conversation within quieted swiftly as the door creaked open. The modest interior housed two elderly gentlemen in the courtyard. Lin Jingcheng, caught mid-sip of his tea, was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Yi Fan. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at Master Su's shop?" Having left in a hurry, he was entirely unaware that Yi Fan had ceased working there. Contemplating, he dismissed the idea of Yi Fan being expelled. Despite his tendency towards laziness, there was a limit. Master Su would not dismiss him over trivial matters. Before he could voice his inquiry, Yi Fan swiftly provided an explanation regarding the events of the past few days. Though he omitted the reason for his visit, the mechanist beside him first glanced at his old friend, then at the mud-streaked youth. Suddenly, he slapped the table. "Oh, a double act. You think you can deceive me into coming out? Not a chance. I refuse to be fooled. A 20-something cannot possibly master so many disciplines. This is clearly a ruse. My old friend has been molded by the authorities into one of their own. His words cannot be trusted." Suddenly, Lin Jingcheng recalled that Yi Fan bore evidence of his claims. While lacking the beast taming apparatus, he surely possessed some understanding of the artistic essence that Master Su had imparted. More importantly, he had Awaken-level skill books, an impeccable piece of evidence. Yi Fan, summon the Thunderbolt and unleash the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Once accomplished, I will assist you in fulfilling your purpose for being here. He understood that Yi Fan was not expelled, but had a specific aim in mind. Moreover, to achieve his objectives, he would likely require the assistance of his old friend, the mechanist. Simply requesting his emergence from seclusion would not suffice. However, aiding Yi Fan in reaching his goals was entirely feasible. Yi Fan, undeterred by delays, recognized that if matters were unresolved, he could hold Lin Jingcheng accountable later. Without further ado, he summoned the Thunderbolt and executed the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. The manifestation of artistic essence, still derived from Master Su's influence, was breathtaking. As the blade cleaved through the air, the mechanist's worldview appeared to be shaken. After a moment of silence, he regarded the two. "I must see for myself if your claims hold true. You're merely in your 20s. I believe only half of what you say, yet I require personal verification. If it turns out to be a deception, I shall find another remote village to hide in, and then I would truly never emerge again." Seeing that the mechanist was willing to consider his proposition, Lin Jingcheng took the opportunity to facilitate Yi Fan's request. Upon learning that it involved seeking mechanical blueprints, the mechanist offered no further objections and readily acquiesced. The art of mechanisms, also referred to as the progenitor of the mechanical system, had enabled humanity to create mechanical beast taming in the absence of complete mechanical techniques. While significant modifications had occurred over time, the essence remained rooted in mechanisms. Producing a blueprint for a modified automobile was entirely within reach. With his objectives achieved, Yi Fan took his leave, his own plans firmly set. Transforming the Thunderbolt into the formidable version from his past life was unlikely. However, the current iteration was too weak. He needed to devise a means to create something both cost-effective and powerful. Thus, he sought out this mechanist. After today, he would depart from the human realm and venture overseas. Before departing, it is imperative to adjust one's strength. Lin Jingcheng escorted the organized mechanic to the village entrance, cheerfully approaching the two individuals responsible for talent assessment. "Gentlemen, may I, an elder, also partake in this evaluation? I am quite curious about my own abilities." Initially, the two intended to decline, but after some contemplation, they figured that since they were idly standing around, they might as well proceed with the assessment. Talent, SSS. The two gazed incredulously at the results, questioning whether the equipment had malfunctioned. Just then, the elderly examiner chuckled. "Not bad, quite accurate." Summoning a three-legged golden crow, he soared away with the mechanic, leaving the two bewildered on the ground. Chapter 148. My university should be entirely my canvas. Cherishing the long-awaited tranquility, Su Chan relished the mundane moments spent in his shop, casually scrolling through his phone and dispensing coins to the staff. He organized promotions to reward customers. Financially secure, he found no necessity to earn more. His endeavors were purely for the sake of his ideals. Although he was idle, it did not imply a lack of productivity. He had meticulously outlined the procedures required to establish a school, which were far from simple. The number of locations he needed to visit exceeded 3, with some applications necessitating travel to distant locales for qualifications. Even if everything went smoothly, the process would likely take 3 months. He was not particularly anxious. After all, Lin Jingcheng had yet to provide him with any updates, and with no word from the teachers, there was no cause for urgency. He calculated that even if the other party could summon help, it would probably take at least half a month. After all, did they not need to prepare for their departure? Surely, They could not be entirely solitary souls. Thus, there was no rush. Yi. Just as he began to speak, he suddenly recalled that Yi Fan had already left the shop. He quickly amended, Han Yen, please check today's revenue on the computer. Hearing the affirmative response, he gently closed his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Just as he was about to succumb to sleep, Lin the Elder's familiar voice echoed through the shop. Master Su, I have brought the people you requested. People brought? So soon? Temporarily setting aside his irritation from being awakened, he rose from his chair and glanced toward the entrance. A throng of elderly gentlemen and ladies, no fewer than 50, stood before him. Blinking in disbelief, he recalled having estimated a half-month wait, yet here they were in just a few days. However, these elders bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Yi Fan, their expressions mirroring the same bewilderment. Lin Jingqing hurried to Su Chen's side. Master Su, I exerted tremendous effort to assemble these individuals. Might you? As he spoke, he gestured toward the dog food intended for Wankai. Upon surveying Lin Jingqing, Su Chen remembered that the latter had an inexplicable fondness for Wankai's dog food. Ah, the remaining dog food from Wankai, you may have it all. You have moved remarkably quickly. I anticipated it would take half a month. He decided to arrange accommodations for these individuals at a hotel. Handing over the plastic bag containing the dog food, he approached the assembly of elder humans. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. We shall find a suitable place for discussion. Initially, these individuals had believed half of Lin Jingqiang's assertions, but upon meeting him in person, they felt he had understated the situation. Is this artistic representation truly crafted by a human hand? They could sense the profundity from behind a wall. The mechanics perceived not only the artistic essence but also discerned that the wall's painting was, in fact, a blueprint, an idea far ahead of its time. Had they missed this opportunity by not coming, they would have regretted it for a lifetime. It was fortuitous that the young man named Yi Fan had arrived at the right moment, encouraging them to believe just enough to make the journey. Despite the mechanical engineer's esteemed status as the progenitor of machinery, the new generation of innovations surpassed the old. A group of reclusive individuals gathered here. While walking, some students recognized certain figures. Isn't that the mechanic Zhuangli Wei? Has he emerged from seclusion? Goodness, these are all elites from before the Great War of the Races. What is Master Su planning? I sense he is about to undertake something monumental. While they understood much, they questioned why they were being led to the cafeteria. Su Chun guided the elders toward the dining hall. The rationale for not choosing another location was simple. Applying for a classroom felt unnecessary. The playground was windy and sunny, while the gym was loud, and his shop was bustling with movement. Ultimately, he decided that the cafeteria was the best option at this hour, quiet and sheltered from the elements. Although they were unaware of why the young Master Su had brought them there, they felt assured in following his lead. Lin Jingqing confidently asserted that it was a stroke of fortune, and they too perceived it as such. Finding a seat, each person settled down. Su Chun regarded the assembly of elders, all of whom were distinguished intellectuals, and felt a sense of stability and reliability. Their very presence exuded an aura of high intelligence. Truly, a treasure had been found. Ahem, esteemed teachers, I presume your presence here signifies a desire to teach, and thus, I shall address you as such. I have resolved to establish a school, funding education for those talented and determined, yet financially constrained, encompassing primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Do any of you have thoughts regarding salary and benefits? The assembly exchanged glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Most were acquaintances, and the disarray felt unsuitable. They opted instead to summon representatives from their respective groups for deliberation. Lin Jingqiang had previously mentioned the salary arrangements, and it seemed Master Su also preferred to remain discreet about his own prowess. While he could reveal a hint of opportunity, he would not openly acknowledge it. Thus, the matter of compensation required a subtle approach. One representative spoke up, full board and lodging, and a monthly salary of at least 10,000, if you please. Although financial matters were not a concern, a baseline figure was necessary. Another added, we are all quite fond of the arts, and it is for this reason we have come. We hope to see more of your paintings. Su Chun, upon hearing this, felt somewhat perplexed. They had come for his art? How had the old man introduced himself? Nevertheless, this was not a problem easily resolved. If I were to establish a school, it would undoubtedly be adorned with my decorative paintings. The representatives pondered this statement. Decorative paintings? Surely, they referred to the artistic representations. Such an undertaking would demand significant energy and artistic essence. Considering the quality of his work, no one dared to voice further demands. Even a cursory study would be a tremendous gain. As for the specialized content, they could gradually develop it. Had they initially stated they came for that reason, it might not have been received well. After all, they were known to have their tempers, and this esteemed individual would surely possess his own. Thus, it was wise to tread carefully and proceed with caution. Noticing the silence, Chen summarized briefly while also mentioning the arrangements for their hotel accommodations. With the school yet to open, these educators were effectively on paid leave, a matter of little financial consequence. He contacted his apprentice to manage the arrangements. The apprentice handles matters with an air of reliability. Thus far, he has committed no errors, which has greatly pleased him. However, with all the teachers gathered, it is imperative to expedite the formalities. There is no time to spare. It would be prudent to enlist the assistance of a professional to manage the paperwork on his behalf. The mere thought of delegating this task feels akin to unlocking the door to a new realm of possibilities. After all, financial constraints are not an issue for him. Similar institutions abound. Once Han Yen has escorted these veteran teachers away, he shall commence with this endeavor. Upon hearing that funds are ample, the other party readily assures him with a pat on the chest. They will visit his establishment tomorrow to discuss the necessary documentation and facilitate the process.